administration against Chinese energy plays, AVAV with a great move to the upside on earnings. There is a lot to discuss once again. Good morning, Sharif. Happy
Good morning. Thank you, Adara. Likewise to you as well. Lots to talk about. As you mentioned, Apple in focus, leaks from Tata as they look to diversify their supply chain away from China. These are the growing pains that they're going to have to figure out when manufacturing in that new country. So concerns there. Microsoft, we mentioned this to you guys in the afternoon yesterday with a tie-up with Anthropic. Good look for them. Amazon under scrutiny again, this time from the Australian regulator. And Uber and Waymo still doing business together, but in certain select cities. They are canceling their Phoenix partnership, no longer available. Waymo, that is, of course, on the Uber app. As Adara mentioned, AVAV, all sorts of strong in the morning. But let's be honest, when you look at the chart, we're just back to like last week's high. So not really a big move, but AMAT, what a move for AMAT, up 177% year to date, up again this morning to the tune of 2.5. It was up double digits yesterday. And there's a lot of different biotech names, guys. GLP-1 is going to be covered by Medicare, so keep your eye on that. Eli Lilly selected with Regeneron to be part of this new process to develop drugs faster. And then Abivax up 35% here, Dara, on a positive phase 3 trial.
Yeah, it really seems like tech here and biotech are going to be some of the sectors to watch this morning. But we want to know what you guys are watching. Good morning to Sean and Joe.
Good morning, Adara. Good morning, Sharif. Good morning, Joseph. Good morning,
man.
Everybody watching us here today. My mic pad is not great again over here. How's that, Andre? Hopefully it's a little bit better. Welcome everybody to what was supposed to be a really rainy, thunderstormy day around here, and it looks like it just passed us, so we're going to be good to go. I don't know what to tell you then, my guy. Okay, it's better now. We just got a big storm warning and missed it, but now it's supposed to be the temperature. I mean, I guess it's like this across the whole eastern seaboard. I mean, I don't know. I heard on the way in about all the temperatures, and we're supposed to get like 40 degrees here, Celsius.
Thursday.
The humidity is going to be out of
hit the
this
bang
world right now. So good thing Sharif's leaving because the humidity around
We're
here.
just going to Dallas. He's going to Texas.
Is it supposed to be bad there too?
Texas is that's all it is humidity.
Yeah, I know, but I just mean compared to, I thought it was more dry there.
No, man, that's when I was there in April,
okay.
it was.
But it's just I know when it gets humid around here, it's like,
I
oh
love
my God.
it, man.
I know you're all about it.
The worst thing is though, what I actually don't like is when it rains and then the sun comes out and then you can see the steam. That's when it gets like really sticky. But other than that, I love just the sheer heat.
I do have my thing. That's going to get too hot, going to get too warm around
All right,
here.
man. But
my daughter made me this for
That's
Father's
very
Day
nice,
a long time ago. That was last week or whatever.
Nice, man. Very nice.
I'll do that later.
But yeah, I mean, hey, listen, we'll take it. So far, NVDA up 1%. You know, we're going to be talking about this name quite a bit. We have the NASDAQ up here a little bit as well, too. Starting to come back in, guys. But, I mean, yesterday was a pretty good one between Sean and I. I think we're going to try to repeat the exact same thing. I got my eyes on some DRAM potentially. I like what we got going on from a daily. This is looking kind of attractive to me. Maybe we'll get some form of a continuation play there. Bitcoin doing what Bitcoin has been doing for the past little bit, looking like it wants to head towards and establish a new yearly low, which isn't the best sign. MSTR was up 11% yesterday when the actual underlying asset that it holds was only up at 0.5%, but now starting to give back the majority of that move. And I mean, if you're looking at the bigger picture here, Sean, it's only a couple of bucks there, $89. And I mentioned from before, if I'm going to be grabbing some more Ethereum or some more Bitcoin, it's not going to be the actual asset itself. It's going to be via these leverage plays just to see if we can get something going on there. And then here's RAM. I believe this is a 2x leverage. Remember, guys, these are not investment vehicles; they're day trading vehicles. But here's RAM, another one that came to market not too long ago last week with 1.27 million shares traded. And then as for some of the small cap players here, I'm not seeing anything just yet, but maybe Gem, and we'll get Adam James Abroad putting in some there in the chat, letting us know what he's looking at bright and early this morning. So there's going to be plenty of opportunities, and we're a couple of weeks away from going into earnings season. So looking forward to a lot.
End of the quarter today, of course, and what a quarter it was. Do you want to guess how much the NASDAQ was up this last quarter?
The last quarter?
Quarter.
Yeah, I'm going to say north of 15%.
Yeah, it was 20%. Good one. So 20% for the NASDAQ. Quite a nice run that we've seen. And I think you nailed it when you mentioned, what to look at when you're trading wise. I mean, I'm going to be looking here at SpaceX again. Flat here on the day, but broke through that 160 and had a real nice run yesterday after that move. What time was it around? It was in the afternoon, so about 2 o'clock-ish. We had that 160 break. We came back in. We averaged it in on the 50-period moving average, and then it really just popped it all the way into the close there. So SpaceX really got going before some imbalances hit the stock. We came back into 162, but we're just trying to see if we can get going again on SPCX. But look at the NASDAQ, man. We just talked about the kind of month that it had and what a month it was, but it's fading out just a little bit here. We'll talk about it with the Qs. Nice move down. That's not a real wick, but there's the move down there. Got some numbers came out. NASDAQ just pulling itself a little lower, but there's the quarter that we're talking about from the NASDAQ. I mean, what an absolute monster we saw, and we'll see if it can wind up holding. And unlike some of these other names that have sort of fallen back down a little bit, like a Marvell, even like an ARM has came back in a little bit and might be worth a pickup there. But the NASDAQ trying to hold forward, right? And we had actually record closes on the Dow, and we're looking to get higher again here. There it is, DIA. So these are the diamonds. These are just little ETFs you can trade that are very similar to the actual index itself, if not similar exactly. There it goes, 523. So record closing for the Dow yesterday. We'll see if that can get going today, as it's been pretty flat. And it's not all roses for all the names, right? We talked about the Mag 7, and I feel like it's kind of a good thing that we got some market breadth a little bit over the last quarter, and even so far this year, where I just showed you the Dow is at all-time highs, which would indicate would be up here, right? The S&P 500 is moments away from all-time highs. The NASDAQ's now down 3% from all-time highs. But there it goes. The Mag 7 still down about 10% overall. These core 7 holdings in a lot of people's portfolios still down 10% from highs. Mm-hmm. So there's a little bit of get up and value to take back into those names, I feel like. The stories have been, and Sharif nailed it with names like AMAT and, underlying pressure on these indexes from Caterpillar, like creating new highs, Lam Research, LRCX, just all over the place with these names. ASML is another one. Look at Lam Research, where we're going out on Lam. I mean, this is out like a lion in like a lamb, something like that, but definitely going out like a lion there. ASML, something very, very similar, as some of these production names, you just start going. And if you diversified, into some of the makers of these equipment, you're starting to get to the high side there. And ASML looking like it wants to break higher as well. And then, what a good stock. And you're familiar with some of these ones, the Palo Altos, the CrowdStrikes. A lot of these names just continue to push. We got some bad quarters, and then bang, it was just like, thank you, see you later. Back up to the upside here as we continue to go for Palo Alto, down 1% today, maybe get some value back in these names. And these are highlights that we can get behind. It makes sense why, the cybersecurity names continue to be strong. Yep. I think that, and we had a good quarter finally, and one of the picks that Neil had earlier in the year, obviously it's been a disaster, but back up 36% right now for AVAV. What a great, and Sharif had mentioned, like, we're just back to sort of where we were at the, maybe mid last month there, back, or I guess at the beginning of the month, but still, better quarter. They didn't guide. The EPS was bad, but, definitely, I guess, turning heads a little bit with their report. Nice day. We'll see if we can continue that one up to 190 again for AVAV. But as you had mentioned before, still, well down from its highs. So you're going to find some value in some of these names. And man, so far it's so good.
So far.
We'll see what winds up happening.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's send it back to that, see what they're up to.
We'll definitely be getting into AVAV on that rundown. It was also on our watch list. It wasn't at the top of our watch list, so we'll get to that in a couple seconds. But first, guys, keep an eye on USO. More comments coming in from Iran. Iran's Bagay saying that the interim deal clauses need to be implemented before talks with the U.S. to reach a final deal can start. So once again here, we saw this yesterday as well. Iranian individuals in that negotiation team continuing to say they need to reach certain aspects of this MOU before they can start final negotiations with the U.S. So just be aware these comments are continuing to come down the wire. Let's talk here, though, about what was at the top of a rundown. I've seen some people in the chat asking about it. These solar plays. You've got Enphase, First Solar, SolarEdge, even names like GEV on watch here. Trump administration could be making a move to act here in the solar space against some of these Chinese companies.
Yeah, and you can see Enphase is up 11 and change. And some of this has to do with silver, Adara. And it's interesting here. how these actually work together. So the World Silver Survey confirmed that photovoltaic, I think that's how you say it, photovoltaic, I'm not really sure, solar panel manufacturers have successfully executed an aggressive 19 to 23% year-over-year reduction in their silver consumption. So their input cost drastically going down as a result of a technological change. And you're seeing that sort of play in with the market kind of moving in that direction. But we've been talking a lot about how some of these solar names have been very, very strong year to date, whether you're thinking about putting data centers in space or alternative sources of energy. And it's interesting, Adara, because you didn't typically think that these solar stocks would have such a good move in a year where the Trump administration has basically done all but help the solar industry in obviously looking to, boost the fossil fuel industry a little bit more. So interesting kind of take there.
Well, I want to get back into the Trump administration here because that's actually what the catalyst was for these today when you have Enphase running to the upside. Reuters reporting the Trump administration is actually working on a ban on imports of foreign-made energy inverters, apparently an FCC rule targeting the equipment used to connect solar projects and batteries to the power grid. So that's what's happening here. Trump administration actually reportedly potentially working on this draft rule that could help some of these non-Chinese solar companies here. The proposal is driven by national concerns that, you guessed it, Chinese-made inverters could be used to disrupt electricity supplies. It's still under review. This is not finalized. It could be changed. It could be dropped entirely. But again, guys, that is the news here for the likes of Enphase, SolarEdge, et cetera, today. I know some people in our chat are looking at these solar plays. Do you guys have any looks at solar today?
Yeah, what's going on back over here with TAN? I mean, that's what I was looking at, the solar ETF. Sharif was mentioning how strong some of these solar names have been. And if we do like the, he's talking about from the start of the year, of course. So 50 bucks for TAN, start of the year, now up to 59. So you got 20% right there year to date on solar names. But the thing is, it's come from a top. So, if we like these stories and we think there's some, opportunity here in the space, this is probably a great opportunity to enter into the TAN ETF. Ooh. I mean, we talk about, trying to pick and choose different names. Always we hear First Solar, and you guys let me know in the chat if there's another name, that we should be looking at, maybe focusing on here more long-term. But First Solar is one of the best names as far as I know in the space. And I don't do a lot of work in, these names, but there it goes, right? Up to 320, like what a huge move there for FSLR. But similarly to Aero Environment, like we saw, huge move back in. Now finally starting to get some stories, and maybe we start to go back up to the upside for FSLR. And the reason why we think we like this one is oh, wow, thank you, Randy, another one. Yeah, yesterday they were a little right, but hopefully, these ones look much better there today. Thank you, Randy. What the hell?
These are big ones, man.
All right, go big or go home. Yeah, that's right. But there it is right here, back into the 200 period moving average. So for me, I like this name down here at these levels. The other name that I actually held I've held Enphase before in my account, and I don't remember exactly when or why, but this one's blasting today. Up that 10%, starting to get going there, and they all have that sort of peak to trough feel about it. So maybe it's Enphase that didn't even get down to the 200 period moving average, that now is starting to go a little bit higher rate here, and maybe something to look at for, ENPH. Even when we were driving home, and this is, not what we're, the reason why these markets are moving today, but, solar is such a natural energy source that I'm wondering if there's at some point they can convert. Like we were saying, what if Tesla or some of these EVs, I know Fisker tried with a solar roof.
I remember watching a bit when Elon Musk was talking about that. It's a little bit more difficult, obviously, than how we would think.
Do you own any solar names?
No, I don't, man. I wouldn't even, honestly, to be honest with you, I wouldn't even bat an eye at some of these. I know you're talking about Enphase here today, up 11%. I can definitely take a look at that. But then you have the Ricky Tan ETF For those who know, no, but the TAN ETF and then First Solar, those are the only ones on my watch list, to be honest with you. But then Sharif's Joby Aviation over here is looking pretty good bright and early this morning as well. Darrow was talking about the news on this one, so hey, maybe we'll keep an eye out on Enphase and some of these cheaper names and get some form of a continuation in Joby, or it could be a potential fade here on the day. So, I mean, there's going to be plenty of opportunities. You can see this one up here. SMR down to $10. Man, oh man, like, what a fall from grace New Scale Power had. And I know a guy from work, that's his username. I always have to say that, down 82%, which is a really tough look. And this name just can't find a bottom right now.
Oh, New Scale.
Yeah, New Scale Power, SMR, yeah, down 80% plus off of the high. So it makes things a lot more difficult as a shareholder if you've been involved with this and you're buying it up all the way up here and say like even the 20s or 30s, it's going to take a little bit for this to get rolling again. But again, well, we'll keep our eyes on multiple things throughout the day. Silver up 1% here today. I think this might be a little bit oversold. We're back to December of 2025 levels. So, I mean, what an absolute cool down and a meltdown here in silver, down 52%. Same thing here with gold, Katina, man. Man, what a fall.
So down 52% from when?
From the high, from the peaks, yeah. And then you got 30% off of the highs there in gold. So, I mean, listen, blood in the streets. Could this be a good opportunity to start buying a little bit of this stuff? And then we have NVDA with the inability to crack this $200 marker, popping up to 198 bright and early this morning, and then just kind of a mixed bag between some of the other Mag 7. I know you're talking about this one, Mags here. It's still down 10% right off of the highs. And need I talk about Netflix at this point, because this is a name that just continuously gets beaten to a pulp.
Yeah, just don't talk about it.
Yeah, well, we're there, man. We're going to pour some salt in the wound, down 45%. Off of that.
That's what I was saying about how these markets are at these levels, but then there's so many key names that continue to push a little lower. So
yeah, exactly. Like, and it's even like Meta. Like, look at Meta down. It's still around 30% off its highs. I just
probably own too much Meta anyway.
Same, man. 30%.
How much? 30-something percent?
Yeah, 30%.
Yeah, not great. But yeah, I think this is an interesting spot, honestly. I know we don't love solar or anything like that, but with the Chinese now, these potential bans. I mean, President Trump drafting up these bills. Photovoltaic. I don't know, something voltaic. Someone had an interesting point there in the chat. They said that, hey, maybe the paint eventually will be able to draw from the sun, right? So that should be interesting there. And then Trade Green Candles says, and it's a good point. We've had solar for decades, and it's still mostly useless. I mean, I don't know enough about that, but yeah, it seems like we haven't done enough with it yet. But this is good. Good ETF here, and I think an ETF is an easy way to diversify if we do worry that, hey, maybe this market is a little overheated. Pardon the pun when we're talking about TAN and solar, but I think we can get a nice move higher here in solar. And so, yeah, I mean, with it being talked about now on a presidential level, I like it, and I think we'll have to see what happens today. You don't often get an ETF up 2.9%, so it could be pretty good. I think there is going to be use cases for solar, and it's probably, even though it's been around for a minute, feel like there is still a lot of solar-powered equipment out there, even if it's just light, low power density, like light fixtures or things like that, and even this calculator probably from the 1980s, solar-powered as well. All right, it's Joe over there at the big screen. He's got to talk about some options. Let's go find out exactly what some of those names are on today's watch.
All right, guys, welcome and good morning. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with Comcast here, guys, bright and early. A name that had a lot of open interest and a name that we don't typically talk about via options. But here we go. We're going to be looking at this $25 strike price, guys. Now, as for the bid and the ask, $2 spread, very liquid, something that we don't often see within this specific name, but it happened to make the most volume list. Now, this is going to be expiring July 17th, but what I really want us to focus on is the open interest at this $25 strike price, which we started to come in a little bit off of. 107,000 contracts still open at that level, and then volume 65,000 open and closed on Friday session. So let's keep an eye out on $25 and any form of rejection around those areas. If you happen to climb towards that level. Now, as for the Delta, guys, sitting at $32, pretty expensive, right? So I mean, for every $1 move, this is at the time was close to an at the money in the money contract. Now, as for your gamma exposure, $17 as well too. So that's half of your Delta. For every $1 move in your Delta, you're going to see that contract change from $32 all the way up to $49. That's pretty drastic. Now, as for your at the money IV, sitting around 39%. Now let's actually take a look at this contract here, guys. So right out of the open, 278% appreciation within this specific name. And that's the beauty of some of these contracts. If you just happen to buy some, you have your order, your market on open order, and then you get those fills, that's when you're going to really see, especially if you have a strong opening drive, that's where you're going to be able to gain, to capture that maximum gain in the specific contract. But also, just due to the fact that this one's expiring in a couple of weeks, don't forget, theta is going to kick in, right? It is a little bit near dated, but you also lose the value of the contract pretty quick. We go from $29 all the way up to $1.10 and then proceed to lose the majority of it from that point, around 60 or 54%, okay? Moving forward, let's take a look at SpaceX. Sean trading this one yesterday, guys. A nice move in it, $165 strike price. We're going to be looking at that specific level. Now, as for the open interest sitting around 6,200 there, and volume 25,800 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. This was closer to at the money, so this is why I want to keep an eye out on this level, and it's going to be expiring on July 2nd. Now, as for the bid and the ask, $10 spread, guys, that's not bad whatsoever. And for a name that is new to the market, I heard a couple of analysts just speaking the fact that we don't see this type of volume in IPOs in the derivatives world. It was top 3 the first week, which is something that I personally never seen as well. So Delta sitting around that $49 metric, your gamma exposure, relatively cool. But you're at the money IV, you're going to see an uptick in implied volatility to the tune of 89.6%. Now, as for the contract itself, guys, if you were to have purchased this contract right out of the gate at the open, you're going to see 152% return on that name. But again, you have to have your market on open orders, otherwise you may miss the opportunity. Even though this specific name did sell off a little bit, held the $2 marker and the $1.50 marker on the contract itself, and then really started to move. So let's keep an eye out on some of these levels, guys. We'll send it back to Sean.
Yeah, definitely liking some of that call on SpaceX there. I think that once you get stock that's trying to move like that, and interesting to hear that goes right into the top 3 there over the coverage of those options in that first week of trading. And it's been an absolute amazing trade for SpaceX for myself, and we'll see if we can do it again here today. And we're lowering our risk a little bit and waiting for some bigger moves, so we'll see if that happens. And I think Joe's advice there about marketing into the option maybe right off the open, something to consider. I never would consider hitting a market key for options, but maybe a good idea. The NASDAQ right here is kind of tumbling so far this AM. I mean, it's started off really nice. We came in and it was up quite nicely there, and then since we sort of turned on the lights, it's been a nice downside play. So not sure exactly what's going on, but I was looking at Bitcoin. That's down 3%, looking to get lower right here, right now, and we will talk about some crypto. We saw MicroStrategy yesterday with sort of restructuring some of their capital plans. That's sent that name going to the high side, but there's no stopping Bitcoin. We just talked about the kind of quarter that the NASDAQ has had. Yeah, kind of oppo taco here for Bitcoin. I mean, it's been a real bad run for them. I mean, they were nicely cooking back in May. Now you're down, trying to break lower. I just wrote down off the list that we'll be looking at something like a $60,000 sort of, if we can get back up there. I wrote down 33.75 on the note today just to see if there was a chance that comes into play again. This is basically this kind of an area where we blasted off from there yesterday, 33.75 and change. If we can get back up and just sort of drift back higher. Look, man, there's moves, right? If we get a move like this right off the open and Bitcoin all of a sudden retraces back, wow, we just took another leg lower there in BTC. So yeah, it looks like it's trying to get lower there. It just took down 58.7. Is that the actual, what is the actual low here? Hold on a second. I'm always looking at the dollar here. So this is the DXY on my trading view chart. And that's trying to get a little stronger right now, the dollar on a 1-minute chart. So we watch out for that. A strong dollar generally means that we get the NASDAQ going the other way. So that's reason why, part of the reason why. We have the Japan carry trade. Well, hopefully we could talk about that at some point as well. But since we're on Bitcoin, let's have a quick little look here. This is the Bitcoin. Wow, yeah, okay. So falling off a cliff right now as we get a little nervous. If we go over to a 1-day chart, I think this is probably the problem, Joe, is that if we sort of zoom back out here.
Oh man, it's disastrous. Look at that.
You're starting to lose, right? I mean, and now I feel like once we do, and we're losing it right now, 58, if we can lose that, just as a key level. You know, we bounced off 58. What day was this? June, actually this is just June the 5th or so, down there, 58, 59, we held. So now we're trying to test a little bit lower, but as we zoom out, we always talk about nothing wrong with taking a little bit of a zoom out here. Yeah, man, I thought we were gonna hold up around here, man.
You thought you were gonna hold that?
Not that I thought we were gonna hold it, but that would have been a reasonable spot.
This is like a double head and shoulders pattern. Right?
It's not looking great, and you're trying to fall back in here. The problem is where to look after that. And you have some low wicks here in the 55 area. I mean, does that wind up?
Where is like that?
I think it's pretty.
It's like free falling over there.
Pretty, yeah. Because what's the reason anymore? That's 30,000 down there. And even if it gets down there, do you really want to buy it? I mean, we could get to 30 pretty quickly. You lose $3,000 or $4,000 today.
Yeah.
You know, then you're back into here. Then it whoopsies itself again. Next thing you know, in the next couple months, maybe you are down here into 30,000, and then you're wondering if 20,000 holds, and then. You know, bye Bitcoin. Those tulips have become less valuable.
You think it's the tulip scenario?
Well, what else is it? Explain to me a reason why we should be holding Bitcoin.
Currently, right now, there is no reason to be.
Sounds like a tulip trade.
You don't need. There's no yield. There's nothing along.
You gonna finally put this in your ear or what?
No.
No, cool. Yeah, no, I was.
Well, it's the opposite side, dude. It's opposite side, so it doesn't work, and I can't log into Unity.
You can't put it in your righty. Oh, because you don't have a righty.
Yeah. So
doesn't it come in a pair? Or don't we have?
Oh man. And then also the Unity. I can't. The Unity.
It's not logged in.
Plug in here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know. I could tell.
But no, I still own some Bitcoin. I'm not trying to say that.
Yeah, of course. So do I, man.
Useless. It's just I feel like as a store of value, it hasn't really been following its plan of action here, right? It used to trade sort of with the NASDAQ a little bit, and it's just it's not happening. But at the same time, you know, like you already mentioned gold, you know, and I didn't even realize, and of course we realize it because we've been talking about it, and we sit here and look at these things all the time. Well, how come that didn't change? You know, the fact that you mentioned, I didn't realize it was down 30%.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah, that's 500. The thing is, it kind of went a little parabolic here, obviously, when we were starting to go up. Like, you went from 420 right there in January 20th up to basically 520 in 8 days. So you gained 25% in 8 days. You know, so the fact that we're down 30 now, still nasty, but yeah, the break there. Now you get, I don't really believe in this kind of stuff, but there's the golden cross from the 200 to the 50 period. Right now making that move lower. That's never been seen as a good sign either. So yeah, and I think if you're gonna go store value, obviously gold would be something to look at there. But as we start talking about some of the currencies unwinding, we look at the yen. The yen's at the lowest level since 1985. I read yesterday, and I don't have any yen. Oh, you know, we can probably
look at the crypto space here, though, man.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
no, it's nasty.
It's nasty. Bitcoin down 2.6%. You have MSTR down 5% here, so giving up the majority of that run on yesterday's session. Ethereum down 3.6%. BMNR down another 3%. Coinbase down 3.25%. Robin down 1 1/3. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough. What I do like here, though, is I feel like we've kind of got that decoupling from Robinhood and the cryptocurrencies, which I think is rightfully so. I know the transactions were hurt just due to the fact of what's going on with Bitcoin, but there's so much more going on for this company right now. We talk about the PDT rule being lifted and how we had that couple of days surging where every other small cap gapper was halting, it felt like, at some point. So, and I mean, they're talking about tokenization of a bunch of things, and I know that's related to the Ethereums and the Solanas of the world, but the way this is performing is absolutely fantastic. Now, CrowdStrike and PanW, I think Sharif might be able to touch in a little bit more on this, but news about China really stepping up their cybersecurity game yesterday might have added a little bit of a tailwind towards some of these CrowdStrikes, PanWs, and the Zscalers of the world. So yeah, not too bad of a look. They've been on a pretty big run, and we talked about them being down 40% at one point. and then almost going parabolic to the tune where you're turning positive. So the cybersecurity names, I believe, are going to remain strong. So yeah, let's send it back to the desk and see what they're up to.
Yeah, I'll go over the yen carry trade because I know Sean mentioned this. A couple people in the chat also mentioning this. Let's get into it a little bit. So here's the yen to the US dollar. This is on the daily chart. As of yesterday, I was seeing we actually hit currently 40-year lows on the yen to the USD. So basically the carry trade in essence is what happens when you've got this investment strategy. Traders are borrowing money in Japan because interest rates in Japan historically have been near zero. Then they'll use those funds to buy higher yielding assets, including USD. Now, we know there was that famous unwind on August 5th of 2024, which also had a crash in the market. We jokingly or colloquially, third try, refer to it as the Black Monday. But yeah, either way, that's kind of a little bit of a brief look at the carry trade. Now, I was seeing as of a couple weeks ago, yen short bets hitting a 9-year high. But again, that's of 2 weeks ago. So a little bit of an update here on this. We're going to talk some Amazon. But first, Sharif, I want to talk about this JEM. Because this is a small cap. We know Joe mentioned it. Sean and I were mentioning it off camera and on. JEM, I couldn't find much float info here, but they announced a new director. How do you feel about this stock?
You know what? Right now, it does look good, Adara. It's holding yesterday's structure, so that $3 area, that is the pre-market. Wow, actually not even pre-market. That was the official high yesterday. So you took that high out this morning into 350. The good news is you cleared that, you got into 4, and now you're holding 3 here, pardon me, as support. So as long as this one maintains sort of its price above the volume weighted average price, we're going to keep it on watch. However, I'm not very pleased right now with these lower highs. A breach of 4, lower high into 375, lower high into 3 2/3, and now failing 3.5. But hey, it's up 206%, so you better believe it's going to be on watch.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one there. Again, Hong Kong name, I could not find any float or market cap info. Now, one name we obviously know a lot of market cap info, general info about here is Amazon. AMZN saw B of A weighing in this one, but they also have some antitrust news out of Australia.
Yeah, this time it's the Australian regulator, the Australian Competition and Consumers Commission, the ACCC. They're not very happy here, and they've launched a lawsuit against Amazon as well as Amazon's parent company, Amazon US, in federal court. And what they're targeting is the unilateral introduction of Prime Video advertisements to over 850,000 of their citizens. Now, this is something that Amazon's already done in North America. Anybody with an Amazon Video Prime account knows you're watching ads unless you're paying a little bit more. And that's exactly what they want here. They want another $2.99 a month on top of the tariff that they're already paying to get ad-free service. But here's the deal. Australia introduced this new unfair contract terms legislation in late 23, and this would be the first test of that new legislation against a major company like this. And this is exactly what they wanted. They wanted to set it up in this way. Now, this new legislation possibly can levy a fine of up to 30% of the adjusted corporate turnover during the brief period, or 50 million Australian dollars. But legal desks here are saying that Amazon does have a good legal defense. So let's cover it. Basically, they're saying at the time of the rollout, the regulator's official compliance guidelines stated that a fair contract simply required giving users advanced notice of a unilateral change and the right to terminate the contract. Amazon is likely going to argue its behavior matched those federal guidelines as customers were made aware of the increase in price and also, of course, have the right to cancel the membership if they don't want to pay that $2.99 or continue to stay with the ad tier there. So let's see how this regulator tie up here with Amazon.
Yeah, interesting look there for AMZN. I also want to mention this one that's rallying a little bit here. Saw someone in the chat mention it. Savor one, SVRE, you've got a 2.5 million share float entering the military UAV market by signing a term sheet agreement to acquire 33%, so a third here, of this Griffin Aircraft Industries, SVRE and Watch. But I mean, how do you guys feel about the Amazon and the likes of those, or maybe even some of these small cap plays here?
Hey, 850,000 local streaming customers in Amazon. Did you see that Amazon Prime members are going to get 50 cents off a gallon as well, too? Through
they are?
Yeah, through July.
With what? In the States, I guess. Yeah, with what?
Yeah, in the States. So from the second to the fourth. Yeah, it's a great question. Maybe we can figure that out right now. So I think that's interesting, right? I mean, we talk about digital tax here. You see some of the hyperscalers going through that. So some new regulatory issues that Amazon is falling into, but I don't think it's going to be a massive needle mover, to be honest with you. So as for your gas thing here, Katina, man, let's see. It's based in Seattle, maybe here. Prime members can save 50 cents per gallon on fuel during the 4th of July weekend, plus savings on barbecue grocery items like grilling meats under $10, summer produce under $4, and party-sized snacks at $2. Oh, okay, so these guys are on fire here. It sounds like a good time to be an Amazon Prime member. So not too bad of a look there, but as for what they got going on here today, not overly liquid, Sean, as it typically isn't in the morning. But this is another name where you're down double digits off of the all-time high when you go and you go on a nice big run, but you're down 16%. So you're knocking on the door of potentially heading into that 20% down. And I know a lot of people talking about bear market territory at that point. I think if there's any of these names that we're going to be grabbing, Google and Amazon are definitely at the higher end of my list.
I just want to talk about, so we did have, we talked about the Japan carry trade and the yen here. Like, these are the levels that you talk about. And the problem is that the yen has always been, Japan keeps rates at zero, right? And so what winds up happening is you borrow against that. So you buy the yen at $0, you put in the US dollar that has some sort of an appreciation value to it, and you get a return, right? And what winds up happening is once you get the BOJ starting to increase rates, issues starting to happen a little bit there with their with their dollar against the US. And this is the USD Japanese yen rate now. This is from 1986 right here, and it looks like we're trying to break through. So what winds up happening is now we've got to start to cover that trade that we have on where we need to buy back the yen because it's trying to break out now. And all of a sudden, that 2 or 3 or 4% that you're trying to carry from one currency to the other now starts to blow up, and everybody starts to panic, and then that creates a massive sell-off in global assets. And I actually just put this out here. I was able to get a sort of a little bit of an explanation here on what's been happening in the yen carry trade. So this is what it is. The yen strengthens, BOJ raises rates, borrowing the yen becomes more expensive, right? Because the rates are getting higher. You can't borrow at 0%. Investors panic, must pay back their yen. To do that, they're selling stocks, cryptos, bonds. I mean, you can add it into here, gold, silver, whatever. Then you have to buy the yen to pay off your owing, right? Because you've borrowed against the yen. Then that strengthens more. And then the next thing you know, we did have, when I remember there was a panic in that space not too recently ago. It was back in, it was right into here. It was July of 24 because I was in London.
August 5th.
August 5th, exactly, yeah. So I was in London during that time. I was just looking at the chart here. So yeah, we did have a nice little panic of the same kind of a move that had happened, and then we settled back down, and now we're trying to get back through one more time here. So you can go check it out. I can put that, I'll just put my handle in the chat. You guys can go have a quick look in that. But yeah, the Japanese, I don't know what the Nikkei, N-I-K, how do you spell Nikkei? N-I-K, Japanese 225 daily. That might be okay. Yeah. The 1 month here, the Japanese Nikkei, is that right?
Yep.
All the way to the top side right there. So this is a 1 month. We've got to go over to a daily chart to see. Yeah, so it's not, there you go, a little bit less pronounced there. That was over all time. So that's why it looked like that. But here we go, a little bit of a move here on the Nikkei. So we have to have a quick little look and see what's going on in Japan. But that's a little bit of a carry trade explained, just a little bit there. You can go and have a quick little look at that. Obviously, there's much more in-depth talk with it. But we talked about Amazon yesterday. And I think it's interesting. Obviously, Australia, you talked about like sort of the anti-competition there and maybe its first challenge to unfair contracts. I don't, Amazon is a bully when it comes to retail, of course. It reminds me a little bit of Costco. They have the distribution, they have all of the buying power, and they're using your money to do that, right? I mean, they have all these customers. You just mentioned 850,000 streaming customers or something, so absolutely ridiculous. Nice bounce yesterday off the 200-period moving average. Look, I like Amazon down here at 234, 235. It's one of the better, I think, Mag 7s that have a little bit of a moat around them. AWS is still so strong. So I like AWS. I like the retail side of things. And then also, it's not just Starlink. Like, Amazon has satellites up there. They're trying to do something similar with internet. And I just forget the names of what they're all.
I think.
Is it EchoStar? I don't know. EchoStar, isn't that a satellite dish? Maybe. Anyways, this is what we're trying to do here with Amazon is try to understand what the businesses are. Zoox as well.
Yeah.
Plus they have, which is a EV cars, robo taxis. They also have the largest stake in Anthropic. So as Anthropic comes out of any public company, so as Anthropic, it's them. I believe they're still ahead of Google. Google dumped a little bit of money in a couple months ago, but Amazon still has, I feel like, a lot of runway back to the upside. So I do like all of that to get back into the account. But like I said, the Mag 7 ETF I think is a good one. And we'll see what happens with that as we continue to go on. But yeah, I hope that explains a little bit more about the Japan carry trade. And I just put that out. You can go have a quick little look at that. And we'll see if it does create some uncertainty. And that would explain a little bit as why Bitcoin is also going to the downside. Selling some more speculative assets to cover some of your potential loans that you have outstanding that are not going in your favor. Yesterday we had a big move in Tesla. I mean,
Tesla was up 8% at its high.
There's a lot of big moves. Did it get to that 420 marker? Or is that where it stopped? Didn't quite get that high yesterday. That was the marker, I think, on the 200 period moving average or something there for Tesla was up at 420. That was just a breakout area. That weird. Yeah, 420, 200 period. Yeah. So, wow, sometimes you just remember some of those levels, but right into there. So we're looking to see if we can break back above 420, down 1.49% right there. Nasdaq trying to battle. It's been a little bit of a slope here early on, and we're just going to turn up the news here as we get closer and closer to open. Market trying to bounce a little bit off some of those lows. What a surprise, man, Joe. 30,000 almost on the knot there. Yeah. Back to the upside now, up 50 points from there. So should be a good one, and we'll just continue to run it. Yesterday, Rocket Labs had a good day, buying some assets from IRDM yesterday. That was an interesting play as well. And then that started to spark up a little bit of SpaceX, which was downside early. We hit the short. Then we got the long on that 160 break. And I actually have, we're probably going to talk about SpaceX, but I have it as written down as no surprise here. The number one stock. The number one stock on this again will be SpaceX. And I just want to see if it comes back into 160 again. That's it. We'll take the long if it comes back to 160. If it doesn't hold it, we may flip it into the short.
Yeah, SpaceX with the mobile device.
Yeah, you mentioned that to me yesterday. I actually missed that story yesterday, that they're trying to do that. So, yeah, man, well, the dollar's showing its strength every single day. And it seems like with USO I thought USO was up a little bit today. Wasn't it 107 and change? Yeah. There goes oil. Now it's coming back, but we were up decently there on USO. So we had a question yesterday. I thought maybe oil is due for a little bit of a pull back into some of these levels up here. I don't think 130, but maybe back into this 120 area. It's 107 now. Been a pretty dramatic move down, and we'll see if we can get a little bit of stability back there as we look to fill back those strategic oil reserves and see if we can get some, supply and demand equation back in line to create a little bit of a bump there for USO. I saw gas today was 149.9 at my place. There at one of the local SOs that always seems to be pretty cheaper.
Okay.
That's the one thing about gas. You guys all know that. It's funny how sometimes the gas station, like on the very other side of the street, can be a few cents higher or lower.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. For me, do you have loyalty there?
To SO?
No, to anywhere. Like for gas.
I prefer SO because I find it's more efficient in my vehicle.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Right. If you found out things like that, because for me, I never looked dug deep into it.
Always.
I kind of just go.
I don't know. I just kind of gauge it. It's not like there's any mathematical calculation to it. For me, I'd check out Petro, obviously, Petro Canada.
Yeah, the bigger names rather than
Shell,
the wholesale.
Yeah, exactly. And then I just always go into SO because I'm like, all right, this stuff lasts the longest.
Marissa always tries to gas up. I tell her never waste your time in Costco lines because it depends on how long.
Isn't that SO gas or Shell gas or something?
I don't know what they use. No, I feel like the gas is fine at Costco, but sometimes the lineup you could be a couple minutes.
Which is
a couple minutes would be fine, but if it was more than 10 minutes or so,
I know.
You got to value.
If there's 4 or 5 cars in front of you, I don't know if I'm going to be.
The thing about Costco is they have those extra long hoses that go all the way around, so you don't have to go on the right side.
On the right side,
you can go on whatever one you want there, and it's anyways.
Someone thought good.
Maybe 20 pumps or something at the local.
Someone says there's weak gas over there in Costco. I'm not a Costco.
Gas?
Yeah, I've only been in a Costco a couple of times in my life.
I think a lot of it is wholesaled too, right?
Yeah.
Sort of whatever's kind of left.
The lower.
That's right there. But I don't know. I don't know enough about the gas market to know if Costco has weak gas.
Yeah, you're in the Tesla market now,
or not. Yeah, my car's charging right now.
Yeah.
Down there. That's the thing about these LFP batteries. They actually like the full charge. Some of them they say. The newer ones, you only want to go to 80%. Yeah, but mine is still a 100% one there, and it's I don't know. That's
you get to charge it for free here too, man.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy. So you didn't even have it. That's such a massive expense elimination.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a direct compliment to you.
Well, but that's why we got it.
But yeah, okay, yeah, it makes sense.
Literally why.
Like,
I mean,
think about
the minute we saw, I mean, I don't know why Randy drives 200 kilometers every day.
Yeah. It doesn't have an EV. It doesn't make sense. Dude, there's a guy on my hockey team.
It's not, yeah, go ahead.
So there's a guy on my hockey team. He's like, yeah, I spent $13 this month charging my Tesla.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I don't drive that much, but I'm still like $200 a month to fill up my vehicle.
It's not
more.
So like we went all the way to Vermont, and I was actually going to do this math.
Yeah.
I thought if I took the Atlas, it would cost about $200 because I think it was.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think it was about 700 kilometers. I'll have to re-look at it to see, and so that would be about a tank and just a little bit more than a tank.
Yeah.
You know, because I think it's like 65 liters. So that would cost about $90, $100 for.
How much did the supercharger cost you?
That's what I was going to add up. I think we're under like $60 to $70 total trip in charging.
Okay, so you cut it in half pretty much.
Yeah, but I was saying, there'll be 180. So I think it would have been 180 plus driving a little bit around Vermont. So I think we would have been at least $200 in gas, and I charged about.
So 70% reduction almost.
Yeah, so it's not like it's the cheapest ever to use the superchargers, and then you got to wait also like that 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
But we were stopping anyways. You grab a coffee, you do this, you do that, you stretch your legs.
Stretch your legs,
Go for like a little 5-minute, walk around. Do about 100 push-ups, get back into the car.
Couple leg raises.
Yeah, that probably didn't happen. We also have a look at the new Rivian should be
you were telling me
as well. There's a lot of good EV spots there. The thing is with the supercharger network expanding so rapidly now,
you need the
there's over 80,000. Yeah, you need
the infrastructure.
So driving along the 401, major highways, they're pretty prevalent.
But for me, it's like, what do you do when you go north? Like, I know you're familiar with Ontario. What do you do when you go north of like highway? Like once you hit 11, you know what I mean? Once 400 turns into 11.
Yeah, I we take 11 all the time. My wife's from North Bay. So.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah. So getting up there is fine. I've never taken the Tesla up there because, quite frankly, we go with our family, and there's, I need that.
Need the more space.
We need the space, but I think it'll be fine. The thing about Tesla is, the map won't let you drive. Like if you plug in your address, it tells you where to get off to charge. So it'll say you cannot make it to North Bay unless you stop in Huntsville.
At this place,
Yeah, so it tells you the supercharger's in Huntsville.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's good. That's good. Great technology.
This is what I said yesterday about this. Thank you, David, for this. Someone was like, "Oh, we need to see Adara trading." And I was like, "No, we do not." And not because she's not a great trader, because of this exact fact here. She's so fast at hitting the news and the analysis that this is one of and he loves the green there. So Dave loves the green. He loves everything that Adara's been doing, and so do we. And we always talk about that.
Someone catching a
thank you so much for the super chat.
To say thank you to Adara.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Adara, for that one. And I'm trying to get. my Stream Deck isn't up. We have that thank you, Adara button.
Thank you, Adara.
Thank you, David, for the nice words. And yeah, I mean, we understand that value over there for sure.
For sure.
You want to look at Gap?
Yeah, we could take a look at Gap. Yeah, I was going to talk some upgrades.
I just been talking
here,
about it.
But
you can do whatever you want.
We could do whatever. Hey, man, it's our world. Gap. I don't know how I feel about it, man. You guys know where
gapping, is it?
It's definitely, well, maybe to the downside, if anything here. You guys know how I feel about these retail names, guys, to be honest with you. It's just not something that I would put my money to work. Like, I don't even know what's going on right here. This is absolutely disastrous, if you ask me. And I mean, I'm just giving it to you straight, to be honest with you. I don't want to mislead you in any form of a way, because I just don't think this is a space where I think it's logical to deploy a good amount of cash. If you want it to have as a small couple of percentage points, then by all means. But do you want to own, and I talked about this yesterday, where to the tune of like, hey, if you have the most popular brand struggling all the time, do you really want to own it? Like, so, I mean, here it is. When was the last time it peaked? 2014. So you're over a decade. It's still down 26%. Now, I mean, from a capital appreciation standpoint, it's not there. But if you're looking to collect an 18-cent dividend on an $18 name, then by all means, buy as many.
4%.
Yeah, which is not bad.
No.
Right? 4% isn't bad.
You said it was down how much in a decade?
75%. Like,
yeah, so
I mean, it's not like it's, again, we can head over to, it was like UBRN was or URBM.
Urban Outfitters.
Urban Outfitters was one of the better performing, like, out of these retail names. So what does that say? Like this one's at the all-time, like. But again, man, I just don't like it. I think there's other places where you can deploy your
3% dividend
cash.
in Target, and Target's chart is going the other way.
Yeah, exactly. This isn't horrible, right? Like Urban Outfitters is maybe onto something, but you really have to scroll through some of these names and find where the strength is, because if you buy the Nikes, you buy the Lululemons, you buy the Gaps, you're just sitting on dead money for quite some time, and I think you can put it a lot better places. Even though you may experience a little bit more risk, I think it's worth it at the end of the day to just maybe avoid that's just me, not financial advice. I don't want to own any clothing brand, because think about it, when people run out of disposable income, what are the first things that they're going to cut? Like, do you need that new t-shirt? Do you need those new pair of shoes? Do you need those new pants? I don't know. I think that's a question a lot of people have asked us, but when we always talk about consistently a weakening consumer and the higher end consumer just holding on and really driving the market, will the lower end consumers be shopping at I wouldn't say Lululemons, but the Nikes? And if the Lululemon is a middle class and for the middle class individual, or whatever you would like to call it, then by all means, this is not a space that I like whatsoever. I know I've repeated that countless times, but I just don't like it.
Yeah, that's look, Gap. The retail spot is interesting. You know, XRT, a retail ETF that you guys can definitely take a look at. And we talked about how well Target's been performing, in Walmart on the pullback as well. So thank you so much. And there it is. Colin the Only there does second the Adara vibes. And yeah, I mean that's all part of it. Yeah, there you go, Adara. So yeah, thank you for everybody for all the love that continues to happen here. We're going to be missing Sharif, so it'll be, I believe, Brendan maybe on the desk as Adara, as Sharif will be gone, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's the one and the only coming through at some point as well. We have and the reason why we drop all those names, we have a bunch of great people working here, and we're very proud of what we've been able to develop here at Trader TV Live. So thank you so much, everybody continuing to watch. Let's go back over to the aforementioned Adara and Sharif, or no, we will not. Joe, quickly, going from my right to over my shoulder now, and we're going to go upgrades and downgrades at the big desk with Joe.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. The banks catching hands, Sharif, as a lot of downgrades here by Oppenheimer. I mean, we can kick things off with Citigroup, guys, going from an outperform to a market perform here. Now, once again, you're down 0.5%, all of them in the red. Bank of America going from outperform to market perform as well, too, here by Oppenheimer. Same analyst giving the same downgrade almost here. Perform to underperform at Morgan Stanley. And Goldman Sachs, we like to call it, perform to underperform, you're down 0.4%. Those are your downgrades, but once again, the bank's starting to report in a couple of weeks, guys, so keeping a lookout for them, stating that some of the valuations are not justifiable. Now, as for some of the upgrades, we were looking at Comcast via options route. Rosenblatt giving them the nod, guys, going from a neutral to a buy with a 2.3% gain bright and early this morning. A $31 price target. That's up from $24. Now, Fox here, guys, for all our motocross individuals, you're down 1.16%, going from an underperform to a neutral weight with a $24 price target. That's up from $20 of B of A. And then we have Watts Water. I know you like the water plays here, Sean. You're up 1 1/3 this morning, equal weight to an overweight, and a $414 price target. That's up from $317. And then we have Fortune Brands up 2.4% bright and early. Hold to a buy is the upgrade, and a $70 price target. That's up from $45 by Truist. Let's send it back to the desk.
Yeah, no, water. I like water. We talked about PHO was a good little look at. Actually, we didn't even have that one. I was going to look at Comcast, actually. So, yeah, PHO is a good water ETF. I like that one. Watts, WTS, again, near the highs. I mean, I think here, let's talk about that. Before I do that, though, this was Comcast. I actually think that, we talked about, you just mentioned Gap there and some of the names that have been beat up in the past. The Comcast is just another one of those names. We saw what's been happening with the space in general, right? Paramount, Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers was like a $30 name that dropped down to $8 and then got the bids back up to where it is today. But Comcast, again, unveiling some of their plans to spin off. That was a big story in the last couple of days. you know, right back up to these levels, looking to break through 25.50. I think once it does, then you do get some nice upside movement and a potential up to 28 bucks. So I think Comcast with some good feels now on back-to-back days. Another 3% today. CMCSA, a good one there. Here's Watts Water. I mean, it's again another upgrade. Looks pretty smooth to me. There it is, up to 375. Hit down a little bit, 360. What a good move there. As you know, Waters needs to be. We talked about it. You guys. I think it was some of you in, was it Atlanta or somewhere, was mentioning that some of the data centers that have been built there have created a little bit of lower, maybe it wasn't Atlanta, but lower water pressure in the area. And there's been a little bit of a lack of water being able to be contained in some of these areas where there's been some big construction and, you know, data center usages because of the cooling systems and whatnot. So I really like water, and it's a matter of getting into it. And I think it's about time to pull the trigger on some of these before they really start to take off. So WTS, maybe a name to look at as you do some research into water. And this was faux. This is just, it's not the soup or anything like that. This is an Invesco exchange traded water fund. So, you know, trying to figure out which names are in these and, you know, what it means and what is the best water ETF. And maybe you guys can let me know in the chat if I'm thinking that water is going to be, you know, a stock like Nestle or something like that, more on the consumer side. But if we're going to talk about, you know, hydro and power and all that, what is a good name to talk about? WTS looks like it's been performing quite well and might be one to stick with. So maybe put in the chat some different names and we can discuss those together, because I am looking to invest into the space. And hey, man, maybe if we get into it, we'll talk about it more, which is good for all of us. So, all right, it's 8:57. Let's go back to the desk and see what they're up to.
Yeah, well, I guess get the rundown started in a bit. Before we do that, I apologize, Sean, for being not on the rundown, but I did want to talk Tesla. So we'll mention SpaceX while we're here before we get into that rundown. TSLA and SpaceX, I joked a little bit yesterday on the show and also on X at TTV Research. It was like a late birthday gift for Elon. His birthday was on Sunday. Tesla closes 8% higher. SpaceX closes 7% higher yesterday. But TSLA, quite the run. We do have deliveries in focus coming up too, Sharif.
We do, Adira. The market is expecting 406,024 vehicles for this quarter. You know, it's being framed as a demand recovery story driven by sequential bounces in both China and Europe. But we also have to look at the full year picture to get to the full picture. The compiled full year 2026 consensus has been quietly slashed by about 35,000 cars. So now they're expecting for full year 1.654 million total cars. That's barely a 1.1% increase year over year. Let's talk about their international markets, right? Because that's single-handedly keeping things afloat because the domestic market's not doing that well. So international numbers, positive catalyst, there's no question about it. But Cox automotive data reveals Tesla's domestic Q2 U.S. sales are on track for a 20% year-over-year decline, shrinking their U.S. market down about 2.9%. A lot of that is being blamed, of course, on the cancellation of the $7,500 EV tax credit. But let's also talk about in Q1 of this year, Tesla built 408,386 cars. Well, how many did they sell? 358,023 cars. That's a backlog of over 50,000 cars. So I'm going to be looking specifically at this quarter's deliveries to see how many they produced versus how many they delivered, because that's going to be a big thing as well. And last but not least, the Model S, the Model X, Cybertruck, and the semis, all those combined are dropping down now to 12,978. That's down almost 20% year over year now. Two of those models are canceled. We know the Cybertruck's not selling well, and then the semi is just getting going. So a little bit of caveat there, Dara, but let's see how they come out.
Yeah, lots to consider here. We're going to look at futures in just a minute. In the meantime, though, I want to let you guys know some news coming out of the Middle East. I-24 reporting that Israel is preparing for possible immediate resumption of military operations against Iran. Every time we think we have some semblance of a ceasefire here, it looks like things unfortunately heat right back up. But we're going to heat things up here with our rundown, starting with a look at the futures.
We took 740 again yesterday, guys. 741.
Oh, you're muted.
We took 740 again yesterday, guys. So 741 on the dot is where we closed out. The overnight high rejecting that 742.5. We're holding 741 right now. We are literally flat right now on the SPY. So here's the deal. We're going to look for 740 as our first area of support. If that fails, we're going to look to 735. If we start catching a bid, we're looking at that 745 area as resistance.
We're also going to look towards our Trader TV Live watch list. It is free, Free free. It comes right to your inbox every single day as long as you subscribe, which again is free to do. How do you subscribe, you may ask? You can use that URL on your screen. You can also click the link in the description in the video. It provides you with insights on what stocks to look at, what earnings are coming up or happened the night before, the morning of. It gives you a look at economic events. So much content. You can get it all for free. Let's take a look at the top name, or I think second name actually, on the watch list today. That was AVAV. A little bit of a pullback from highs, but great reaction to a generally pretty strong earnings report here from AeroVironment.
There it is. You're right, but there are things that we have to dig into a little bit over here. So let's talk with the main numbers, right? So we're talking about a top line revenue beat of $641.6 million and EPS of $1.84 per share. All right, so that's the good news. The bad news is the EPS outlook is a little light, and there's a reason for that. So let's talk about the company's real unadjusted bottom line. Despite the record non-GAAP earnings beat, they actually logged a massive GAAP net loss of $265 million for the full fiscal year. And that was almost entirely driven by a $240 million goodwill impairment charge because the U.S. government completely terminated their SCAR defense program, Streamlined Contract Awards. That's what SCAR stands for, okay? So management heavily emphasized they wanted to also tell you that they've got $1.2 billion in funded backlog. What they don't say, though, is the regulatory notes, anyway, disclose a massive contraction. Because of the cancellation of the SCAR program, it forced AVAV to completely erase an additional $1.5 billion in previously reported unfunded backlog. So keep that in mind. And last but not least, we're talking about cheering the company's ability to meet immediate drone demand. But what we're not talking about is the CapEx that they're going to have to spend to meet that growing demand. They're boosting it from 5% of total revenue from last year. They're going to 12 to 14%, Adara. A bit of a risk here, but the demand seems to be insatiable.
Are you guys feeling insatiable demand to trade AVAV today?
No, I'm just looking at like a lot of the analyst actions here. It's mixed bag, really, Katina, man. Nothing crazy. You're getting a price target here, raising a target over there. Canaccord Genuity cutting price from $300 to $280. So I don't believe that's anything to write home about. UBS cutting price target from 172 down to 162. So I mean, hey, and then maintains price target of 205 at BTIG Research. It's just the name that we don't typically talk about too often. I believe it was one of Neil's picks. We could take a look at it from a daily and see what we got cooking up on this end of things. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty ugly if you ask me there, Sean. More than 50% at the lows from peak to the local low here. You get a 67% haircut. So makes things a little bit more difficult as an investor.
Yeah, no, I'm just getting my sticky note.
Yeah, man,
we'll talk about this. There it is. I got email. No, look, I didn't like that last little part there that's in the note that the FY guide their EPS between 302 to 334, well below estimates of 4. So I think it was, the government contracts there, as we mentioned, their little cancellation. I still think drones, I mean, we talk about what the world's going to look like as we move forward, and all you hear about, I mean, that drone that hit that U.S. ship. I mean, it was a one-way drone there, and it's just like that's a way for some of these other nations to battle the high expense and the high budget that the U.S. has, and many of these first world sort of strong military power nations can afford to put money into the planes and any kind of equipment that's much heavier than a simple drone manufacturer. So I think that there is a runway for this name, but honestly, as we had mentioned, it is a pick that Neil had made. And since then, it's just been a bad year for AVAV. Now, will it eventually get back up to 380? I have no idea, but that's where it was, and this is where it is. So you've just dropped down from its highs right there of even higher than that, 415 or something, to where we were at its lows just a couple days ago, 64% to the downside. So it's been a horrendous year for AVAV, and sometimes you do get these relief rallies, but I'm kind of with you, Joe, and I think that if I was if I was a buyer of this name down here, then that's a great windfall. But other than that, Sharif kind of nailed it. Is in the last 2 weeks, that's all we've done is cover it right back up. They had some horrendous movement before this earnings call. And I wonder if this is people that rode this short down, and now you're getting a lot of short covering into AV. And before I throw it back, because we are getting a little bit on in time, but we still have enough. AV, I just want to see what the short float is on this name exactly. And that way, yeah, so 12.5%. So I feel like that is pretty much what's happening now, is you're getting a cover. So you're there, I'll just zoom in, you guys can see. Oops, maybe zoomed into, okay, now it's out of control. There it is right there, 12.5% on the short float side of things. So yeah, Aero Environment just getting a bump. It was up 35% at its highs, now back down to 28%. Is there a chance for it to wait for it to come back into 170, the 200 period moving average? It's on earnings. We say, when there's a gap, we trade it back to VWAP. So right now we're underneath it. So we think we can get back to 185, see the action there. If we hold, great. We probably break through 190. If not, we use that as our anchor and start to play off of that to the short side. So AV, great quarter, great action. Congratulations to anybody that bought in the last 2 weeks. But if you bought it any time before then, I'm sorry, as it just continues to make new moves. And the chart doesn't look like it wants to go quite yet. So AV, on to talk number 2. And I'm sure we'll have lots to talk about with these chip names. You can not just pick one name. There's many names to discuss here in the sector. Let's go find out what they want us to talk about. It's the chip names today.
Yeah, there's so many, I couldn't even begin to choose. There's a lot of different ways to take this. We had some analyst notes on the likes of AMD and AVGO. We had SMCI on watch after yesterday's big fall in the latest probe. And what angle do you want to discuss here, Sharif?
Great. I'm going to take the AMAT angle, Adair, because they had a couple of analyst upgrades today. So let's talk about those. Cantor Fitzgerald, the first of the bunch here, boosting the price target from 550 to 850, maintaining the overweight rating, and calling Applied Materials one of its preferred equipment names alongside Lam Research as well as KLA. And they also opined on ASML, calling it or predicting they're going to have one of the strongest beats in the group's history. That is a big statement there. KeyBank also chiming in today, reiterating their overweight rating and boosting the price target from 550 to 750, kind of reinforcing their continued confidence, Adara, in the wafer fabrication spending. But these semiconductor names, all sorts of strong.
Yeah, I want to mention SMCI one more time here, though, for those who missed it. It was on our watch list this morning as well. This dropped 8% on Monday. Bloomberg reporting that Taiwanese authorities raided their offices and related sites as part of an investigation into the NVIDIA AI chip smuggling. So SMCI in focus, not looking so strong. The other plays, though, doing quite well. Which area of Chiplandia, as I've heard it called here, you guys most interested in?
Chiplandia.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
The water's warm in Chiplandia.
Yeah. So it's definitely warm in Applied Materials. Sharif and I talk about this name quite often. I mean, if we're talking a $900 price target, which an analyst is giving it as a potential target, then that's another 30% of where we're currently sitting at right now. I mean, it's $700, 706 to be exact, all the way up to 900, another 30%. Now, I mean, if we're talking about the trickle-down effect and following the money of where the hyperscalers are spending it all, I think this is pretty close to the damn beginning, right? Like you fall into the Caterpillars of the world, and then you get involved with the Applied Materials. So things are looking really good. We talk about ASML and then the Lam Research, as Sharif mentioned as well too. So I've liked Applied Materials. It's unfortunate that I don't own any, but as of September of 2025 to where we're currently trading at right now, guess how much percent we're up here, Katina, man, from September of last year to where we're currently trading at in Applied Materials?
Yeah, no, it's
Are you not going to guess?
Oh, what was the question?
How much we're up in Applied Materials from September of last year?
September of last year?
Yeah, Sharif said 107.
Oh, 140.
Try 355%.
355%. Yeah, wow. Okay, yeah. A name that I don't own, but wow, what a beast.
Yeah.
And it's just funny, like there's been so many of those names like that, like the Microns of this world, as a memory side of things. But that one just as Caterpillar would be, you mentioned that. I mean,
want to take a look at Caterpillar?
No, because we're talking about chips.
Why not?
We can look at Caterpillar. That's probably something similar as a percentage, that how much that's gone up. I wrote down here, look, the only name that I have on here, and it's a chalk name, right? It's going to be NVIDIA. And the reason why I think it's worth a look is because we're at that $200 level again. And I wrote down 190. The sticky note's now out, by the way. I wrote down 195 So it just, if it comes back in, and we traded this yesterday, we got in and out of it as it didn't hold. It was one of our, we're right into here. We basically tried the day's low or the pre-market low, and when that didn't hold, we got out of it, which thankfully we did, as it just cracked back into 190 again before closing in and around 195. So I want to use that sort of 195 area where we couldn't break through all day yesterday. So now we've easily broke through it. We're higher now into 198, right? And then as we zoom back over and we see what's been happening, we've just come right back in now, and we'll see if we can fall into the lap of 195. All right, so if we're able to get long on 195 real early, again, we'll try that trade, and then we'll drop it, right? If this is what ends up happening, we'll drop it. And then the only thing that I think I messed up yesterday a little bit and just stopped looking at these names, and that is exactly that, stop looking at them. I think you gotta look at the Intels of the world, the NVIDIAs of the world, the AMDs, Marvell, all these names every single day just because of the getup that they can have. If the NASDAQ's gonna rebound, I mean, we saw yesterday, Marvell was up about 20, was it more than $20 from its low? Whoopsies, my chart, I thought my chart was gonna crash there. This here, whoops, yeah, something's going on there. There's the move down yesterday, very, very dramatic. Again, right where we are right now, right? 275-ish to start the day, down to 250, and then just look at this get up on the way back up. But what I was sort of getting at there with the NVIDIA trade was, as soon as you drop it based on something, so if you went long Marvell and you said, you know what, I'm gonna get out if it breaks this 263 area. Well, what about when it comes back in and retakes that level, right? That exact same level there was held again after it danced around a bit, and then that got you going to the upside. So that's very, very similar to what happened yesterday in NVIDIA, right? Once that level broke and we were able to get out of our short, out of our long for a loss right into here, even if you're using this level, whatever kind of level, I think we were actually using this yesterday, but once it comes back up and retakes those levels, that's when you can re-push the long, because right into there's the low in the pre-market, and there it is holding again at noon, and that gave you that sort of launching pad. And yesterday, the biggest hit P&L wise for me, and we still wound up having a fine day, was Intel. And that name, I thought 130 was going to be a good short, and obviously it took off to the downside there real early, and we didn't have the short. And then when it came back up into those levels, I retried the short. I tried it for the first time right in there at 130 before that blew up to the upside again. So it's just like, to stand in front of some of the momentum of these names can be quite ridiculous. But I still like that trade. Like, I'll take that trade over again. Like, if it comes back from this kind of a move right back into the pre-market highs, I will try to short that. So just a stock like Intel, look at that little bump we just had. Maybe I should have wrote this down, Joe. 130 on Intel actually is probably a better long than that NVIDIA 195. So yeah, darn it, could have added that one. I like Intel down there at 130. That's actually a pretty good look. I'm going to have that on the radar.
I like the NVIDIA 195 play as well, too. Nice support system.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to give some ideas here. And I think that, and that's the thing, like, these are ideas, pick and choose it. Yesterday, our idea was SpaceX long 154. We tried it until it broke. Then we went short and made it all back, including more. And then it broke through 160 to the upside. So two of those ideas worked yesterday. But, you know, you never know what's going to work today.
And Phase is going to be on the corner of my eye. We don't typically trade it too much here. But I do like the look of this one bright and early this morning. I know we're going to go back to the desk here. $52. If that holds or breaks down, I think there's going to be a long or a short opportunity, as obvious as that may sound.
I want to, Tony there in the chat, I just want to say, yo, what's up, Tony? I remember everything that Joe and I'm always trying to talk about things as a day trade, like as a trade that we're going to be making today, like a scalper's paradise or whatever, and a name that could move a certain direction, right? So I actually do believe, and I've been selling some Intel up here and some of these other names. Like I told you, we sold some Marvell. We've been selling some AMD as well. I do think that they've just been really heated up. And when you get stocks that heated, you know, they probably are
not tomorrow's trade today.
Due for, not next quarter's trade today.
Exactly.
Hey, look, could Intel go higher from here? Of course it could.
Yeah, of course. I
think
so.
Could they all? Yes. But I do believe that, you know, if an NVIDIA gets back up to that 220, NVIDIA's a forever hold for me. That's a little bit of a different story. But yeah, some of these names have been beat up where I think you can start to add a little bit into a name like NVIDIA, maybe sell some Intel, buy some NVIDIA, things like that. There could be a little bit of a switch trade happening there.
Oh, man, farm trader, it doesn't matter. Like, I understand it's just such a temporary boost in sales, in my opinion.
All right.
When it comes to retail. Let's go back over there.
Let's take a look at crypto. Speaking of temporary moves, it seems like crypto would have this nice, gallivant to the upside, led, I think, in part by MSTR and some announcements made pre-market yesterday. But MSTR and other crypto plays right back to the downside, Sharif, below 60K again. Yeah,
there was no gallivanting here, Adara. $231.1 million in net outflows out of the spot ETFs yesterday, with IBIT accounting for basically the great majority of that. Over $300 million left IBIT. It was kept to 241 because there were net inflows into ARKB, and GBTC. So keeping that from being even worse. It's basically the sentiment's weakened here after Strategy reported it could sell more than $1 billion worth of Bitcoin as a new monetization program. That's a notable shift, of course, from Saylor's long-held buy and hold narrative. Despite the outflows, ETFs, the spot ETFs that is, still hold about $73.2 billion in net assets. This is an institutional kind of thing versus possible profit taking. We've been talking a lot about this as money funneling in to the AI trade as well as other things, kind of leaving crypto behind here, Adara.
Yeah, we did have a green session yesterday for Bitcoin. Doesn't look like we're going to repeat it today. How do you guys feel about these crypto plays this morning?
I mean, Bitcoin was up 0.5%. MSTR was up 11% at one point with $2 billion share buyback program. Sells his preferred, buys more Bitcoin. The price of the preferred goes up. He sells a little bit more and buys more Bitcoin. So, I mean, there's obviously some more detail in between all of that. But a lot of people not liking this financial gibberish that Michael Saylor has established here and using it as a leverage play. I mean, we've seen Bitcoin up more and MSTR down less. So it's definitely a tough play. I have mentioned the fact that I wouldn't even buy Bitcoin at this point. I would buy MSTR if I did feel that we are going to go on a nice parabolic run and somehow manage to get back to the all-time highs in the next couple of years. That would be my route. Like, it's $80, and same thing with the BMNRs. It's just, as Sean was mentioning earlier, who wants to own it at this price, right? I mean, when things get ugly, I think that's a good time to start looking at them. But do you go all in and YOLO the play? I just think there's too much negative sentiment around the whole space right now. And I mean, structurally, nothing has changed. But what we see from bigger pictures is just, it's ugly. It's not a good look whatsoever. And where is that next level of support, right? Like, I get it. You have all the cryptocurrency advocates out here, but 30,000, I wouldn't take it off the books, to be honest with you, off the table, I should say. 45,000 even, to be honest. This is like a double head and shoulders pattern with a key support level. And if 50K loses, then you're going to see 40s and maybe even high 30s, in my opinion. And Michael Saylor's, what's his average price? 68,000, 70,000. So somewhere in the high 60s, low 70s. Think about how much underwater he is right now. And then I actually pulled up a chart a couple of days ago of where he has bought Bitcoin and where his largest purchases have been. And it was only a couple of months ago. It was like his third largest purchase of Bitcoin. And it's like, all right, are you kind of rushing things here, just grabbing it everywhere and adding a couple dots to your plot? I don't know, man. It's a little bit tricky of a play. I understand what his objective is to issue digital credit. But you also need to be able to buy things with Bitcoin in order to do that. And we're just not at that stage yet.
Yeah, good analysis there, obviously, about BTC. And I kind of feel similar. And we ask each other, like, who's using Bitcoin? What are we using it for? And I think it has lost its way a little bit. But, it could be found. And, the fact that he's underneath the water on those coins right now is not a great sign. That is for sure. But yeah, man, we got a stop sign right here on IBIT today, 33.75, waiting to see if we can retest the lows and then short that, right? So we're going to, I mean, right now it already is retesting. It just retested that 33 mark right there. So now I'm wondering if we do get a little bit of a bounce higher there. I wrote down 33.75 is where the 200 period was, but that's going to be a level right into here that I looking at, right? I mean, yesterday we bounced off of that. It was the high. We couldn't get through it. And all of a sudden we bounced, make a nice move up, come back in, hold it, take off from there. And relatively strong close for IBIT yesterday as we get going there. And the market, remember, the NASDAQ was up 2.5% or so yesterday at the close, maybe 2.2%, but today they don't like it. So VWAP underneath, everything's starting to go down. We're just looking for an area to short. So right now we might have to even adjust that to 33.50 for IBIT. But as this market opens up, Joe and I'll be watching it. And I wrote down, a move back up into $36 would be something, 60,000 would be a nice move there for
Big
IBIT.
40. What's up, Big
All right,
40?
man, we got it was an espresso. Okay.
That's all right, man. We rock and roll.
There we
man.
go.
Hey, thanks, brother. I appreciate you,
Thank
man.
you, my guy.
This is the benefits of sitting at this desk, man. High quality. Our boy Randy.
Yeah, Randy's always got us going
got
on.
it
here,
covered,
so
man.
Thank Randy for that one. But yeah, Michael Saylor, maybe not buying any more luxury yachts on the back of.
What do you mean? He just sold 32, so that's a
32 Bitcoin?
Yeah, so that's what it. And think about the timing of it too. Summer, right? So you got to get the new boat out on the water.
Yeah, but 32 Bitcoin is not even that many Bitcoins at this point.
For him, no, I'm just saying. But that's the boat. That like 32 out of his 800,000 Bitcoin is like chump change.
Yeah, that's maybe how much it costs.
But that's the boat.
To fuel the ride there at one point.
Fuel? That's crazy. That's what it's like.
Well, how much it costs to staff one of those boats if you're taking it anywhere? Plus the fuel, plus everything like that. Yeah, a Bitcoin, at least one.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah. All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what's talking about here with Apple and Tata Motors.
Yeah, this Apple story is interesting. It actually came out yesterday during the day. It was this little wick to the downside here around 2:20 p.m. Not too much of a move on the stock immediately at the time, but lots to unpack here in this, leak here, breach of Tata, an Apple supplier.
This is a big deal, Adara. Massive darkware leak of over 200,000 files from the Apple and Tesla supplier. Tata is, of course, executed by a ransomware cartel called WorldLeaks. More on them in a minute. They've compromised highly sensitive blueprints, drop test photographs, and proprietary specs for the unreleased iPhone 18 Pro line. Let's talk about this, though, because at least 6 leaked spreadsheets map out hundreds of iPhone 18 Pro parts directly to their specific vendors, but crucially, the data explicitly highlights where Apple relies on one vendor and where they have multi-vendor hedge. That gives their competitors basically an insight into parts of the company they could never have known, and it gives them an advantage. So this is not really a consumer-facing problem. It is more a B2B competition problem here. Let's talk a little bit about WorldLeaks, because it's not just corporations who go through rebranding. They did as well. They optimized basically the 2025-2026 rebranding of the notorious Hunters International ransomware group. Rather than deploying, a heavy network-wide encryption to halt factory assembly lines, they went directly into the data parts of their system. They didn't really want to interrupt anything to do with their operations. They were just looking for data. And this is important because India is projected to command 26% of the global iPhone production this year. That is up from, I believe, just 6% 4 years ago. So having Apple's top-tier unreleased hardware secrets leak from this specific region gives ammunition right back to the Chinese lobbyists who say you can't trust the Indians or Tata with this. Come back to us. So it's a very, very big deal here for Apple. Let's see how they handle it.
Yeah, Apple's certainly going to be on watch with this story. Again, came out yesterday. Certainly, I think a longer-term catalyst for sure for Apple as well to be aware of. Let's talk about Micron here, too. Thank you to Darwin for dropping this in the chat. Just pulled this up. This just came out about a minute ago. Micron announcing a $250 million investment in these Trump accounts. It's going to apparently reach 1 million children. The Trump accounts officially launching on July 4th in honor of Independence Day. Micron adding to this. We know Dell, a massive investor here as well in this. How do you guys feel about Apple?
So, I have it written down here as another play on our list of 283 long. So it's going to be a sticky note play for me. I'm getting the urge of actually shorting maybe the market today. So I'm not 100% sure if this Apple long will even hit. Remember, we write down these ideas like an hour and a half ago. And now the market just lost its pre-market level right there. So here we go, man. We're going to retest 30,000. We're breaking, there it is. We just broke 30,000 right there on the market. So that's not great. But what I wrote down there for Apple, and yesterday we had that talk about how they're thinking about using some different memory, trying to go to some Chinese companies to sort of curb some of the costs that they've been talking about there. And we saw a big hit of Apple recently, from their highs of about 315 back down into 270, 280 right now. So they've been getting hit on the daily chart as well. And that, again, the cost is going to be passed on to the consumer. So does that mean that maybe we wait a couple more cycles before we start upgrading? Because if prices can come down in some of the components, then potentially, the iPhone 19 or 20 will be less than the 18 or whatever it is as we start to move forward and think about how much these units are going to cost. I think it was $100 or $200 more per unit that they were looking to pass on, and that's not going to be good. Although I think the consumers eventually, suck that up and buy them. But look, there's 283 right here. So I'm going to take a long on a break because we'll have view up underneath. We'll have all of our support levels hovering here, and we should be able to get some price action northbound here on Apple. The fact that it's not moving like the market right now, the market's bumping a little bit, but the fact that we're not getting that movement makes me think that Apple is a little strong there. So I'm going to watch out for 283. If you like the short, it's the same level. So 283 here for Apple, a bump up of $1 gets me into that short. I like the play. We may be having a little bit of a bump up here because of the imbalances. So let's have a quick look to see what's going on here. They just came out. There's SpaceX. That's going to be a big stock for us. We're waiting for 160. It just bounced off 160, so that's going to be a good one. iBit a sell. There's NVIDIA with a buy. Some of the names that we like for longs here are actually kicking out, so not too bad. Microsoft's with the buy side. And yesterday's beat up name as they got invaded, not invaded. What's the word? SMCI. Raided. Invaded and raided. Their offices got invaded by the raiders. And that was it. So SMCI with a little bit of a buy there today. Back up 1.1. Actually, we should have talked about SMCI.
Yeah, we should have. We should have talked about
today.
it.
All right. So any thoughts on Apple? Then we got Uber.
Yeah, I mean, Qualcomm TSM affected by this as well, too, obviously, because of the components that they create within the Apple devices. We talk about memory storage prices continuing to increase. Now that's being passed on to the consumer. So do we all love it? Not necessarily, especially if things are going to be more and more expensive. Now, as for the iPhone 18, will I be upgrading? I don't think so, Sean, to be honest with you. I don't. I'm okay with the 16, but who knows? I'm not going to roll anything out. Will I be getting the foldable? Sharif showed me the potential model of it. Yeah, I'm not in love with it.
Wider.
It's wider, right? Which I think might be a little bit more difficult to text, but that doesn't mean it won't. I won't change my mind. Just in case if it's like that new device, I have no issues.
Well, the technology will be good. The screen will be good. The function of it.
So the key thing is, I remember. Sorry to interrupt you, but with the Chinese foldables, what was a really big concern was the crease in the middle. So what engineers worked on over time is how many times can you open and close it before you actually start to see the crease displayed. And some of the higher end models was like 250,000 open and close before you even seen any form of which is huge, right?
That would be a lot of opening and closing of your phone.
But I mean, think about it. Is it though? Like, think about how many people.
Yes.
If you're on it, if you're on
250,000, my God.
Yeah, man.
So divide that by 365.
Well, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, exactly.
1,000 times a day.
Yeah.
I don't think
1,000 times a day, no.
Well, that's what the.
But over the lifespan, you would probably do it a lot, especially people who are.
I don't think it's
But that's the point, though. It's a lot, right? So it's not something that you have to worry about.
We have 2 minutes. Thank you, Diane. We also Joe's here with me for 4 more days.
Man,
so it should be
5 actually.
A lot of fun. 4 more days. Yeah, we have Friday off.
And then back on Monday
with me. So thank you. We all get it. We all get along great here, and it's been a great time. So let's go back over to the desk. 1 minute left. We'll talk a little bit about Uber, and then we'll see what happens after this market opens up.
Uber, another one with a story that came through yesterday afternoon, this time involving their Waymo partnership, but it's a little bit more detailed than some initial headlines made it seem.
Yeah, we'll just cover the basics here. Dara, they're ending their partnership, their fleet partnership in Phoenix. Doesn't mean they're ending their relationship entirely. They're continuing to operate in other markets, but there are speculative stories here that Waymo may be redirecting its cars, not internally to the Waymo app, but to a competitor. Of course, we are talking about who are we talking about? We're talking about DoorDash here as well as Lyft. So we'll have to see if that actually pans out. But Uber has been aggressively, of course, diversifying its autonomous vehicle strategy through partnership. They kind of want to be that hub. So you make the technology, then come use our platform. We've got the users. Let's see how this works out here.
Yeah, keep an eye on Uber as we head into that opening bell. Good luck to all. How are you guys doing as we prepare for this bell, Sean and Joe?
We're doing all right. I'm just doing a little relaxing over here. I'll see what ends up happening in this market. I do have some bids on SpaceX right now. So just to talk about, what we're prepared for. So I'm going to try to bid that 160. I am bidding 160. So that comes in 160 and a quarter right now for that. I'm looking at Apple to go. I mean, you can find these all on the note. It's up right there at Trader TV Sean on X. Looking for Apple to break 283. Looking for an iBit move back to 60,000 if that does happen. And looking at a 195 for NVDA. So all these orders are now in. They're ready to rock and roll. We're excited for it. Apple's had to move down, so not sure we're going to be getting anything on that one. And remember, we do have issues sometimes with our quotes right off the jump. So just going to give this a little bit of a look right now. And there it is. So Michael, I have something to report right now. It seems a lot better today for our quotes switching. So there goes NVIDIA right back into 195. So this is what we're looking for here, Joe. We both mentioned that we don't mind a and now my quotes won't change. Yeah, now we're struggling a little bit with the quotes. But yeah, NVIDIA and Apple. Oh, here it comes down to 195. So I like to put a bid in on this right now. So hopefully we can get that opportunity. But right now, quotes a little down for us. But there goes NVIDIA right into 195.
Yeah, to the downside. I got my eyes on N-phase, guys. It's giving up the support level. That's a good fade here. I know we have NVDL up here, so we're going to wait for a potential bounce. But SpaceX up to 165, SMCI not doing too much. I'm going to allow that one to cool down. It's pretty choppy at most times, but what we can find potentially is a curl over and then maybe a continuation to the southeast. But as for ENPH,
there goes Apple.
There goes Apple. Where's it going, Katina, man?
We'll see. I mean, it just took that 283, so that's a level that we wanted.
Oh, okay, you're long.
We like this level. This was a top name that we wanted to trade in. Of course, we don't really like when these things break first thing in the morning off of a move like that in the first 1 minute because, you know, we put it down as a level that we like. So obviously there's going to be a little bit of exuberance there once that starts to hit. So let's give it a little bit of room. It was down at 281. Already today, so potentially not the greatest level there. But here comes NVIDIA, man, and oh boy, we've almost got $1 already there on NVIDIA. And there it goes, man. There's your face slapper of the day to start with. There's 195. There's reasons why we put this down on the sticky note, and we took it there at 195. The first take there at the pre-market lows of 195.75. The next take right there at 195.25 as up jumps the boogie right now for my boy NVIDIA and Jensen. And now we just got to wait for Apple. So two trades marked down on the note today. We've got both of them. Let's just see if they want to work out. But it's right now. There it is. It's your first trade of the day.
Okay.
We're now multiple dollar. We're at $1.50 now in the money on a good trade for NVIDIA right there. And that's what it was. We had it marked down 195 long on the super note. As it continues to go higher. And there it goes right there. Apple. Joe, that's daily goal met right there.
Done. Go home. Call it a day.
I can, man. We have some chemistry. People
a couple days more.
All right. Stay here.
Let's see what we got on N-phase. All right, that's what I'm talking about right there, my boy.
Wow, okay.
What, you got N-phase
there? Just keep going, Joe.
All right, what do you mean? All right, brother, I can do that. Spread a little hefty here on ENPH, but some good signals off of the lows. I mean, way to start things off. We'll take almost just 50 cents just like that. I know Katina Man's got two face slappers on there, but we have to be cautious in all seriousness, guys.
$2.
There's going to be a liquidity issue here bright and early. Even though we got 1.9 million shares, I want this spread to tighten up, to be honest with you. Like a quarter is quite a bit, in my opinion. You're just instantly OTM, and if it breaks $51, that's $1 that I've given this, and I don't want to give it too much room. Our primary objective is going to be heading back towards the volume-weighted average price, but the way it's looking right now, could be a little troublesome, but someone said, Joe, keep your eyes on DRAM as we might break through some pre-market highs. We got NVDA climbing back up to 198. That's a positive sign. And then we also have SpaceX holding up relatively well. So let's see if we can get this N-phase trade for us to work. We were up 11% at one point here, Katina Man, but it's not looking like I'm going to get out relatively quick. Especially we don't want to hold on to our losers for too long. Especially if, I mean, we had a hot day yesterday. We can start things off really bad to start this day as N-phase just absolutely tanks. And once again, when you're playing with these spready takers, guys, you got to be cautious. So a hefty hit right out of the gate.
I'm sorry about that, but you'll get it back for sure. Yeah, we're $2.50 now in the money on NVIDIA. And again, it's just about having the preparation and taking that risk on when you see it. There's NVIDIA 195 long. We liked it from yesterday's support, but now it's right back up into the pre-market levels of 198. So for $3, we're going to take that. There it goes. We've actually got 2 times our goal now. As there goes NVIDIA. There goes Apple. Just ticking a little higher. I don't know where this is going to go, but look at the market. Man, the market really just absolutely blasted off to the high side right there. So yeah, man, 284. Well, it looks like we just bounced off 283.50 again there. Maybe Apple doesn't have the juice. Let me offer 25s here. And wow. Now we're almost in $3 land here. I'm going to take another out. There you go. I might as well. Taking 96 now out on NVIDIA. And there it goes, man. I mean, this is it. So it's basically a wrap right there for me on the day. Now that's $3. That's wow.
Apple going?
No man, it's just Nvidia now $3, man. As we get into that Lambo.
Yesterday I had NVDA. Today you have NVDA. I should have just took it again.
You know what? Nah, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. Well, like I said, the other thing about it too, Joe, is that remember we said. You said I like that 195 NVIDIA. Remember
I did. I did.
It's always nice
it came into 195.17.
Yeah, but I mean that's where. Yeah, I'm long at the quarters right now. I always like to bid a quarter ahead of things. Like I was at SpaceX 160 and a quarter.
Fair enough.
There we go for NVIDIA, absolutely blasting higher right now. Just so people know, I only have 20% left of this trade, and even for Apple. We have, oh no, sorry about that. NVIDIA's 25% left.
Oh.
It's Apple with 20% left because Apple I'm not as convinced of.
Okay.
It's not necessarily going yet with this kind of a huge move. Like that's nice because of where we started. We actually went down to 281 for some reason and then started ripping back to the upside. But look at what this NASDAQ is doing, really just taking names today. So Apple, see how it's falling back down in? So, the Spidey sense is going. I'm going to try to drop off some of this Apple. So there it goes. We'll clean out the Apple and we'll just move on because now we're 350 in the money over here. And this is the one that we have many more shares on. So we'll go 191, 198.60. And there it goes at NVIDIA just to start off with a small little $4 winner to start the day. And it's a good one. So boom, shakalaka, as we said yesterday, shablamo. Nice move to the upside right now. Okay, we're going to hold this Apple. Honestly, let's just put the stop in right now. 282.50. I don't have anything left. I have under 10% left of this trade right now on Apple. So if it wants to mature up and we can give us that 284, then fine. But other than that, let's just see what winds up happening. We're playing with house money now, so that'll be all good. But yeah, so far so good there today. With what we've been doing. And SpaceX is the name that we've been really riding the hot coattails on lately, and that's trying to break 3 days high as well of 166.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Some good stuff, man. That's what we want to see right out of the gate. I got my eyes on SpaceX. I actually removed the Enphase off of my list. I'm like, it's not a name that I typically trade. And I know if I take my first entry on it and it doesn't work, that spread is pretty ugly, sitting at around 30 cents. So that's just not the like of my style, to be honest with you. So let's see what happens here with SpaceX. We're just going back to the regulars. I mean, AMD strong here today, back up to 559. We have DRAM breaking through some pre-market highs. And then now we got SpaceX on our mind as well. There's a good opportunity maybe to post up at 164.55 or right at 164 flat to see if we get that pull back towards the volume-weighted average price. And then we hold that level and get a continuation on yesterday's red-hot session. There goes AMD. Oh, no. Should have grabbed it as you have that upsloping trend here, guys, that bull flag starting to form. And then off to the races it is. I would use via AMDL, even though yesterday I mentioned that we do run into some liquidity issues, but look at this pre-market break at 72.50 here on DRAM, now printing 73.40s, so a really good look on that front. But now we're starting to come back in here on SpaceX. Where is that level where we can find some potential support, Katina, man? Maybe around that 162 marker. I'm going to keep an eye out for any indecision prints for us to find a potential long on SPCX.
Yeah, I was trying to find names that maybe are halting around. We have that gem right there, 707 Cayman Holdings coming through again. So maybe there's something there. Okay, well, I was wrong about Apple.
Oh, go ahead.
Now Apple's $1 in the money.
All right.
Wow, more than $1. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I was trying to get lighter on Apple, and it turns out that we didn't need to at all. Joe, man, this has been, it's been pretty, like we write down 283. It's at 284.50. We write down NVIDIA 195, it goes to 199.
Bang.
It's just like sometimes these markets just tend to extend themselves out a little bit. And it's too bad that we lost a little bit of faith in Apple, but in that move. And again, to me, it made sense, right? The market was ripping, Apple was not. It just...
It's still going, right?
Yeah, man, it's still treating nice. So absolutely nothing wrong with taking. Well, whatever, man.
Whatever.
I can't believe I'm sitting here like ho humming and it's $1.50 in the money, but we should have kept that one and we would have been dancing a little bit more.
It's always nice to get a little bit
nice, more. Yeah, and I want to take off some risk, right? If I think that it's not going to go, we got to get out of it. Okay, so the other look one here was IBIT. You have little faith, man. I mean, sometimes it's like. You overthink things.
Yeah.
Like I write down that 283 because it's a level that I like. We like the stories out of there. We talked about Apple.
Yep.
We see the market ripping.
Yep.
And now it's $2 in, and we could have just let it breathe a little bit more, right? But at the same time, sometimes you make those mistakes.
Hey man,
you make those decisions. It
you
is
know
what
you know what they say. You know what they say, right?
What's that?
Hindsight 2020, my boy.
Life's rose.
Yeah,
yeah. No, it's all good. Yeah, hindsight's and that's one of the worst things you can have in this business is hindsight.
Yeah, man.
And I said the same thing, Marissa. Actually, pretty much, it's been a moment of. I'm just joking about this, but obviously we're, never threatening to get divorced or anything like that. But I'm always second guessing everything.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, why, we could have done that, but instead we did this.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, this is what we've chosen to do.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're doing it. So let's be happy with what we're doing. It's like, oh, well, we could have gone to that restaurant instead we went, it has nothing to do with, that's a bad example. There was one this weekend.
I think that was a pretty good one.
Well, yeah, but there was something this weekend. It was something very similar. I'll think about what it was.
Yeah.
And it was an amazing. It was so great.
Yeah.
But I was like second guessing it, and I don't remember.
And then sure enough, you had a good time.
But I think that's the trading part of it.
Yeah.
It's like I've seen so many things go right and then turn horrible, and the other way around. Horrible things that have turned out to be great.
Do you think that we're talking about Bitcoin in the same manner in 12 months from now, 8 months from now?
Yes.
I don't. Hey, what does that mean?
Clock it?
Clock it? Oh, I thought it meant clip it, maybe.
No, clock it means.
Clock it.
Yeah. I'm much younger than you, so I would know that.
Like,
but no, the idea there is, I don't know. What do you think about Bitcoin? Why do you ask me that for a couple of years? You think it's going to turn around?
You never know.
No, you never know.
You never know, right? You never know.
I don't know. I don't know what to think. But yeah, in the terms of absolute return, I think Bitcoin. I'd rather be in. Okay, here's a question.
Yeah.
What about gold at these levels or Bitcoin down here for the next 6 months?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
I can't even. Yeah. I mean, what do you want? Digital gold or actually do you want gold? Like, I mean.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
To be honest with you, I don't like any of them. But if I had to choose one, where are you going to see a greater return? But where can there be more potential downside as well too? And I think that's the digital gold. I know a lot of people saying gold, but where can you see some more of a return? I think it would be in Bitcoin, to be honest with you.
More return.
Yeah.
Right. But obviously more risk. Do you think more risk?
Yeah. I said exactly.
Right.
There's a double-edged sword there, right? So
I do. Someone in the chat there. I mean, we want to say thank you so much. There was a lot of great talk there. And here's Celeste there in the chat said good position management to save some of the profits there. So thanks for that. And that's kind of what Joe and I talked about, and we talked about it yesterday. Even though that end phase was an L, it's getting out. And looking for the next trade. Yeah. Like we did that yesterday. My first couple of trades yesterday, we lost on Nvidia. I think we had to wait for one of them to SpaceX. We lost on SpaceX before we reversed our decision again. And this was an easier one for me to get out up here because look at all these outs we have right at the pre-market levels of 198, and then we take out another piece as it just sort of starts to go pretty ham there. And now we're debating, and then another piece out right there at 197.50. So now we actually in a position where we can reload this if we wanted to, right back at a key level here for NVDA. I'm just trying to watch out for the futures a bit. NVIDIA, I'd rather get it back to 196.50 into this area where the 200 period is and the 50 period before we think about reloading that. So that's going to be something on my mind there for NVDA as we look around for another trade opportunity. Like nothing's been halting. I have the Hulk scanner up. YHC halted. So that's 4 million shares. This could be a name, 80 to 90 cents, down now 60% YHC on your Halt scanners as well. The same thing happened with Apple. Right, Apple took off, and we just started to get out. Now, we have 5% left now of Apple, and it's actually I was apologizing for getting out on the way up, and there it goes, Apple. So sometimes you get a good thing there going, and that would have been a good trade. Other talks today, right? We talked about FSLR. Well, you're already on end phase, FSLR there with a move down, so we get a good story in the space, but some of these names continue to go a little lower there as well. And a quick little look on gold, just real quickly to see what's going on there. Upside a little bit. Still waiting for Bitcoin to get going. So if that does happen, we'll get over there. So yeah, that's about all that I'm doing now is just trying to wait, potentially rebuying some NVIDIA down there at 196.
Good stuff. I like that one. I think we're going to engage a little bit here in some SpaceX. I like the way it's looking right now. I mean, obviously things can change, and if it breaks through the low, then we get out, right? So it's that simple. We're going to keep it black and white just like that. It cracks through the low of this support level, then we just get out of the trade. We had buying pressure start to slowly step in, and now we're starting to give up a little bit of a move. I'm trying to catch some bottoms, and we seen with yesterday with the TQQ's trade, you had to wait like an hour, hour and a half after the open. So maybe it's going to take a little bit more patience, but there it goes. Not too bad of a little pop there, Katina man. Where is the volume weighted average price? Right at 164. So let's see if we can diamond hands this one and hold it for a little bit longer. There goes DRAM doing exactly what I wanted to as well.
Chicago PMI.
We got Chicago. Let's send it over to Adara.
We have Chicago PMI, guys. The number we got here, 56.7, higher than the forecast of 55.1, but below the prior print of 62.7. So again, higher than the forecast, but below the prior print here for Chicago PMI. Here's a look at the market's reaction. Currently continuing in this bull flag pattern here, I would say a little bit of an attempt to push higher on again. Higher than expected, but lower than previous Chicago PMI. Jolt's job openings at 10 a.m. Stay tuned. Back to you.
Yeah, Joel should be pretty decent. I mean, that's more of a big, I mean, to me, a bigger number to see what's happening with the jobs market. So you know what, man, we just take advantage. Let's props that up.
Props that up.
I mean, there goes NVIDIA. We took advantage of that release and was able to get out on the top side of that play for NVIDIA. So I'm going to let this calm down because, again, like now I'm getting those feels again where the market, Joe, is upside right now. The market's, if you look down here, bottom left, we are taking out the highs, right, or trying to take out the highs right now. And NVIDIA's kind of like getting a little lower. Let's check out Intel. Intel was a name that I liked there at 130. We'll see if we can get some love down there. So that never went down. NVIDIA gave us a move down. Intel did not. Well, Intel gave us a move, I guess, to 131, but that was at 925. So that move, we weren't never going to take something like that in the pre-market. And there it's nicely cooking back to the upside into 135 now. And that's pretty much all-time highs. Well, I shouldn't say pretty much because it's not. 140 is. But coming back in for Intel, really cooking nicely there on INTC. So, yeah, good look there for anybody on that front. But it looks like Intel right now starting to go higher as this market tries to mature up a little bit. And, you know, nice recovery here for Apple. So let's take another spot here if we can at 84 teens. We'll see if we can get that one out and about now. Just seeing Cerebras hitting, CRBS. This is another name here that's a recent IPO about a month and a half or so ago, I believe, or about a month ago, pulling back in. Yeah, May. Oh, I was actually right the first time, May 13th. But there it is, making that move off of 200. This is going to be a key level. We'll see if Cerebras can get back into 2 bills. And if it does, I think there might be something there on that one. But yeah, other than that,
Is that a name you're looking to buy?
I mean, they're doing something different with the memory, right? Like they have a different plan of how to, you know, store and use memory. It's a different chipset than everyone else is using. So interesting there for Cerebras. Not necessarily a name I'm looking to buy. No, to answer your question.
IO Silver, Howard the Usher. I know. I don't know if you answered that super chat there, but what do you think about Marvell Long?
Never heard of it.
Yeah, never heard of it. He probably likes that one. I think we're gonna get a breakdown here momentarily in SpaceX. I don't want to get out prematurely, but I'm not liking the look of this one's price action here now. Consolidation below the volume weighted average price, looking like we're going to take that additional leg lower. As soon as we crack this consolidation low, then I'm just at a dodge on it, right? Like I'm wrong, have to be a little bit more patient. And we also have risk measures that we need to take into consideration here. So 161.50, which is probably headed to right now, I just don't like the fact that you have to order shorts on this thing. Still, I know it's not much, but it's just a.
You want me to get you shorts on what?
I mean, I don't want to be hopping back and forth on it, Katina man. I know they're not very expensive or anything along those lines. It's just like we should just be able to just.
No, we used to have Arun on the show, and he was the same kind of way. He's like, I'm not going to pay for shorts on something.
Yeah.
Even if they're super cheap, even if they're $1. You know, it's the fact that now my focus might be over there.
Exactly.
Because even though you've only spent a small amount, you know, it takes some.
Just like you feel like you want to use that.
Yeah, and it's just more about like you can only look at so many things.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So
and I want to keep my focus on a couple of names here.
Yeah, you're good.
DRAM putting in a lower high, but a nice little uptick there in SpaceX. So this consolidation at 163 giving us a little bit of trouble, but we're right in on DRAM at the volume weighted average price. I have half the size on DRAM than what I do on SpaceX, so I would prefer if both of them worked, but if one was going to work and do me a little bit more of a service, it's definitely going to be SpaceX here.
So quickly about what do I think about Marvell? I mean, look, the thing is that to be honest with you, Jensen slapped basically $1,000 price target on this name. It's only, he said it's the next $1 trillion, or has the potential of being the next $1 trillion company. I mean, I have to, Adair might even remember the exact words, but that's what it was. And so,
he said the next $1 trillion company, everyone.
Okay, so he just said the next one, not even potential to be. But so, if that's the case, it's only a $250 billion market cap right now. And man, has that matured from under a $100 billion market cap when we started talking about it. I'm longing this name at $60, added to it at 80. Now we're upside. We all have these stories, right? I mean, everybody's long something, hopefully, throughout this move. And, do I wish it was Micron or SanDisk or some of those other ones? Yes. But at the end of the day, Marvell is here. The only thing about that question, do I like the long up here? Honestly, not really. We talked about trying to get out, and here's the daily on Marvell, so it's fine. But just from today, we're a little choppy here on the NASDAQ. Feel like we just made that move into 286. I don't like the long in this area. I think if we can fall back into the 50 or the 200, that's something to look at for the day. And then if you're talking about longer term, which I was with that $1 trillion comment there, I was lucky enough to get some out at 330 before that move came in. I have nothing out here at 340 near the top. We'll see if it can get back up there. But if we're a little nervous about sort of this rotation out of some of the chip names and, into something like a J&J or something like that, I am using Marvell as a way to raise some capital. So, I'm there for the ride. But a position that was $5,000 or whatever, let's just throw some basic numbers out, has now become $25,000. So there has to be, at some point, a little bit of reweighting in your own portfolio. And there's one for you, Joe, that you saw earlier.
Joey options, and the AM gold, silver. Yeah, I mean, let's go. DRAM with a big uptick. Oh, let's go, Katina, man. There we go. Yes, sir, SpaceX.
I like that.
Yeah, man, there we go. DRAM as well, starting to find something. Something stepped into the market, I think, at this point. NASDAQ breaking out. DRAM breaking, and then we also have SPCE heading towards right above the volume weighted average price. So this is what I'm talking about, baby. I want to hold it a little bit longer. Obviously, that's the ideal. But 160. What am I in at on SpaceX? 162.15. We're trading at 163.19s, Katina, man. And there goes SpaceX. A nice little look there for us. Let's send things off to Adair, guys.
So all I'm seeing right now is Chinese state media, Xinhua, reporting that, quote, the Chinese minister said to the Saudi counterpart, so Saudi foreign minister, that China is asking for maintaining momentum of negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. So it looks like China also wants these U.S.-Iran negotiations to proceed at a steady momentum. That's really all I'm seeing. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. But could be a good look there if these U.S. and Iran negotiations continue. Back to you.
Good stuff. Great trades, my guys.
Yeah, good trade, Joe. Yeah, no problem. I was having a lot of fun here trading with Joe. Good trade there, as we all have different styles, and you're definitely showing that as well. Both of us try to hold on for maybe a little bit longer.
Think about it. So we had this conversation yesterday, like little less size, longer holds, right? So you could just breathe a little bit, but when you put on the size, obviously it's like, okay, take. But there's nothing wrong with it. You got to find what you're comfortable with and then just continue to roll with the punches, I think, Katina, man. As SpaceX is really starting to cook up a storm. Listen, we took the hit bright and early. I'm going to remove half. I know that's a lot, but we're going to leave the other half for a runner. But this has been a pretty good trade for us. We took the hit on end phase, and the goal is to obviously, hey, I took the loss. Now I want to try to hold this this winning trade as long as possible to eliminate the loss. Okay, I know we're sitting in some DRAM, but what SpaceX is doing for us right now is really nice. Okay, let's see what some people. Joe is more aggressive when Sean is love it.
That's right.
Hey, man. You gotta live up to the competition. Yeah, exactly. So we're just like Sean talking about SpaceX as well, going to NVDA. It's funny, yesterday I was trading NVDA. This morning Sean's got it. Yesterday he was trading SpaceX. This morning I got it. And that's what you want to do, is you kind of want to feed off of each other and just try to create something where you're rolling with the punches and have the ability to put on some of these trades. And that's all we really want to do for you guys is have a good time and put on some solid trades.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's about, right? Having a good time, being with each other. And We don't get to host often together, so it's been really nice. And yeah, unfortunately, we had to let Neil go. No, we didn't. All right, as you guys, not yet. No, as we're just playing around. As we go, Neil's in London enjoying.
Yeah.
And I actually looked it up because I was thinking about him, and I was like, oh man, there's that huge heat wave going through Europe, but apparently it's not. You guys can confirm it. I actually just asked a large language model what was going on there in London because I was gonna message him to see how he's been doing. But yeah, so I don't think it's that bad. They were saying like 24, 25, pretty much like ideal. And I was talking about this yesterday. Yeah. That's pretty ideal weather for when you're traveling. If you're sightseeing.
If you can wear no tarp or like
if you're laying around a beach or something, maybe you might want maybe a little warmer. But I think if you're sightseeing, you're traveling around, like when we were in Rome and it was like 40 degrees there, that was a bit much, man. Thank you to Marissa for pushing me in Trevi Fountain. But she did not. There goes 286. So there it goes, man. I was like, Marvell needs to break that top if we're going to do anything. And there it goes, Marvell, just really appreciating the move higher right now. So there it goes, black out to the upside.
A lot of love in the chat, man.
Marvell. Who's getting a lot of love?
Both you and I, man.
Oh, both you and I. Well, I think we're a great combo, man. I think all of us have its way there. And the thing about Joe is, man, Joe's the man around here. This guy's doing double duty over there. So we want to say thank you to that. And then pretty soon you're going to be joined by Obi on the midday.
Yeah.
The Joby will be there. Trading some of those helicopter names, Joby. But yeah, so right now we're $4 in the money. Maybe that's why. But my mood's always pretty good, regardless of what we're doing over there. Oh, you know what I wanted to look at was speak about Neil and speak about the hosts and everything like that. AVAV, right? I mean, you and I both looked at each other. We liked the quarter, but we didn't like to really trade it there. I said maybe we could hold the 200 period moving average, which at the time when we talked about it was at 170. So I'll have to look at it because I mentioned it. So that would have been 174.50. That just cut like butter right through there, right? I think if you're going to look at a name that is a first day mover, especially on earnings or even like a dramatic upgrade or some sort of a breakthrough of something, you got to let it settle down. So it looks like we did get a nice move back into 160 there for AVAV. And as Sharif had mentioned, there was a couple, sort of kinks in the armor there, but I think that 156, 157, that looks like that might have been a level there that we just bounced off of. So there we go. And oh boy, man.
Oh boy.
It's going, man. I mean, Apple is now $2 in the money. SpaceX with my guy over here is absolutely crushing that play. So we're going to go 2 for 2. And again, it's just about having a good day and having a good time and, following your own rules, regardless of what you guys write down. If you're a small cap trader, if you're whatever you are, we're not into IBIT, that didn't hit. We're into Apple, that hit. SpaceX didn't give it to me, but my guys got it over there. There's 195 long in NVIDIA came in, 283 long came in on Apple. Now NVIDIA's $3 in the money and Apple's $2 in the money. That's $5 in the money in the first half hour.
Yeah.
So, these are the kind of trades. I like to trade big cap names. Sure, they're not those 40% movers in a day, but, at the end of the day, what color is this?
What is it? It's money.
It's green.
It's color.
No matter how you make this stuff, that's what's important. I'm doing it here for the family. This guy's doing it here for Milo, and we're getting ready to rock and roll. How was that pup today?
He's good. Yeah, he was good off the jump, man. It's just a scare, right?
Yeah,
obviously, dogs can't be eating that.
Whenever you got to take them into the vet or something like that, it's
never good, right? Obviously, I mean, hey, I'm like the more like, hey, let him thug it out or no, obviously
let him thug it out. Wow,
yeah,
that is.
You know what I mean?
I like
everybody automatically, guys, I'm joking. That's like my child. You got to understand, it's not good. I wasn't at home for the situation, so I personally couldn't handle it, and I'm happy the way that Selena did. But anyways, aside from that, guys, we're here to talk about stocks. He's doing good. He's doing great. He's back to his usual ways, even though he never stepped out of it. He just ate something that he shouldn't have. So you get the scare because the symptoms of what could potentially have happened is what really, really gets you frightened. But what we do have, Katina, man, is SpaceX looking like it wants to head towards the high of the day. And then we have DRAM drama over here, guys, doing us a pretty solid one. Listen, I told you guys bright and early, we took that hefty hit on EMPH, and then we have these two winners, which turned us from red to green. So good thing we got out. So I'm long at 52. Imagine I held that $4 against me. I still had it at $2 against me, which isn't good. But we said at the low of the day, we're at a dodge, and the end phase still hasn't found any form of a recovery. So what are we going to do right now, Katina, man? Nah, we're going to post up at 73s here on DRAM to see if we can get an out there, my brother.
We like that one. We like that one.
Oh, look at it go. Let's go.
Yeah, at Kill. Someone said, Kilgore Trout there said, didn't know I was a romantic there at Trevi Fountain. I proposed in Central Park in New York.
Oh,
so
let's
we went
go.
there. Yeah, we had a nice little, near some bridge, which she almost threw me off of that as well. But no, that was a lot of fun. So we did that. Central Park was a lot of fun. We went and we got a baguette. We got some nice.
Yeah.
I was like, let's go have a picnic. So we went to some nice little bakeries type of thing.
Yeah.
Beforehand, and boom, the rest is, as they say, history there. So one of the luckiest days of my life, obviously. So all right, with some luck, we may get a good number depending if you're long or short. Let's go back over to the desk with Adara and figure out Wagwan. Nice trade there, my boy.
What do we got? How many dollars is that one?
I don't know. You tell me, man. $3 on that. All right, 10 seconds to go. Then we'll come back and have some fun.
Gold job openings in 5 now, guys. Forecast 7.295 million. Prior here, 7.618 million. We are expecting a bit of a drop. 7.594 million. So again, guys, Jolt's number, 7.594 million versus the forecast of 7.295 million. This number, much like what we saw with Chicago PMI, it's going to be well above the forecast, but below the prior print. Again, Jolt's job openings, 7.594 million. Consumer confidence lower than expected, 91.2 versus that forecast here of 94.4, and it's also below the prior print of 93.1. So lower than expected consumer confidence, higher than expected job openings, of course, following a higher than expected Chicago PMI print that we got at 9:45 a.m. Bit of a pullback here now on the NASDAQ as we digest these numbers. A couple different things to talk about here, including AVAV with their earnings. This one's been mentioned a couple times here. Initially gap up, but giving up a decent amount of that move heading into the open and on the open. They beat on EPS, beat on sales, but guidance for fiscal 2027 a little bit lackluster, especially when it comes to that adjusted EPS and GAAP EPS estimates. Let's take a look here at crypto. MSCR near lows here. Coinbase actually bouncing a little bit off the lows. These names had a decent recovery yesterday, but today not faring too well here as Bitcoin continues to fluctuate here to the downside below that 60K level. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe as we send you back over to Sean and Joe.
All right, thank you, Dara. Yeah, well, I was just saying to Joe, like, man, like, I can't believe we dropped out of that Apple. Apple's now 260, 270, and going higher here in the money on that one. So it's like, you make those calls, and that's what's happened sometimes. But the market could have said to the downside. Yeah. I mean, it's a nice little move down there, getting just a bit lower right now. All right, guys, one thing we have to talk about, of course, is an offer that your broker's probably not offering you. Markets have been extremely active lately, and for traders, this kind of environment creates great opportunity. Big move means more setups and more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing appropriate risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're afraid of losing your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, join tradethepool.com. One word, tradethepool.com. Click that QR code right there or find the link in our wonderful description of today's show. So again, we want to thank Trade the Pool for their continued sponsorship. And sometimes we have Mitch on, Steve Tileman coming on as well. But wow, man, now Apple, both of these names now, exactly the same amount in the money. Both are $2.70 right now. I don't know how that exactly is true, but NVIDIA right now, $198. Apple, $286 as we continue to climb higher and higher here. And we'll try to look for some more names in what we want to talk about. Yesterday's trade of the day, for me, I had a great little long there in Palantir at one point, and that name's trying to go again. Look, the NASDAQ was negative when we opened. We're now up 1% right there in the NASDAQ. We went quickly off that gem, and then we switched over to something else. Not much going on there, but look what it's doing. Joe, it's holding VWAP right here at 380. So that's an interesting little look there. Wow, now NVIDIA is now $3 and going higher as well. Not a chart person, but happy birthday to you. You know who. Happy birthday, Joe. Apple looks like institutional buying pattern. Word up on the chat. Keep it real.
Word up.
Risk only what you can. I mean, no better advice.
Whoa,
than
where's
risk
my
only
guy?
What you can.
Where's my boy Jesse? I haven't seen Gorev. Have you seen anything from a signal standpoint? I mean, we're in a couple of opportunities here. Los Pollos, I haven't seen you in the chat. Tried taking both of you guys, but I can't do it. Those are my OJs, Los Pollos and Gorev. Obviously, we in love with Ozan as well, too. Why not mess with RAM? It is 2x leverage. You are very right, my friend. But we also have to take into consideration liquidity. Now, it's not overly liquid. With that being said, you're going to probably fall into a wider spread. Right now, we got SpaceX and we have DRAM. That's all I need. DRAM isn't overly expensive. Don't forget, I have no issues with using these leverage products, but I also like to use it with underlying assets that I feel are a little bit too expensive. Don't forget, I have risk measures that I need to implement and always keep an eye out on. So for me to head over to RAM, which is 25 bucks, DRAM is $72. I don't have any issues with that. It's not my birthday today. A guy from work, Joe, is in love with me, says Ozan. I do have actually somewhat of an infatuation with you, my friend. I don't know what it is. I think it's just the energy that you give off, and you're a rich individual. So that's what we like. That's what we like about you. But SpaceX put in a new high, Katina. Man, we're fortunate enough to get some off at 165.50.
Yes, sir.
Then it pumped back up to 165.80, came back in a little bit. But the name that I really want to get the ball rolling here is this one. Let's see if we can break through this pre-market zone. You can see we have a resistant level right in that neck of this one here.
Oh, NVIDIA?
Yeah. Let's see if we can break this 198.50, and I think we can start to climb a little bit more. I mean, this had 5 consecutive red days leading up into yesterday's session, so it wasn't the prettiest of weeks for that name, and considering it is down 18% off of its all-time high.
Yeah, good talk there, Joe.
Thanks, man.
I do really feel like that NVIDIA look, that's part of the reason why we like that 195. And I mean, if we're going to look at 195, we talked about it. It's on the node. Joe and I sort of agreed, and that was yesterday's level. It just came right back into it. So that's why we wrote it down on the node. And yeah, quite frankly, I mean, we dip bought into the pre-market lows. So that was our first take there at 195.75. Then let it bleed a little bit down there. We're obviously pretty lucky to get near the low of the day there on NVIDIA. But is it lucky? Or, at 928, I reviewed where all the orders were. And, NVIDIA just got picked up. So, I think that there is some sort of value to sitting around. But I just want to tell you guys now, 5% left in NVIDIA, 5% left in Apple. So it's the same kind of a trade. Apple's the one that I feel like we could have done a little bit better on, but we didn't. I do want to look quickly at the broader market here as we go for a quick little sector watch. I know we have a segment of this coming up, but just because the NASDAQ is up that 1%, I did want to just focus here. When you're looking at this is the S&P 500 heat index, and it's NVIDIA, it's Apple, it's Broadcom. There's many names in here. Intel, AMD, KLAC up 4% as well. Dell up 3%. SMCI up today. Microsoft, there it is, trying to get going as well. But look what's not going today, Joe, and these are names that have really struggled. There's Netflix down another 1%. With the NASDAQ being up 1% from the bottom and now 1% on the day, would expected Netflix to get going. I know Neil just recently put some money into IBM. That's downside there as well. I like the stock. CRM down 1%. I put some money into IBM lower as well. CrowdStrike up nicely. PanW up nicely. Google, the big dog, struggling a bit. They buy some valuation there. I like Amazon trade. They're down. Here's your retail sector. What's my guy Target doing? Did it hit the price target of 140? Yes, it did. But now it's down 3% today. Again, is Target as that goes downside. The retail side, not wow, man. Apple, both these trades are now $3 and blasting. It's interesting that Eli Lilly and this side is actually down today because we did get the story from Eli Lilly and from Medicare that they will be starting to cover some GLP-1s and some of those weight loss and diabetes drugs and whatnot. But yeah, that's what we're trying to do right now. And there's a big one, producer manufacturing, huge today. We talked about GE Vernova. We could look at IREN is the name that I have, and Constellation, CEG. We'll look at some financials, but we do have news with Adara.
It's not news. I just wanted to explain why some of these names might be down today, including Eli Lilly, I believe Pfizer as well. A handful of these companies getting letters here from U.S. lawmakers led by the leader of the House China Select Committee. His name is John Moulinar, representative from the U.S. They're basically releasing these letters here related to drug testing in China. Pfizer, I think, might have been implicated. I know for a fact Eli Lilly was. He announced it on CNBC. Oh, there's a super chat for me. Thank you to I Can't Read. Elevators make me fart. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Adara for keeping us informed. Much appreciated. Shout out to you guys for, thank you for the super chat there. And shout out to all of you guys for participating in our chat. If you want more info on the Moolinar situation, I can cover it as well during the Sector Watch at 10:40. Back to you.
I mean, you may want to get that looked at. Elevators shouldn't be doing that.
But I think it's a nervous thing. You know, when the nerves start.
Is that happening to you if
go,
you get a little nervous?
You get gassy. Yeah, it depends.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That's
I
fine.
think
The more
that's
you know.
Have you ever seen that one? I think it's the Naked Mile of American Pie, where the boyfriend sneaks into the house, gets nervous because
Right.
dad's coming downstairs, and then happens to proceed to do anything. I do that in
so
court.
some valid
Well, I
things
mean,
happening there. Interesting.
all right. My birthday is in October. The best month maybe of the year.
I have September, so we're a bunch of fall babies.
Yeah. You're September?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what is it? September. It's early September, isn't it?
Mid.
All right, mid.
It's like my trading.
Yeah, it's like the
Mid.
gas too. Hey,
Come on, Dad. That joke was mid, Dad.
Get that? Is that what the kids say these
Something
days?
like that. They say stuff like that. It's big
Trick or
crack,
treat, says
mid,
Tony.
and all these kind of things, man. But I love the fall. Love October, September. You get the end of baseball, the start of hockey.
No,
the
I'm a
start of
Libra.
Football, the start of
It's not a big.
hockey, football, end of
Yeah,
baseball,
October.
basketball.
Yeah.
Getting ready to start kicking off as well. So yeah, man, a big sports
Nice,
in
Chris,
the
I
fall.
know.
That's for sure. I mean, there's lots of sporting events at all
OVO,
times.
Joe.
Really, spring you get the Masters.
I started OVO, so I don't know what.
You
Drake-
started what?
OVO. I don't
You
know.
started OVO?
Yeah, I don't know what Drake's on about.
That's why you're rich now, man. You got those
I don't know
what do you call coming through? The rights.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time he mentions OVO. Right there. But okay, let's look at IREN. I wanted to look at some of these other names that were moving around a bit here. $45. IREN's been a disaster. We bought some of this name at $50 right there. IREN's not doing well at all. When you get names like G Vernova, some of these better names starting to go. And again, IREN attached a little bit to Bitcoin, so that's part of that problem there. Bitcoin mining and whatnot powering those use cases. So IREN getting hit a little bit, not a great one there. IREN. So I mean, I'm in it. So I don't like that. The most recent buy though was Google, and we did that around that 347, 348 mark, and that's a nice play, right? I mean, it's down today, but I think Google can find that base. I don't. We talked about the Mag 7 being down 10%, and Google is exactly down 10%. So it's matching with that, and I think if you're going to own that Mag 7 ETF, you can almost just buy Google. I mean, I like Google for all of those similar reasons that most people like it. Alibaba, and again, we always talk about that word moat, and that's like, what's protecting, what can come in and take advantage of their business, right? I mean, it's reasons why Salesforce, and those kind of names get hit on the software side of things, because everybody's worried that moat that they developed as far as seat licensing and all that, will people need to continue to buy those licenses if we have all of a sudden an easier pathway to developing that software with some of this coding AI. But Alibaba, nicely cooking right now. I don't know what's gotten under this one, but there goes Alibaba right now. Maybe some nice Chinese love back into this market. I mean, really taking off now. I was saying this yesterday, Joe. I think at some point this name probably needs to get bought. I mean, 10 cent today with a couple share buybacks. TCEHY, heard that today. They've lost over, I think it was 300 billion. TCEHY. TECHY, that's what it is. 10 cent, PK, is that right? My charts just aren't switching anyways.
No.
But anyways, 10 cent, nice move lately, and Alibaba as well. So we can watch out for those names as they continue to go boom in the night. SMR, is that below $10 yet? Like, we did have that Oklo moving around a little bit here today. SMR still just hovering around 10. Would like to see it. Like I said, I think this name is a buy once we break through 14, but I'd like to see that first. So that's that 14 level right into there for SMR. Talk about, newer technologies. And I don't want to throw good money I don't want to throw bad money after good, or whatever that sentence is. Like, just because you're sitting on a little bit of cash because you've raised it, doesn't mean you need to jump into some opportunities because these levels look like this. Be patient, wait for something to click, and wait for something to hit. And on that note, I'm still waiting for Uber to get back up to like $78 or so, where I'm going to sell a little bit of this position as well. So Uber down 2% today. What's the story on Jack? we can ask that to Adara if you have anything on.
I looked into it. There's absolutely nothing. This was on Watch yesterday, too. There still wasn't any
Jack in
news.
the
There was
Box.
this headline from last Tuesday that would be a week ago. Jack in the Box apparently announcing the completion of their $500 million secured notes facility. This thing's currently at session lows. And again, no news. This news is 1 week, 7 days old.
Yeah, well, it's, so no news. Thanks, Adara, for that update. And it's looking like, it wants to break right now through. So watch out for this $16 break. It looks pretty darn good to me in and around that level, man. 15.98, $16. Looks to break lower there on Jack in the Box. So, boom. Jack in the Box. You ever have one of those growing up?
I think so. Lorex, you got to understand Lorex streams. This is a day trading show. Like, what do you mean don't day trade? This is what we do. This is how this firm works, is that you day trade. I mean, we were long right here. We pieced some out at the previous break of the high, and then it just comes back to my break even. I never re-engaged in the trade. I think investing and day trading, it's not that I know that investing and day trading are two totally different beasts, but this is a day trading show, my friend. So, I mean, we can always get back in at some point. I don't see an entry. But, I mean, it is what it is. We got out a little bit too soon. We got stopped out 30% of our position. So we'll try to find another entry here just in case we decide to run. I do like the way that DRAM's looking on a daily. That's why I had my eyes on it bright and early this morning. Nice little hammer candle right there in this trend. So just continue with the strength.
Wow.
Some solid opportunities to buy right here. So, I mean, I'm looking at NVDA as well too, Katina man, but it's not really holding up.
No,
and
Marvell.
Marvell's up another 6%, but hey, it is what it is. This resistance zone at 198 coming into full effect. Maybe we'll get involved with some AMD here momentarily as well.
Whoever that super chat was, or they messaged about Marvell, like, my hat is off to you, because that was, Marvell was down here. Okay, remember I was like, if we break 286, that's pretty much, where we would think about going long. You can't just, get involved in this. The NASDAQ was ripping to the highs. There it is right there. So was this the same one as before? Yes, okay, thanks, Andre. So yeah, shout out to you, Suni, there, because you absolutely nailed that, and that was about a half hour ago. And it was right down into here. You asked about it. It was right at VWAP. I was a little worried that the market was also potentially top heavy. It's the same time. So there it is on the market, bottom left, when you're asking about it. Market broke out. Marvell then just bounced cleanly off of VWAP, and wow, that's horse sense right there. That's an absolutely great call on MRVL. So nothing else about that. That's amazing. And if you're looking to raise and get out of a little bit of Marvell, I would say you take advantage of a 5 or 6% move. You can't be displeased with that, especially if you are nervous about what potentially is happening in the space. And that is, we talked about the stepping when you were commented on that one, but the DRAM and everything like that. We know that there has been an exercise play here in demand, and Marvell part of that, right? They're part of that whole data center build out for sure. Thoughts on ALAB short term? Oops. There we go. No, that's okay. Let's go, man. There's 3K from this individual as well. So love that call. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, and definitely one that I missed. And yeah, that's amazing. I couldn't be happier with the trading that I put on today, and I know Joe feels the same way. So we're really happy with today. I watched. Okay, thoughts on ALAB? You watched it. You're okay. Short and long term. Oh God, you got 2 for 1 here. I watched it dip down to 100 and didn't pull the trigger. Then I was afraid to get in at 200, 300, and 400. What is this? ALAB? What about 500 right there? Astera Labs. I mean, this name, Joe. I don't know if you've looked at it, but It's one of those Kramer things. Again, you and I both, like to listen to what he has to say sometimes. And it's not about judging where the price has come from. It's where it's going and what it looks like today.
Holy cow.
Yeah, man. I mean, I would say long term, I like it. Short term, I mean, it's completely blasted off. And if you're going to look at like an RSI or something like that on Astera Labs, I mean, here it is right here on a daily for Astera Labs. You're at 77. You're getting a little extended there on the RSI. let's wait. Every time it's pulled back into the 60s, it's been a buy opportunity. And, when it was doing that, it was down here at 366, 370. So, we've bounced off of it since all the way back into May. This sort of 60 level on a daily on the RSI there for Astera Labs. So I would just say if we can play back into that level, that would be something. And that would give you your $60 mark. So your 60 marker there on the RSI relative strength index. So right now it is well extended higher. We've been higher, right? Back in May of 28. May the 28th, sorry, we got going. That was on this extended move. So that's when we hit the top. And then again back in April. So it must have been right there. So, big jump ups have resulted in slight pullbacks. Here, it just resulted in a flattening out a little bit. And this name, we did continue the jump up, then eventually pulling back. I would say if you're going to look for a pullback level, it's always pulled back into previous highs. So there's the breakout. Here's the pullback into the high. Here's the breakout here. Here's the pullback into the high. Here's the breakout there. Here's the pullback into the previous high again. So we've broken out one more time. And I know I sound like a broke out record, but right there, if it pulls back into previous highs, then that again looks to be a buy on A-Lab. And I want to thank you for the super chat. And I mean, all Joe and I can do is, Sands using this ball. What's up to Mr. Westermeyer who sent this to us? We can't predict where stocks are going. We just try to give our best guess.
Yeah.
And the 8-ball tells you that A-Lab looking pretty good back at past highs. We're $3 in the money on Apple. That's at day's high right now, looking to break through 286.
Okay.
Just to talk about maybe where to get out. What about a break? We did break this 25 period moving average, and I got to try to maybe do a little bit better job holding on to these things, but we nailed this one, so happy with what we've been doing. But what about a break of that? That's 285.50. Last time we broke it, it went down maybe 20 cents from there. I'm going to put a stop out maybe at 285. All right, so we can break out $2. We'll give that back a little bit. Like I said, man, we're under 5. We're at 5% of both of these names. Looking to get out maybe some more NVIDIA. I was looking for 198.50 again. If that comes in, we'll take that. But for now, it's NVIDIA, it's Apple, and we've had a good talk about some other names today as well. So thank you for those super chats about A-Lab and Marvell and whatnot.
There goes.
What are you doing with SpaceX?
Yeah, I'm not doing anything right now. There goes AMD looking like it wants to climb a little bit high. I want to get involved with some NVDA here, Katina, man, but I don't want to buy it in this consolidation zone, especially in the middle of the range. What we want to look for is on the lower end of the range, around 195.65 here potentially. DRAM about to put in a new high of the day. We got stopped out break even on this wick, which we're totally fine with. We got to capitalize on a little bit of this trade here. I mean, I don't own DRAM, but we got some Google involved. I mean, we got our exposure to the AI infrastructure buildup. But there goes SpaceX. There's clearly a triple top starting to be formed. Now, are we going to get the participants stepping in, breaking through this range? I think that's going to be a massive teller on how the rest of the day is going to go, especially if we breach and then come back and retest the zone here on SpaceX. Maybe you get the follow through on that one. Astera Labs is absolutely nuts. You're still in both of your positions there, so you're just riding this wave.
But it's 5%. Like I'm trying to.
Are you looking to add a little bit more, or what do you think you got going
if there is, I mean, I'm always looking at that 200 period moving average, to get an add, and we're not really there for any of those names. That's why I looked at that SMR, I looked at that Cerebras. We do got to go back over to Adara. So let's go over to Adara. We'll get the small cap recap going, and then we'll come back, and I promise you we'll find another one.
Oh, man.
Keep an eye on CELZ here. Sorry, CELZ. This is Creative Medical Technologies. This company filing this Form RW or from RW, which basically will withdraw their registration statement. They were planning, I guess, on offering securities, no longer doing that. So CELZ no longer planning on doing an offering. Good look for the stock. This company is a 3.6 million share float. Keep an eye here on AAPL. This is a name that's rallied in the past. $1.42 million market cap, 5.4 million share float. This stock is currently penny stock here around 26 cents, entering a long-term strategic alliance with a strategic partner in the food and egg sector. And last but not least, JEM. This name's been mentioned time and time again. I could not find any float or market cap info, which is interesting here. It was on our watch list. It was mentioned this morning as well. JEM here, 707 Cayman Holdings. They appointed a new executive director. This is a Hong Kong company, guys. Be careful as we send you back over to Sean and Joe.
All right, yeah, that's 707. We do have this one, INTJ, halting a little bit here as well. So, this name has halted a couple times, up 22%. INTJ coming back into the 200 period moving average. Thank you so much, Omen, for the $2. You guys teach. Okay, we have taught you so much on the daily. So, thank you so much for watching us daily, and it means a lot. You want to check out CoreWeave? Why not? CoreWeave, another recent addition into the NASDAQ 100. Before I even look at the daily chart on this, Marvell pulled back. Like some of these names have pulled back off of recent additions, right? I mean, Palantir got into the index. You see where Palantir is 115, 116 now from a high of 220 and change. And CoreWeave, as I now look at the daily, pulling back, right? I'm not sure the day that exactly was added to the NASDAQ 100, but I'm pretty sure it was like a week and a half or so ago. And that was 120 pulling back in now. If you're going to talk about, you just mentioned that, thank you for all we taught you on the daily. Well, here's a daily chart. And this looks to me, honestly, at a decent level right now. We'd like to get above the 200 period moving average. And to take a quote from our good friend Brian Shannon, who should be joining us today in the afternoon, wait till it's out of the penalty box. And that penalty box means you got to get above that 200 period moving average and try to base out a little bit. I think if we use this as our springboard, then we could have a good little level here for CoreWeave. And again, it's that whole data center build out, right? I mean, I'm not super worried. I mean, some of these stocks have battled back over the last little while. We do know that there is a push now for AI, and no matter what inning you do believe it in, this is compute power for CoreWeave. And we do know that although Grok and Tesla, now SpaceX, has been selling some of that compute, CoreWeave, same kind of business. So we'll wait to see if that one wants to work. Nebius has sort of had the edge up there in some of the European developments there with the centers that built in Europe. And you can see Nebius, I would prefer them to CoreWeave right now. But again, on a valuation side of things, CoreWeave on a chart at least anyways, CoreWeave back now to 200 period moving average. Nebius continues to work deals with Microsoft and Meta, so on and so forth, helping NBIS. So all these names continue to work and to continue to look pretty good. USO on a little bit of a move there today, but pretty choppy, not much action going on there. Just trying to bounce off 107, potentially worth a look. I do want to remind everybody that tomorrow we have July 1st. That doesn't mean anything to us around here other than Happy Canada Day. We are still live. We're live every single day unless there's a U.S. full-blown holiday, meaning that you have bank closures and federal holidays. So we'll be closed on Friday. There was some talk in the chat that Friday is a half day. I do not believe it is. I think it's closed absolutely all day Friday. All right, so I can double check that, but I'm almost 100% certain that it's a full day. We are not in on Friday. All right, so if the markets are closed, we're not in. But tomorrow we're in, so happy Canada Day, early Canada Day for everybody, and get those fireworks going. That is for sure for Canada Day and July 4th. How many of you guys out there are firework participants, or do you go somewhere? Around here in Toronto, there's actually a few spots you can go for fireworks. Thank you, Joe, for the reload of the coffee there. There's down by the beaches there. They've got, what's the beaches where all the fireworks are called? Not Smuggler's Cove, that's up north.
There goes SpaceX, man.
But anyways, good spot there. Canada's Wonderland also has fireworks. Place in Etobicoke Centennial Park. But does Milo like the fireworks?
I don't know if he's ever there experienced.
Yeah, some dogs don't like it. Yeah. I always see in our neighborhood board, they're always like, oh, great, like more people firing off fireworks. Like,
it's like boo-hoo, Crimea River, man.
Down there.
Too much complaining is too much. Man, that's
but there is some
people in Canada.
There is some stuff about that. I mean, but anyways.
Dude, how many times a year are you hearing fireworks?
Yeah,
like, relax.
4 or 5.
You know what I mean? It's just like Crimea River.
Yeah.
That's just how I feel, right? Sometimes people are getting too much in your business. Like the other day, I'm standing in a while ago. I'm waiting in front of my garage because my button, my clicker, the battery died, so I couldn't open the door. Right.
Go inside and
so I wait for someone to go in. Right. It's a condominium, so people are flowing. And the guy pulls up beside my car and he goes, "What are you waiting here for?" I'm like, "I'm just waiting to get into the underground. I live here." He's like, "Where's your clicker?" Like some dude I never met. I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Where's your clicker?" I'm like, "The battery's dead." He's like, "Well, you should probably get that battery fixed, don't you think?" And I'm like, "Dude," I'm just like, "Dude."
You're
honestly like yeah. I'm like, it's just like woosah, man. Relax a little bit. Like, it's not that. Yeah, they are big time, Luis Suarez. I will not deny that for sure. Look at the market go here.
I know, it's unbelievable.
It's looking really good. SpaceX has been good. We were out a little bit early with the reload on that one. I'm still looking to get involved in some NVDA, but it's not displaying anything for me right now. But what we do have working for us is these higher lows, which is something that we can look forward to. But look at DRAM just absolutely go. And then look at SpaceX go. We break through that triple top right there, Katina man, and continue to climb a little bit higher. So things are looking really, really bright in this market on today's intraday session. Google down. Our guy Google, man, Wilson Katina Capital. I mean, we're with
too much capital to work there or what?
Never, ever.
Okay,
how much cash do you think we should be sitting on?
Yeah, so in my personal account, I'm like in like less than 5%.
I'm 10% now.
I don't even know what actually I shouldn't say. I'm not sure, but it's probably less than 5. I'm not.
Wilson Katina
was
all in. Yeah,
I'm almost all in.
Fractional.
Well, I think, and we don't want to talk about investing in a broad. Well, no, we do, but I mean it has to be broad talk because everybody has their own individual needs, right? I mean, and like if I'm talking with my father, who's 76 years old. He's going to have a different investment portfolio than hopefully you and I do. And, that's part of, what schedule and what section of life you're in and how that's flowing. So, yeah, make sure that you do invest properly. That is for sure. And, don't get too excited about it and just make the right calls and you'll be okay in your life. And I don't think that, especially with rates now, 4 to 5% on cash. I mean, if you're at that level and you've been riding, the NASDAQ just had a 20% quarter. Like, let that sink in for a little bit. The NASDAQ generally is up. I mean, we can ask this too. I mean, the NASDAQ's had a great run over the last 15, 20 years. There's no doubt about that. But 20% quarter, like, there's something to be talked about there. And there's so many stocks that are leading the way. I do want to talk about another trade potential here that I have. That's going to be Palantir on the break. So I was thinking there's 2 potential trades here for me on Palantir. And one is just a short rate now. And I almost did it. I almost put the short against basically 116.75, 116.50, which is the high of the day, all right, for Palantir. The fact is the market's up 1% right now, and Palantir is only up 0.4. So the market's actually up 1.2%, and Palantir is only up 0.4. So Palantir is not really, moving around the way that I had sort of hoped it would. Leading into, this kind of a move there today. Pretty choppy for sure. So I just thought if we break 116.50, which is this level right here, then my plan of action was to go long on Palantir and then see if we hold basically 116 at that time, 115.80, something like that, where we have these 200 period, the 50 period, the 25, everything's down into here, 115.50 area. So I was going to say for $1 worth of risk, and we know what Palantir can do when it gets going, both ways, right? So lots of potential there for Palantir. I think if it breaks this 116.50, we do get to 117, which is again into that pre-market high where we would think about getting some out. So I think roughly a 1-to-1, a break of 116.50, hold back to 116, maybe average in a little bit, and then maybe give it another quarter. But Palantir does have an opportunity to rip your face off at any time. So you got to be careful with it. But I think I'm going to try that one as we just continue to climb higher. We're now $6 in the money. We got $3 on Apple and Plus and change there. And NVIDIA's $3 as well. Still waiting for, I know I said NVIDIA 198.50. We just touched out to there. I actually have it at 198.80, trying to get it at this very top right now. I'm going to move that, Joe. I'm going to put an offer into 198.50 right now, see if we can get that, and then we'll see if we can climb higher into 200 for NVIDIA because it's, blue skies if we break above 200 for that. That should signal another leg higher there for NVDA. I like the stock.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, there goes SpaceX. What a missed opportunity. Got me on the pullback here. So then now it just went off to the races. I'm posted up on NVDL at 29.20 for this bull flag, but we're really starting to pick up some momentum in this bad boy as we're heading into $170 there, Katina, man. This is some good stuff. Oh, I'm not going to catch this fill on NVDL, am I? This wedge, this ascending wedge is being formed. You can see the consistent higher lows on this one. So I want to try to catch the lower end of the range to maximize my risk to reward ratio, but it looks like it wants to break. But don't forget, guys, notional value, this has the largest amount of short interest, I believe, in the NASDAQ or in the S&P. Where is Jesse, someone may ask? He is dealing with, actually dealing with is crazy. He actually has his children's birthday today, so he won't be attending us today. But other than that, man, SpaceX was the play. I thought you were going to hop on that train here today, Katina, man, but you got Apple, you got NVDA, so no need to feel any forms of FOMO. We're up 2% on this bad boy, and DRAM really strong today. So Lorax, thanks for pointing that one out there, my guy. AMD struggling a little bit here, Sean, so not too bad of a look. We're going to get this pullback momentarily, and I think that's going to be able to fill our order. I like it because as soon as it breaks through the volume weighted average price, we're at a dodge on this one. And if momentum happens to pick up 29.40, we just break through that level, that could be a good add side, a good add position where we come back, retest the level, and then maybe we can find ourselves a trend day. Yesterday it struggled a little bit. It was hovering around like 0.7% to the north side, could barely hit that 1% marker, but now we're up 1.6%. So I like the look of this one here. It's not too bad. Amazon looking like it wants to turn positive. Our guy Meta is still down 1%. So there's only 3 out of the Mag 7 that are red and can turn green at any given moment. We've seen what Google did yesterday. You're only down about 0.1% here today. Now 352 with the break. 353 is what we're trading at right now. So some good positive strength in AMD up 3% today. ASML up 4%. Wow. AMAT up 5%. Nebius Group up 11%.
Yeah, we talked about that with Corey. You were gone.
Yeah. Look at this pure buy program here today. So yeah, there's a lot of strength here today, and this is what we want to see in the market.
Yeah, I mean, and here's another name that's kind of just cruising around here. Micron, not doing a whole heck of a lot, only up 0.4. So we get all these movements that Joe and I have just been mentioning there, but yet you get Micron just kind of hovering around and looking like it wants to be a little choppy one over here. So I'm not sure what we're thinking about Micron right now at these levels, but 150 and change potential level there for MU coming back in right now. So, levels of 1160 maybe for a short, but we talked about, shorting something yesterday did not necessarily work out the greatest for shorting Micron, that's for sure. That's a very dangerous play. JP Morgan at 330 just hit on the scanner, taking out the day's high right there. So we were a little worried, Joe, earlier about the banks, but that looks like that's come back in. And here we go, man. New position finally hitting.
What are you going on? Oh, yeah, you're going 195 and a quarter? Oh, you're already.
Sorry. This is Palantir 116 right now. So we'll put out 10% if we get a 70 fill. Put another 10% out if we get an 80 fill. And we'll put another 10% out if we get a 90 fill.
Okay.
So that's what we're going to try to do right now. Run this to the little bit to the high side. There's the break of these levels on Palantir. And just thought that, hey, man, maybe we can get going just a little bit upside for PLTR. Let's give that a go and see what we've got now on Palantir. So that's what I'm doing now in one position. There it is. There's our first take right there. Out at 69, did I do? Yeah, so 68's there. Out, so that's 20 cents real quick. We're going to go, that's just our second trade today, so we're going to give it, our third trade. We're going to give a little bit of room. And where are we going to get stopped out? We said 116, that's 115 down there as well on Palantir. So we'd like to get at least 1-to-1, but a scalp up through 117 would be kind of fine for me. And we did say that, hey, maybe the top of that trade might be 117 anyways.
Okay.
But yesterday we had that break on SpaceX of 160. It pulled back about $1.50 into some of these levels where we're able to buy those dips. So I still think that in and around 115.75 or so, just looking at some other charts, but yeah, that's where VWAP is. So 115.75, that's going to be my stop zone. So if we do fall back into 116, let's just put back on. We got out at 10% only. Let's put back on a little bit more into that trade, and we'll see what winds up happening here with Palantir as we're dropping back down a little bit through 116.50 again. So, hey, man, we took a little bit of profit. Let's put it on there and see. We only have about half a unit right now. We'll see if we can get another unit near 116 and then give it to 115.75. We might also put that stop in right now, 115.69er for a stop there on Palantir. And we're going to see if we get a little bit more down there near 116 flat. So, give it a go. Right now, it's not working out for us. The market is trying to pull back just a bit, and that is what's going on now. Let's get out of some more NVIDIA as well here, just in case the market does go sideways or flat for us here.
Yeah, absolutely. So what happened, Stevenson, we'll take a look at it momentarily. Man, what a second leg up here for SpaceX as you're up 2% on the day. Yesterday putting in a monster session as well alongside Tesla. Tesla up 0.6% bright and early this morning. So things are looking pretty good for Elon Musk and company. played a little reverse psychology. I'm like, you know what? Let's see. Let's get some size in, just a little bit of a feeler right here so that it comes back in and gets our order at 29.20. Obviously, I'm being highly sarcastic, but let's see if we can catch that fill. That's where the majority of our size is. And if it breaks down, then so be it. We have that wedge that's being formed that I do believe we can, if enough capital starts to step in. Obviously, it takes a lot of money to move this name. If we have enough capital stepping in, then maybe we can get that breakout here on NVDA. SpaceX once again going monstrous now from my boy Stevenson. Have to take a look at LCID. What's up, Stevenson? Let's see what he's got going on here. I thought it was the Lorax again. Yeah, I mean, a couple of days of strength, but I mean, let's look at the bigger picture of things. This is absolutely disastrous. You have a reverse split, I believe, right there. In September of last year, or August of September of last year.
Boy,
I don't like these the car manufacturers, to be honest with you. I did own a bunch of Tesla, and there's a completely different reason on why I own Tesla. I don't care about the EV numbers. It's the forward look of obviously Optimus, the RoboCab as well. I understand that's an electric vehicle, but it's more or less an autonomous vehicle. And what the now you could talk a merger between We're talking merger between SpaceX and Tesla as well too. So the numbers obviously aren't fantastic, but when you hold the majority of the market share in specific regions, there's really only one way you can climb, right? Like you can only hold so much of it before you have competition start to step in. And I think that's the same narrative, even though two completely different spaces between Tesla and even NVDA, holding onto high margins and holding onto the majority of the total addressable market. You have competition stepping in, people starting to catch up to the technology, and unfortunately, it kind of hurts the value and the market share of specific names.
All right, we're sort of averaged into as far as we want to here. We have a unit and a half now on Palantir, but it's not working. Right? I mean, we should have stuck with what we were talking about earlier, and it's going to break, and we're going to get stopped out here. I said 69 is our stop. It was a weaker stock to be. There it goes. It was a weaker stock to begin with on Palantir, so it just didn't really have the juice to get going. We did step into it, potentially now into VWAP, into some of these lows. Yeah, not great. So that was definitely a fail there, and we got to flush ourselves down the toilet. I mean, we will, we'll lose pretty much about a quarter of what we made on NVIDIA. So we do take an L there on Palantir. So yeah, that was not a good one there. It did come all the way back in, but we were able to get some more out of NVIDIA at these 198 levels, and still watching out for Apple, watching out for that 285. Let's get out of this one if it breaks 285.50, okay, for Apple, not to let that one fall the way back in. So 285.50 for Apple. We'll put that order out right now and go back over to the desk and see what's up.
Strength in tech and tech-related manufacturing, weakness pretty much everywhere else. Let's start with what's strong here. Electronic tech, you've got a lot of ththese chip plays, a lot of names that got beaten up early in yesterday's session, regardless of if they bounced. They're doing quite well today. Dell up 4%, Intel up 4%, SanDisk up 7%. Micron about flat here, but you've got AMD positive analyst note today. They're up about 3%. NVIDIA, Apple, Broadcom also strong. Now, if you go over to producer manufacturing, AMAT continuing that epic rally. Some analysts weighing in on this one this morning. LRCX, Caterpillar, GEV to the upside as well here once again. Now let's get to what's weak, because there's a lot more of that. Communications down. These were down sharply yesterday, continuing that trend today. Health services weak. Consumer non-durables weak. Utilities weak. Transportation, you guessed it, weak. Consumer services, with the exception of McDonald's, is not doing very well here. Let's talk about health tech. I alluded to this earlier. Let's get more into it here now. So Merck and AbbVie both being investigated by the House Select Committee on China, led by Representative John Moulinar. Now, he said on CNBC that he also sent a letter to Eli Lilly. So Lilly apparently not facing investigation yet, but could be facing investigation. It has to do with drug makers doing drug trials in China. Back to you.
All right, well, that's the thing. I mean, we talked about that with Sharif there, about some Eli Lilly in China there, and some of that approval. There's some sort of that GLP-3, I guess, or whatever that they're trying to do that helps with some of the muscle loss.
With the retatrutide?
Yeah, retatrutide. Yeah, is that what it is there? Retatrutide. So, yeah, good talk there. And yeah, Eli Lilly down today. I mean, I thought today when we got that sort of Medicaid news there that this was going to spike through on Eli Lilly. I just tried Palantir again and gave that one 15 cents, and that's breaking lower. So, we've took enough of a hit there on Palantir to give it up. And I just thought maybe we got out a little premature, into these lows, but we just took it again. So if anything, the market might be due for a little bit of a pullback, but I took 75s there and stocked out, want to break a 60. So 15-cent quick little hit there. And this is where for myself, I sense to get into some trouble when, I start averaging into something because I think it's a decent idea. This is not working. So we got to stay away from Palantir.
All right, yeah, all right. And we got Nicky Garcia. What's up, brother? Much appreciated, man. Yeah, you have to pay much respect to the OGs, the individuals who started this. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. So Nick Garcia, been here for 3 years. Joey Boy has really grown on me. But Sean and Neil will always be the GOATs. One thing that took forever for me to learn is y'all helped me with was discipline and risk. Big Green Day. Yeah, man, that's all that really matters.
And David got just 10 super chats.
10 memberships, yeah.
Thank you so much for those ones there, David, as well, for those gifted memberships.
Superstars,
hop in the chat and grab those. You have to subscribe, then you can grab those memberships. And then you can do all this. So Micron Millionaire, all these little faces there, Sean and Neil. We really want to thank you guys for all that. And yeah, it's been awesome.
How come I can't even do that, man? Like, I was like, come on, I can't put my own
guy,
face
I guess, over there. You don't want to put your own face on there, do you?
Why not?
Okay. Maybe you do. TSLL there.
Yeah,
from High Trader.
What's up?
That's a name that you always look at, of course. That's dual or triple levered?
It's duo.
Yeah.
Duolingo.
You want to have a quick look at that? I mean, we didn't look at Tesla. You just talked about a little bit about Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about Tesla. Here's TSLA. What,
Try
Tesla?
not to look at Palantir.
Oh, don't look at it. Did you get stopped out?
Yeah, just twice. I just got back-to-back stop outs, so it's quite higher. But what do you think about Tesla?
We'll see. We got with Tesla yesterday. We put in a monster session. I wouldn't be surprised if things. Look at that, continuing on the same trajectory. Palantir, no, don't do it. Hey man, you got multiple dollars anyways on.
Nah, it's all good. It's just now it's starting to go back up.
We're starting to form a bull flag here. Continue, man. I don't have that circle thing that just highlights everything, which I
hold
like
control.
A lot.
Is that working?
No, when I'm on the other dome.
Oh, we can set it.
Yeah, we can set that up there. We'll get Fabian to do something else along those lines. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good here. I wouldn't complain. Wait for this pullback towards the volume weighted average price if you're fortunate enough to get one of those, and then maybe we can get a continuation in today. But also look at it from a daily. We're kind of in no man's land, right? So we want to break through some of these levels. I think that's going to be giving me a good opportunity, and even you guys as well too, to trade at $450. Bang, right? 450.73. We break through some of these levels, but what we do have is this secondary trend being breached, and then now we're having a couple of strong sessions. So Tesla not looking too bad here. No, SpaceX at the high of the day.
Yeah, man, SpaceX is a sweet trade, and this is how I know you're mini me, because it's like I looked at the same thing. I was like, no, Apple, we did so well on it, and no Nvidia. What are you doing? And no Palantir, you're not my friend.
Yeah.
What is it, reverse split or something? Well, I mean, Beyond Meat's not going to $40. Well, it was $1 name, wasn't it? What's going on with Beyond Meat over here? 77 cents. There's these things now like rage baiting, I just feel like
I felt like that was one of them. That was for sure.
And it's just like, yeah, look, we talked about sort of that protein shift that they made there into more protein-based. I think it was those drinks, and then there was some rumor that, maybe the U.S. government was trying to, get into some of the, the protein game there, and then that might, and that was for supplying of the troops and, of all these kind of things. And
nobody wants that.
I don't know about Beyond Meat, man.
Nobody wants
this
that
name.
Stuff,
let's check it out. This used to be like a 65% short float. I'm going to assume that a lot of that has come off BYND just because they've been So now it's 28% short. I don't really know. I would look at the PE, but they don't make money, so nothing going on there. Revenue growth down 16% year over year, just not great. Or 1 year down 16%. So there's not much going on right now with Beyond Meat, and I would say tangible book is negative. There's not much going on there. Net income minus 30 million. So thank you again for bringing it up and making me look at it. But at the end of the day, I don't think Beyond Meat is really worth too much of a trade here as we go. So just be careful with trying to catch some of those falling knives, because it's just because it's 77 cents doesn't mean you can't lose 100% of your money. It could go all the way down, and we just be careful. And we've got that super chat about talking about learning from us all, and I think discipline is one of those things. And if you look, if you want to take Beyond Meat, let's just say, forget about what's doing today. It's up 10%. I mean, that's probably what the Super Chat's in reference to. Great call today. And maybe, is there an individual story today? Maybe Adara with Beyond Meat? I know it's up that 10%. Yeah, it's up 10%. But I would just say, like, don't let it break the 65 mark. If this is the beginning of something.
Yesterday, they launched their Beyond Steak Fillet. No, I'm not joking. I don't have anything else. And that was yesterday morning.
I'm not eating anything that's beyond steak. Like, I'm eating real steak.
Well, you wouldn't get that lab steak?
No, man, not for me. But I'm sure there are some people that enjoy still Beyond Meat. I mean, during COVID and when it was like real popular, I don't even know if that was COVID. Sure, we, fully admitted, we bought some Beyond Meat burgers, but did not prefer them. They are not.
What are the ingredients?
It's all soy. It's soy and salt.
I used to eat like soy burgers. I like black bean burgers as well.
Yeah.
Too. But I don't need to call it like a Beyond Meat. Like it's just a veggie burger, in my opinion.
You know what's good? Like the portobello mushroom. Like
I'm not a big mushroom guy.
Oh no, those make for decent burgers. You're not a big mushroom guy?
No.
Oh man, we all ordered these pizzas. Like I said, there was I was telling you left yesterday, but just the stories of when you go out to these tournaments and the dads and everybody hanging out afterwards, and the wives and the kids are asleep. It's 10 o'clock, it's whatever time it is, and everyone's hanging out in the lobby drinking and so on and so forth. A popular pizza choice was sausage, mushroom, onion.
Okay.
And then some dude, we're just sitting there, and there's a bunch of us. There might have only been 15 of us or so. All of a sudden, this Uber guy walks in, and anyways, one of the dads ordered 30 cheeseburgers from McDonald's.
I've seen that. That's crazy.
And was just chucking them at everybody there that night.
Did you get a cheeseburger?
Yeah, I had one cheeseburger. Some dudes were having 3 cheeseburgers.
I
woke up with some antacid problems, I guess there. Too many cheeseburgers from McDonald's. But shout out to that Uber driver. The guy was super fun and cool. But stories from traveling, that is for sure. All right, so Beyond Meat, decent look there. And thanks to Dara for their Beyond Steak Fillet.
Okay.
Fillet, I should say.
I'm going to get out of NVDA here momentarily.
Yeah, there it is. Thanks for NVDA idea. Made a lot of money on that one. So congratulations for that idea as well.
Men shouldn't eat soy. I heard that going on. But anyways, enough of the cheeseburger.
Yeah, there was something about that.
Enough of the cheeseburger talk, man. Cheeseburger Walrus. Shout out to
Do you ever watch
who's
what's
that?
it called there?
Bob's Burgers?
No, I never watched that. Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, Cheeseburger Walrus.
Right, okay. That's what you're getting at.
Good times.
If people don't know about Trailer Park Boys, it's pretty funny. Like
it's the greatest Canadian show of all time.
How dare you?
That is an
Degrassi
unbelievable.
anyone?
Are you kidding me?
I'm not saying it's a good show. I'm saying it's a Canadian classic. It's iconic, and I think Trailer Park Boys is whatever, fine. But I'm just saying there are a lot of other Canadian shows out there. Don't know.
Yeah, SCTV.
All right, this is what is that? SCTV.
Yeah. This guy's too much.
Did you just say what is that to SCTV?
Yeah, what is it?
SCTV walks so Trailer Park Boys, or it ran so Trailer Park Boys could do whatever it does. SCTV has some of the best Canadian comics ever. R.I.P. Catherine O'Hara. Eugene Levy started on there. I grew up on it. It's excellent. It's from the 70s. Fantastic.
Yeah, Joe.
Put the poll up, Fabian.
My guy.
Put the poll up. Greatest Canadian TV show of all time. Trailer Park Boys, Degrassi, and whatever they just named
For some reason,
there.
I can't think of more, but there's way more, man. Red Green Show.
All suck. Like you're gonna compare these to the ultimate classic
No, Trailer
show.
Park Boy is
It's
very.
it's goated,
I also on that
man.
train Trailer Park
That's
Boys
crazy,
was good.
man.
I just don't. I feel like there has to be better.
Everybody in the show is like Trailer Park Boys is the go. There's nothing better. It might be the best thing to come out of Canada in the past 20 years, if you aside from Justin Bieber, maybe on
Now you're speaking my language.
on that one. Let's see what we got going on here. SpaceX guys coming back towards the high of the day. AMD has been consolidating along the volume-weighted average price for quite some time. Let's see if this bull flag is going to break out. We got a key support level right here at 196. We're going to get a super chat here coming momentarily, but it's not looking too good, man. This thing might take a couple of attempts, but I don't want to go gung-ho on NVIDIA when the sentiment on it has been negative for sure. We're going to send things off momentarily. Let's used to work for BM. Have too much inventory, keep innovating without selling existing inventory. when I left, there was 50 million worth of inventory. What is B? Well, I don't know what BM is, Katina, man. I don't know if you want it. What is
Well, I
BM?
wasn't paying.
BC Moly? I've never even heard of this.
Used to work.
For BM.
Oh, Beyond Meat.
Beyond Meat. Oh, Beyond Meat's there. Okay.
Okay. You know, when you work there, you call it BM.
Oh, all right.
We don't know about
The
that.
baby
All right,
money.
it's Money Talks.
Let's go.
With Adara.
I will say, I'm pretty sure that the Trailer Park Boys does not have its own Netflix original, which Degrassi did. Let's get into this Money Talks, though. DXY here. Currently, it was green for a second here on the day. Now looking like it's going to have a 4-day losing streak here for the U.S. dollar in the week of Independence Day. So far this week, as you guys can see here, we are a little bit red after a really strong push to the upside last week. We're going to keep looking at the yen here. So look at JPY to USD. So you mentioned JPY was at a 40-year low to the USD as of yesterday. Intervention and watch, and also, of course, this potential Japanese yen carry trade unwind, as Sean explained this morning, also in focus. Currently seeing comments actually coming from Fed's hammock, so be aware. Quote, the inflation is still too high. The Fed may need to consider rate hikes, so that's going to be on watch here too. Speaking of rate hikes, still not seeing the majority chance that we're going to be getting one at this next meeting, 31.5% chance of a hike, but 68.5% chance that rates will be held. Now, if you look forward here to the probabilities, still seeing that we might get a hike in September, maybe no other hikes, just holding going forward there. Let's take a look here as well at the economic releases for the day here. Speaking of, rate-related moves, JOLTS job openings higher than expected, but quits also higher than expected here. CB Consumer Confidence lower than expected and lower than the prior print. So lower confidence here, more job openings and higher rate of quits. Chicago PMI a little bit higher than expected here, 56.7 versus estimates at 55, but it's also going to be below the prior print of 62.7. I saw some people mentioning Apple in the chat, not seeing any news here as to why this would be moving. If that comes in, I'll keep you guys posted. Keep an eye, though, on potentially Altria here, MO in focus. Axios reporting that the FDA is allowing Zyn to sell pouches on health benefits. So again, Axios reporting that the FDA will be allowing Zyn to sell pouches, citing health benefits. MO to the upside. We'll take a look at PM as well, another name in the tobacco space. Also doing really well. Back to you.
I don't have the bang, otherwise I'd be hitting it for the Zins on the good old medical.
Yeah. You shouldn't do anything nicotine-wise, my guy over there, but yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Let's go over what's for lunch. Packs of Zinner for lunch? No. Today we have the U.S. flag.
Okay.
So that's generally been pretty good for our lunches.
Okay.
Because yesterday we had the Japanese flag.
I'm not looking.
That was the salmon.
Uh-huh.
So it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Salmon yesterday was some salmon teriyaki. I thought it was pretty good.
I'm liking the build up here.
You're what?
I'm liking the build up here. I'm
You're
not
liking the build up here?
Just keep it. Roll. Lead me in the direction.
It's a classic.
Okay.
It's a classic.
Okay.
It is beef related.
It's beef related. Okay.
So U.S. flag, beef related. Is there any guesses that you potentially
Were
have
we
here?
referring to
There is a
walrus?
sauce involved.
A sauce involved. It has nothing to do with the walrus that we were talking about not too long ago.
That gentleman would like what this is.
Oh, it's burger.
It's not, but that was a good guess.
Man.
I know I was kind of leading you down that.
Yeah,
there. Today is classic beef meatloaf with tomato sauce.
Bro.
So I just feel like meatloaf is kind of like, I know this is why it's disappointing because we had the burger love there. But meatloaf is kind of just like a stacked burger. Like it's still ground beef. I don't know. I don't know what this meatloaf's going to be like. I didn't mean to lead you down.
What movie is that from? Mom, where's the meatloaf?
I don't know. It's not Mom's meatloaf, that's for sure. We'll see what it tastes like there.
Man.
With mashed potatoes. Kind of go without that. Roasted seasoned veg. I mean, I like the vegetables here have been pretty good. The roasted veg.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, I don't know.
And then for a salad, I don't know where this comes from, but it's Caesar today.
Caesar. I like the Caesar salad. I like the Caesar salad. That's probably all
you're
beer.
like a little bit of a trance over.
Yeah. I don't like. I'm never like the word loaf. It's kind of like I don't like loaf.
Oh, so let me guess. You don't have any loafers for shoes, or?
No, just like
I see you in
loaf.
loafers. I feel like. What do you got on today? I thought you got some loafers on. Oh no, those shoes. You don't have to show everybody. Yeah. Okay. So meatloaf today.
Meatloaf sucks, man. It's all right. Well, hey, we got to be thankful. Beggars can't be choosers.
But the good news is it's beyond meatloaf. So shout out to that person in the chat over there.
I like the meatballs. I like the
What's
meatballs
up, Psyops?
here.
Well, if you like the meatballs, that's what I'm saying. The meatloaf
But
is
it's
another
different
form.
when it's constructed differently. I think the construction of the protein,
Joe.
man,
That's not.
is important.
A ball of meat is the same as a square of meat.
Well, it's not. One's a circle, one's a square.
Taste-wise.
You don't know that.
I don't know that to be true.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're going to make the meatballs the same way they make the meatloaf. I have no idea.
Sir.
But I'm just saying, it should be somewhat similar. We'll let you guys know back at 2 p.m. or maybe even during the midday show what the meatloaf is tasting
Juan,
like.
man, yeah, I don't know about you sometimes, Juan Padilla, man.
Yeah, man. Juan likes Arsenal.
Juan Padilla?
Okay.
All
right. So what else are we working with here? We were able to get out of some NVIDIA before it dropped through there. We've started to try to leave Palantir alone to go with. You know, unfortunately, this note right here, I want to thank you for all the super chats we've had. Quite a nice bunch today. But Bitcoin holding, if you look into BTC 500-day halving rule, when is it? Now, so October, November of 26. Okay. So you want us to look at the 500-day halving rule.
What does that even mean?
I'd have to go over and figure out, is that when, I mean, Bitcoin halves, right? There's halving cycles.
Yeah, it was in like...
Does it have every 500
like,
days? Is that what it is?
No, I have 4 years.
Yeah, so every 4 years. So
it's like...
1,200.
Yeah, it's 1,200
1,300,
days.
1,500 days. Yeah, so I don't know what that means, but hey, are you talking about a 500-day moving average or something like that? We could probably set that up and have a look. But for right now, wouldn't it be best to buy BTC-related stocks then? So I would say in October, November, exactly true. I mean, we'll look at that for you. I'm going to sort of look that up, that 500-day rule there. Maybe talk about it in the after show or the afternoon show. Look, I think at any point you're going to want to look to maybe average into Bitcoin. I don't think the story's over with Bitcoin. And
to the downside.
I mean, as much as average in as it goes down.
Yeah.
If you're short, you're laughing right now. But we already looked at that longer term frame. It looks like 30,000 could be some sort of action there if that winds up coming in. And I don't have any problem with someone that's trying to pick it based on time frame. So if it is a cycle thing and we can show that, hey, it's time to bounce back up, then that's what it's all about. Get over there, Joe, with less than a minute left. I want to thank you for, once again, another great show. Joe will be joining Sharif, who, again, good talk there today. We actually, it's a little bit disappointing. We didn't have any halts really at all there this morning. This one just halted right now. GIBO, maybe that's a... Excuse me, did not get that mute in on time there, but another name just moving around down 18%, no volume at all, nothing printing today. This JEM on a small cap name might be something to look at, there. But yeah, other than that, man, this is still up 213%. And then a name that we didn't look at that was really moving around, that's now a disaster, is AVAV. AVAV has given back almost its whole, look, it's still up 15%, so great move on that, but it was up 35% in the pre-market. This name got to 190, been bleeding all day, AVAV. So that name continues to get lower. And yeah, just because we just talked a little bit about Bitcoin, IBIT still doing its own thing. Downside push there on IBIT, was waiting for a pop-up. I actually wrote in here, darn. I wrote down 33.75. I actually didn't realize we must have had a little run there at 10 o'clock on IBIT, got up to 33.50. So I think that could be the new level to short in and around here, 33.40, 33.50s, in and around here for IBIT. So if that hits during the midday, have a quick look at IBIT down there. Thanks to Dara for everything she added today. Obviously, we had some great conversations there. Thanks to Joe, great day, thanks. Thanks to Tiffany for dropping that Beyond Meat in my ear there. That was good. And thank you to everybody who's been watching today one more time. Andre, Fabian, Ramin, everybody there, Brendan, involved with Trader TV Live. It's been a good one. Am I going back to the desk that I just hear? All right, so I'll see everybody later. Back up to Adara, then to the midday.
Yeah, thank you, Sean, for the shout out there. And shout out to Sean and Joe for a great morning show. Can't wait to see what the midday has to bring. But in the meantime, Amazon news. Nothing massive here, but just keep an eye here in AMZN. Amazon Web Services investing $1 billion with the goal of embedding AI engineers with customers. Again, $1 billion investment towards embedding AI engineers with customers for AWS. Without further ado, it's time for the midday.
And bang. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. Do you know this guy? Have you seen this guy?
No, never.
That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and welcome to FCEL Day.
Uh-oh.
I told y'all.
Stop it.
I told y'all. Another 20%, 25% yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Ring the profit bell if you are an FCEL investor, as I am. Of course, Hangry Wife, Uncle. We got Juan Padilla. We got Yannick. We got Counter Hall. Shout out to Matthew Byrne and Monarch. We got Lee, the frickin' conductor, Roger Noonan and Yannick. Shout out to Ben 10, Customer, ATH. Who else? Stuart Lonsdale. Lonsdale. Don't we know a Lonsdale from the Palantir?
Joe Lonsdale. Say Joe,
Joseph
my boy
Lonsdale.
Joe over there.
Crouching Tiger Hidden Rally. Shout out to my man, Christ Eternal God. Yes, get it, China. I love when you do that, man. Hey, Jensen, Blicky Spears in the house.
I'm gonna put my
we got Oli Gap. We got Trading Nerd. Shout out to Rennie, Arcane Sway, Sean Hodge. I used to know Michael Hodge. Do you know Michael?
I used to know Michael Hodge.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, does he have a younger brother?
I wouldn't remember him.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't remember Michael.
Stone broke since yesterday. Hail from Lee, New York says, "Ol Soul Asunderer." Shout out. Luis, we got K. Stell, Callum Mitchell, Miller, Caleb Brown, and Andrew Chow, me, myself, and DEY9SV. Angry Wife, shout out to Roland. We got, who else, man? Mohammed, Lars Stoners, Day Trade and Dividends. That one I like. Monarch, Turbo Temple, and one more. Buzz Daz. Good morning to everybody, and good morning to you, Joey. How's everything on the morning show, my man?
Yeah, we were good, man. We had a couple opportunities. We were red, then we went green, and then we took a little bit of a loss there on NVDA. But, guys, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast and VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Go check out VinFast.
All right, Joey, let me just get to the FCEL analysis here, guys. Guys, I took some off the table today, but my next profit target now on the sell, I'm looking for that 200, okay? We cleared the 50. We're above the 10. We're above the 20. We're above the 50. And goodness golly, wouldn't it be nice if we got to or above the 200, and that 200 Joseph Options is sitting right at $61.57. I also like this area that we took out right at 27, 28 bucks. Very pleased with the trade on FCEL, guys, but this one, in my humble submission, is around for a good time, not too much of a long time. So ring the profit bell, okay? Don't fall in love with the name. I don't believe personally in the catalyst, okay? We've talked about these names before and kind of how Bloom Energy was doing its thing, but it wasn't really doing anything specific to its moat. It was just taking advantage of energy needs. So just keep that in mind, all right, guys, if you're a long FCEL like myself. All right, here we go. Let's start with the biggest, the baddest of the gappers right now up. Joseph, 366%, and it's not even at the day's high. I'm talking about CLZ, CLZ, shout out to my American friends. 450 resistance, I won't be convinced otherwise. But we do have this area of prior resistance, or prior support, pardon me, right around 380, 3 4/5, give or take, that we're now using as resistance. So first things first, let's get through that 380-ish area decisively, and then we're looking at 4. Then I think if we can get above and stay above 4, there's a good chance we can try and make a move for that 4 3/4, which is the high of the day. So CLZ in focus. SRFM, another one. And this one was all sorts of strong yesterday, right around 7 a.m., but right as 10 a.m. came by, it was right where it started at 7 a.m. So it started at 88 pennies, got all the way up to $1.41, and, by the end of the day, it even went lower. So this one, keep in mind, it has a tendency, a propensity, a tradition of dropping off its area highs. Alas, today we do have a lower high than yesterday at $1.30. Be alive to that, okay? So SFRM. We're also looking at CUPR, up 57 4/5. This one was all sorts of strong in the pre-market, namely 7 a.m. Good thing, though, is we took out that 7 a.m. high, which was right at 7 1/5. We got 770 area high, but we do have a double top in and around there. So be alive to the double top at the $0.75 area. Oust, OUSD. This is a former convict. We know this one. It shows up a lot on the scanner, but I got to tell you, this one is looking like it's on the way down here. I'd like possibly something off $60 to $59.50. It's also more expensive of a name, so you're going to have to factor that into your spread analysis, into your cost analysis, the whole thing that we often talk about. Joey, INDI, Indy. I ain't talking about independent films, baby. $4.34, the high of the day. It's been very respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5, and it's stair-stepping up. Like,
Go ahead.
you.
I'm just listening.
415 was a prior area of resistance, and then it started using it as support. And then 4 1/5 was a prior area of resistance, and they started using it as support. So what I'm trying to say is structure here very much looks like a staircase. Stair stepping up. Be alive to that as well. 4 1/3, as I mentioned, the high of the day. Got a couple more, and then we'll send it back to Joey. And UAI, this one could lose its spot momentarily here on the side chart because it has lost the volume weighted average price. 665 is VWAP dropping all the way down to 650. This one displeases me, but we're going to keep a close eye here, Joey, on CELZ. I wonder if this one can get through $4.
All right, cool, man. Good stuff, good stuff. I don't know if you can, hold on, Assassino, say something in my ear here momentarily. I'm plugged in and I'm logged into Unity. I don't hear anything.
Whisper sweet nothings in his ear, baby.
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. But I don't hear what I want to hear over here. But anyways, aside from that, guys, I mean, nothing crazy really going on. We're just like one trade away, as we typically are, from turning this ship around. We had some good opportunities. I wouldn't say I'm kicking myself because it's the nature of the beast. SPCX here. And this is just a completely missed opportunity, especially on the reload. This name has been strong. Like, we had the lows of the day, the intraday session, that is 162. Now you're coming up to 169. Like, man, we have to re-engage in this opportunity and just take that second leg higher as SpaceX now taps into 170. Yeah, I mean, you miss a couple of those opportunities. We get that initial leg, and we took that loss on Enphase earlier this morning, but then we just turned the ship around, and it's like, okay, why not stick to the names that have been working for us instead of heading over to something that hasn't been performing very well, and that's NVDA. Like, I'm over here trying to change this because I personally, in the long-term account, have confidence in it, and I want it to perform well, but that doesn't mean it's going to perform well. You just have to try to eliminate that form of a bias and just stick to what's actually working from an intraday standpoint. And again, hindsight being 2020, we head over to our watch list. I don't have much going on right now, ladies and gentlemen, so I have no issue sitting on my hands for a little bit. Maybe I can find a small cap gapper that looks like it wants to pick up a little bit of momentum, but there's goggles now turning positive. We were talking about this being down a fifth of percent. Now it's up a fifth of percent, 3.2% here in SpaceX, and then Tesla up 0.5%, starting to pull back a little bit, holding this shelf. Now a pullback in towards the volume weighted average price with some forms of indecision. I may like this one. Gaurav, I wonder what you've been trading here today. Gaurav. Let me know if you see any prints across the board. I want to get involved in some of them, but right now it's going to be a little bit of a cooler one for me. Had the opportunities, didn't take advantage of them, but this nice bull flag breakout here on advanced micro devices starting to look pretty good here.
Are those devil's horns that he has tattooed on his forehead?
No, they're like chips.
Oh, my bad.
You see how
those were devil's
you see, like, but the way it's designed, it makes it look. But the thing is, though, Sharif, I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
No, I don't know why.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. That's something I'm trying to figure out.
Give old Robbie Rob a call. Just don't call him Robbie. I got very upset.
Oh.
All right.
Hopefully you didn't hear that.
I know, right? Good thing. Let me know when, Tiffany. All right, let's do this. All right, guys, quick reminder. Trader TV Live members get Sharif's, mine, daily morning research note every trading day. We're talking the big market stories, the key levels, the trade plans, the catalysts, and what we're watching into the open. It's only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit join below this video to become a member, and I'd be remiss, Tiffany, if I didn't go through an actual one here so that we can show them IRL what you get. So initially, this was devoted entirely to the fundamentals, to the story, right? But we listened to what you guys want. This is a trading show. So we're literally spoon-feeding you guys the levels. We're talking about support. We're talking about resistance. We're talking about structure. Like, what the hell am I looking at here? I'm seeing things go up, go down. We decipher all that for you by giving you the structure that jives with the support and resistance, and then you get a bias, right? For example, iPhone today, the neutral, it was a neutral bias here with 277, but a sustained move back to 290 is needed to improve the intermediate term outlook. Well, look where Apple's at right now, at 287. Then right below that, you get the trade plan. And the thing about the trade plan is you're going to get the 15-minute assessment and the 4-hour. Well, why are we doing two? Because one of them is an intraday trade where we're looking for intraday levels of support and resistance, and the other one is a swing context. And we chart using the swing methodology on the 4-hour up to like 3 months. So you really take into consideration all the recent price levels, and it gives you exactly what to look for there, as well as the catalyst watch and the execution mindset. So you go into this the right way. Make sure to get that if you are subscribed every single morning. It is in the YouTube homepage, but it is, as I mentioned, for members only. All right, CELZ making a big move up here, Joey. It just got back into $4. This is the level we were looking for here. We need decisive break and take and a hold of $4. This thing is a big, it's done a lot of volume, and it has a lot of eyes on it here. 381%, having done 133 million shares so far. But that's all the good news. The bad news is we're still trading below 4. And I think if we don't decisively clear that $4 area, we're likely heading back to either 3.5 or 3.25. And at worst, we lose 3. We lose 3, it loses its spot on the side chart. So keep an eye out on that. Anurag, how early do I wake up? I get up at 5 a.m., man. I'm in the office at 6:30. That's the way I like it.
That's the way I like it.
That's the way I like it. Get him, Joey.
Yeah, I like dancing, man. I like going out there. Big Sean.
You won't be dancing outside, I'll tell you that, bro.
I do though.
That's
you know
crazy,
me, man.
Joey. Bro, I walked to the gym. I'd already gotten a workout.
Bro, you gotta understand.
Workout,
you gotta understand. So yesterday, nice and humid, right? We'll get back into talking stocks. I'm not long NVIDIA or Apple. That is Sean's position. So I come home, right? I do my thing, and then for me, like I'm a small town boy living in the big city. So I treat it as so. I walk to the store, my flip-flops, no tarp. I go and I wash my car. I just go to the car wash, just got my flip-flops, just chilling, no tarp, and just go and do that thing because that's just how I am.
That's just how he is.
I'm actually a nature boy. Like, you gotta understand, I also, I grew up like going on canoe trips and like living on the river and stuff at times for an extended period of time, and just being in camps and going to cottage country and doing all that stuff where it's just like, hey, be one with nature. I'm at the outdoor workout gym, no shoes, nothing, Sharif. That's just how I like to roll.
You like to roll that way. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
I really appreciate that type of stuff, man, to be honest with you.
I got to tell you, nothing pleases me more than losing all my body water and fluids, and then, just absolutely...
Just being... Hey, man, for some people, they're uncomfortable. For me, I'm like right in the comfort zone.
He's comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. There goes NVIDIA right back to the top side, guys. I'm not going to play this break again, but the volume did start to step in on the lower time frames. I'm not in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I will momentarily. I knew I should have re-engaged, shoulda, coulda, woulda, obviously. Doing some other things. Re-engaged at the lows because this is what it typically does. I want to buy, I'm buying at the higher end of this range, which is significantly more difficult in a name that hasn't been performing the best. But what we do is have a nice support system, which will probably put you right around that 195 marker that Sean was talking about bright and early this morning. So if I played the volume weighted average price break, then I think that would have given me a good opportunity to gain this leg. But I didn't get to take advantage of it. It's a mistake on my behalf, but guess what? Good thing there's plenty of time left within the day, and we can correct those mistakes. And there's going to be a lot of opportunity. We talked about AMD finally breaking out, up 5% here today, Sharif, so that's looking absolutely phenomenal. And Marvell up 7%. We wait for the pullback. Risk to reward may not be there, but if we can get a trend day, I'll like that in NVIDIA.
He's going to like it, guys. All right, man. Joey, I got to tell you, I don't like anything, though.
I don't like it. I didn't see anything in small cap land either.
The CELZ, it's there. It's up almost 400%. It's above VWAP. But the problem is, I'm not liking the $4 rejections. What I do like, though, are the higher lows. And generally, I want to say it's respecting trend with some higher lows and higher highs. But the problem is, we're getting real close to breaching prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us below 370. Let's give this one the old community college try. We're going to go 366 for the out, so we'll give it a little bit of room here, Joey. So we're in at 77s. Let's see if this one can mosey on up. Mosey on up. I'm in a mood today, I'll tell you that.
What kind of mood? Is it a good one?
In a good mood, in a good mood.
That's good.
Like, but kind of delirious as well. I think I lost a lot of bodily fluids, and I didn't feel 100%.
On the walk?
Yeah. Just in general, and in the
okay.
gym too, like sweating profusely.
All right.
So that's not my jam. There goes CELZ. See ya. Give them better news.
Much. It's not SpaceX related news, but it's X related, but there is a bit of an uptick going on in SpaceX's reaction. So X has launched a hosted MCP server for AI tools to connect to its platform. So X has unveiled a hosted model context protocol, which is an MCP server that lets AI tools like Claude, Cursor, and Grok, G-R-O-K, build connect directly to the X API using users' own account permissions. And this is coming from multiple sources. So this sees X join companies including GitHub, Slack, Notion, Stripe, and Salesforce in offering of official MCP servers. So with that, there was a little bit of an uptick in SpaceX as a reaction, which is up 4% on the day.
Thank you very much, Sia. Excellent as always. Guys, thank you very much, Grunfeld. Thank you very much, Tisha. Electrolytes. Roger, I've been actually meaning to throw in electrolytes into my my routine there, because we're supplementing nicely these days, but I haven't found the right one. Tiffany, if I can, thank you. CUPR wrapping up into 750, 770 high. This one is moving bigly, as he would say. 758, looked like 760 current bar high, 770 double top. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. It does have a tendency, as you can see here from the pre-market action, as well as the recent action there at 1050, 1055. When this makes a new intraday high, it almost immediately sells off, and pretty aggressively at that. So you need to be alive to that. CUPR is all gas, no brakes. Let's pull it up, pull up. Let's pull up over here, CUPR, to see what the spread is like, the volume is like, and whether there's bamboozlement afoot at these levels. Let's watch here. 69 seller. The tape is moving crazy, as well as it should be. It's done about 15.5 million shares of volume, but I'll submit to you the biggest volume bar coming in at 1050 on the day. So didn't do the most amount of volume in the pre. Currently 802 limit up. Not like I'm looking for this one to halt, but you got to keep a close eye on that. CLZ testing 4 again. We're taking prints. We just got 88s printed there, or did we? I think it got up to 88, but didn't. Yeah, it did fill me. Let's go ahead and wait at 97s now. So we're going to look for continuation on CLZ simultaneously, keeping an eye, Joey, here on CUPR as it rips up again into that 770 level, and again, it is met with selling. So watch out here. There is a seller of note, and he's got conviction in his cause. 770 triple top. This guy's killing me today, bro. I think I'm just delirious, though. I gotta tell you, the delirium is kicking in, bro.
Have you ever had one of those IVs?
I've never, but I've seen people have them at parties and stuff like that.
They're pretty expensive, apparently.
Okay, so a friend of mine was invited. Watch out, CUPR made a new high day, now it's bleeding its own blood. A buddy of mine was invited to a wedding, and it was a Colombian wedding.
Oh, okay.
And they do it big, Joey. They do it big. It was very big. It was in Barranquilla. Her sister, they were both from Colombia, but they immigrated here anyway. They went back there because not all their family could get visas. So they came back, they went back and they did it there, and like they had this 2 ambulances on site in the wedding grounds.
IVs. Yeah, man.
Because they were partying all night, man.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to go to sleep. They're like, look, man, we don't want to go to
IV.
sleep, right? Just
Crazy.
get us
What?
some
Yeah. All right, get the good way. It's not hard to find over there in Colombia. Colombia. All right, yeah, here it is. SPCX, man. Man, oh man, Los Pollos Gorev, what a missed op here from your boy. But it is what it is, guys. We got 5% to the north side in this bad boy. So, yeah. I mean, we're not going to cry about it or anything along those lines, even though I feel like it, because it could have been a one-and-done scenario. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that, because we took a loss on SpaceX on Enphase, and then we're like, yo, let's get involved with this. And then sure enough, off to the races we go. But we do have a $2 subject to our guy, from our guy, Adam James Abroad. Vamos, Paraguay and Morocco. Boom, 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 boom. You better be cheering for Canada, my boy, on that one. Thank you for
he
the
will.
$2 super chat.
He's great.
Yeah, he is great. And thank you once again, my friend. This
My
thing
friend.
wants to keep going, my friend.
My friend.
This thing, yeah, it looks like it. I was shorting SpaceX today, a bit red now. That's okay. You'll turn things around. Plenty of time left in the day. I'm like half a trade away from turning this ship around, which is exactly the position that I want to be and I always tend to be. So hey, man, I told you one step away, always just one punch away. So other than that, guys, we could head over to our watch list, see what we got going on. As we are up 4.5%, mentioned that Apple 2 1/5. Google, you're positive today, now up 0.8, and you have NVIDIA up 1.5%. Now, where's the weakness really stepping in? You guessed it, the crypto space.
Get it,
I
Katina,
bid
man.
down to 32.99. MSTR down 10%, giving back the majority of its gains from yesterday. Ethereum down 3.6. BMNR down 5.4. Coinbase 5.2. Need I pour more salt into the wound? Absolutely. CoinL down 10%. Circle down 12%. Bull down 8%. SoFi down 9%. The only positive dog in this one
Which one, Joey?
is Robinhood, Tiffany. So Robinhood, you know that we have that one here today. Or we've had it for quite some time, I guess, my friends.
Okay.
But holding on to positive, good. I like the decoupling, so that's not too bad of a look. But let's send things up to see.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just keep an eye out. Huge uptick here on Apple continuing to climb. Apple Pay. Apple will be letting shoppers check out using American Express points. AXP also a little bit to the upside, not too crazy here, but Apple continuing to climb up 2.35% on the day after the news that Apple will be letting shoppers check out using American Express points.
My stop got blown through on CELZ. Crap. Yep, that's the, it giveth, it taketh away. And there it is. It fails 4. It blew right through my stop. Oh, that gets my goat. But, you know, that's the cost of doing business. I didn't gauge this one as a bamboozler in chief. Usually when I see these ones as bamboozlers in chief, like I'll put a very wide spread so that I can kind of avert this eventuality. But there you go. We give back a little bit here on CELZ. Let's see what the damage is over here, Joey.
Get check the damage.
The damage is no good. No.
Nothing worse than
It's
checking
okay.
the damage.
It's okay. It's not too bad. It's not too bad, but that's the way it is.
Yeah.
All right, we're in CUPR here after that epic flush from 802 down into 7. I think it's still holding trend, so you know we're going to give this one a little bit of room, but I'm looking for CUPR to zig and zag. Let me see if it can get up back into the $0.25. That'll be my first profit taker there. We'll see what this one has to offer. But guys, do not neglect the sell. I'm talking about F-sell. It's looking good intraday in the same way that it is looking good swingish. And we're up another 1%. And here comes 36 1/4 again. If we clear 36 1/4, I think we could have an opportunity to get to 37 1/4, which is the high of the day. So look at this, Joey. Look at this. This is the kind of thing that doesn't keep me up at night, but it would if I took it more seriously.
Okay.
Like this is really frustrating. That drops all the way down to 3 1/4, and now it's right back into 375. So CELZ, something to keep in mind there. And we just got stopped out again on our CUPR trade. So we're overdue to start the morning over here. It is not the good. We got to iron down and check out the names that are not bamboozling me. So we're going to look for some slower names, INDI and PROK. I'll have more to say on those ones when we get back.
Hold on now. Before we send it over to Sia, look at SpaceX, 5%
Going?
buy program. Yeah, it's a buy program right now in this bad boy. Tesla not performing as good, but it's now up 0.8%,
Unbelievable.
closer to 9. So buy, or don't listen
Buy
to what I'm saying.
Felicia.
It's complete. Yeah, buy Felicia on that one. Janice, what's going on over here? $172 and change. We were
The
long for
videos coming out of that
162.
Janice party are hilarious.
Joey missed another one, man. Taylor. All right, let's send it over.
Thank you so much for that. A bit of an uptick here on the stock Enphase Energy, ENPH. So the United States is preparing a ban that will be targeting Chinese energy inverters specifically. The United States, repeating again, preparing a ban that is targeting Chinese energy inverters. ENPH on the upside, currently up almost 3% on the day.
Missed another one.
No, but he said
Joey
below
missed
that.
100% of the
Yeah,
shots you don't
exactly.
take. I'm
That's what I
thinking that.
think.
You know, you ever hear that? You ever hear that one story where Michael Jordan made crazy? I'm comparing myself to that. Anyways, he made up a
Sure.
story where someone said something about him, but they never said it, just so he can get fired up.
That guy would always get motivated when people fired him up, eh? I don't
it
understand.
didn't
Like
even
I don't operate in that way. It looks like you do.
I do very
I
much
don't
so.
need to operate in that way. I'm motivated naturally, bro.
Yeah, that's
you know
fine.
what I
It just
mean? Like,
gives a little. I'm sure Michael Jordan is motivated naturally. I am too. So. But again, you just do that. It
you
just
get
makes me-
extra motivated when people talk smack.
KC526
Get it,
in
get
the
it.
chat. What's up, darling? I hope everything's going
Get
good
it,
over
Case.
there. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a good one, man. I'm
so
just
true,
relaxing
man.
right now. I don't see anything that I like. Things are a little bit extended, in my opinion.
call,
I'm not
good
going to be
call.
buying NVDL in the middle of this chop fest range. We have to wait for a little bit more of a liquidity grab, and then we'll take it from there. But yeah, other than that, how else you dunk, Joe? Says Jack of Art. What's up, brother? Joey drinks to tears of, oh, my boy Benny Affleck. Yeah, I love you, man. Love everybody, man. I know Taylor's
Whose
regular.
tears are you drinking?
The tears of my opponents, he said. or
I
something.
believe that.
I like that one,
I
man.
believe it.
That's a good. That's a really good one. I
Do you
enjoyed
like
that one.
salty drinks?
No.
No. Okay.
Do you like tahini?
Tahina?
Yeah, no. Is it
Tahini?
tahini? No, not like tahini, like the stuff that goes on like the rim of a drink. That like spicy stuff. You never? Oh, damn. All right. I could be
look into
saying
that,
it wrong,
man.
man. So you know me and my word. SanDisk up 7%. We talked about Applied Materials at 4% this morning as well too. So. Things are looking pretty good in this trickle-down chip trade. So we have the airlines and some of the cruise lines being real strong. The chat's going to chime in here momentarily. But the banks are weak today. Oppenheimer just handing out red cards left, right, and center today via the banks.
Yo, apparently KC526 had a V12, and I need to know immediately. I want to know 10 seconds ago, Casey, what car you had as a V12. I'm guessing Aston Martin. I could be off. Maybe Bentley, right? There's also the possibility you had, the S-Class. Oh, my goodness.
Yo, you know what Casey said the other day?
What did she say,
She's like,
Joey?
she was having an off day. She's like, I'm bored. So she went and she's like, yeah, I just went car shopping and bought a new car.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're a
Casey.
printer.
Yeah, when you're
right?
a KC.
When you're printing storms,
Yeah.
like KC526, that's exactly what happens.
Can
Joey.
take me. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say something.
All right, guys, I'm keeping my eye here on a couple of slower names. Let's get to these ones because I'm displeased with my start to the day. INDI, let's start on this one over here. So there's a bit of a slower mover, but it is up, bless you, see a 6 1/3, pardon me, stair stepper. So I'm looking for a move down, possibly into 430, give or take. That's where the 10 EMA is. Let's go ahead and throw an order for that area. I'm gonna wait at 33s, see what we can get. I'm also gonna keep my eye on PROK. Oh, GVH. GVH is moving. Shout out to KC526. Big mover here. GVH breaking out here midday, 48%. Who are we going to remove from this area? CUPR. No, we're going to leave that on for a little bit longer. GVH. Thank you for that one, Case. Great call by you on that. So 542 high. Coming back in here. Does it hold 5? Does it even lose 5 1/5? I'm looking for 5 here. If we can get something in and around that $5 area, I'm going to go ahead, say 507s. Let's see if we can get something single digits. But there's a buyer currently at 19, 18 now showing up. Okay, so for the moment, they've sidestepped that level. But there's a buyer here at all these low 5 double digits. Okay, here it comes again. And here's another bigger move. Back into 5 1/4, 27 seller. Let's see if we can kind of take out 33s. I'm going to put a liquidity tester right at 30. Right back down it goes. No, that's not the one I want right there. So we'll put some at 30 just to see if we can get liquidity in and around there. But GVH, not a bad one. Not a bad one at all. Let's see if we can get that single digit print. Going to wait at 07s. Let's go ahead and do that. But it's going to have to hold up 5 for me here, just to keep that in mind. How's the other one doing? We didn't get the print quite yet on INDI. I'm looking for a bigger move down on that one. But GVH is the one that I really want to focus on now. We've got 28s, showing 25s. Let's put something else in the mid-30s. Should this one get an aggressive price spike up, let's put something in the 40s as well, and maybe even the mid-40s. 29 seller now in the 35. Good prints, 38. High a day breach. Get it, Casey. Let's go, baby. 37s, 42 high. Looking for the $half breach. No continuation currently. So still zigging and zagging. Nope, nothing yet. We need a definite breach of 5 1/2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a liquidity tester right around 47s to see if we can kind of see if the sellers are going to step in ahead of that $0.50, which is oftentimes what they do. But currently, we're dealing with a 28 seller here, so we'll have to pack the patience on that. Chicago, bro, GVH only has a $7 million market cap. Yeah, the smaller the better, quite frankly, for me anyway, right? See, that's the thing about these ones, Chicago, right? We're trading these intraday, so we're not necessarily falling in love with the names. Sometimes I don't even look at what the catalyst is because I don't care, right? There's now a seller at 38, and they've shown up twice now. There it is, 39, took him out, but right back below 38, there's a high 30 seller here who's a staunchy little bugger who keeps showing up. So we haven't even made it quite yet into the $0.50. I want to see if we can test that. Now, we didn't get anything at the 40 penny print because we didn't quite make it up there. So continuing to watch GVH here do its thing. RZLV says Gouda, Good O 2330. Shout out to my man. Taylor Batty saying the same thing as well. Both you guys saying the same thing here. So RZLV. Yeah, good call, guys. Good call. Great call on that one. We're going to keep an eye on it. But I just want my trade to resolve here with GVH because we're kind of in no man's land and anything can happen. So I need to just be patient with this one. 38.40 again, selling. Nice move up here. We're taking prints. We're doing well, but we're not getting the bulwark of the shares out because it keeps rejecting that high 30s, low 40s, Joey. GVH, what I'm looking at.
Good stuff, man. What are you talking about, S-Dot? Oh my God. Yo, what? Yeah,
back?
Oh my God is right, though, to be honest.
Is Dot
Things like
moving again?
$50? What?
Oh my days.
What the hell,
What the heliante?
This thing was $10 not too long ago. Hopefully some of you and Adam James are still holding that. I mean, that's a pretty good runner if you ask me, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it moving again?
Dude, yeah, it's up like another couple percentage points. Not even on this. Oh, yeah, it's up 40% today. So, yeah, that's a pretty good mover. 141 million shares traded here today on Creative Medical Technology, INTZ. A lot of these names seem to, seem to be under, get that garbage out of here, under the volume weighted average price. I don't like that. What's GEM up to? Under VWAP, at VWAP. Lots of low volume. What happened? Come on, PDT rule. Everybody was having fun for the first couple of days, and now it seems to be gonzo. A lot of liquidity stepping out of this market. So I'm going to probably stick to the large caps for today's intraday session as AMD establishes a new high of the day. We're still consolidating here on NVDA. This name is definitely in no man's land. You've got to be cautious. Buying in the middle of the range or the top end of this range is absolutely disastrous. You thought you'd get some form of a continuation with the consistent higher lows. Nuh-uh. Boom. Liquidity grab. This is just... This is the stuff that really grinds my gears because I know better. It's like, why am I buying up here in an underlying asset that hasn't been performing the best and then comes back, stops right at some support levels, and then climbs right back towards your entry level? So you don't want to hold it on to it just in case it continues to slide. But this is the real entry, right? Like, this is where you get them even at the break of VWAP. That's even significantly better. Why? Because I can just risk the low of the day opposed to me being all the way up here in this neck of the woods where I have to risk at 28.89. So risk to reward is really important, especially when things haven't been performing and you're not in like these day after day buy programs where you're just seeing just this unified strength within the underlying asset itself. So I think it's going to be a quiet one here for me today, like literally down a couple of cups of coffee at this point, which isn't bad. And if there's a good opportunity, Apple up 2.4%. Cool stuff. We like that one, cool beans. And now Google, here it is. Now that's starting to break trend. This is what I like. Do I buy a little bit more right here? I think so, Sharif. I'm going to pull the trigger on some more goggles.
I like it, Joey.
Even though I do believe we're getting a little bit deeper of a pullback, that's pretty good if you ask me. 18% from the peak to that local low. I mean, hey, I was grabbing some at 50s. We're at 55 right now, so that's not too bad. I can definitely average into something that's been working for me.
Sorry, just give me a few minutes,
I
brother. I'm just setting up some stuff. Yeah.
So you can do what you got to do. I mean, what do we do here with the crypto space here, guys? I don't know.
It's a big problem.
What is liquidity grab, my man, says Chris Eternal. For sure. Let's actually go over it. So I'm going to use a comparison from what I know best. So what we hear, my friend, is in order for an underlying asset to continue to climb a little bit higher, there has to be demand. Okay, so there has to be individuals and participants who want to own the stock at a higher price. Now, what can happen is you have a bunch of stop orders for individuals who think that we're going to continue to climb a little bit higher, but there's no demand up here. So what happens, the market makers will say, oh, we have a bunch of stop orders. Let's move price a little bit lower to create the demand at higher prices. So the liquidity grab would be all the individuals like myself who have too tight of a stop get stopped out, absorbing the liquidity. So you have shares which now they obtain, and it allows the market to move a little bit higher because there's no resistance, there's no need or no further supply south of specific levels and north of specific levels. I don't know if I did the best explanation of that, but that's how I perceive things.
All right, man. I respect that. All right. We're in GVH. This one, I don't know, man. I don't know how to feel about this one. We're 5 pennies out of the money. It did lose 4, but it was quick to retrace. 5. It was quick to retrace above 5, but it's got no continuation. There was a seller at 15. Now there's a seller at 10. Not sure how this cookie crumbles. We'll continue to be patient, allow my stop to trigger wherever it lies. Ooh. We're going to see what happens with this one. I've got more to talk about, though. We'll keep an eye on some of the other names that are not moving as aggressively. But for now, I'm going to send you up to the big desk with Adara and Juan for the Euro close.
11:30 has come and gone, and that means the European markets have closed for the day. Here to take us through that close is Juan.
Thank you, Adara. So, European markets closing a little bit volatile, but all in the green. It's been a volatile second quarter of the year, don't you agree, Adara?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, so let's take a look at some of the indexes. Stocks Euro 600 up, basically buoyed by deflating macro inflation fears. One of the big movers today was Germany, the DAX. That was up by 1.29%, and mainly on the surge, about 5.3% surge in Siemens Energy, as well as a 3.6% advance in Infineon. And even in France, they stabilized over some positive territory, shaking off recent luxury drags and cooling regional consumer price points. Now, some of the big stories coming out of the region, continental chip shares, they stabilized to end a very AI-pressured month of June. We see ASML up by about 2.1%, but the sentiment is still remaining a bit tense, especially after news yesterday on that raid on Supermicro Computer over the alleged NVIDIA chip smuggling into China. So keep a lookout on that. Some of the big company names making headlines in the continent, we had some localized corporate swings. Bridgepoint, they surged about 16.1%, acquiring that of Kane Anderson Real Estate. Deutsche Telekom, they fell by about 5.5% over SpaceX satellite competition fears. And Heidelberg Materials, they dropped by about 9.4% on weak revenue guidance. So those are the big names making headlines in Europe. But the macro standpoint right now, it's all about Sintra, Portugal, the ECB forum, Fed Chair Kevin Walsh definitely going to be speaking tomorrow, so that's something to look out for. But other than that, also global bond yields, they kind of stabilized, especially after the U.S. Supreme Court ruling on Fed Governor Lisa Cook. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be getting Kevin Walsh 9 a.m. Eastern over there in Sintra, Portugal. Check that out, and we can check one out again here at this desk at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian markets. Back over to you for now.
All right, everybody's calling out LGCL. It is moving. It's moving quite aggressively at $1.45. Here comes 150, 147, coming 148. Seller here at 47 locally. Look for continuation through the 150. CTT Mass calling it Grunfeld. A lot of other people calling it as well. Sorry if I didn't mention your name. It's just my eyes are on the screen. Seller at 47 here, staunchy little bugger. Look at this. Look at all the volume that's taking place at this 47, 48 now, but right back down into 47. Zigging and zagging, Joey. All right, this one looks like it's all gas, and there it goes into 58. Limit up. 158, limit up. We need another 10 seconds at this level. Good call, guys. Great call on your part there. Watch out for LGCL. Continuing to go. 3, 2, 1. We are limit up. Halted. Joey, halt time 11:41:18.
Good stuff, man. TSLA, high trader. Yeah, let's take a look at it, man. Tesla up now 1% on the day, a little bit over than that. So thank you very much. I believe you were talking about it bright and early this morning. So let's actually just take a look at the underlying asset itself. TSLA is just a leverage vehicle that you can use from an intraday standpoint. So Tesla, we've looked at it from a daily, still in no man's land. There's going to be plenty of trades at the break of $450. That's the one thing that I really like. Just channel down, breaks again, go on a nice little run, starts to form another channel, breaks again. So let's see if this is going to be the push where we can break through some key pivots and head to $500 in the future, all right? So that's what I'm looking at. TSLA is going to be the exact same thing, just a leverage product for the underlying asset itself. Now, what I got going on is just complete sideways PA. AMD, wow. I don't know why I'm not trading this name, man. And I'm looking at NVDA, who's not doing anything. It's just hovering around the same area, like up 1.6%. Like, look at this sideways consolidation. This is a bull flag. Maybe, as long as we don't break down and start to form some demand up here, then I think we'll be okay. But I do see this. Casey doing what Casey does. Send 10 TV. That's what I'm talking about. That needs to be up there. 10 Trader TV memberships, guys. We have Ryan, FTD, Raul, Ryan O'Day. Oh, no, Ryan O'Day. You already have one. Planglos, Guin, Darthmas, Patrick getting one as well. Carl, RV Forte. So a lot of people I don't see in the chat quite often getting the membership, but hey, congratulations to you. You guys now are the proud owners of Sharif's Morning Notes. So
yeah, let's show them
congratulations.
where to
Go
get
over
it,
and pull it up, man. Show them how many likes you're getting up on those.
Oh, yeah. Well, here you go, guys. Just head over to the YouTube homepage. If you just click home there, then mosey on over to the top where it says, where it has the tabs, click posts, then move on down, moving on down, right there to the Sharif's Morning Market Brief, June 30th. Again, you're gonna see it if you're a member. So there's the members only kind of tag. Hit that link right there, and there she goes. She's all ready for you at 7:50 and even earlier now, man. AM. We're getting these ones done earlier and earlier here, Joey. So we'll keep an eye out on that, guys. 11:41:18 halt time for LGCL. Current time is 11:44:02. So 11:46:18 is the earliest open here for LGCL. So we'll keep tabs on that. But the dot as well is moving, SDOT. Which trading screen am I going to use? There we go. We need this one. SDOT continuing to move up. Look, it's expensive. It's $51. It just got to $53. Now it's kind of retracing a little bit. There we go. $53 high coming back in. Keep your eye, though, on SDOT. Very, very strong and very directional now that it's above $50. But you're going to have to account for this almost $2 spread here. So it's quite spready, quite expensive. You need to account for that. Make sure you're using sound risk management skills. So I'm waiting here for LGCL. The top showing 160. So it's 2 pennies above where we halted before, Joey. So we'll keep tabs on that, man.
Good stuff, man. Stevenson, what are some stocks I'm holding long term? I mean, I have my latest purchases have been Google, TKO Holdings, which is WWE and UFC. We have JPM and a bunch of other names. We have NVDA in there, Robinhood, Walmart. We have it in our long-term portfolio. So just names that I believe are best in class, right? And we can actually do that right now. I think this is a good exercise to go through because it's like, hey, Joe, how do I know if like the company is best in class? I don't know why I pulled this up here, but what we will do is look at the best performing sectors here today from a percentage metric. I know the girls behind us go over that stuff, but there's no reason why we can't do it ourselves either, and we just explain to you guys what's going on.
Taylor Batty says he's got Walmart with you, by the way.
Okay. Well, I mean,
you know,
it's good to.
Just saying, Joey.
I mean, just say, hey, man.
Hey, man, you're a rock star.
To each their own. And if you want to own Walmart, it hasn't been performing that well, nor is what I'm about to display to you, which is very frustrating because I've been working.
Do you have Walmart?
Yeah, I told you. I've been having a Walmart for quite some time.
I know.
Yeah, okay, well, this is great. I can't show it to you on there, so we're going to get that created. We'll get that fixed up, something I've been working on for quite some time, and I've been continuously mentioning, and now it's not working when I want it to, which can, very much
open. LGCL's open, Joey. It's ramping up. Coming back down to 150. Look for a 150 hold here. Limit down. I can't quite see what limit down is, but there's a 150 buyer here of note. Let's give this one the old community college try, Joey. What do we get? 61s there, right? There we go. Okay. Give me my money, man. My money, a little punk. Give it to me. There we go, Joey. Printing. Let's go on LGCL. Here we go into 75. What do we got? 61, 77s, 80, Joey. Let's go. Looking for a little bit more. Can't quite see what limit up is. 82. Give me my money. Oh, we took it the whole thing. Mistake. All good. Looking for a little bit. I can get back in here. $2. Dipping back down. Can't quite see what limit up is yet, man. Looking for a dip. Looking for a dip into the 80s. Let's see if we can get something. Buyer at 93, 91. Let's see. Defending pretty good. Nice. Looking for continuation. 99s. Limit up. Okay. We're in 96. Limit up. 99. 3, 2, 1. Come on. Yay. We're up again. Okay. So I had to add into that position. So this is a little risky for me here, quite frankly, because we're in at that $2 area, just south. So we'll have to wait and see how this cookie crumbles. But LGCL is getting a little crazy parabolic here. I did like my entry into the 160. I don't like my entry up here, but we'll see how this ends up going. So a little disappointed with myself there, Joey. Took out too much too quickly. Should have been using the hotkeys, but that's kind of the problem there. Halt. Lemon family, I am going to Houston. I'm driving. I'm going alone. I'm driving from Dallas to Houston the super early on the 4th. The game is at 12 o'clock in Houston, so I think I'm going to leave Dallas like 5 a.m. or 5:30 to make sure I get there on time because I'm worried about catching traffic on the 4th of July. That's my concern a little bit, so we'll have to see how this all works out. Casey's in at 126. Get it, Casey. Kilo. Dude, you would be fun to play in Street Fighter. The inner child emerges. My man, you missed. I'm going to do it right now, actually. I played Street Fighter 2 Turbo live on the show multiple times. Who did I beat last time? Was it Zangief?
I have no idea.
You remember?
No.
All right, Joey. Come on now, man. Everything's fine, man. Texas Jet fan. I live in Houston. If you want to meet up, absolutely, brother. Shoot me a message, Texas Jet fan, on the gram, and then let's organize. Dave. You going to the World Cup game? Man, I'm going to 2 World Cup games, man. We're going to Canada and we're going to Egypt, man. We're pumped. I haven't done anything this exciting in a long time, man. Let me just tell you the real deal. The real Gary F. Aren't all your execs in Texas? Exes in Texas? I don't have any exes in Texas, bro. C45008. Do you think Canada has a good chance to beat Morocco? I'm going to say, where the odds are not in our favor, but I think Canada has a lot of good offensive firepower. If we're able to kind of, stay organized, I think we definitely have a shot. Lemon family, hate to say most will not be going to Houston versus maybe Austin. You should be safe. Good. That's what I want to hear, man, because I'm concerned. I got to tell you the truth. 4th of July traffic in SoCal, which is where I've spent the majority of my 4th of July experiences, are just deadly in terms of traffic. So thank you, bro. Shout out to Dave. Terex. All right, let's just say Terex. I'm a champ in SFII, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Sharif. Wonder if you can beat my Guile. Probably not, man. I'm not that good. I'm going to play a game here momentarily, but we're caught in a halt, so I can't quite do it right now. But I do want to play a game for y'all, man. This is something that I love. I love Street Fighter. It brings back memories of my childhood here, Joey. So, look, man, we're taking prints here on INDI, and we're waiting for LGCL to open. Joseph Options.
All right, we're involved with some NVDA. This is what I want to do earlier, guys. If you're looking to buy the best names in each specific, obviously you'll see some form of a rotation. But what I would do when I first started out was I would just go to each sector and look at the top holdings, right? And then you go and you look. The chances are they don't put garbage stocks in these, right? You got to understand that. So the heavily weighted ones, you go into the XLK, you grab the top 2, you go in the XLI, which is performing the best here today. Tech sector up 2%. We have the industrials up a percentage point, basic materials, right? So XLB, XLE for the energy, it's all right there. Consumer discretionary, holding on to positivity, and then the financials where I stumble upon JP Morgan, and then you just do your basic TA, right? Like the chart's not going to lie to you. It's either the market likes it or it doesn't. So with the financials, utilities, the communication service, you can find Metal and Google in there, healthcare, you can take a look in that one. In the staples, which we often talk about, you get the Walmart and the Costco's, the Procters and Gambles of the world are all up in there. And that's where you can find the best performing names, especially if you're looking to just say, hey, have that modest growth. You're not going to get that exponential, because these that exponential return usually, unless you have a complete structural change in the underlying assets itself or in the world around you. These are nice, steady, safe havens, in my opinion. And that's where I first started, and that's how I kind of got involved with a lot of them. I have no idea how I made some of my picks before. Oh my God.
You want me to take over?
No, it's okay, unless you got something going on. But like,
no, we're terrified here because the tap is dropping here, Joe.
And you're caught in the hole. Okay, cover it while I pull up all of my charts here.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. The tap. We're halted 11:47.41. Earliest open 11:52.41. That should be in 3 seconds. Oh boy, here we go. Bleeding its own blood. 190, 294. Looking for a little bit more. Into 97. Profit. 2 profit. Let's go. More profit. Holding a lot of shares here. Looking for a little bit more. All right. And more profit to the high side. Give me my money, man. How come it's not giving me my money, Joey? It's just, bro, it's not letting me take any prints. This is insane.
It's not funny.
No, it's not funny. It's because it's a software freaking problem, man. This is the second time this has happened. All right, I gotta cool it.
Yeah.
Because I think the boys are gonna get a little upset because this is the company software. This is not good though. That's the second time that it's done this to me. Second time, when this field is blank, it doesn't let you punch out of positions. This is a serious glitch in the system, man.
Yeah, we gotta tell our boy Mike.
No, I can't restart the app, Dave. It's a problem with the software.
Restart the app. That's crazy.
It is what it is.
It's not
man.
funny, but
I'm trying to take prints and it's not letting me take out anything because there's nothing in the thing.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's not my problem. It's theirs. Anyway. Watching continuous, let's watch INDI over here, looking for a move back into that 4.5, 440 is the high there. So looking for that one to continue to hold up the 10 EMA. INDI is not bad, but it's having a lot of sell in here right at that 440 area. So a little upset that this one didn't clear 440. That's the third time actually it's rejected that 440 area. So we're gonna keep a close eye on that one. But yeah, that's what I've got on for the moment.
Good stuff, man. Like, here's this bull flag. I mean, I'm buying at the top end of the range again. AMD is going absolutely parabolic here today, man. This is absolutely insane. Like, if I'm over here and I'm NVIDIA, I understand it takes a lot more capital to move one than the other. Like, it's crazy to think that AMD isn't even a $1 trillion company. Why am I not buying this name hand over fist? Considering, like, it's showing me everything to do so. That's it, man. My narrative has changed. I'm not going to buy any right this second. We're up 7%. I don't want to buy too high on this, but like when we were holding this level, this had every bit of its body, of its being was saying buy me. Like, why haven't you been buying NVDA? And it's such silly nonsense on my behalf. And I was talking with a friend and like, Joe, you're so hard on yourself. I'm like, you have to be. You don't understand this stuff. Market cap. We were talking about this at a $770 billion market cap, now up to 940. It's only a matter of time until we see this name turning into the next $1 trillion company. Like, honestly, if you ask me, I'm not going to say it's inevitable, but I would rather put my bottom dollar, my money where my mouth is that this name has the ability to turn into a $1 trillion company probably by the end of next month, especially with the path that we're currently on right now. So I love everything about AMD. And you know what? It's really tough to sit through what NVDA has been doing, and I hate continuously talking about it, but it's one of my largest holdings, and I expect the best, right? Like, some people are like, why are you so hard on it? Well, it's the people, if I didn't say anything about it, that would just mean I didn't care, right? When someone stops arguing with you or you stop saying, don't do this, don't do that, is because they probably had enough and they stopped caring, all right? Life lesson. Now I'm over and now I'm a lot more happy because I have my orange peeled. We got Alexis on fire in our ear and we're long NVDA. So everything is good in the world of not cryptocurrencies as you are circled down 13% in this bad boy, man. Oh, that's a little bit of a tough look. But CrowdStrike, listen, some news coming out of China. Just the fact that The Chinese are catching up via cybersecurity. I want to talk a little bit about Mythos lately because I think what our boy, what's his name again? Anthropic guy, man.
Claudio Amade.
Yeah. Dario. I think he did a little bit of fear-mongering there. They didn't have to release this to certain companies, and they didn't have to tell everybody about it, but they decided to do so to instill some fear into some individuals. But there goes CrowdStrike, almost going back towards its old all-time high.
Okay, cool. Looking at getting back into LGCL, but south of 2, it's trying to take out 2. It's got a lot of selling here at $2, but this looks to be like the best of the bunch currently anyway. From my observation. Problem is, it's got a lower high, but it also has a higher low. So prior bar low, just for reference, is $1.84. Prior bar high is $2.15. So this candle entirely engulfed from the high side and the low side. So you got to keep an eye out on that. We could give it to prior bar low, which again is 184. Here comes 190. There's a buyer here at 190, but he's getting taken out 88. Could we lose 84 here? Buyer at 88 as well. There's a buyer in a lot of these areas. Okay, big 88 buyer. Big 88 buyer there. Let's see if we can kind of mosey on up. I'm just going to give it to prior bar low here. We'll see what this one has to offer in terms of price spikes, but we already know that there's a big seller right around $2. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. We'll go just like that for that remaining amount. See if we can kind of blow through that $2 area, 195. See, that's the thing. Now we're caught in an equilibrium. There's a big seller at 95 in the same way that there's a big buyer at 88. So we're neither able to drop or ascend right now, at least from my observation on LGCL. So kind of caught in between a big buyer and a big seller. Now the seller's moving down, as algos typically do. If they were selling at 95s, they start pushing the price down to 94. There's the 88 buyer again, right back up, 90, looking for continuation. Let's see if they sell at a lower level, right? It was a 95 seller, then 94. Now it's 93. Can we see anything into the 94 area? 95 again showing up. No continuation though, Joseph. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. If we breach 2, fantastic. If we don't, there's 98, 99, big seller at 2. Can't shake the 99 seller. There it is again through. There's 2. Not bad. 201. Let's not make keystroke errors this time either. I'm going to put some profit takers in the high 2s just so that it removes the subjectivity away. That's all predicated, of course, upon it holding the level. Let's watch now. There's that 88 buyer again. So take over for a second here. I have to concentrate on the level 2.
Absolutely. So I'm going to put it in the chat right now. People are asking for what I actually hold in my personal account. And you know what? I might be missing a name, to be honest with you, but I think this is the majority of it. And bang, there it's entry, right? Like, so I have a lot of tech names, obviously, I think rightfully so, in my opinion. So NVDA, iBit, Meta, Google, JPM, Walmart, and TKO. Micron Millionaire, nice, man. And you know what? I'm gonna be frank with you guys. I wouldn't mind even condensing that and going a little bit more heavier in tech. Like I would have no issues with eliminating a couple of those holdings, and it starts with an I and ends with a T, but I'm not going to. The show is about teaching skills. What is more satisfying to me is not huge win days, but the days I'm super red and my hedges / risk management protected me. Go Mexico and USA in World Cup. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that one. The fact that you left out Canada there is absolutely insane, in my opinion. But hey, we recognize all forms of love. NVDL moving to the downside. I have no issues hopping out of this trade anytime. I was buying at the top end of the range again. It's just not doing anything. So this one's going to be coming off the charting. Sick of talking about it, to be honest. Let's get involved with some AMD because that name's been strong. SpaceX off a pullback and find some other high quality opportunities. Let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you so much for that. Let's take a quick look at the 3 major averages at the moment. The SPY is currently up 0.64% on the day. The triple Q is up 1.4%, followed by the Dow, which is up 0.24%. So all the 3 major averages in the green at the moment. Let's take a look at what I want to talk to you about. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ. So It's up more than 20% quarter to date, puts it on the pace for best quarterly performance since the second quarter of 2020 when it had gained 30.63%. It's also set for its fourth positive quarter in the past 5 quarters, which shows us the continued growth and interest in these technology shares. So this rally has definitely been fueled by renewed investor appetite for mega cap tech such as Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, and all the AI-linked names, even though there are certain valuation concerns that keep surrounding these names. Also, the S&P 500 up more than 14% on pace for its best quarterly performance again since the second quarter of 2020 when it had gained 19.95%, very close to 20% over there. So this is the fourth positive quarter in the 5 for the index, which includes leading industries in the United States economy. Also, this is just a quick update from CNN saying that the central banks are thinking that the United States has become riskier, therefore they're planning to sell dollars and buy gold. But we're going to stop and send it to Adara.
Just beware here, guys. Apple on watch, hearing that the Supreme Court will be hearing Apple's case to appeal its Epic App Store fees. We know there was this Epic Games lawsuit against Apple. Some App Store fees were related, apparently, Supreme Court to hear Apple's appeal with regards to these fees. Keep an eye on AAPL. Not too much of a move here, but great look for the stock today. Currently near session highs. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Dave. Dave, we know what type of individual you are, man. That goes without question. I was only messing with you. You know, you're consistent. I see you in the chat every morning. It's nothing but much love for you, brother. I was only playing around with you. You are no hater. I know you want everyone to join enjoy the World Cup, and that I could not agree a little bit more. It's definitely different, right? Like, it's something that I personally never got to experience. It's been pretty cool in the city, and I wish everyone gets the opportunity to experience a World Cup. What I do want to get involved with here is some SpaceX, guys. Starting to head back towards the low of the day. I'm going to post up at 170 just in case we do get a little bit of a pullback, but nothing but love for you, Mr. Dave Z. Much appreciated,
How did
brother.
you do that? I've never seen it done like that. Oh, wow. This guy's skilled, bro. Dang.
You can do a double one, too. See?
Ooh. No wonder, bro. This guy
It's all
knows
for
what he's
Dave.
doing,
It's all
bro.
for
This guy knows
Dave,
what he's
man.
doing, man. What's going on over there?
More like third World Cup.
Third one. Oh.
Get that one.
Well, what are your first
I love
world countries?
Dave.
1 second. Why
Yeah.
are your first world countries getting eliminated to third world countries, buddy?
Oh.
Ta-ta.
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 No, Dave, don't, man. I think you're overthinking it now, my brother. It's not awkward by design.
Yes, Sia.
It was very satisfying to see some teams lose yesterday.
Oh, no.
Very. Japan losing was so
see
good.
what
Sorry,
they
no
did, yeah.
offense.
You don't like
But
Japan. Well,
honestly,
I like Brazil, so.
me too, but I'm biased. But however, they did put up a good fight. It was in the last 92nd minute when when Japan thought Brazil won't do anything.
You know who scored there, Sia?
No.
For Brazil?
Who?
All Arsenal, baby. Gabriel Martinelli.
Okay.
That's our guy, Sia. All right, man. We're having a great time.
Are we?
I am.
Okay,
I just
all right,
reported
good.
it to Juan.
All right, good. All right, man.
I need to get that off my chest, man, because it's a no good, right? Like, that's, with these small gappers, Joey, I just don't have a lot of time to take profits. They're in no area for one prolonged period, so I can't have anything hinder my ability to get out, right?
Yeah,
And
for sure.
that's obviously a hindrance, so I was displeased with that. Guys, by the way, I got a couple of comments about the World Cup yesterday. Now, here's the deal. Boom, let's go. 1 sec, that's gonna have to wait. Breakout, LGCL, into 7, looking for more. 7 seller, big 7 seller here. But the tape is picking up pretty aggressively. Watch out for the flush. Buyer at 2. Looking for continuation. The tape is moving crazy. 7 again. 8, 9.
Get him, Sharif.
Usually I'm saying that to people. I don't know how I feel people say it to me, Joey. Like, I don't know. It's just off-putting. But man, can you tell your friend to stop selling at 8, man? And 7?
Yeah, I'll call
What is he
him.
doing over there, Joey? All right, so we're huge 7 seller. I'm out. There's too big of a seller there at 7.
that one, yeah.
We'll take that scalp. But I want to say a couple of things about the World Cup, man.
Absolutely, man.
First and foremost, that goal that was disallowed for Germany yesterday. Oh. Yeah. It just broke out again, guys. Big move up for LGCL. It's really moving. Tape teleportation here. 228 high. I can't quite see. Oh, that's why. I have it on the screen without my limit up and limit down. That's why I can't see the, okay, I'm gonna change screens. LGCL. That's why I couldn't see what limit up, limit down was. I had it on the wrong one. Okay, now we're back in business here. 215, limit up, 238. So limit up, 238. Let's see if we can kind of establish an entry over here. For a bigger move up, what do we get there? 17s, 19 seller. Let's see if we can get a little bit more into the high. So I defend into 2 here, looking for a bigger move. Yeah, I'll get back to that World Cup spiel in a second here. Just need this trade to resolve. Looking to defend 2. Let's see if the buyers step back in here, coming back into 2 single digits. This is not good. Man, I just haven't had a read today, Joe.
That's all right, man.
Well, we initially had a read, and then we fumbled the keys, and then there was all sorts of bamboozlement. But continue to watch, looking for a hold of 2. Not getting that move up, but you're not losing 2 either. But Germany, I just don't think that the goalie has more right to the ball than the attacker. Each one has a right to make a move on the ball. And so what I saw yesterday was a player in the crease, in the goalie's crease, right? And he was waiting for the corner to come in. The goalie tried to make a move to get the ball, and the player obstructed him, but not purposefully. He was just standing there. He can't disappear. He can't vanish. And then they called that goalie interference, which it's not like hockey. It's not the same thing. This is one of the more subjective calls, I think anyway, in soccer, where, you know, some referees are going to call it, some referees are just not going to call it.
Holy.
Go ahead.
Rocket Lab, man.
Rocket Lab.
Yeah, it's going Rocket Man today for sure, Sharif. Yeah, I mean, it might break out. That's all I want to print. $100 there on RKLB as it breaks through some of the resistance zones. Tesla's still holding up relatively strong, so you can continue. I had that up here, and Rocket Lab was just going pretty aggressive to the north side there.
Yeah, I don't think he was clearly obstructing the goalkeeper at all, Juno. He is turning to, you know, try to make a move on the ball. The goalie turned into him, and they both ran into each other. I don't think that there was anything purposeful about that. Would the goalie be giving up a penalty if he ran into the player? Ask yourself that question. Why does the goalie get more protection when they can use their hands? They're already at an advantage by being able to use your hands, whereas players are obviously restricted to not using their hands. It's kind of, I always liken this to the running back in football, right? The running back is allowed to put hands to the face in the DB's back or whoever's back, in face, excuse me. And the reason is they're allowed to put hands to the face because they're at a disadvantage. They have to use one arm, where everybody else gets to use 2 arms. And that's kind of what I feel about soccer. Why is the goalie being given special advantage, especially when we see the goalie obstructing forwards all the time? They punch them in the head. They hit them in the back with the knee when they go to make a punch on the ball. Like, it's consistent that they're obstructing forwards. So why doesn't it work both ways? That's kind of how I'm looking at that. If it was an iffy call, but shouldn't be allowed to cling on to the goalie in any case. Yeah, I definitely agree. Nobody should be allowed to cling on to anybody. That's clearly usually it's a yellow card, really, depending on where it is on the field. But that's kind of my little spiel there. I don't think Germany should have been dinged there. But anyway, let's tell them Assassino. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Thank you very much for VinFast. If it's like American football, you slightly bump the punter, it's roughing the kicker. I think that's a little bit different, brother. The kicker is completely vulnerable there, right? Right? He's trying to focus on the kick. His leg is in the air. If you hit him, he's on one foot, right? So that's why they protect the punter. The goalie is not in that position. The goalie has the advantage in the box. He can use his hands, whereas the attacker can't. So my view of things, opinion, view, whatever, is that you don't give more, I guess, leniency to the person with the already existing advantage. That's kind of how I feel about that. And it's one of the more, subjective calls. You'll see it called in La Liga one way, in the Premier League it'll be called a different way. Very similar to handballs as well, where the intentionality is always, or how far away his arm is from his body and all that kind of consideration that we look at. So that's why I view that. Mopar, LeBron informs Lakers he's moving on. Nice. Where is he? Is he going back to Cleveland? So that would be interesting to see there.
Oh, good call there, Sharif.
Yeah, well, that's what people were saying, that he wanted to go back maybe to end his career there, or Miami. People were saying it's either going to be either or. Look at this. It's done it again. See, now I can't do anything. Yeah, see this? Yeah, this is the issue with that. Take over.
Why does it unclear? Anyways, all right.
I don't know, brother.
Yeah,
don't know.
so it just randomly does it, eh?
No. Like, say I make a key error mistake and I delete it there.
Oh, it goes straight to the highlight of that.
Not really. No, that's not what I mean. It just prevents me from taking any action if that field is deleted. That's what I'm trying to say there. Yeah.
All right. Let's see, man. A lot of us talking. So what I had to do over here, guys, is I know we're talking about. We have this nice rounded bottom starting to form on this bad boy. So hopefully we can get some form of a breakout. If the trend line breaks, then maybe we obviously we will have to reassess the situation and determine if we're going to move forward with it and try any more attempts. I wanted to get involved with SpaceX one more time. I don't know why I have Rocket Labs and Tesla up here. Man, this air blowing on me is driving me nuts. So here it is, but yeah, I don't like
wait till you go outside, man.
I'm gonna love it, man. No shirt and everything. It's pretty muggy though, because it was raining somewhere else. So other than that, like you're on the backside of this trend right here. AMD just holding trend right now, guys. So that's looking really good here. And then also Tesla. Tesla's just holding up, hovering around this neck of the woods. Listen, I think it's more cool than what we've seen before, man. The momentum is most definitely slowed down. We're getting some more choppy intraday sessions. I don't know what's happening over here, Sharif. Maybe I got market data disconnected. Okay, there it is. What does it say? Market data. So here's
connection
Apple.
Lost.
Yeah, connection lost. Connection reestablished.
Yeah.
So there's this downtrend. Sit on the backside of this here with AAPL. I want to actually pull this up one because our boy Blicky was talking about it. He's like Gladstone Capital. He's collecting the dividend here on this monthly dividend. That's good, right? But one thing with these plays, for me personally, obviously to each their own, is that you got to worry about the capital depreciation. So if you're chasing yield, don't forget what you can lose from an investment standpoint as well. And if you're using the drip feature, then that might even cause you a little bit more trouble because now you're just sending the money that you've collected from your dividend into a losing stock and just buying more and more and more, and it may never recover. I'm not saying like it's bad. I know nothing about this company, and all I can really tell you is the technicals, but look what's been happening over the past little bit. I understand it's like 4 or 5% dividend, which isn't bad whatsoever, but just understand what you're doing when you're chasing yield, in my opinion.
All right.
I can continue. SpaceX starting to come back in a little bit. You got SCHD. Like I don't even know half of these names that you're mentioning. I put all of my long-term holdings in.
Attaboy, Joey.
In the chat for everybody, and I forgot to put in SpaceX because that was something that I most recently bought in the long term. I had orders at 170, at 170 and 160. Yes. I removed my 150s and put them down to 135, and it doesn't look like we're gonna catch a fill on those bad boys. So yeah, a little bit tougher of a look, but plenty of time on the horizon for SpaceX.
My man, opinion. I hope you print up multiple storms, including myself.
I might just.
Joey. There goes LGCL into the 2.25 area, 228 high. We are very close. 24. We're in at 05s. We added aggressively into that 2 dip. So looking for continuation, but we are being kept down again below that the 28 penny area, a little bit higher than the $0.25, back into 18s, 20s showing up. Let's see if we can get a big squeeze up through the 28 penny area. And by extension of that, hopefully we touch the $0.33, wetting the beak here, holding good size, mind you, on this one, but looking for a bigger move. 26 is showing up. Big seller at 26, 27, Joey. So close to the high of the day, but no continuation through that level. 27 again. showing up. Look at this aggressive selling right above the $0.25, but there's good buying here too. 34 million shares have exchanged hands. Look at the tape. Look at the speed of the tape, man. It is moving bigly, as somebody would say. Who says that, Joey?
Donald.
Get it, Donald. All right, so continuing to watch here, taking out about half the position. There it goes into another high of day options, man, into a 34. Give me my money, man. And there it goes, breaching all the levels, 38 pennies. So 28 was the high. We've got 04s. We've got good shares on, looking for more, man. We're trying to make back all the stupid mistakes that I made earlier on. That's kind of the way that is. My fault, some were not, but just leave that between you and I. In any event, continuing to watch here. Let's see if it drops down into the $0.25. Does it find a buyer? 34 is showing up again. 34, 35, 38 high, showing 37s. We're on the precipice of taking out the high, and we've taken it out again. Into 41 it goes. Boom. Looking for the $0.50 here. Who's with me on this one? Come on, guys. Who's in the chat in LGCL at the moment? Who's looking for the $0.50? And who's even more ambitious? Who's looking for 3 here? If we can take out this annoying seller in the high 30s, man, it is a different world when you're in the money on a small cap gapper, because I shouldn't say this because it's gonna. They're in it. Love you guys. Yes, man. All you guys are in it. Assassino, I couldn't look at the chat because I was trying to take prints. Thank you for helping me out, brother. Assassino always coming in clutch. They should call him King
But
Clutch.
the real question is, Assassino, are you in it?
Oh, Assassino, brother, you have been with us now for, I think, 3 very good years.
Yeah.
Right? Assassino, almost, I know. September, right? Oh, Assassino, we haven't heard anything from you, brother, right? I like Apple. I like Microsoft.
Yeah,
He likes Tesla.
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm not putting words in his. I know you don't like Tesla. I know you don't, because I know you don't like him, but that's okay, right? I don't mind that. I still like you, brother. But Assassino, tell the people who always hear your name on a daily basis, what kind of stocks are you liking these days?
I'm gonna put you on the spot, man.
Oh, I can't hear him. What is he saying?
You're not saying anything.
He's speaking to the chat. He's speaking to the chat. Yeah. So say it again in my ear just so I know what you said. We got to get you in something, Assassino. Even if you buy the Qs, like the SPY, that is a good one, right? Yeah. Should we show him the chart?
Yeah, show him the chart.
I think we should show him the chart.
But zoom out on that.
We should show him the chart and zoom out simultaneously.
Monthly,
right, Joey? We should show him the monthly?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to do it just because Joey asked.
Yeah. Show him that.
Hold on. I love this.
Why is it taking so long?
I don't know, brother, because I'm slow. What do you want from my life, okay?
This trade has unlimited upside.
This is the Qs.
You want to own that, Assassino?
Look at this.
What do you think about that one? Does that look good or
Yeah,
what?
and this doesn't even start from where it originally starts from. It just starts from 2007 in a random area, brother, right? And since that 2007 high, I said we're up 1,500%, right? So anybody tells you, look at real estate, you show them this chart. We're gonna go up to Sia.
Sia's gonna tell us her favorite 3 stocks as well too once we get back.
What was the question? I need to know.
What would the 3 stocks that you wanted?
She's got some picks.
I have 2 picks right now. I would say Bloom Energy and Nvidia. But apart from that, I don't put my investments in individual stocks. It's more ETFs. Yeah. Anyways, let's take a look at small cap right now. The Russell currently up 0.34% on the day. So small caps are small cap US stocks specifically capping off their strongest first halves in decades. Russell 2000 index has surged more than 21% this year alone, which puts the index on its track for the best first half performance that it has had since the year 1991, long time ago. AMBA, Ambarella, individual tickers up next now, up 22.37% on the day. Just a couple of days ago, their VP Business Development has sold shares worth $660,000, so it's just continued momentum from then. BXMT, Blackstone Mortgage Mortgage Trust is down 3% on the day, almost maintained, outperformed by Keefe, Briette, and Woods. Just analyst commentary there. KYMR, Chimera Therapeutics, is up 7.24% on the day. Again, there's just analyst calls over here, maintained at buy by all the analysts from BofA Securities, Trust Securities, as well as B. Riley Securities. Sending it back to you.
Excellent report, Sia. Thank you very much for that. All right, stopped out of the last remaining amount here on LGCL. It didn't test 2, but it failed prior bar low. So I was worried that this was on the way down. But current bar high, just to give you an idea, so the 1220 bar is 222. We reclaim 222 and this bar goes green. I may get back into this one. I'm going to take smaller size, full disclosure, on the next entry on this one, but I will be interested in getting in. Now, I have to concern myself as well with INDI because it is coming into the 20, and I don't want to see this thing drop below the $0.25. So there we go. Let's throw in the order there for the last remaining amount on INDI. If that fails the $0.25, that means it fails the 20 moving average, and that means I'm out. Simple as that. I'm also keeping a close eye here on GVH. Here, this one is making yet another attempt at $5. Now, I had a bit of a dalliance with this one. Initial trade was good. Then we took out everything at the top, dropped in here for a $5 add. It failed 5. Generally held, I want to say 480. You could see there was a 480 buyer here. That doesn't prevent this one from wicking down into 460 on a quick drop. But for the most part, you can see on the 1-minute chart, that 480 area had a buyer. And we moved back into 5, but that $5 area has been resistance. For the majority of the day, we did obviously price spike above it into 542, but really didn't hang out all that much at that level. So I'll keep my eye here on GVH, lest it make yet another bigger move. And for those who don't mind trading these more expensive, I don't want to call this a small cap gapper, but these names, these momentum names, let's call it that. OUST off 60.50, double bottom into 60.50, takes out neckline at around 61 4/5, going into 62, 62.50 just showed up, 63.79 the high of the day. So be on the lookout here, OUST trying to make moves as well, Joey. So we're going to keep a close eye on those. CELZ or Z for my American friends, bleeding its own blood. It is on the way down. It's lost 3, it's lost VWAP, and it's only finding a bit of reprieve here right around 260, give or take, because of this area of consolidation. Let's see if it can hold that area. Otherwise, I'll have nothing to do with CELZ. Joseph, options.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, it doesn't want to go, man. No demand higher here for this bad boy. Same mistake, right? You're buying this shelf. Now it's going to start to sell. Might have to flip the bias on this one as the NASDAQ and the spot. That's where it can. Why am I not trading the TQQs here today? If I didn't have any individual stocks, I think that's the narrative what I'm going to for the rest of the week. I know after today we have 2 trading sessions left, and I think there's going to be some good opportunities in between the NASDAQ and the SPY. So AMD looking pretty good, Tesla looking pretty good, SpaceX not too bad, starting to form a shelf. So what we do is we wait for an additional pullback here, ladies and gentlemen. Right, come back, just have a nice clean ebb and flow. Bounce off of the volume weighted average price, and then maybe you get that move into 174. So shout out to all of the levels that we've been grabbing up on this. I didn't think that we were going to get this curl over here, but once again, it doesn't really matter what I think. This is what the stock is displaying. But the volume is really starting to cool down, if you ask me, right? Look at this. It's stair-stepping down, and it fell in the rankings as per volume in the derivatives world, okay? So this name was it's SPY. SPY is always has the most amount of options volume. Then it's the NASDAQ. Then you either have Apple or NVDA. You'll see AMD on there as well too. IBIT can climb the ranks and some of the more common and meme-ish names you'll see within that. SpaceX within the first week of its IPO was in the top 3 slots, which is an extreme rarity. Now, what I seen yesterday as I'm going through the options activity for you guys, it was on the lower end of things, and I'm talking only 1 million contracts completely open and closed throughout all of yesterday's session. So things starting to slowly cool off, and that can mean a good thing, right? Like volume and volatility cooling off, then hey, maybe you get some appreciation. But right now you're just doing what has happened to me, man. You're just stressing about something that you have no control over and clearly doesn't want to do anything. As I was doing my TA yesterday, I'm like, oh, okay, there's a couple of things aligning for us here that would suggest that we might find somewhat of a breakout, but it doesn't seem to be the narrative. And it's just such a weird thing to me. But hey, it is what it is, and we have to accept it and just remain forward looking. Let's take a look at the options chain, guys. We haven't done it too much here today. So what we will do is we'll pull up, we'll take a look at the Teslas, the SpaceXs, the NVIDIAs, the AMDs, the NASDAQ, and the SPYs of the world. Oh, I thought that said 400 there momentarily. But there is nothing, like, guys, we've seen so much more of a concentration risk before through multiple strike prices here in this specific underlying asset. Like, oops. Oh, no. Oh, did I do anything? Did I do anything there? Oh, okay, no. All right, so we're good. Yeah, I know, SPCE, big time. 2 days till expiry, $200. Lots of size up there, but nothing that we've seen before. 64,000 contracts at that level, totally fine. Today, what do we have at $200? 18,000. But a lot of volume, 172,000 contracts open and close. Now let's go over to its little broski, the one that's going to hit $1 trillion. I think sooner rather than later is AMD, $580. We're at 578 right now. Nothing crazy from an options standpoint, right? Like open interest and volume. Why? Because it's starting to get a little bit more expensive, guys, and you're going to see that reflected in some of the premium as well too. Now, as for Tesla and SpaceX, we'll go through those guys right now. Now, a $400 name expiring in 6 days. Nothing outstanding, and I'll just scroll through it. Like in the evening time, what I'll do is I'll just go through multiple expiration cycles and just look for heightened levels of open interest. And be like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Let's see how the underlying start to react around, or if we're going to head towards those specific areas. Now, as for the 420 marker, typically has a lot of volume in it. 74,000 contracts open and closed on today's session, and they're going to be expiring tomorrow. 5,720 opened and still currently open, I should say. Now, as for SPX, let's take a look at this bad boy and see how SpaceX options activity has been performing. And then we'll head over to the NASDAQ and the SPY because they've been performing absolutely phenomenally. And it's great to see what the SPY and the Qs are doing without any really upward momentum in the largest market cap name in both of those indices. So $170, 10,800 contracts right there, guys. Not too bad. We were talking about this level not too long ago. That is, I mean, now in the water. So that's not too bad. You have those in ITM slightly by only a couple of pennies, and $4.80, a 10-cent spread. So you're not going to be running into any form of liquidity issues there, guys. Now, as for the NASDAQ, we could take a look at this to see if there's any outstanding open interest. We're always keeping an eye on our implied volatility as well, and how our gamma is going to react to specific strike prices, right? It's always going to be the greatest at the money. As you deviate from the at the money contracts, you will see the cooling in your gamma exposure. What we do have here is 7,500 contracts at that 737, no Boeing right there. 0 days to expiration, so those will be closing and expired and go to options heaven by the end of the day. 740, we have 13,000 contracts at that level as well too. So that's going to be the largest amount of open interest on these 0 DTEs.
Gavin, have you done any analysis on your trade since the end of PDT rule? I do think it has changed the low float gappers. My perception would be yes, Gavin. But I've also seen, these periods where the small caps have their sort of moment in the sun. The volume really does come in pretty aggressively to them. And it's almost cyclical, right? And I also want to point out the fact that there is that rotation that we've been speaking about. The MAG hasn't been doing as well. The IWM was very, very strong. I think it was the best performing. Let me double check here. I don't think it shows me. The IWM is the best performing major average ETF on the year. It's up 22%. Next are the Qs, 19 3/4. So I think that there's that part of it as well, where we have to account for the cyclicality or the rotation, not the cyclicality, into small caps. So to answer your question, yes and no. right? I've seen a bit of a difference, but I'm unsure how to attribute that difference, whether it's exclusively PDT removal or it has something to do with the cyclicality or the rotation. Airy Pages, get to your question in 1 second, but we got to send it up to Adair.
Keep an eye here, guys, on FJET here, FJET. This is Starfighter Space. Worth noting here, volume on this, not super significant, about 630,000 shares in the day, but tangential presidential-related catalysts here for FJET. Coming from the White House Official Office of Science and Technology, they posted that President Trump is, quote, clearing the runway for supersonic flight. Apparently, he signed an EO today that will allow the U.S. Department of Transportation to propose new rules for noise limits instead of speed limits for next-generation supersonic aircraft. What does this have to do with FJET? Well, apparently FJET, or Starfighters here, actually owns and operates the world's largest commercial supersonic air fleet. So they could benefit from this new executive order signed by the president. As you can see, there was a bit of a volume spike here and a price spike in FJET. Right now, cooling off. Again, not too much volume on the day, but FJET in focus here. Back to you.
Love that headline. Love that headline. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially because the reason that going supersonic over land was not allowed is because everybody's windows shattered, right? Because of the sonic booms. But there's new technology now that dampens the sonic booms. So if that can actually come into fruition, and I like how President Trump is looking at this, noise rather than speed, because the issue was the speed caused the noise. So if we can have the speed without the noise, I'm all about that life, man. Think about it, Joey. We had supersonic flight, commercial flight with the, what's it called? The Concorde, with British Airways and Air France. It was a joint venture between the two. They did in the 70s. It started operating, I think, until about early 2010s, 11 or 12, something like that.
Yeah.
And now we're like going on 26 and we're moving back. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I get the Concorde was super expensive to operate. It was limited in what could it do. It had tiny fuselage, so it was like 2 and 2 or 3 and 3 or whatever it was. But like, we should be moving past that. That's kind of how I view this. I think that that's an important thing, man. And time is money, baby.
Time
I don't
is
want to waste
money.
my time in an airplane, man. You know what I mean?
I mean, as least time as possible, for sure. I mean, but from a travel standpoint, it's not horribly inefficient.
Tupolev, sorry, Ozan. I do know about the Tupolev. Wasn't that a copy, though, Ozan, of the Concorde? Because they looked exactly like one another. I do remember that. That was a Soviet response at the time. Man, Ozan knows exactly what's going on. I'd like to hear that. Jack of Art. What's going on, Jack of Art? What are you laughing at, bro? Come on
Jack
now.
of Art, man. He loves Jesus.
I love
man.
Bash. I love you, Bash Brothers. We love you, man. What's going on?
And he loves Jesus too, which makes we love
Pretty
him.
cool, man. I'm about that life.
There used to be this old camp song that we used to sing, and it would go like this. And I remember we'd be on canoe trips, like singing all of these gospel tracks, and it's like, and I love Jesus, na 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 na, all this.
It's gospel music.
Yeah, man.
All right, Joey. I think we got to go up to C.
Let's do it, man.
Thank you so much for that. The SPY currently up very close to 1% at the moment. We're going to take a look at our sectors for today. So the electric tech leading with strength here. NVIDIA, Apple up. NVIDIA's up 1.4% on the day, followed by Apple, strong, 2.29% on the day. In electric tech, however, Apple had an iPhone 18 Pro supplier list and parts and photos that were leaked in a Tata India company data leak that was on the dark web. But we will discuss this further in the news segment at 1 p.m., so stay tuned for that. AMD up 7% on the day, followed by INTC up very close to 6.5% on the day. MU, AVGO on the green. We have GE, however, a little bit down on the day, very close to 1% in tech services. We have Google, Microsoft up 1.24% and 0.60% respectively. Microsoft, however, Anthropic had announced that its Claude AI models are now generally available through Microsoft Foundry on Azure. So that's a little bit of a news over there as well. However, we have Meta, Oracle, Netflix sliding into the red. Finance, however, we have a little bit of gray here in BRKB, JPM, Visa, GS, and WFC trading flat at the moment. Robinhood currently also in that, sliding a bit into the red. MasterCard up 0.63% at the moment. Bank of America sliding into the red as well. Retail trade, Amazon is trading flat there. Walmart, Costco sliding into the red. TJX, HD trading flat. Producer manufacturing looks like a relatively strong sector today with AMAT, LRCX, and CAT leading the pack. AMAT is up 5.5%, LRCX up 4.4%, whereas CAT is up 3% on the day, followed by GEV up 4%. Consumer non-durables and health tech. Super red over there, not liking that look. However, Medicare will be starting to cover covering obesity drugs. This is starting from tomorrow. Eligible beneficiaries will be able to get GLP-1s to treat obesity for a copay of just $50 a month. So with that, health tech is significantly in the red today. We said Lilly sliding down towards the 2% mark. J&J down 1%. We have consumer durables, Tesla doing a little bit good, up 1.25% on the day. Utilities is covered in gray, super flat at the moment. The only name that I can see that's in the red is CEG. Energy minerals also super flat, XOM flat, CVX down 0.52% on the day, whereas process industries, industrial sectors, and health services also a bit of mixed sentiment throughout these three sectors. However, in transport, I do want to call out Uber, down 3% on the day. We have Uber and Waymo that have ended their partnership in Phoenix. So there's a look again that we will be talking about in the news segment at 1 p.m. today. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned, and sending it right back.
Yeah, Stevern, you got a point, brother. I mean, it did have an accident, but I don't think you should live and die by one incident in the same way we don't live and die by the 747's mishaps, the 737, and all the other airplanes who have had issues, right? So we don't cancel the entire program, figure out what happened, and we rectify it, right? I think a lot of money was spent in that program just to sort of abandon it. And I think there was a bigger issue, I think, of operational inefficiency, to be honest with you, Stevern. I don't think they were making the money off it. I think demand started dropping as well because the routes were so limited, right? So that's my little take there. But I think that supersonic flight, if it can be a real thing and not shatter everybody's windows, because that's a real problem, especially flying over terrestrial areas, right? Over the ocean, it's no problem, obviously. But Blacklist, drop in nice super there from TikTok. Why is US Tech 100 going up? Well, because the Qs are up 1.5%. You know, that's kind of how that works. The tech-heavy Qs kind of lead the way over here, and they're certainly the strongest moving average of the day, far and away. The second one is the SPY, up 0.71. So, and it's really being led by semis. You can kind of take a quick look at this SSENO right over here. Semis, very, very few in the name of red in Redsville, and the ones that are red are not substantially red, whereas the ones that are green, you got a lot of high double digits over here. AMD, Joseph was pointing that out. Intel up 6 3/4, SMCI, AMAT as well. ASML up 4 1/3, knocking the door at $2,000 again on semi, up 5%. VRT, Randy gave me this name not long ago. This is looking good. This is a $126 billion market cap now. I mean, it's no small company, man. Cerebras continues to get clapped, down 1.4. STM Micro as well, getting clapped as well, 1.9. And AAOI, WDC as well, both negative on the day, Joey.
All right, TSL, I'm just laughing at something because I find. Here's Tesla, right? Like heading in towards the new high of the day. A nice little curl over right there, ladies and gentlemen. We removed another name. He's like, you know who Voldemort is?
I've heard of I don't know.
Yeah, we're not supposed to say his name. Sure.
Why? Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
Oh, my
speak
bad.
his name.
Good thing you said it.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
I'm putting.
We have 5 minutes. Tesla is I'm not even going to say it anymore. The chip king is thy who we shall not speak of. Here's Tesla, a nice little curl over, looking like it wants to take an additional leg higher. SpaceX starting to pull back in. Anything south of this, I'm going to be looking to get involved with it. I don't like anything, man. I'm not in love with anything at all. The NASDAQ, the TQQQs, the SPY. There's nothing that's really attractive to me.
You can go trade FCell, man. It's right
What's
back
it up
at the
to?
day's high, man. Right back into 37.5.
Well, you
I'm not
could-
trying to tell you what to trade, Joe.
But that's up there. I don't like buying all the I don't like buying
don't
right
like-
at
yeah,
the
yeah, fair.
Joe Demort is crazy. Yeah, no, that's way too up there. Oh, nice little uptick there, Sharif, and that one's 6-cent spread in that. I don't like that spready stuff here, to be honest with you. Like, hey, I have no issues, man. I'll sit on our hands a little bit. I'm not going to be worried about it whatsoever. Yesterday, we didn't have a horrible day. Today, things are slower, and I'm down like about a third of what we were up yesterday. And if I don't see anything overly attractive, then there's no reason for me to force anything, right? I think that's something good that we should continuously preach and teach here on the show, is that you don't always have to be in a position if you don't see something. I think that's really important to know. Whales, dolphins, etc. don't like sonic booms over the ocean.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
that's actually interesting.
Yeah, I
that's
think
actually
that's-
a very interesting point. I hadn't considered that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think
Is that real though, or are you just mentioning things that are theoretical? Is this a real problem, like that somebody studied that the whales honestly were getting affected by it? Because obviously that is a problem. But I think also the ocean is so sparse, right? Especially the deep parts of the ocean. Life is very limited there.
very.
Yeah, it's like usually in the corals, where the coral areas where you see a lot of.
The smaller life. I mean, I see what you're saying, man. But I respect the ocean.
So do I, brother. And if this is an obvious issue,
I
then
respect life.
and to be quite honest with you, if we do get the technology that limits the noise, it'll be okay on the ocean, just in the same way that it's okay over here and doesn't shatter your windows.
And you're flying. You can fly up there.
Even if you're flying up there, Joe, that's the thing. If you're flying over the continent and you were going supersonic, you were creating sonic booms, and the sonic booms, it's not a guile or super weapon.
They travel.
They travel, bro, and they shatter windows. Right?
Crazy, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, FSL moving higher there. So is the SPY and the NASDAQ. Yeah, I hate it when we're just kind of in this no man's land area. It's just like annoying, and like it's like that mosquito over your ear when you're sleeping at night. It's just like you can't find it. You know what I'm talking about there, Sharif?
Yeah,
that's
I
just
hate
how
mosquitoes,
I feel right now, to be honest.
I feel you,
And with
brother,
that
I
saying,
feel you.
if you're slightly agitated, maybe it's just best that we don't really do too much right now. So American Airlines has a lot of volume here today. Look at this.
Taking American down there,
1,
Joey.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight green days here for American Airlines. Sharif funding this rally here. This is looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Hey, watch out for AAPL, man. They the lady didn't even want to serve me beer.
What's going on?
They're a little stingy on there. They don't even give you like peanuts and all that.
Yeah, well, you must have said something there.
I didn't say, bro. Do you think I said something? I didn't really say anything.
You got on her bad side,
Yeah,
Joey.
well, yeah. Hey, it is what it is, man. I'm sorry if I grind your gears. Look at Bitcoin, guys, heading towards, it looks like a new yearly low momentarily in the pre-market. I wouldn't be surprised if we head over there. Uncle Sharif, can you look at Oust for a swing? He's too busy right now.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Yeah, he's uncle.
All right, let's go. Show us, Cena. Let's do this.
This is what we're doing right
Little
now.
punk. You're about to get messed up, my boy. He's
You're
scooped.
Ryu, right?
Yeah.
All right. It's tied right now. But, bro, you got...
Hold on, bro.
I feel
Let's
like
go, my boy.
Oh. I feel like you got it on an easy day.
I don't. I didn't change it at all. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. It's over for you. No. Yeah. Zangief, you little punk. Communism's dead.
Oh.
Let's go.
Damn, Madero was like, what is going on here?
Yeah, well, she doesn't know what Zangief is. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe she does. Let's go, man. Oh, Joey's. We got to get out of this. No. This is a problem, Joey. This is not good here, man. Here we go. Now we're going to Hadouken his ass. Let's go.
Oh.
No, he keeps doing that, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm in trouble here.
Uh-oh.
I'm in trouble, Joey.
Damn.
If I get the what's it called? The stars, I'm in trouble. Bah! 2-0. Who wants to take me on, man?
Bro.
Sweep the leg. Man, I'm trying to do the OU kit, but the double uppercut, but it's not letting me do it here at the moment. Who are we going to fight next, Joey? Zangief got messed up.
Turn up the difficulty, my guy.
My guy, I didn't change it. I swear to you. I'm keeping it as it is. We're going to India, Sia. Your boy Dalzim's going down. Let's go. Uga Fire. Uga Flame. Let's do this. Come on now. Yeah, he's trying to Uga Fire me here, Joey. He just got hit. I still can't. There we go. Now I'm doing it. There we go. Now I got it, Joey. I need to practice that again. Oh, man, I'm getting screwed up here. There we go. Let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe. Oh, no. Dalzum's messing me up, man. You're screwed, Dalzum. I'm telling you, buddy, it's over for you, my man. And there. No, one more. Oh, no. Oh, no. Boom. 2-0. All right, let's end it here before Brendo gets on. Well, wherever he is, bro. Who knows, right? There we go. Brendo must be on vacation. He's not. He's just not in the room at the moment. But
he got back a while ago.
He got back a while ago.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course. All right, LGCL. So let's look at Casey's super chat there. Let's find out exactly what's going on with OUST, because I did have that one on my side chart. So Casey wants to see it for a swing. Let's flip to the daily. It's a great breakout case, right above 50 bucks. Flat top break through that $50 area, bull flag initiation off that $27 to $25 area. That's a nice move up. You get the clearing of the 50. What's the setup on the weekly? So, yes, I think you asked me about this before, because this is the huge rounded bottom, right? I was telling you this had to clear 50, and then now it's nicely above 50. So we've gotten above that April 22 area high through 50 bucks. Now 63.79 is the high of the day. What's the next very obvious area of resistance case? I would say you're looking at between a range of 75 to about 90. Take a look at this area right here, Case. This is what I'm looking at left of your screen. This is the weekly on OUST. Let's throw that ticker in the middle. So I think, whether you see it in a straight line or not, Case, I definitely like your chances of at least getting to 75, if not more. And quite frankly, if we get into that $90 area, my spidey sense tells me that, there might be that magnetic effect into that $100 area. I want to bring your attention, though, Case, to the fact that this did a 1-to-10 split back in April of 2023. So something to think about there if you're looking at the exact prices. But I like your chances of moving right back into that $75 to $100 area. And I think that, I'm not saying anything is a foregone conclusion, of course, but is a great rounded bottom looking pattern. The thing, though, Case, is if it ends up being a rounded bottom pattern, you always have that chance that you get the cup and handle. So if you do, then that means there has to be a period of consolidation sideways. Now, the $100 area may be where you consolidate, right? You move up into that 90, 95, and then you start ranging. So say 75 to the low, 100 to the high. You get that sideways movement, and then you get the move above 100. I hope you print up multiple storms on this one, Case. Let me know how it goes, and we're going up to see you.
Thank you so much. The Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey has said that the UK's inflation rate could rise potentially to 3.2% before it heads lower. So at the ECB in Portugal, Bailey has also said it's hugely frustrating that the Bank of England has not met its 2% target yet, with the latest annual inflation print that remains at 2.8% as of May. Also, Bank of England is considering a kill switch in AI to stop market meltdown. Let's also take a look at how the dollar is doing right now. Currently riding, I would say, a rather strong-ish wave, trading around 101.2 region right now. Seems to be driven by optimism over the U.S. economic growth and also the hawkish rate hike signals that have been coming in from the Fed. But that's all. The dollar currently up on the day, 0.09%. Sending it back to you.
Thanks for this.
Guys, LGCL is moving again, eh? Up into 245 is the high, Joey, but that we got to that 240 level last time. So I don't want to say this is a double top, but it's the same seller that we had on LGCL last time around. We took that 2 into 240, and it's the same area of resistance. I'm looking for a decisive take of 250 here. Otherwise, I think we're going to have the same problem, that 240 seller coming in. So going to keep my eye out on this one, Joe.
All right, man. Good stuff, Joe. Wow. Good. Oh, man. All right, so let's head over to our watch list here, guys. I don't have anything going on, really, to be honest with you. It's just like the NASDAQ's moving. We have SpaceX. I know we have the same names up here. There's the SPY putting in a new high of the day. What do we have from a daily? Oh, this is what I'm talking about. Gaurav, I haven't seen you in the chat or Los Polios too much here, but a nice indecision print. And we talked about this being a key level, right? Like, let's see if we can head back towards this previous bit. Now we're only 1.7% off of the all-time highs. That can be evaporated in 2 days. No problemo, Assassino. Sia, what do you have for us?
Yeah, just a little bit of a red candle while continuing to slide a little bit on CMCSA Comcast, even though it's up on the day. There's a takeover note coming in from certain news reports saying that Netflix could turn NBC into its biggest bet yet. And the math actually works out. Leadership on Netflix is uniquely positioned to bring NBC Universal into a new life stage. It's just coming from a couple of reports, and the stock seems to be reacting on that.
A good, nice, strong buy program here in goggles itself. So I really like the way that this one's looking. To be honest with you, you had that 16% pullback. Now, if you have a daily candle open up on the backside, which we almost do at this point, I mean, we can adjust our trend line a little bit here. Now we're running into it, but just with this path, I think this is a nice, clean, healthy pullback right there, guys. So I really like, again, I think out of all the stocks, we've gone through these polls, we've had everybody vote. If there's one thing that I wish I never sold and just continuously owned, because I had such an insane price on this thing. Man, oh man, I owned Google. With Google?
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean that'd be like that's a changer, right? Like I've been in Google for a very, 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 very long time, and I sold it at the complete wrong time. All right, but that's that's it. Yeah, been there, done that. Probably not going to be it's definitely not the first time I've done it. Probably not going to be the last time I've done it. I'm going to do it, so get prepared for that stuff. You're going to make those types of mistakes. Robinhood actually falling into negativity here, guys, but what we've seen over the past couple of days has been phenomenal. Right? So not too bad of a look whatsoever. 101.27. You have a couple of days upticking to the top side. Now you're just having this inside breath. We're not going to complain with a previous pivot high, I should say, of around $112. You're down 10% off of that marker right there. We don't need to go over the crypto names because it's just blood in the water, and the sharks are feasting at this point. There's NASA, the NASA ETF, something that I bought over here at the top. I would suggest that you don't do that. Don't buy this all the way up here at the top, right? You want to get on the lower end of the range. So now, if you didn't know, now you know. You don't buy all the way up here, right? So hey, just learn from our mistakes. You know what your parents used to say, do as, I'm not going to say it, they say not as I do, but don't listen to what I am saying on that point. This is just me rambling on. But what is putting up some strength and heading towards a key pivot level is DoorDash, Sharif. DoorDash, just in case you didn't know, DoorDash heading all the way up to $188, down 34% off the all-time highs. Headline, International Maritime Organizations waiting for Iran's permission to resume traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Al Jazeera.
I don't like that. Permission.
Yeah.
It's an international waterway. RZLV.
Well, they don't want to get hit. They obviously.
I'm not blaming the ships, Joey. I just don't like this.
Yeah,
like,
no, I don't like it.
Not, you know, like. Anyway. It is what it is. It is what it is. RZLV is breaking out, guys. 299 high, showing 96. I'm trying to keep an eye here on LGCL. Taking some prints here on this one. Looking for a dip into the 10 EMA, but I am alive to the fact that there's a 240 seller. So that is the issue with that one. But I want to look at this for Arun Warrior 2004.
My boy.
My man. He's like, look at BFLY for me. Great hold here, BFLY of $1. You could see that they were obviously, you know, alive to the fact that they could get that letter from the exchange. I like a lot about this, Arun. You're above this area. You're right at this area, this 890 area. That's a double top. That takes you back to August of 2022. I remember that. That was Jackson Hole, and Papa Powell ruined the market at that time. And then we sold off for the rest of 2022, and then we all know what we did in 23 with NVIDIA leading the way, this, that, and the other. But if you can get above, I think, this area decisively, well, you're also looking at that $10 resistance as well. Look at that flat top break from these lower highs here, Arun. Area high, lower high, lower high, $10 area resistance, or sorry, support, gives way, pops back, right? So I do like this area. I like this area a lot. Now, was this a SPAC, Arun, prior to de-SPACing? Because this was hugging 10 over here before the big move up. So something makes me feel like this one was a possible SPAC at this level. Let me know, because I don't have the time to look right now. But a clearing of 10, that's the most decisive thing I think that this stock could do. BFLY is the ticker. BFLY, of course, is Butterfly Network, $2.2 billion market cap. They're a digital health business offering care through a combination of portable, semiconductor-based ultrasound technology, intuitive software services, and educational offerings. Goes on to say, but what I do like there is that $10 level. If it clears, I think you've got something here. Keep your eye on that. Shout out to my man, Arun the Warrior. All right. All right. People are jokes, man.
What are they saying, man?
Like, do I need permission to get into my pool? Because we were talking about the straight, right? And like, you can't even pass a straight unless Iran authorizes it, which is just infuriating in and of itself. But that's a look. So add it into LGCL at the 10. Looking for this to hold too.
Good stuff, man. Thanks for that information there, Jack of Art. Where's Mike P. the Rider today? I think you two would get along very well, just from what I've noticed from you over the past couple of days. But yeah, let's head back over to our watch list, guys, and our scanners and see what we got cooking up on those fronts. Here's the small cap scanner. I haven't seen Sharif, or I haven't heard Sharif, I should say, mention anything. There's sells below the volume-weighted average price. We'll just go from the top volume all the way down to where we stop seeing those million shares traded on the intraday session. Here's GEM below VWAP. Nothing crazy. This is surprising, man.
Yeah,
there's not very much here today. Luke is
Casey's saying CUPR if you want to look at that.
I know you've been trading that one here through.
Have I?
I think you traded it here today. Oh, it's going Casey. What?
Yeah.
Casey, what's up with the timing of this? We need this a couple of minutes ago. As is like, oh my God.
It's ripping, Joey.
Girl, CUPR. Let's pull this bad boy up. I like the look of this.
Get it, Case.
We'll see if we can get some form of a pullback there. Now, 8 schmackers at this point, Sharif. I need this at 764, okay? Not at 808, Casey. So let me know at the break of the high of the day. Does that sound good to you? No, I'm obviously totally playing. Thanks for pointing this one out here, guys.
She called it before, bro.
She did?
She called it,
I know,
yeah. She just said she called it.
I just got distracted from all the V12 talk that she had going on there.
Hold on, what did she ever answer the V12 question? Because I didn't get to see it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Casey, we want to know what that V12 was, and in addition to that, Case, we want to know what the new whip is. Because we were told that you were bored one day, and so you decided to flex and get a new whip.
You could get Kansas City.
Hey?
Is that where she's from? She lives in LA.
No, she lives in New York.
Oh, New York.
A New York gal.
Like the waves
If you're lucky, I'm feeling generous. There it goes, man. There goes CUPR, man. This thing's really starting to, I got to wait for the pullback. I'm going to get involved in this here, Sharif.
Okay,
Let's see, man, we might as well. But we're going to need this pullback. This momentum's really, really starting to pick up here. With that being said, you get the pullback, the retest of 780, and any form of a curl around. Then we're going to be looking to get involved in this bad boy. So thanks for pointing this one out. Around the right time. LGCL not doing too much either. So yeah, it's definitely been a cooler one, I believe, for Sharif and I this morning or this afternoon, whatever you would like to call it, regardless or regarding where you are. But things can always turn around. A couple of news headlines. It's kind of quiet now. You're not getting the headlines between too much oil trades and all of this stuff like here like that. So hey, it's either you hate it or you love it or you're
on top.
Yeah, or you're on top, man.
Shout out to the game.
What's up? What's the score?
Oh no!
I see what you.
Great call, because the game is starting now.
I see.
It's your friends. Do you know who's playing?
No.
Which is your favorite?
Oh, the
team?
Norway, man. The Norway. What's up with your boy Holland, man? I always see that guy doing some weird stuff.
Well, he's definitely not my boy because he's a City striker, and you know how we feel about City, Joe.
Okay.
Right? We can't be good to people from City.
Oh, okay.
But what's wrong with him?
No, he's just always doing weird stuff.
Oh, he is a weird guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely a weird guy.
Yeah.
He's also really good.
Yeah, extremely good. Man.
So
the way he runs and stuff is like.
Yeah.
Why does he do that? Yeah.
Lumbers along the field, but he's a monster. Number one, he's tall. Number one, he's fat. Number two, he's fast, and he can shoot. Man, he can head. He can do everything. So shout out to Erling Haaland. Can I say something to you though? He used to play, I think, in Netherlands, and then he went to Dortmund, right? And I thought so little of this guy because I saw him in the, I think it was the Europa League or the Champions League before he became big in Dortmund, because that's where he started making his name.
Okay.
And I was like, this guy is not that good. And then City spend everything to go and get him. I'm like, good. City spent money the wrong way. And boy, was I wrong about that.
Who are they playing today? Cote d'Ivoire?
Yeah, I know, Assassino. I completely got that one wrong. I forget. Let's find out.
Like that.
Let's find out. I can't quite see because.
Yeah, Cote d'Ivoire, man.
It's Cote d'Ivoire?
Yeah.
Yeah, Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, Norway, Cote d'Ivoire. Norway is the favorite here. Cote d'Ivoire, not the favorite. Continuing to watch LGCL, looking for a bigger move up. Just took a print there at 15s, but I would love a $0.25 retracement here to kind of hold the 10 EMA and accumulate possibly for a break through the $0.5. Gavin Ross, look him up sticking out his neck after a game. It's hilarious. Dude, he is hilarious as an individual. He does weird stuff, but I think he knows that and he doesn't care, right? He's also quite confident now. He was never like this, eh? He's really growing in confidence, in arrogance, one could even call it. Kind of like Mbappe a little bit. Mbappe was like, always looking up to Ronaldo when he was younger, and now they call him the general because he runs things. So
that's like Ibrahimovic, man. That guy's mad.
He was just always confident.
Yeah.
It was always that way.
Super confident.
Ozan, he played in Austria, not Holland. That's it. In Red Bull, that's it. Exactly. Because I think it was Europa League. Good call, Ozan. Not the favorite had me. Yeah, come on, man. They took the Prem from us a couple of years there, so there's no way I have love for him. And we all know about the tie-up between him and Gabby, right? Gabriel Magalhaes, of course, I'm talking about, and how, he threw the ball at his head, and he had that little spiel, stay humble, etc. So I was very pleased that he was humbled this year, because certainly wasn't Arsenal this year getting humbled. All right, game is on, 1 minute deep. Let's go. Who are you cheering for here, Joey? You got Norway?
Yeah, no,
You got Norway.
Got Rowe. We're involved in here.
Adara likes Norway. Sia likes Norway. Joey likes Norway.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go. I'm going Cote d'Ivoire with you, Assassino. Juan's got Cote d'Ivoire as well, so it's 3-on-3
All right, nothing
up in this bad boy. Let's see who ends up
I
winning.
know it was against Cote d'Ivoire. Of course, Cote d'Ivoire. Sorry.
All right. Cote d'Ivoire. Shout out. Do you know Didier Drogba?
Bro, what do you mean, do I know Didier Drogba?
So you know him?
Yeah.
So he's from Cote d'Ivoire.
Is he?
Well, yeah, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Great player, man.
Give us a poll, says Ozan. Well, I can't right now, Ozan. Norway or the highway, says. We like that one. What am I in here? CUPR 769. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a move here, guys. We got the turnaround. We're holding up on the previous pivot highs. Let's see if the momentum and the volume can really start to uptick my guy over here, Sharif. I don't think we're going to get the break of the previous pivot without a couple more liquidity grabs, but if we get some momentum stepping in, then I'll be okay with that. Just a little chip in a chair and a little tester. I mean, like, we put on half a risk in it on this bad boy, so it's nothing like crazy or anything to write home about, but we know how the volatility can most definitely play in some of these smaller cap names. It can drop really quick against us.
Don't go outside.
Yeah. Katina, man, you look warm out there, my guy.
Yeah, man, of course.
Did I tell you about that one time a couple years ago during that heat wave, and I was the only dude out on the calisthenics gym?
Good for you, man.
And then CNBC or CBC interviewed me.
No,
City
what?
TV.
That's sick.
Yeah, because I was the only guy out there.
During the pandemic?
No, it was just like during a heat wave on the weekend, and no one was outside, and I was the only dude.
That's crazy.
And they came up and they're like, "Hey, man, what are you doing out here?"
Let me ask you an honest question, man, because I feel like I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do you feel like your output diminishes during humidity? Physically?
Yeah, of course. You move slower, man. You got to move a lot slower.
I was having trouble in the gym today, even though it was air conditioned.
Why do you think Caribbean country,
lumbering?
Why do you think Caribbean culture is just like so slow? It's always just hot, and like if you don't want to expend too much energy, so it's just like everything is significantly slower.
It's ripping, man. We don't know why, really. Sia brought us a headline about some payment system, but I feel like this might be just a 290 rejection. We'll have to wait and see. Didn't you bring us a headline regarding Apple and payment? Something like that?
This isn't working.
American Express. Yeah, go ahead, Sia.
Apple Pay will be allowing American Express points to start paying. So, yeah.
I've been handed the sticky note, and implicitly, I'm going to read the area. Katina Man wrote on the sticky note this morning, 283 Apple long. Watch the market, but the key level yesterday should break out, and let's take it back. We have the support near 280. Excellent call.
There we go,
man.
Katina. There we go, Katina, man.
Your Norway fans are doing their little chant there. I think you might like this.
Bro.
Yeah, I know you're in a position here, man. But yeah, your Norway fans really going there. All right.
Thanks.
Let's. It is 4 1/3 minute deep here into the game, guys. Keeping an eye here on LGCL. We're 4 pennies out of the money. It's coming into that $2 area. It looks like it's going to bleed its own blood. Let's watch for a break of 2. A break of 2 gets me out of this trade. Is there a buyer? There is, but they're getting eaten up over here. Does it pop back up? No, this feels like it's going to fail, man. I have my out below this area right here. So this is the area low. I'm just going to let it trigger. Let's see if it holds up. No, it's not. LGCL headed back to the volume weighted average price, or so it feels like. But CUPR still continuing to do well, so keep your eye out on that. LGCL right back into $2, but let's load up CUPR. On this trading screen, 778 currently showing 826 high. Prior bar low on CUPR is right around 743, pardon me, currently showing 775. So not a bad look at all. You could give it to prior bar low, right below 740 over here. Let's give this one the old community college try, and we're going to put it at 738, 730. This one's ripping up already on CUPR into 91.
You're in it too,
85.
my guy.
Yeah, I just got in right now.
Right.
Looking for an 8 breach here, Joey. I'm going to give it to about 840.
So I'm looking for
740, pardon me, because I feel like that's the area low, so I might as well give it to around there. And then we're going to keep an eye on this one, see how this cookie crumbles, my guy. What do you got?
Same thing, man. I'm in from 69s. It popped up into 794, but then started to come back in a little bit here. So we'll keep it on. Great call out there, Casey. Thank you very much for this one. But we're just continuing to navigate. As long as we don't break down too aggressively, then I'm going to try to hold this for a break of this level. It's been pretty quiet in some of these small cap names for me personally. So we'll try to ride this wave as long as we possibly can. If we do happen to get that curl over when we break through the low, then we just get out of Dodge and see if there's going to be any possibility of re-entering this trade. Okay, I think it's literally that simple, and that's how we're going to manage this position. I was thinking about taking a little bit off right here, but hey, I'm trying to make this win as big as possible and hold on to it for as long as I can. Man, there goes Tesla, okay? There goes Tesla right towards a new high of the day. NVIDIA has been choppy. SpaceX,
What happened,
SpaceX is doing exactly what I wanted to do. Gorev, Los Polios, I haven't seen you, but check out the 5-minute. Gorev, I'm trying to tag you. Gorev, let me know if you're looking at SpaceX on the 5-minute, still holding on to CUPR. We have AMD around the high of the day. Q's putting in a new one, and SPY. We're only 1 3/4% off of the all-time high in the SPY. We're probably a little bit more off of the NASDAQ. I would say closer to 2%, but in the bigger picture, it's such small potatoes, man. I can't believe this is going to be the potentially 1 1/5% off the all-time high. That can be gone in a pre-market gap up. I know we don't really count that, but after the open, I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow or by the end of the week, leading into the 4th of July long weekend, that we see another all-time high this year in the overall market. There it goes, Sharif. We're going to add on this bad boy.
I'm with you.
Let's see if we can get this rock and roll, because we're now in the money.
Breach of prior bar high, Joey. Breach of prior bar high.
Follow
No continuation.
Yeah, no
through
follow
8.
through on that one.
Be alive to where the sellers are stepping in. Is the repeat area? Is the repeat offender area here on CUPR that keeps coming in and keeps rejecting? I'm seeing mid to low 90s. I don't know how you feel about that, Joey. I know you've been watching this longer than I have, so I'd love your input on this. But into 94, looking for more, Joseph. Looking for a move into 8 and a decisive clearing of 8. It's not good enough just to get into 8. And quite frankly, I personally, I'm just speaking for myself here, I wouldn't add above 8 until we've cleared 8 decisively, because then I could have the bias that we're going to 10, especially if this one starts getting parabolic. But anything below the 740 area gets me out of the trade. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one. Shout out to Fluffy. My trainer was this huge guy. I rolled my eyes and maybe hated a little at the moment, but when we were done, we would go and have chicken, fried steak, LOL, good times. Love to hear that. Good for you, though. But and the thing is, though, like, and I think you and I are going back and forth about this, Fluffy. To me, I just don't thrive physically in the humidity, right? I find it.
Okay, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm looking for a 740 drop. It's going to have to lose 740 for me to get out, because 740 for me is the area resistance. But I completely understand what you're looking at there. I'm seeing a range here, Joseph, options, despite the fact that we are putting in a lower high. So below 740 gets me out of the trade. What are you seeing?
Good stuff. I'm out of it, man. It faked me out because I added for the break here. The momentum didn't pick up and no follow through. So when I double up my position, I just have to get out here. So we take a little bit of a loss on this bad boy. Man, Joey Options Fan Club, you got to understand everybody is the star of this show, not just one individual. It's the
Get it, Joey.
It's the grouping of every single individual and the unique tools that everyone brings to this show is what really, really makes it as strong as what it is. Now, as for the NASDAQ, we talked about that. Tesla at the high of the day. Gorb, I was looking at in Los Pollos, I seen you mention you tagged me up there in the chat. This was starting to form a hammer candle, but now we're bouncing off a VWAP almost. I'll let it sell off a little bit so the momentum to the south side cools off, and then maybe we get some form of a curl over. But again, man, I dug myself a hole on this CUPR. Sold off here, the tape. We want to see more of a momentum style play, and that's not what we got. So, hey, it is what it is. You try to make that trade for that break, and it just didn't happen the way that we were expecting it to play out. With that being said, let's head over.
Should we start the news soon, Joe, or what,
sure, man? We could always do whatever, man. It's the world is our oyster, Sharif.
Oh, I like that. Well, let's check with Sia. Are we good to go?
I'm sure she's ready over there.
Always.
Look at Google. Katina Man 357 on our friend Goggles. I will dig you out, Joe.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay. No, Joe, thanks, Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck also stated, which made me laugh, and I still laugh about it, during this whole conflict. And we're like, hey, what's Donald Trump's next move? Well, everybody's saying, hey, he's going to take over Canada, Greenland, whatever. Ben Affleck proceeded to say, by the end of the week, Trader TV Live, it's going to be American territory, which I found comical.
Brother, I just want to say something. That stuff doesn't bother me.
No, it was funny.
No, I'm not talking about it. But it really does bother Canadians. It really does bother them.
They
don't like that at all.
Yeah, a lot of them don't.
Yeah.
Don't be rude.
Yeah.
Don't be rude.
Yeah,
no, I found it.
They're super sensitive about that around here. And it has been that way since President Trump was elected. So, it's just the way it is up here, all right? Like, if we're threatening your sovereignty as well, you probably wouldn't like it.
Range. Yeah, what if we said, by the end of the week, wherever you are, Ben Affleck, is going to be Canadian territory?
Ooh, okay. Well, that one's interesting as well. Let's head on up to Sia and see what the first topic is.
Blame the bad guy thing.
Thank you so much. We're talking about AAPL and how it surged past its earnings. So AAPL shares had skyrocketed 21% after the company had easily blown past Wall Street's expectations and fourth quarter fiscal estimates. The stock currently, however, is up 16.5% on the day, but they've also benefited from the plans from the United States to modernize the military and secure space. AAPL has more than doubled its revenue from a year ago, so to $642 million, while the funded backlog has jumped 65% to $1.2 billion. The revenue for autonomous systems has totaled to $492 million, surpassing the $402 million that Street Account was expecting. CEO of the company, Wahid Nawabi, has also told analysts in the earnings call yesterday the company is scaling manufacturing to keep pace with unprecedented demand, and the company's growth opportunity has never, quote, never been stronger. Other drone stocks have also rallied as a response. Kratos KTOS was up 5.5% on the day as well.
This is a really interesting report. There's a lot good in this, but I also want to mention, some concerns. So let's talk about the stuff that Sia mentioned. Great top line beat. They beat on EPS. The forward guide was a little light on EPS. That's fine. But there is concerns here with spending, right? So they had good non-GAAP EPS, but their GAAP EPS is bad. They lost $265 million for the full fiscal year, and that was driven by a $240 million goodwill impairment charge because the U.S. government completely terminated their high-value, it's called a SCAR program, Streamlined Contract Awards. It's a Defense Department program. They canceled that. And that also had a more of corollary effect as well. So management heavily emphasized that it had a 1.2 billion, funded backlog. What they didn't say was they had to remove $1.5 billion, so more than the 1.2 they got, in previously reported unfunded backlog from its books because of the cancellation of the SCAR program. So, you know, the Defense Department is obviously trying to find a local champion for drones. I think that this is a good maneuver on their part, given where war is going. But right now, the fundamentals are still a little bit tight. And I think we really need to keep the eye on that. And obviously, there's an insatiable demand for drones at the moment, given what we're seeing in Ukraine, in the Middle East as well. And so all these drone makers are forced to increase capacity. Increasing capacity typically means they have to spend more money on CapEx, and that's exactly what's happening here. They're tripling their CapEx spend to between 12 to 14% of, I think, full year revenue, whereas before it was something like a 5% baseline. So definitely looking at spending more, which comes with risk, but no risk, no worry.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here. I mean, I was talking about, actually, we were just talking about not too long ago. Sorry, my train of thought was swayed. But I mean, listen, there was a light guidance within this name specifically. So you're going to see with that gap up start to slowly be filled. But then there was a government contract that was recently canceled to deliver phased array. So that's not too good of a look there.
Array. Sounds great.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, it is what it is. And then also declining revenues coming from, or delays from, Ukraine as well. So some of these defense names not looking too good. We had AVAV up here. AVAV. And see what we have. Like, this is just not a name that I would personally want to own if you're going to lose the half of your value more than that 60% to the downside. So like guidance, you're going to see stocks get hit.
Can I ask you a question? Are you interested in any of these drone makers? Like, you don't think this is going to be a huge area, just like what we're seeing?
It can be, sure, but...
It can be. Like, look what's happening right now, man. Yeah, I know. I think it moved up, though, on exuberance, and I think it's coming down to more of a realistic level. What's the market cap on this one, right? Can you
on
check?
AV, on AV,
I'll check. AVAV. I got the Fundamentals Explorer right here. 8.3 billion. Okay. Yeah. So that's right around what Joby is, right? Joby's around that, I think, 8.8 for Joby, 8.3 for them. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're settling here, Joey, to be honest with you. But I feel like this is definitely the future.
I think commercial drones might be more or less the play.
Yeah, but I think they got the capacity to probably make both, no?
I don't know enough about the company.
I don't know. I just feel like this is the spot. I don't know. I'd love to hear what you guys think, chat, man. Like, do you guys think that the drone play is the real deal? Should you be looking to get into a drone name, given obviously how warfare is sort of turning out to be as we see it? I'd love to get some of your input there, guys. What about AVEX, drone company up 21%, says Dean, 5376. Let's take a quick look at that, Joe. Good call. AVEX, so not AVAV, AVEX, yeah? Up bigly, $2.5 billion market cap, not even a small cap gapper, up 22.6%. Not much in the way of volume on the day, but this is fantastic. Right here, flat top breakthrough 275, good look. Can't hate on this. This is AVEX.
What's the
you want to see the daily? Yeah, I figured you'd want to see this. Yeah, it's kind of like a lot of them. That's a weekly, sorry, that's a weekly. I threw on the weekly. You want to see the daily, it's kind of the same look, but go ahead, Adair.
They have their own catalyst this morning, too. That's
Pardon me?
To say here. They have their own catalyst.
They have their own catalyst.
Yeah, $50 million U.S. Air Force contract for advanced unnamed mission capabilities. The second you mentioned the ticker, I kind of thought of it, so I brought that up. But yeah, so there is its own story here beyond.
Got it. Yeah, thank you for that information. Good information there, guys. Yeah, but, you know, just generally, I want to hear what you guys have to say. Yes, new defense tech. No, drones clones, okay?
No, drone,
I'm just looking for specifically drone, Ukraine spanking Russia with drones. Look, I've seen what they've done to the refineries lately. It's just hard to down these drones, man. And moreover, the cost per drone is just cheaper than shooting down the drone with these missiles. And from what I'm seeing, the missiles miss a lot. Like, their accuracy is not that good. American and Russian, like we saw what happened, you know, when the initial wave of drones was coming in, I think, into some of the Gulf countries who were getting hit. Like, I don't know what the hit ratio is, obviously. I don't have the data, but anecdotally, just I feel like there's another move here, and it's probably laser or something like that. But anyway,
Lasers?
man, what do you got? Let's go. Sorry,
should
you
we
already
go
gave
to
your answer.
Sia,
Let's go back
yeah.
to Sia.
Let's talk about the Medicare news that I did break earlier during the sector watch, but we're just going to dive a bit deeper into it today. Sorry about that. So millions of older Americans in Medicare are about to receive a benefit that in the sector has never existed before. So what is it? It's the coverage of obesity drugs. Starting tomorrow, eligible beneficiaries will be able to get the GLP-1s to treat obesity for a pay of just $50 per month. So this move can potentially unlock a vast new patient population for two, Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, and dramatically expand access to medications that have been out of reach for many people that are ages 65 and above. So Medicare Part D, which means prescription drug plans, have already covered some of the GLP-1s for conditions like diabetes and cardiovascular disease. And at the same time, important thing to consider, however, is that the federal law has banned coverage solely for obesity. So now Chris Klomp, who is the director of Medicare and deputy administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, has said that there have been more than 69 million beneficiaries in Medicare about a week ago, and also several million are expected to access the drugs through the Medicare Bridge program. So there are also many more patients to capture here. Roughly 15 million to 20 million older adults in Medicare are estimated to qualify for these weight loss drugs. This is according to reports coming in from Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly.
All right, I'm just checking what the BMI is, because I remember reading this morning that you had to have a certain body mass index to qualify for this. I'm just checking. Pardon me, Katina Man? Yeah, Katina Man read it as well. So good call there. Yes, you're absolutely right, Katina Man. BMI of 27 or higher, you qualify. You have at least one of these conditions. You got to have either pre-diabetes, a history of heart attack or stroke, or symptomatic peripheral artery disease. If you have a BMI of 30 or higher, you qualify if you have one of these conditions: heart failure, uncontrolled hypertension, or chronic kidney disease. If you have a BMI of 35 or higher, you qualify automatically. No other health conditions required. Okay, got to stop out of that. That's not the right trade there, so we'll go negative on that. All right, so that's the way it is. So I do like this $50 a month copay. Can you just zoom in on this? $50 a month copay. That's substantially less than what we were seeing in the private markets. Remember, guys, we were talking about $300 and $400 a month, albeit for the brand name versions. I think that this probably will be generic. Wegovy's injectable and oral are going to be available. Lilly's Zepbound and Foundayo are also included. Do you think that this approach that President Trump is taking with the most favored nation price, including kind of these GLP-1s, is the right move here? Or do you think it's going to have a cooling effect on the R&D? Because, like, think about this, right? Here's what was happening, man, at least the way I saw it. They were rinsing Americans. They were charging Americans the highest price in, like, the developed world. And they were using all the money because it was unregulated. And they were using that money for their R&D. And then they would come to Canada, they would go to Europe, and they charge far, far less. So they wouldn't make as much money on those countries. But somebody had to fund it so that their R&D could continue to develop. Or do you think their R&D also gets cut because of AI?
Yeah, I mean, it becomes more efficient, right? Like, you can become more efficient. I think at the end of the day, you're asking who does it benefit? Well, it's obviously not good for the companies producing the drug. It just chews right into their margins, right? Like, they're not going to be able to be overly profitable to the point where you're, for the physical product in itself, you're having these like 70, 80% margins. But who's it also good for? The individuals who may start to struggle with, who are struggling with weight loss. So I think there's two sides to that coin. You get the Bridge program for $50 a month, which is significantly cheaper. You get Zepbound, you get Foundayo as well. So I mean, it's pretty good for the American consumer. I'm not going to complain about it. Like, you know what I mean? It's really good for them. And we also seen what it did to some of the other names as well too, Sharif, like the Coca-Colas and the Pepsis of the world, where they needed to pivot because people are starting, and I don't know if it's the #1 cause or people just in general trying to live a more healthy lifestyle.
I think so.
But those major corporations had to pivot their strategy and start to come with healthier alternatives because more and more people were trying to adopt that healthy lifestyle, which I think is the right thing to do anyways. But yeah, I mean, margins is the big thing. Bridge program for $50 a month. I think it's good for the for the average human.
Good call. Chris Arthur, I don't know what my BMI is, brother. I don't look at BMI. I haven't been a fan of BMI as a standardized unit of measure for health for like a long time, but I know doctors continue to use it. Clearly, they're using it here. You know, again, because it doesn't take into consideration your muscle percentage versus fat percentage. So I've always felt it was inadequate as a unit of measure, but that's just my opinion. But in any event, right, that's kind of the way it is. But to answer your question, I have no idea what my BMI is. Let's send it back to Sia.
Let's talk about Apple. The iPhone 18 Pro supplier list and parts that leaked, again, mentioned earlier, but let's dive a little bit deeper as to what was going on here. Sensitive components, suppliers, and photos of Apple's upcoming iPhone 18 Pro models are part of files that were posted on the dark web by the ransomware group that stole data from Apple's Indian supplier, Tata Electronics. So it can potentially also upset Apple and its relationship with Tata because most of these supplier arrangements are fiercely very protected by Apple. Could also hand certain rivals, counterfeits, and its own vendors a view of who makes what. So Tata suppliers both the parts, Tata, my apologies, supplies both these parts as well as assembles iPhones as a contract manufacturer. And it's emerging as one of Apple's most important manufacturing partners. This is outside of China. And Apple is reportedly on track to release its iPhone 18 Pro, as we do know it, and Pro Max this September of 2026. So this news comes at, I would say, a rather difficult time for Apple, because last week we also heard that it will be hiking up its prices for iPad and MacBook due to the soaring memory and storage chip costs. Analysts are also expecting Apple to increase the iPhone prices in the coming months. So Tata Electronics' leak of more than 200,000 files on the dark web by World Leaks had files with competent design papers of older iPhones and some parts also of Tesla, who are both clients of Tata Electronics in India. It's also included documents of Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing, also Qualcomm, which makes both of which make parts that are used in iPhones.
Yeah, you hit it right on the nose, Sia, and that's the problem here. The data that breached showed exactly Apple's fragility and strengths, and that is information you better believe their competitors are salivating over. Fragile single source vendor versus multi-supplier hedge. So they know the parts that Apple only has one source for. So think about that. You know, you could try to maneuver in a way where you get that output rather than Apple to kind of put pressure on them, right? Whereas if you have a multi-sources for a certain part, you're less likely to be affected by somebody else coming in and trying to challenge you for that. So this is great information for Apple's competitors. You mentioned 200,000 files, Sia. It's about 630 gigabytes is what was stolen here. Completely compromised, highly sensitive blueprints, drop test photos, proprietary specs, unreleased iPhone 18 Pro information. This is a bit of trouble, but this World Leaks kind of hacking agency is just a repackaged version of Hunter's International ransomware group. They kind of rebranded themselves. And rather than kind of deploying network-wide encryption, the halt network-wide encryption, they've taken a bit of a different approach this time. They left operations for Tata's plant untouched, so they weren't looking to disrupt that. They were looking at stealing information. But this exact story, Sia and Joe and everybody else, is exactly what the Chinese lobbyists love, because they want to point to Apple and they want to say, you made a mistake by leaving 26% of your iPhone capacity to the Indians. You got to come back to China where we don't leak stuff. That's what they're going to say. That's what the lobbyists are going to do, right? And so this poses a bit of a problem for Apple. This is a big shift in production for them. And it's not one they took willingly either. Mm-hmm. We know why they did this. It's because President Trump put a lot of pressure on Team EC to friendshore the supply chain. And India is, of course, a friend of the United States. Although, you know, sometimes, right, they have their independence, of course, Russian oil and other things. We know about that. But this is a major problem, man. Especially, this is the first year Apple really goes gung-ho with Indian production of the iPhone,
we're
man.
shifting its supply chain into India. Yeah, I think what you hit that nail on the head as well too, Shreve. So it causes a little bit of a problem, and some questions start to be raised. I'm like, hey, what are we actually doing here? But Tim Cook, this is Tim Cook's doing though. At the end of the day, right? He had to strategically shift the supply chain out of China and try to onshore as much as possible. And this is one of the consequences of maybe of what happened. And you're still in the infancy in the partnership, and it's not a good start. That's for sure.
And look at this.
Right.
This is not an isolated incident either. Listen to this. So apparently, in May of 25, assembly specifications for Tesla's updated Model 3 and Model Y platforms alongside sensitive internal documentation belonging to Taiwan frickin' Semiconductor and Qualcomm were also compromised at that exact same facility. So this has happened before to Tata. Like Tata, huge company, very successful company, obviously. But you know, when you're dealing with this kind of stuff, you definitely got to put.
I
your
wonder
foot
what
down,
kind of
man.
liability they have there. Like, what happens?
Great
like,
question, brother.
From a
I don't know the answer to
contractual
that.
standpoint, like, hey, if you leak some of our most important information, there has to be some form of
I
consequence.
see what you're saying.
On
I
the
see what
other
you're
end
saying.
of things,
But
right?
that's a one-off payment, Joey. What happens when your competitors have a better insight in how do you operate? How do you?
Well, that's the
compensate
thing,
for
right?
that?
So, like, if you're placing this stuff on the dark web, I underget it. But who would be purchasing this information? I could probably tell you a company.
The companies.
I could
Of
tell
course
you one
they're
right
gonna-
now.
Go ahead, Sia.
So even if you look at India's expectations of what it's going to make with this iPhone, Apple revenue, it's expected to make 26%, which is like
Exactly.
not too big, but it is still pretty relevant of global iPhone production
It is.
just this year alone. So that's how much it's anticipated to make, and this is up 6% already from what it was making a year ago.
Well said.
So if you consider that, it's a loss for both technically.
What do you mean?
I mean that, so it's expected to make 26% of the global revenue.
Right.
This puts a hit for both.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I don't know, Joey.
Well, it
Look,
hurts Tata's reputation.
pardon me. It's a monster company, man. They own
like-
Jaguar, they own Land Rover. It's a
Yeah.
huge company.
You know who's buying that information?
yeah, everybody, of course. Xiaomi's gonna buy. Everybody and their mother is gonna buy
buy
that,
that
man.
too.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you want to see how Apple does business, right? Even if you don't directly compete with Apple, you want a little bit of the secret sauce.
Yeah.
So you can apply it to your own recipe.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? All right, let's head back to Sia and talk about the next story.
Thank you so much. Let's talk a little bit Microsoft. So Anthropic announced that its Claude AI models are now generally available through Microsoft Foundry on Azure. So giving enterprise customers a native access to Claude using Azure's existing security, billing, and governance infrastructure. So this launch does include Claude Opus 4.8 and Claude Haiku 4.5, which targets coding AI agents as well as advanced reasoning workloads. And these are all areas where enterprise AI spending continues to accelerate even now. So separately, NVIDIA, as we do know, it has announced Claude models hosted on Azure that are running on latest GB300 Blackwell Ultra GPUs, which in a way does reinforce Microsoft's positioning as the premier AI infrastructure partner provider. But Anthropic has also expanded Claude's availability across Amazon Bedrock and Google Cloud, which highlights that AI race here is increasingly a multi-cloud race rather than just remaining exclusive. But Microsoft with that is currently trading flat.
At half, yeah. I like this. I also like the fact that, you know, this plays more into the narrative. I don't want to say the fallout between Nadella and Altman, but the diversification by Nadella away from Altman, right? Especially now that a lot of people do consider Claude to be the premier model, and no point hitching your wagon to what used to be the premier model. So I do like this. I also like the fact that they're obviously getting Azure usage out of this, and that obviously creates good revenue for their cloud. So good look here for Claude. I don't really have much other than to say that, you know, Anthropic continues to rent out space from the hyperscalers because they don't have their own data
Yeah,
center.
they don't have, exactly, man. And I mean, it's funny. I like how you mentioned the fact that Microsoft looking to diversify, still being the largest investor within OpenAI, but they're not putting all their eggs in one basket. They're striking deals with Anthropic, which I think is extremely important. And it's unfortunate, like you have these massive deals between both, like with outstanding RPO between OpenAI and Anthropic, but yet the stock has been the worst performing Mag 7. So there's something going on behind everything. Copilot needs to pick up a little bit of steam. They're spending a lot of money and bleeding money on that as well too. So it's unfortunate the situation that Microsoft is in, but the narrative may change when both of these companies IPO and they come to public markets, and then you finally get to see some of the financial reports. Who knows what can happen with Microsoft, but I think Wall Street is really beating them up for that. Like Azure's growing at double digits. It came in a little bit lower than expected. I understand that, but the whole cloud space is still growing at an exponential clip rate, and it's unfortunate that this stock hasn't been able to perform.
Let's play what are we up or down? Okay, we just talked about Softy right now.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little Microsoft. I know you're cold, but
Yeah, man.
tell me, percentage down on the year. I'll just give you
On the year?
On the year to date, January 1st onward.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say 28%.
been doing well at
28%.
28%. Again, you're in the ballpark.
Okay, so
you're
it
in
was
the
probably
ballpark.
35.
23%
Oh.
negative. You know who's next?
Oh, Meta.
Bang. 15%
Yeah.
on Meta.
Yeah.
Okay,
Keep
everything else
going.
green.
Keep going, man. I'm
Everything else green.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, do you want to include SpaceX as a hyperscaler?
Yeah, what? They
Well,
are.
it's down 7% since the IPO,
Okay.
right? But you want to talk about Flakes? Flakes is not a hyperscaler, but they're down 23% as well.
Who's the
year to date.
Flakes?
Netflix.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I see what you did there.
So Apple's up 6%. Google is up 12.5, or no, sorry, because and Google, right?
Yeah.
So 14% for Google. Amazon is up 3.4.
You combine
and then
Google
Nvidia
Google?
6.3.
You combine
I
Google
don't.
Google?
Look, one says
okay.
12.5, the other one says 13.89.
Okay.
So most of the hyperscalers are still green, save and except for Microsoft and Meta at the moment.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I think that, you know, does it jive with the recent, you know?
Pull a good old Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, oh God.
You remember when he did that to the iron workers? Remember? Did you ever see that? When he,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what
When
do you-
the guy was
cousin-
pressing him?
Yeah, he's like, what?
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, that was good times.
But yeah, no, I don't know what's going on with Meta. It's unfortunate.
Well, another hyperscaler is coming up on the next story, Joey.
Oh, do we? Yep. Okay.
Definitely, we do have talking about Amazon here. So I would definitely say this is a bit more restricted to Australia, but it's, yes, an important story to discuss over here. So Australia's competition regulator, that is the ACCC, is suing Amazon Australia, where it has alleged that the company has used unfair contract terms to force annual Prime subscribers to either accept advertisements on Prime Video or pay an additional Australian dollars, $2.99 Australian dollars a month for an ad-free. So I wonder where we saw this recently. The regulator has also argued that more than 1 million Australian Prime members were given no meaningful choice or refund options where ads were introduced in July 2024. So the ACCC is seeking penalties, consumer compensation, and also court orders. And on the other hand, Amazon has said that it is reviewing this case and also complying with the investigation, cooperating with all of that. The lawsuit is, yes, like I mentioned, geographically limited to Australia, and it's unlikely to have a materialistic financial impact on Amazon as a whole, but it does add to the company's broader scrutiny, regulatory scrutiny, financially, globally.
But you know what we see, Sia, all the time, right? One jurisdiction takes the initiative and, you know, comes at them with this kind of regulatory push, and then we see other jurisdictions adopt or espouse that same push, right? We see it in Europe, North America, and now you're seeing it in Australia. So here's what I want to mention, okay? So what the issue was here is that the regulator is alleging that Amazon didn't notify that they were going to get a $2.99, which is what the increase is, and that they didn't give them the, I guess, the out in case they didn't want to be moved up. And Amazon is arguing otherwise. They're saying, look, you can still cancel, and we told everybody that it was going to go up in price, right? North America has already happened. If you have Amazon Prime here, like I still have it, but I never use it, right? I woke up one day, I turned it on, I wanted to watch, I think Married with Children or something was on it, and then all of a sudden there were commercials. I had no idea that there was commercials because they never used to be on Amazon Prime. And so the regulator is using this, I don't want to say newly enacted, it's 3 years, 1-0 for Norway. So this enacted legislation called the Unfair Contract Terms Regime. It was enacted on November of 2023, and that's what they're using here. And they're basically saying you didn't give our citizens, 850,000 of them, the requisite notice that prices were going to go up, and for whatever reason, you didn't facilitate an easy enough cancellation if they didn't want to join. Amazon argues those facts. I guess the court will be able to tell.
Yeah, I mean, you might have a couple of years of compensation here, Sharif. This might take a while because this happened between 2023 and 2025. And to add to Sharif's point, they really didn't start rolling out ads until July of 2024. So, I mean, I think this is just going to be a slap on the wrist at the end of the day. It's not going to be any major hindrance to the stock in itself, but it just shows you that Australia, once again, Sharif, really starting to take, I'm not going to say it's a Europe at all because I don't think that's necessarily the case, but from a regulatory standpoint, these guys are really starting to drive to move this train. Well, think about it from a social media standpoint. These guys are like saying, hey, you have to have a specific age limit. Who is that going to affect the most? Obviously, some of the American companies, Meta, via Instagram, Snapchats of the world, and everything along those lines. And now you're seeing them start to lay their foot down with what's going on with Amazon. So Australia not playing any games here, man.
What's going on over there, Katina Man?
Short Amazon.
The Katina Man is short Amazon as we're talking about it right now. Get it, Katina Man. Did you talk about the amount of fine that they could get dinged?
No, I said. Well,
okay, I was going to mention that.
Yeah, I was
going
to say. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I didn't see.
I'll mention it. So it's either 50 million Australian dollars, $50 million Australian dollars, or 30% of the company's adjusted corporate turnover during the breach period. And I think that's why you mentioned the breach period. For exactly that point.
So.
All right, so multi-billion-dollar liability ceiling. That's what we're talking about here. So you better believe Amazon will defend this vigorously.
But like 50 billion Australian dollars is like 35.
50 million.
50 million. Sorry,
Yeah.
50 million is like 35 million USD.
Or
30%. So
Yeah,
which one's ever less?
Which one is less or more?
I would
the greater.
Say
it says here, the maximum penalty per breach is calculated as the greater of 50 million Australian dollars, sorry, or 30% of the company's adjusted.
Okay.
All right, let's send it back to Steve.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at Uber and Waymo ending their partnership in Phoenix. So Bloomberg has reported that Uber and Alphabet-backed Waymo have ended their partnership in Phoenix, where Waymo vehicles had also been used for food delivery. So Uber is now reportedly looking for different robotaxi partners in that city. Neither company, however, has commented publicly, and Waymo continues expanding elsewhere. So Uber has aggressively been diversifying its autonomous vehicle strategy through partnerships with multiple AV developers, reducing this reliance on any single provider as we see the robotaxi market evolving. So with that, I did mention in the Sector Watch, Uber down 3.4% on the day.
They're going to use their $250,000 iPaces for DoorDash. So here's what they're doing. Internal logistics desks note that Waymo is directly reallocating the reclaimed Phoenix hardware to aggressively service its expanding public transit deal via transportation and its direct delivery agreement with DoorDash, which is Uber's primary food delivery arch rival, right? So this is interesting here. So I don't know. I think you could probably do a little bit better with a $250,000 car. But I did see one time my friend send me a video of a DoorDash guy dropping off food to his neighbor in an Urus.
Yeah, right.
In an Urus. He was doing Uber delivery, Uber Eats with an Urus. So I guess if you can do it in an Urus, you can do it in an iPace, right? It costs $250,000.
You see what people do though? Like apparently, like what like a group of kids will do. There'll be like 5 of them. They'll buy like this car. They'll all put their name on it, and then they'll just like trade it in for a week.
Yeah. So Rainey, I'm not even kidding. He sent me a video of a dude pulling up in an Urus in a nice neighborhood, got out with the bag, walked up to the door, dropped off the food, so he's clearly food delivery, and got back in the Urus.
Okay.
I had it. I'm not even lying to you. But that is kind of the way it is, man.
I think you need to ask yourself, I mean, this is only Phoenix, but what is this the start of here? Could you see a little bit more of a collapse between the two companies?
Probably.
Right? Like, which, I mean, who needs who more, I think, is the question that you need to be asking yourself. There goes NVDA breaking through the high of the day on no volume almost. But hey, we'll see what we got going on. I think the question needs to be who needs who more. And I don't think it's Waymo, Google's Waymo needing Uber more than what Uber needs the other one.
Yeah, and don't forget that Waymo.
Yeah.
And is it Geely? Zeekr, sorry. Zeekr.
Okay.
Don't forget they got that Ojai, that new $75,000 platform. So they're kind of moving away from the iPace, right? We talked about that, $250,000
Yeah.
per iPace, $75,000 per unit, and that includes the 100% tax they're going to pay on those imported models. We'll show you what those look like in a second, but we got to go to Adair.
Keep an eye on Boeing. Nothing massive here, but a bit of a headline to maybe keep an eye on going forward. Comments coming from the SPCE. This is the Society of Professional Engineering Employees in Aerospace. This is, in fact, a labor union. They basically said their negotiators are going to start formal contract talks with Boeing tomorrow on July 1st. Apparently, the goal here is to negotiate 2 collective bargaining agreements covering roughly 13,000 engineers and 4,000 technical workers. Again, those talks kicking off tomorrow. Back to you.
It is Tiffany. This is it. This is what we're going to start seeing now. Instead of the Jaguar I-Pace. Now you're going to see it en masse, Joey. And this car right here is fully Chinese. It is Zeekr, which we know it was delisted, I think. It used to be ZK, I think on the NYSE or the NASDAQ, whatever. And now they're doing a deal with Google. And you and I talked about this. The politics and the optics of this.
Yeah.
It's just not the right move, man. I don't care about the car. I'm just thinking Google, like, you know, there's this whole made in America, make in America, reshore, friendshore, onshore.
Yeah.
And you're going to go and you're going to make a deal with a Chinese EV, aggravate the hell out of President Trump, probably, right? Pay 100% tax on that. And still.
It's cheap. It's still cheaper than what they're using.
I think that's why they're doing it.
Right. So like what American-made vehicle would they use that they can mass produce this on for a lower price?
It's a great question.
Right? I don't know.
The Mustang Mach-E, I don't know.
Maybe.
Like
how much is that thing? I like it.
I don't mind it, but Ford loses about $35,000.
So how sustainable is that? How do you lose that much money and still produce these things?
It looks so cute.
This thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It looks so.
I don't hate it. See it. Don't get me wrong.
No,
I'm not hating on it, but like it's just the politics are.
Yeah, it's reminding me of this little baby truck that my little brother had when he used to play with. It's very cute. The color is cute too.
I love it. Who thought Google was a genius using Jaguars for Waymo in the first place, says Hanger.
Yeah, it's a very valid point.
I'm assuming it probably had something to do with the ability to customize it. You know, they probably tried a bunch of different.
Well, it's just strapping all the LiDAR onto it, all the camera.
I'm not pretending to know exactly, but in any event, this is what they're gonna do, and.
No, maybe they just thought that like, hey, let's get this luxury vehicle. I'm sure they could have found an alternative other than.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the interior on this. This is what it looks like. Not like it really matters exactly here, Joey, what the interior looks like, but this is what it's going to look like, guys. That's the interior, 3 rows. Obviously, we're looking at 3 rows. I
still like Zoox the best.
Zoox, eh?
Yeah, because it has like that. I think that's such a different and cool look. You'd have the seats facing each other.
I don't mind that. Yeah, it feels very like. You're in a theme park, moving from one location to the other.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. It's more like an open concept.
All right, guys, having a great time with you guys in the chat, man. There's all this stuff moving. Bovin says YOOV, and Casey kind of loves that. So YOOV, keep your eye out on that. While you keep your eye out on that, Sia's going to tell you about this.
Sorry, just a second. I'm trying to pull up the chart. There we go. AM8T is what we're talking about next. Applied Materials. So AMAT is up almost 6%. It's gained after multiple Wall Street analysts have raised their price targets, but reinforcing the view that semiconductor equipment demand continues to remain strong. And AI infrastructure also, as the AI infrastructure spending continues to accelerate, this momentum keeps holding strong. So Cantor Fitzgerald has lifted its target to $850 from $550, which is pretty much over there, maintaining an overweight rating, so calling Applied one of its preferred equipment names alongside Lam Research and KLA. It's also expecting ASML to post one of the strongest earning beats in the group. KeyBank has also reiterated its overweight rating while also increasing price target to $750 from $550, reflecting this continued confidence in wafer fabrication spending as well. The stock is trading near record highs ahead of its earnings report coming August 13th.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we talk about following the money within the hyperscalers and where does it really start? So that's why you've seen companies like Caterpillar really start to outperform the market. And then right behind it, up over 320% from last September, is Applied Materials. And then you have the Lam Researches of the world, and you also have the ASMLs. So this is at the beginning stages, and I'm not going to call it the picks and shovels, but it's relatively close. It's those first initial steps. And what the term follow the money is who is getting paid throughout this. Like, listen, we talk about NVIDIA all the time. All they do is design the chip itself, and then they ship it over to Taiwan for it to be fabricated, all right? So Applied Materials is expecting to report quarterly results on August 13th. Wall Street expects earnings of $3.38 per share, up from $2.48 a year earlier. Big jump on revenue of $9 billion compared to $7.3 billion the prior year period. The stock trades at about 65.3 times earnings, which I really want to focus on, is extremely expensive, especially when you've had over 300% gain in the underlying asset in less than a year. Analysts maintain an overall buy rating with this and a price target I've seen of some at $900, which is 33% from where we're currently trading at. So they're saying that you can still see some substantial returns throughout this name specifically. But look what happened. We talk about Micron, where you have these blowout quarters, NVDA blowout quarters, but the market's already caught up and priced in the valuations. So just be cautious. Even though we're seeing these exponential growth through a lot of these names and within this chip trade through the memory trade name, the market's going to price this in because they can see the projections, they know what's going on behind the scenes, and sure enough, there's a couple of handful names that I actually noticed the growth in the street not pricing it in, and one of them was Robinhood, to be honest with you, Sharif, and that came through the cryptocurrencies, the increase in options activity, but two completely different sectors. But just be cautious in case the market has priced this in, and you go through the report stating like, hey, like, what's going on? These numbers are phenomenal. You're beating by triple digits. You're raising your guidance, but the stock's not moving how you expect it to. It's because it's already priced in.
Well said, Joey. I want to bring everybody's attention to the one above in. 88 pennies halted to the upside. YOOV, big mover on the day. YOOV is up 127.98%. It is halted right at 88 pennies. Big move up here for this name. It is a sub $1 name. Love hearing it. Resumption, KC says 91 pennies. Get it. I love how like Bovin and Casey are going back and forth about who called it. Get it, guys. Yeah, both killed it, man. $199 million market cap, guys. Keep your eye out on Concord International. YOOV, halted to the upside at 88 pennies, pardon me. Did we talk about, because I wasn't here, did we talk about the endless upgrades on AMAT?
Yeah.
We did,
I
okay.
talked about
Beautiful.
like a $900 price target on this.
Fantastic,
thing,
man.
and it's 33% from where we're
900, you say. Okay.
That's a big move, man.
It's a big boy move. All right.
33%.
What's going on over there, Katina man? The Katina man says Amazon is getting shellacked, and Amazon is now negative on the day, down 0.09, losing 240. Katina man, where are you short, brother? 239.50 into the low, local area low, I should say. We go. Great trade there, Katina man. Good call, brother. Hope you print up multiple storms. And while he's printing let's send you back to sea.
Thank you. SMCI currently up on the day. So SMCI has rebounded modestly after the 8% sell-off, but there are certain regulatory concerns that we're going to talk about that continue to remain in focus, which followed the expanded investigation by Taiwanese authorities. Prosecutors have searched SMCI's Taiwan office, executive homes, as well as affiliated companies as part of the investigation into the alleged movement of NVIDIA AI servers to restricted Chinese customers through partner Ablecom Technology. So it follows arrests that had been made back in May, which adds to the ongoing U.S. scrutiny after former Supermicro co-founder Wally Liao, who had been charged earlier this year in connection with alleged exports of NVIDIA systems. So as a reaction to this, Liao has resigned from the board and had pleaded not guilty. Importantly, SMCI has also said that it's cooperating fully with the Taiwanese authorities. Overall, I would say the investigation currently centers on these individuals and affiliates rather than just alleging the wrongdoing by the company in Centerpiece by itself.
So under current Taiwanese law, re-exporting US AI chips to China apparently is not a distinct criminal offense. To circumvent this gaping statutory loophole, apparently, Taiwanese prosecutors are heavily relying on what they're calling creative proxy charges, specifically document forgery, customs fraud, and corporate breach of trust to kind of legally execute these raids and freeze the hardware. So it looks as if the actual act itself, taking American chips, sending it to China, apparently under current Taiwanese law is not illegal, but there was other things that were done tangential to it, of course, that were, and those are the grounds upon which they're using to kind of execute the search and do the entire investigation as well. Listed distributor arbitration. So coverage treats the raid as an isolated Supermicro event. We know that that's not the case. Keylong prosecutors officially raided and brought in executives from Albatron Technology, which is Supermicro's primary localized distributor, as well as the chief telecom, which is signaling, I guess, the illicit routing ring penetrates deeply into Taiwan's legitimate public server supply chain. So it looks as if this goes wider than simply Supermicro, being a little bit and doing interesting things there. Guys, YOOV is going to halt up again. You guys are killing it on this, man. 111 halt up. We were halted at 88. Now, oh, wow, that came back pretty quickly. I thought it was going to halt at 111. Holding one, though, Joey. YOOV, a bunch of halts to the upside here, dancing with that dollar area. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. What's your take on this, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, this doesn't seem like anything new for us. Obviously, Taiwan's starting to step into things. 6 people being apprehended in this case. But listen, it started with the fishy accounting practices. And they started smuggling. Like, this is nothing new for SMCI, which is sad to say, to be honest with you. So, I mean, listen, Taiwan doesn't want them smuggled. Obviously, United States don't want them smuggled. But let's be real. China's going to get their hands on it, whether it be through, what's the other alternative route that they were going through there? Singapore as well. So,
Malaysia.
I mean, hey, I don't understand what's going on with SMCI and why the stock absolutely isn't tanking. Because what if everything is revoked from them? And it's like, hey, you guys can no longer do what you're doing and operate in the United States.
Great question.
Right? So that's one thing that I find curious, because if you ask me, it's a pretty big deal considering it's been an ongoing conflict between China and the United States, whether to sell them chips or not.
What does SMCI stand for? And I want wrong answers only.
Wrong.
This is great over here. I love
what
the
is
chat,
that, man? There's probably some good ones.
Smuggling microchips internationally. Microchips being 2 words there.
That's what it is, man.
Smuggling microchips. Get it, Alan.
That's a good one, man.
Bloom.
Where's Daniel? Where's Daniel, son of cheese? Because he loves these people.
Yeah. Where is he?
He's in it.
And all the cheese grater.
He's in there all the time. He's probably listening.
Shout out to him, man. All right, Joey. A couple of minutes left. Should we let you off to set up or what?
Yeah. I'm already all set up. We're over there. I don't know where Katina
You're good to go. That's okay. You can do the show on your own.
Yeah. Well, right? Oh man, you're asking a lot now.
Full day, and you got to do it on your own.
And I want to go outside, man.
All right, man. Yeah, you probably don't want to though.
You're telling me.
I don't
I
know,
told you,
man.
man.
I don't know, man.
City TV
Joey, it's
interviewed.
bad out there, man.
City TV interviewed me, man.
All right. Let's take a look at YOOV. Coming down a little bit here, though, guys. 111 high. It's doing a lot of volume very quickly. It is south of the dollar area again, though, but it's right at that critical area. 88 pennies was the halt level. And we've talked about this a lot. These halt levels end up being intraday areas of support and resistance. And right now, it's acting as that support level into 88, back into 99. I hope somebody bought that off, the halt level there. But as we talk about the good, let's talk about the bad. The $1 area, despite getting breached earlier, is now a bit of an area of resistance as the shorts are alive to this one and they're looking at taking it down. So guys, don't fall in love with the name. Trade the technicals. Currently, we have 88 penny support and $1 resistance. Depending on how this cookie crumbles, we'll have to wait and see. So shout out to everybody there who took it in the chat. You guys all killed it. I hope you did well on that one. A11Y Guru, Meta and AMD stock once AMD crossed 600. What does that mean, brother? But I didn't see AMD cross 600. Has it crossed 600 before? No, man. We're at all-time highs right now on AMD. 582.60, all-time highs. Advanced money destroyed. Katina, man, can I tell you something, brother? You know about the market cap right now? We're knocking on the door of $1 trillion. $945 billion market cap, Katina, man, for advanced money duplicator now. It was, very maliciously called the destroyer by Joey. But I'm sure he'll probably echo my sentiment here, up 7 2/3 on the day. Fantastic look for AMD as it closes in on that $1 trillion market cap. Continuing to watch the Assassino, YOOV, as it continues to hold that 88 penny area, but continues to reject as well the $1 area. So be alive to that one. Hangry Wife, what is going on over there, brother? Super Micro Casino Investments. Shout out to my man, Hangry Wife. Hope everybody had a fantastic day on the show with Joey and I. Sorry the trading couldn't a little bit better. Tough day for myself. Anyway, we're in the world of small cap gappers. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning to do the morning note, but it will be OB with you guys tomorrow on the midday show. So show will be some love. I'll see you guys, I'll see everybody back next Monday. Hope everybody has a good time. Take care, guys.
All right, great show as usual. On the midday, we come back and Joe just switches spots.
Yeah, man.
And take a break. You want to take it? You want to go grab a coffee? What do you?
No, I don't. I no more caffeine for the day,
no more
man.
caffeine. I just topped up one. I just got another one there. I find like I never.
You don't crash?
No, it's more like I was gonna say I never finished the coffee.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Every single morning,
same.
I had 2 cups here and they're both half full and dropped them back. And that's why I'm always like, hey, Randy, like if you can hook it up again because it gets so cold so fast. Even in those Yetis, I mean, I try to fill one up and then got back in. I was just checking out because we should have Brian Shannon on today, so we're trying to get ready for that one. That should be exciting to have him back on and welcome everybody back to the war zone that is this market, it seems like. It's like up and down and around. Like the NASDAQ was down early today. It was down 1.1%. And then now you're just cruising to the upside here on the NQ. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on here. My latest position was, and this is why, shout out to Brian. I mean, if he comes on, he comes on. But right there, this is VWAP trading.
Is he scheduled?
Yeah, he's always scheduled on Tuesday. So we'll see if he's coming through. Normally he messages me if not, but we'll hope that Brian comes through. And yeah, no, just Amazon. I mean, you guys were talking a little bit about it there. Some of the pricing and what's offered and all this kind of stuff. And that's not really why I shorted it. I was going to try to find a name. And by the way, we're still long Apple right now. We have still that same 5%. We didn't get out of it. I wish we had obviously held much more than 5%. I wish we said we're in 50% of this name. But there's the play off the open. Apple. We still have Nvidia off the open as well. Both of these names 5%. It's the same as when we left you guys. And then we're actually able to really get. I don't know if it's luck or not, but we did quite well here picking on our Palantir. When we left you guys, we were getting railroaded by this name. As we're getting hit. And then finally, that last time, we got that bounce off the lows, and I feel like we were being pretty patient with Palantir there. We got that bounce off the lows. Once I thought it was retaking, a few levels, we averaged back into it. It holds, and then it's upside right now for AMZN. So excited, or sorry, for Palantir. So we'll see what that winds up doing. Still got a little bit of shares there, but it's really just Amazon is what I'm trying to work with right now. 239 break is probably a problem to get out there, as that would be a change there on our 50 period move. So we'll see what we're able to do now. But yeah, we're pretty excited moving forward here with Amazon, and yeah, just interested to see what winds up happening if this market keeps on getting down to the downside. So yeah, so far so good there. SpaceX, I mean, I know you wish you still had that one. I heard you guys talking a little bit about that, but you had a good out, didn't you, around 170 or 160?
Yeah, something along those lines.
Whatever it was, man. SpaceX got another 4% there today, and I had a friend of mine message me yesterday. I was like, is it a good time to buy SpaceX? And I actually have to admit it, I didn't see his message until after hours, and he messaged me yesterday morning. So he's the same guy that, I've gotten him into Marvell and all these other names. So he pulls the trigger without me, so it doesn't really matter. And I hope that he did. So, that was a nice move down there yesterday. And I believe it's because we had talked about the 150 marker. I didn't step in at 150. I mean, I know that some of you did. I don't think you did either, right?
On
SpaceX. No, I didn't either. So I'm still stuck at 170. So I'm actually back to flat finally for SpaceX. So
yeah, same. That was me.
Yeah, we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with SPCX moving forward there. But yeah, welcome. I feel like this Palantir trade could keep going. Nice little bounce there now off the 200 period. Let's see if that wants to work. We do have some good outs near the top end of that trade, so pretty happy with the way that one's performing now as I look back at it. That's going to be a good one there for PLTR. But yeah, we're going to go on. I'm going to get into the right chat right now and have a good afternoon session. It is like 40 degrees outside right now. It is maybe even more humid. You know what, though?
Is it sunny out there?
To your point?
To sunny.
Yeah, it's pretty sunny.
That's good, man.
It's gorgeous outside. Like,
that's what I'm talking
tomorrow's
about.
game, Thursday. Tomorrow, by the way, Happy Canada Day.
Oh yeah.
That's tomorrow. Of course. That should be a fun one, well celebrated here around the city. They're having City Hall open, obviously, to do all these different events there. What do they call the soccer? Where they all chill out? Fan Fest. Is that what it's called? Fan Fest. That should be a really fun time there tomorrow as well. Yeah. And then on Thursday, oh boy, I think it's the round. It's the game of the round, I believe, across all games. I think
you think it's the Portugal?
Yeah, the Portugal-Croatia one. That's for me going to be the most exciting game.
Oh yeah, yesterday was on Friday.
Yesterday. Yeah, we're not here. We have day off.
Yeah, man. That's good. So a couple of my buddies were thinking about coming down.
Nice.
From Little Portugal, a.k.a. Brown.
Oh, man. I think it's Thursday to the game. Oh, but you can party Thursday. Yeah, Thursday night. Yeah, so I was going to say, get ready for that kind of weather and get ready for a whole bunch of fun happening.
Oh, yeah, 36 degrees.
In Toronto.
It's going to be
on
an eater,
Thursday.
Man.
It's going to be crazy. And we said this yesterday about how, the Portuguese are well represented, as are the Croatians here in the
Not
GTA.
nearly as close, man. I think there's going to be like a 10-to-1 ratio on that one.
Oh, no, it won't be that much because the Croatians are traveling well. They
travel well, but when you're already home,
I understand, man. I have tons of Portuguese friends.
Same.
And it's just
same.
They're very, very excited. But the match of the round robin. This is not the round robin. The 16s, I guess.
That's still 32, isn't it?
Yesterday was 7 versus 8. FIFA ranking was Netherlands versus Morocco.
Oh yeah.
And that lived up to it, man. That was a late goal there by Morocco to tie it.
Okay.
Won it in penalty kicks. Now Canada. We had a pretty easy round of 32, but whatever, you still got to win. You got to win the team that's in front of you. And they dealt with, obviously, South Africa, and now we'll see what winds up happening.
Alfonso only played, he came in the 75th.
Last 15 minutes.
Yeah, came in the 75th.
Yeah.
But man, he changed the.
Jesse Marsh has made some great calls. I mean, Estacio wasn't even playing a couple of games ago, came in, played again, gets that golden goal, basically. Virtually a golden goal for us, scoring the last 3 minutes of the 93rd minute, or no, 85th minute, something like that. So that was a big win for Canada. But hope you guys are all enjoying the World Cup. I feel like there's a lot of people that are hating that maybe it was in North America, but the thing is, it's going to help grow the game immensely.
Yeah.
I know, especially around here, right? I mean, so many kids watching all those games and finally getting that first win, and even in the United States as well, when they can hopefully tomorrow. They're facing Bosnia, so they can get that all done, and that'll.
Soccer just isn't the priority here. That's all, and that's okay.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's making it that.
Yeah.
Like all the youth right now sitting at home watching the soccer, I mean, that's huge. Like Jesse Marsh was like, you guys are all now Canadian legends and heroes and this and that. And there's kids watching it that are like,
Absolutely.
F yeah. And then they go out there, kick that soccer ball around. You know, you're creating.
Especially when Canadian hockey teams haven't brought the cup home in quite some time.
Well, I was going to use that example about the United States. You know, like they were, celebrating there in the 80s. They had that win there at Lake Placid. It was against, anyway, it doesn't matter who it was against. But that sort of sparked a brand new interest in hockey for the United States. And now,
and look what happened with look what happened.
Yeah, maybe let's not talk about that example, but
think about what happened with the Raptors during their run, right? And like the start of Jurassic Park really just structurally changed.
Bring Kawhi back.
Apparently they're in talks. Like
that's what I'm saying. It's supposed to be done today.
I don't think that's
Brandon Ingram.
Is it really?
Brandon Ingram.
So you're
fine.
going to
See you later.
A Band-Aid for another Band-Aid?
Yep. Grady Dick. See you later. And a first-round pick.
What?
Bring Kawhi.
You want him back?
100. He's a top 10 player in the league, bro. Last year he was top 5 player. He almost played every game. The guy was completely healthy.
Can I tell you something?
I want Kawhi back. Hell yeah, I want Kawhi
Can I tell you something? In my opinion, I'm obviously no pro athlete. I think that individuals who leave a team that either won a championship or made it to the finals is the biggest career mistake ever. Like that one guy who was leading Vegas into in the playoffs, into the Stanley Cup run, now going over to the Rangers, who are a lower end Eastern.
Who? Which guy's that?
Like Doroff or something like that. I know you don't like I know you don't like Vegas, but look.
No, I don't even know who that is.
Dude, he was leading scoring in the in the whole playoffs. It's like I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Doroff or something like that. But same thing with Bo, man. Like you make it to the World Series, and then you go to a middle of the pack team.
Okay, Bo Bichette is probably not even in the top 100 best players in Major League Baseball
this year. Are you talking?
General?
Dude, he had the most hits when.
No, but I'm just saying, he kind of came out of nowhere. Bo Bichette was fine.
Yeah.
But he's not great. He's not great defensively.
He's not great defensively.
Not a great runner.
No, he's not.
Right. Okay. So he can hit the ball. So that's fine. So where do you think he should be paid? He's a top 5 pay.
No, but see, that's the thing, man.
That's why you leave. Is because
if
other
you're
teams,
chasing money.
Yes, you do chase money. All athletes, pretty much, at certain points of your life.
I mean, that's unfortunate. Not all of them, but some of them.
Most of them do. Most of them do. I mean, Jays were offering Bo Bichette $20 to $25 million
a year.
A year.
And he went over there.
$45 million.
Yeah, he doubled.
$45 million. Anyways, I just think Kawhi is a very much a top player, and it would elevate with Scotty Barnes in his prime. Anyways, we're talking 10 minutes here about sports. So.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the show. There, I'm a Clippers fan.
Welcome.
Yeah, man, we would love to take Kawhi, man. And like I said, if we have to give up Brandon Ingram, you take Brandon Ingram from us, absolutely no problem.
Bro,
the guy was absolutely invisible in the playoffs,
he did nothing,
and just like Mitch Marner. See you later, alligator. We'll move on to that. Playoffs is what it's all about, right? Kawhi Leonard's still a very, very.
That's all that matters.
Gave us the only championship in NBA.
Exactly. I think the team's drastically different than obviously what it was. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I heard on the radio, it was Fox Sports today. I heard them talking about it. That's why I brought this up. And they said that Toronto instantly goes into the top 3 teams in the Eastern Conference with that deal.
Maybe.
Isn't that crazy?
If he stays healthy.
Got to do it. I mean, we have a lot of money. The Toronto Raptors, a lot of money.
Have you been to a Tempo game yet?
No.
Oh yeah, no. I seen one of the Tempo girls the other day.
Yeah. We had an opportunity to get.
I think they should lower the rim 2 feet, to be honest with you, so they
2
can
feet.
dunk.
Is this dunking on everybody then?
Yeah, but that's what you want. There's no dunks in it.
That's not what I mean. It's a different kind of game. But, anyways, okay, let's go back. Yeah, I do like the Tempo. Nothing against them. It's just we had too many commitments in the summertime. Like, it's absolutely insane. And plus, we're already Scepters, so I have this season seats for the hockey. So. We puff passed on those Tempo tickets. Although, and there's a lot of drama in the WNBA as well, man. Sophie Cunningham, what's her name there? The one that protects
Angel Reese.
Forget about Angel. Well, Angel Reese is fine, but Caitlin Clark.
Clark.
There's that one girl who protects her, which I was talking about there. And someone had that. They had that meme where she was pointing. That was hilarious. So there's a lot of stuff there. Okay, let's just talk a little bit more here about trading. As the market now up 1.6%, and really. Trying just to add on to what we did yesterday. I mean, the NASDAQ yesterday was up 2 1.25% yesterday. And now today we have another opportunity to get to that 2% marker. I mean, we're saying that like up 20% in this quarter is the NASDAQ. And now you're going right back to all-time highs. We are, threatening tomorrow, Joe, on Canada Day to once again go into all-time highs. All we need to add is $10 right now onto the NASDAQ, and you are there. So, congratulations anybody that was doing something with the NASDAQ lately. It's been a nice little bounce back, and I have to be one of the first ones to tell you, like, I didn't believe that this move was going to come right back up. And, the point of, okay, let's go back over then to Adara.
Hi, guys. Keep an eye on oil here. Not much of a move on this. If anything, we're just at days lows for oil. But beware, New York Times reporting that apparently some comments were made by Begay, the former foreign ministry spokesperson, of Iran, current foreign ministry spokesperson. Apparently, this person declined to directly confirm if nuclear talks with the U.S. would commence without a timetable for Israel's military withdrawal from Lebanon. So again, at this point, it's unclear if these U.S.-Iran talks to further the work that was done with the MOU are going to continue with Israel still in Lebanon in a military standpoint. If I get more details here, I'll let you know.
I think that's worth looking at. We can look at some USO now down 1.5% here. But we are also seeing updates out of Orogenics, which is ticker OGEN, on the NYSE American. This company now has activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Go check them out. It's ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. We want to thank them for their continued sponsorship of the program. But yeah, I mean, there goes USO. It's going to be closed soon. Oil, though they're at the NYMEX, closes at 2:30 Eastern time. But it's making a move down in right now, down 1.49%. And, President Trump actually pointing the finger now at the gas stations and talking about how, those at the pump are gouging now U.S. citizens because the price should be a lot lower. And I can't hate on that discussion because, and nor should we, I feel like lower energy prices helps everybody. And yeah, not wrong. I mean, we talked about that the other day with Adara when we finally went back into, sort of war times there with Iran, and we're right back into those levels. There's the gap higher. And we're kind of right back to where we were at the start of all this. I mean, obviously we'd like to be a little lower back into this area as we ramped it up, and then there's the pop through. So, considering the fact that oil has gone from $98, let's just say $100 there a barrel, all the way back into 69, you feel like the gas price should have also dropped 33% or 50% in this case, and that just has not happened. So yeah, I can understand the frustration there behind why oil is still up there. Great question to start off right now. I mean, I'm long NVIDIA. This is going to be, right now in total, we're $6 in on Apple.
Okay.
We're $4 in on NVIDIA, $3.50 on NVIDIA, $2.50 in on Palantir. So we've got over almost about $12 right now in total on the longs. So we are getting nervous. The only stock that I really have decent amount of shares in left is Palantir. So we've been, eking out of that one. But do I think NVIDIA could get to 200? Was that what the question was there? There was a talk about the 37 RSI. Are you talking about on the daily for RSI? Because right here, obviously on the 1 minute, we're at 64. I assume you're talking about the daily. And I think if it was you, we were talking about this morning, I have the RSI on the daily at 43 right now, but there's the bounce off maybe to start on the 26th. The lowest we got was 37, and I think that's sort of what you guys were indicating earlier today is this kind of reminds me about like looking at the VIX. When we look at the VIX and we try to figure out like what levels different stocks are at and, where they could print next and so on and so forth. When I look at this kind of stuff, I say, is everything all right?
Circle down 16% today.
Circle down? Okay, we can have a quick look at that too. But it's these levels that I guess you're talking about, 35, 36 on the RSI, creating a little bit of a bounce movement there for NVIDIA. So I think you're probably right about that. Do we think it can see 200? Of course it can see 200. Can it see it today? Yes, it can. And I mean, you only need $1 on this play. We're 4 in the money now. I think there is an opportunity for this to get going here. So NVIDIA upside, here it goes. It's taking out the top of the day right now, up 2%. Good to see, man. Like I said, it's a good time to check the old accounts out. But you know what? What about AMD? Sharif just actually, told us right there that AMD is approaching $1 trillion.
Bro, I've been. Come on, my guy. I've been saying that.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you think? What do you think about the market cap is on AMD?
Yeah, that's what it was. 970.
It was
something.
40 last time I checked. Now it's 945 billion.
Wow. And that's probably not even including today. You have another 7% today.
That is today.
Oh, that is. That's a live one. Okay.
That's a live.
So yeah, so you're 950 right now. So you're now a matter of 5% more upside, and AMD there cracks that $1 trillion marker, joining the most recent Eli Lilly. But wow, I don't know what to say, man. I could double check where I was caught out the last couple times on AMD, but I guarantee you it's probably right here.
Yeah.
Like 250, 260. What a monster. As the CPU sort of barrage continues. Intel rocketing, AMD rocketing.
Oh, there it goes, man. There goes the NVDA.
Man,
it just took forever, man. It took forever for this thing to break out. Yeah, I'm freezing in here. NVDL.
See what I'm saying? This is why I keep getting the coffees going on.
Dude, I can't even drink any more coffee. I'm trying to function after work here. But other than that, listen, 2 big-time mistakes, not positioning yourself well here. We would have got those breakouts as we're starting to really pick up some steam. Longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout, and that's going to help add an additional leg towards the NASDAQ and the SPY today, Sean. So not too bad of a look. Oh, okay. Oh, see, why does it do that? I thought that we had the NASDAQ close to the volume-weighted average price, not the narrative whatsoever.
No,
it's not even close. Yeah, it's showing me some false information here, which drives me nuts at times, but that's okay. Listen, I can't be buying all these names higher and higher. I've took a couple attempts on this bad boy. We had the SpaceX trade bright and early this morning, and then happened to fumble that bag after this pullback and not re-engage into that opportunity. And then after this consolidation and the breakout, off to the races you go. 559 all the way up to 579 here in AMD. So it's just been a really big run. And then I was talking about Circle not too long ago. Katina, man, that's adding another 16% onto our boy Obi's portfolio there in our
that's why. It's Stripe, Visa, BlackRock, all back new USD stablecoin in bid to challenge Tether.
New? Okay,
yeah.
well.
So that's the thing with Circle. If you look over here, CRCL, their whole thing is Tether, right?
Oh, your boy up 20%.
Yeah, so there's Circle. Wow, getting absolutely crushed. This is not a good sign, for anybody holding this name. We had a beautiful battle off of IPO pricing, which is right down into here. $65. What a monster, up to 300 and change. Talk about playing and riding that wave on the momentum. That was a great IPO trade, and came all the way back in and sort of defended. Yes, Miss A.
So I was going to provide some more details. Apparently, this thing's called OpenUSD. It's funny. I haven't really seen anyone on social media talk about it, but I just looked into it here. Coinbase, Visa, MasterCard, Stripe, BlackRock, amongst apparently over 140 companies that have helped launch this thing. So bad look, I guess, for CRCL. That is the context for this.
Amazing.
And thank you guys for mentioning that in the chat as well. I had not seen anything on it.
Yeah, that's really bad. That's
I have some good news and some bad news.
What is it?
It's a big winner right there. We got out.
Oh, you're all out now?
Yeah, I'm all out. I was waiting at 199.50s there. We actually got 199.40s. I just looked at the high of the day there, and I went just a little bit higher to where we were, just ahead of 2 bills.
Yeah.
Right. So that's an NVIDIA trade that, again, we brought to you guys real early. It was right here. I don't want to show those chats there. It was right. Come on. What am I doing? I don't know what this is. This is TMZ.
Oh.
Kate Goslin. Who's that? Oh, she's from 8 kids, something like that. John and Kate. Joe and Kate plus 8.
Would you ever have 8 kids?
Would I ever have 8 kids?
If you could.
I'm 46 years old, my guy.
So that was a question.
Wait a minute, I have to find a younger wife. Don't tell my wife this.
That's crazy.
I can't have 8 kids. I only have 3 now. I gotta have 6 more.
Yeah, 5 more, man.
Oh, here, look. It even shows a soccer score on the side here.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, what's going on over there? That's nice.
Shout out to
1-0, man. Ivory Coast versus.
Shout out to the bigger families.
I wanted Norway. Oh no, I was going to show you guys just quickly here on the sticky note. There it is, right? 195 long on Nvidia, 283 long on Apple. So we're at $6 in on Apple. We just took 450 on Nvidia. Those are the trades. IBIT never got there. Apple, we could talk about that. We will. And SpaceX, you had that as well. But Joe, before we go on, we do have to talk to everybody about this because it's back on, baby. And those of you asking about the campus program, here we go. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there, that little thing that says scan me. If you are ready to become a real trader, our next trading cohort is just around the corner. And this time we're expanding our reach. If you live, and this is a hard part for many viewers, you have to be outside of the United States to be involved in this one. This is your chance to apply and join our program. You'll be trading U.S. equities, so that part's all good, just like Joe and I, during regular market hours. So be sure you're available for the continuous U.S. session. This program is carefully designed to help you master the following: market microstructure, talking about, the bids and the asks, different marketplaces and venues, order types, professional execution versus retail, and amateur approaches. Space is limited. Don't wait. Apply now and take your trading skills to the next level. As far as I know, there is no fee involved, but you have to go double check that, scan that QR code, and become part of the Real Trading team with our campus program. And that's how, all of the traders, besides me, I actually helped build that program back in the day. They've obviously edited it since then, but we used to build up a learning program and sort of a pathway, which I put Neil on and all these guys on. And it worked for very few of them, to be honest with you. It's very, very tough to learn how to trade. But at the end of the day, it's great to have that guidance and that sort of protection. So join Real Trading. Again, you'll be with, amazing software, amazing opportunities to go long and short, trade the U.S. markets. And then, hey, if that's a success after that, Real Trading does offer over 60 live markets. So you can definitely grab that. And there's that book right over my shoulder there, The Real Trading. Actually went to #1 on Amazon. Amazon investing in financial books. Yeah, because you know why? It started the day we went with SpaceX. We had over
that's the smartest thought.
No, I know, but I don't think that was done on purpose. It just happened to be, it was that Friday, it was the release. And then we showed it on the show, but apparently getting huge reviews. Go grab that one right there, Real Trading.
I meant to tell Brando I took a copy home.
It's all good. That's my copy right there.
Okay.
Did you get a copy?
No.
Oh, well,
I just took it.
You just took it. Oh, okay. I thought you said you wanted to take one home. You could take mine. You already did take one. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's written by the guy right next door, so
it's not like I'm stealing. You can have it back.
No. Well, if you don't tell anybody you took it, if you don't tell anybody you took it and you did.
Well, I meant to. I forgot. We're not.
You did take it.
I did take it.
Did you start to read it?
Yeah, that's the whole point of me taking the book.
Oh, okay.
I don't really think I'm just gonna have it there.
Yeah, I do. I don't really read.
No, we're not getting into in-depth.
I was sitting here reading the beginning of it. Yeah, talking about sort of how there's a lot of thought right now that algorithms and all that kind of stuff is starting to take over the game, right? But there still is a definite huge need for human active trading as well, because you can always come up with new ideas and grab that book and go find a copy of it. There as well. Yeah, Sharif is off to Houston and Dallas over the next couple weeks, so that should be a lot of fun. Next couple days for him to see that and being able to see Egypt again, and then Canada. Hopefully, he's going to looking for that single ticket he was telling us. I think price.
He got it, man.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he already got it.
Oh, good. Okay, good. I was glad he pulled the trigger there because you never know with prices where they're going to go, especially these days. But okay, so Palantir, nice move to the upside. Amazon, continuous push there. It just bounced off view up, and again, that could have been another short there at 239. We didn't put it on. We could have done it. Let's take a little piece out right now. Get out of some 57, 58s there, as this is trying to push a little lower now. Amazon, and again, just a view up rejection. Nice play there. We'll see if we can now retake some of those lows. And the NASDAQ, I think you were talking about maybe the 50-period moving average. That's kind of what we're dancing around with there. We'll see if that one wants to come back in a little bit. The NQs right now up another 1.6%. I do want to go over the sector watch maybe when we get back to see what else is driving this, because we've seen that that Lam Research, ASML, and then some of the big dogs today, like in Amazon. We know our Google's up, right? We know Apple's up. But what's down in the Mag 7? Tesla has been really pushing higher.
Amazon, 6/10.
Amazon's the only, is Amazon the only one? Oh, Meta was the other name I was
down
looking for.
Down a third of a percent.
It's Adara though right now with some graphics. I mean, this is part of the best ways to learn: A, reading books, and B, studying some of these graphics. Let's go find out what's up with Adara at the big screen.
It's this afternoon's version of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic chart window here and we look at it on this wall. I just realized apparently Q2 2022 is missing. That's what I was staring at aggressively. So sorry about that, guys. But either way here, I wanted to look at Rocket Lab's quarterly revenue. We know RKLB, they've got their Iridium acquisition. They were just recently added to the NASDAQ. But what's their revenue look like? And what's interesting is it actually was really shaky for a while. Again, this going back to like fiscal 2022, you've got a lot of weakness in Q4. So you have this dip in Q4 in 2022. You get the Q4 dip again in 2023. You get it again in 2024. And then it's blast off for 2025. From Q4 2024 onwards, you get steady sequential growth. We'll have to wait and see if this occurs in Q2 2026. They're not going to be reporting earnings for a good while here, but I wanted to put up this infographic now because of how well Rocket Lab has been doing as a stock and also with all these updates as a company. I did want to shout that out here for RKLB. I also want to tease some stuff that we have coming up for you guys on X at TTV Research. Independence Day is coming up on Saturday. We also have Canada Day tomorrow. I will have some infographics available for both. I've also been working on a longer-term research project, basically looking at the attorneys general of each of the 50 states and what public companies they've been involved in investigations. That includes settlements, that includes that recent Cal-Maine egg deal that was announced the other day, that includes the Live Nation deal. So if you are ever wondering, hey, what's my state doing? Is my state suing public companies? Do they have settlements? You will have way too much information on that very, very soon. Been working very hard on that. So that'll be out for Independence Day. We'll get a Canada Day infographic as well. All of that and more on X at TTV Research. And again, every day between 2 and 3, you get your segment of To the Window, To the Wall. So hope you guys enjoyed that. Always, please feel free to leave infographic suggestions for me in that chat. You can also find us again on X at TTV Research. But in the meantime, we're going to go back over to the guys.
Rocket Lab,
Yeah.
I mean, a big move there. It's not just SpaceX, right? We actually saw Stereo Labs, ALAB. Today was actually, someone brought
What's
that to our
ASTS
attention.
up to?
Absolutely. You know what, ASTS we haven't looked at in a minute.
Yeah, here we go, man.
I mean, I think a lot of these names have gotten hit down after or heading into SpaceX because everyone was a little uncertain
Pull up my
of
screen next.
what would happen there. Yeah, but you got it up right there.
Yeah, they're either. I mean, this is NASA, ASTS in there as well. I mean, we talked about this, right? Like, this was down quite a bit off of the highs, almost heading into that where it first came to market on 31st of March. You're down 40%, a little bit more than that here. So a nice little bounce, 3 days strong. SpaceX probably leading the way. And then we talk about Rocket Lab, RKLB, also getting some movement to the top side, ASTS. I feel like I'm missing one here as well, too, Katina, man. So the whole sector is pretty strong right now. We're not going to complain.
There's Virgin Galactic.
Yeah, there is Virgin
SPCE,
Galactic.
I don't know what that's doing.
Yeah. SPCE. Well, I mean, nah.
That's more like a
not
meme
doing it.
one.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
We'll go over to NASA's holdings and we'll just go over there because
IRDM, maybe they're holding.
IRD. I didn't see that. Intuitive Machines, LUNR,
Yeah.
right? Firefly Aerospace.
Okay.
So a couple other names. Other assets and liabilities. This, excuse me, is SpaceX, okay? This was around 12%, but considering it grew, it's funny that they label it as that, but last time it was the preferred notes of what SpaceX was, so still part of the private equity, and now it's just labeled as something else. So I thought you'd get a little bit of a transfer. You got the Amazon short, it looks like. Pretty good. I'm thinking about the DRAM long here momentarily.
So we just cashed out again on Amazon there, $1.50. We actually, and I forgot to mention this, and it just came out about literally 3 minutes ago. Yeah, man, the minute we broke 288, I wanted to get out of Apple. So we do drop that one. That's a 283 out, 288. We only had 5%. We had talked about that, so it wasn't like a huge thing. But it was basically just breaking. What I wanted to do was give this a second to break some of these levels. We could have got out 50 cents better, but we didn't. We waited, gave it a little bit of room, but here it comes, man. Now the market's really coming in. I feel like that would have been a real good opportunity right into there. To sell off and get even short. So that was an opportunity there for AAPL potentially to get back into some kind of a level there. So Apple, nice move. Downside right now is it's giving a little bit back, but so is the market, but no, it seems like it's just maybe Apple getting hit there. We had some nice days the other day from Roblox. I don't know. I saw some nice little battle back there on RBLX and, potentially a little bit too beat up. And we still do know, I don't know. I know that my kids are playing Roblox a lot. And I don't, even this past weekend when I'm literally surrounded by all of these, the most athletic, basically 11 and 12-year-olds you ever seen. You know, when they have free time, they're open up their iPads and their iPhones and they're playing Roblox. So, you know,
what do you think about GTA 6 coming out here? Do you think it's
amazing. Yeah, I love Take-Two.
Do you think it's gonna have an effect on some of these other games here?
TTWO, yeah. Well, no, not really.
Dude, you got to think about. There's actually when we on the previous earnings reports we were looking at Roblox, a large part of their user base is 18 plus, dude. So think about it.
Part of their user base.
Like a percentage metric, I don't remember the exact same, but it's up there. It's not like it's a smaller part and it's just strictly kids. It's actually a large part. So what happens when that group of individuals, when that group of individuals outgrow Roblox, right? Because there's always going to be that last time when you play that child game, and then start to rotate into some other names. I don't know if Roblox is going to be that name that can find any form of recovery, like major recovery, because there's so much competition, and especially with people getting involved with games like GTA 6 going to be the biggest release probably of the decade, because I don't even remember when the last time was. That's going to sway a lot of individuals, and it might hurt your monthly active users on Roblox. What do you think about that?
So, no, I think I agree with that. I had no idea. I don't know what percent is 18 plus, and if it is, like, I mean, a lot of them are kid-based games. I actually going to take the other side of it. I think it just justifies if Take-Two is able to get a huge user base on Grand Theft Auto, which we know they will do that. I wonder if it just justifies that whole space in general. There's a lot of people out there willing to spend money, play video games, and I'm not, like, my kids won't rotate from, you know, Roblox over there because they're still 12, 14 years old.
But I mean,
I do think that the older ones will eventually. And do you get tired of the game at some point?
14.
The difference between Roblox is, and I know maybe you don't have much experience, is that the games are just native to Roblox. Like it's more of a gaming engine.
Okay.
It's not.
It's like Mario Party.
Yeah, basically.
It's a game.
It's not a game. Roblox is not a game itself. It's you log into Roblox and then there's 1,000 different games. There's like the Squid Game. People are building games in that environment.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's basically also like Steam. Steam is also like, it's not a game in itself, but it's a platform that has a lot of games. And also like the Wii Island Resort, if anyone knows about that.
Yeah. So Steam houses basically games that all other games, like basically an online store.
Okay.
Is what Steam is, right? But Roblox is you can go on there and you build your own, like whatever you want, man. You can build a hockey game.
No way.
Yeah. You can build a game of hockey.
Is it hard? Like how
I assume it's very hard, but there's people making millions and millions of
dollars.
So like,
do you have to like program the game?
Like my kid built some sort of a game on Roblox one time, and people started playing it, and he started getting paid in Robux.
Yeah.
He only made maybe like $5 or something.
That's all right though.
But yeah, he made something that was very, very basic. I don't know what it was. I think it was like one of those obbies where you do different levels and all that kind of stuff. And anyways.
I think, okay, I didn't know. I'm not familiar with the game like that. But to answer your question, you're asking me like, do people really get involved with GTA? I had friends whose life.
They'll take time off.
Right? Like they're like, hey, you're building a life inside of this video game.
It's almost like it's real life.
Yeah, you know what's unfortunate is like, come on, man, pick up some keys or something along those lines. And avoid that.
I just think that kids, no matter what we think about all these things, is, everyone's going to need something to blow off steam and something to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I don't have a problem with my kid picking up and playing a little Roblox, a little bit here and there when they're sitting on their phones all day and doom scrolling and playing those games.
You don't like that? Do you limit screen time?
Not really, but we limit it by ways of finding other things for the kids.
Like playing hockey, baseball, and stuff.
Yeah, it's not. We don't have, like, my wife does all that on Apple and all that. You can monitor screen time and things like that.
Oh, okay.
But it's not like we say, okay, you've been on your phone, X amount of hours today. It's all about what we're doing.
Yeah.
So So to an extent, we do limit it. All right. So just quickly here, NVIDIA, like Joe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look what we got out.
Caterpillar, man. Nice out there. On
that was just because we were waiting for 199.50.
Yeah.
We got 199.40, and it just looks an absolute hero out right there. But, you know, even when we had it, I was like, yeah, you know, we're going to get out there and we're going to hope that, you know, it breaks through 200 and we can take the long again. Well, it's kind of retraced right back in with the NASDAQ not doing a whole heck of a lot. So for me here on NVIDIA, let's just see what winds up happening. I think a pullback, let's see if it holds this 200 period. I like that trade. We'll see if I can get something going on here for NVIDIA. I'm close to going long. We're going to go back over to Sia.
Ooh.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the three major averages before we begin. The SPY currently up close to 1% on the day. The triple Qs up 1.64%, very close to 2% as it was earlier in the day. And the Dow is currently up 0.27%. Let's take a look at what we're talking about. First thing that we're talking about is Logitech. Just a quick mention, shares fallen almost 5% today after Bank of America has downgraded the stock to underperform from neutral. Analyst Didier Shamama has lowered the price target to $86 from $108, which implies a 13% downside after yesterday's close. So Logitech overall is down 7% this year, underperforming on the S&P 500. Let's also take a quick look at TSLA. Tesla. Deutsche Bank is expecting vehicle deliveries from Tesla in the second quarter to be above the company's official estimates by about 10,000 units, which is mostly due to European sales. So that would represent the volume growth to be of 16% on the quarter and 8% on the year. So Deutsche Bank analyst Edison Yu has also written in a note today that international strength is doing the heavy lifting, with Europe acting as a standout driver and China providing further support. And Yu has also said that he thinks that Tesla deliveries will be at least flattish at about 1.63 million on the year. So Tesla had reported its official second quarter delivery numbers last year on the 2nd of July. And with that, Tesla is up on the day very close to 2%, sorry.
Very much for that. Sia, yeah, Tesla, again, up 1.8% here on the day. A couple of strong sessions with this name. To speak of a couple strong sessions here, Katina, man, we have Caterpillar at another all-time high here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, really? Yeah, see, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, this thing is just going absolutely nuts. We've seen Applied Materials run into all-time highs as well. So back-to-back days, back-to-back jacks right there. Man, oh man, a $700 or $900 price target on this is absolutely insane. Big time moves. But we have easy peasy with the $2 super chat.
Welcome back. I haven't seen this dude in a minute.
I know. Well, this is why, Katina, man. Easy peasy making money on the beachy. Roblox is a platform. Xbox. Yeah, man, shout out to you. And I hope you're having a great time on the beach. Not too many pina coladas. You go for a swim, you exercise, you run, and do all of the productive things. And then after, you can have a cerveza. So yeah, man, thank you very much for that. And congratulations to you for printing up a nice little storm on the beach. All right, let's take an attempt to the long side here on DRAM. We're going to start really small, Katina, man, just in case we do get that additional leg lower. And it's unfortunate that NVDA, once breaking out, gives back the majority of that move, running into that $199 marker, now at the lower end of the range here. So no continuation on this breakout, which I thought we were going to see. Why? Just due to the length of the consolidation. But that is not necessarily the case right now. What do you got, short on NVIDIA right now?
We went long on NVIDIA.
All right, well, we got
we're getting close to
DRAM
on NVIDIA. So we buy some 198.20s out there at 35, out there at 40. Let's see if we can get higher. Only out of 15 or 10%, 5 each there on the way out. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention tonight. So there's a play out called And Juliet. It's like Romeo and Juliet, but it's like
just And Juliet without the Romeo.
Yeah, without the Romeo. Like what would have happened with there? It's a big musical, and it's like all like recent, and it's very, very popular here in Toronto. So the wife is taking my daughter tonight to that. So you know what I was thinking, man? Me and my 2 boys. I was thinking about going, and we haven't done this in a minute. Bowling. You like that? I'm going to take them bowling.
Yeah, man, take them bowling.
I thought, so I think we'll do that for tonight. Okay. That should be a lot of fun. So update tomorrow on how bowling went.
Do you go easy on them, or you just
no?
You're there?
I mean, I got to show them what's up. I mean,
exactly. That's all I'm all about.
We'll see who.
Would you consider yourself to be a good bowler?
Yeah, don't listen, Katina, man.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, yeah. I'm glad you did. No, I thought you were going to be.
I mean, but I haven't been bowling.
No, see, there it is, right there. You just did it right there. Well, see, I haven't been bowling.
I have not. But so I don't know. Maybe
this guy. Yeah. Come on, man. This guy. Hold on. Let me tell the story first, okay? We're at the bar across the street. We're like, yeah, let's all play pool. Katina, man, goes, oh, well, I mean, I haven't played pool in quite some time.
Truth.
And then boom, as soon as the guy hits the ball, you know you just got sharked. You're like, man, what are you talking about?
I mean,
so then
we
you
can
just
define what sharking is. Like, if I'm telling you the truth, though.
yeah, you said it before.
Right.
So you're significantly
Dude,
better. You're
you want me to take 3
misleading.
months off and come back and still put on dollar clubs? Is that what you want me to do to prove to you that
We're gonna be like, well, I haven't traded in a while, so I'm not as good as I was.
Exactly, a little bit rusty.
Come on, man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Said
Sometimes
like-
you don't forget those
said
things.
like
You
a
know what?
shark,
The thing
man.
is like this.
What's up?
Like, I think I could still play darts. But you know what? I haven't actually thrown a dart.
Yeah.
Probably.
Were you
a
good at
decade.
darts back in the day?
Not really, but I used to like playing darts.
Yeah, all right, man, that's all right.
What's up, Adair? You're a bowler?
Horribly. But no, I was going to say 2 things about Joe's pool story. For one, it is accurate. I was there. There was sharking. And B, Jose sharked even harder that night,
Oh.
playing pool in a backpack, being
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, I don't play that much. And then completely, like, you know.
It just destroys
crushing
it.
a
Who
ball.
did?
Joe,
Jose.
other Joe.
Jose?
Yeah.
In a backpack.
So maybe he can get dealt with then next time I'm around.
Oh.
Because the whole thing is like I believe he plays.
Yes, he does.
They play more often
Right.
than
So
not.
there you go. So I don't know. You know, I guess we have to get the definition of like
The shark?
You know, yeah, like what that means because you know, if someone asks me, like you said, am I a decent bowler? Yeah, but I don't know what I can put up. What's a good score? 150? I don't know. Can probably do that. You know, we'll see tonight. I'll let you know. I'll give you an update on how the bowling
Send video.
goes.
Send video
Cosmic
evidence.
bowling. Right now, there goes NVIDIA though. Before we go back, I mean, it's now 35 cents in the money. I mean, as we sit here and we talk about Roblox, we talk about bowling, we talk about all these kind of things, and you know, just sitting here having a good time. And there it goes upside. We are getting ready to have our good friend come through right now, who
it's Brian.
I guarantee you that Brian is a bowler, or maybe not a bowler, but probably a decent bowler. I believe Brian Shannon. So you let me know when we can call this, you know, handsome gentleman on, and we'll talk to him about bowling.
We'll see what his
And,
preferred sport is for sure.
Preferred sport?
Yeah.
He's like a man of around wild. Like I believe this guy likes skiing, hiking, things like that. Was my understanding.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go with that. He's more of an outdoorsman. So we'll see. Brian Shannon. I see him in the green room. He's ready to come on, but we got to go back to Adair first.
I believe, is he not from the state of Colorado? I believe he's mentioned being a skier. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian. But yeah, so I would go skiing. That would be my guess, but I could totally be incorrect. Keep an eye here on USO, bouncing off of lows here. We heard that there were some explosion sounds here, loud sounds in central Israel. Then we're now hearing reports from Iranian media, specifically Tasnim, that the Israeli army has conducted a, quote, explosion in southern Lebanon. So USO bouncing off of lows. The other catalyst I want to mention here involves Rocket Lab and IRDM. IRDM bouncing here to new intraday highs. Keep an eye on this, guys. Rocket Lab, as we know, actually announced they're going to acquire this company, but now Paradigm reporting that this company could be maybe in a bidding war. So IRDM has some interest from Rocket Lab, but that might not be the only interested company. We're going to send you back over to Joe and Sean and our special guest.
All right, so yeah, without any further ado, I mean, we're on, I think Adair and I are on the similar wavelength. I mean, we've had Brian on many times, and here he is. It's Brian Shannon. How are you doing? Our good friend, once again, thank you for joining us here on what is a scorching Tuesday afternoon here in Toronto, of course. Alpha Trends founder, Brian Shannon. And how are you doing, first of all?
Hey guys, doing well. Not as hot here, but we've had some hot weather recently. That's for sure.
I don't know if you heard us there. You may have heard a little bit of what we were talking about. And we're trying to talk about different sports that we do, our pastimes, so on and so forth. I've pegged you, and I think this is true. We've shown some pictures as well of you out there on the mountain, obviously being in Colorado there. We think skiing may be your preferred outdoor activity or sport.
Yeah.
Is that accurate? Or is there something else you want to throw in there? Pickleball?
Not a pickleball guy. My knees can't handle that. But bowling, I'm glad you switched from sports to activity. Because that was my favorite sport. But if it was a sport, it wouldn't be my best sport. I'm not really.
We're having, his voice sounds a little muffled
Yeah,
to me,
it
so
does.
hopefully we can get that all corrected. But yeah, bowling, whether or not it's a sport or not, I mean, I think it's a little bit. Is golf a sport? I don't know, I think so.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean,
We'll go back and forth about
figure
that.
out.
Well, one thing that's a sport or not, trading, very competitive environment trading. You know, there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers. And, you know, we've seen over the past little while with the NASDAQ almost back to all-time highs, Brian. The ES pushing all-time highs today. The Dow yesterday closed at an all-time high closing level. What do you make of all of this? I thought maybe we were starting to peel back a little bit. Micron had earnings, faded out a little bit. Marvell came back in on some of these AI scares. ARM went from 400 back down to 300, now back on its way up through $400 again. And what surprised me was AMD, as this sort of computer chip craziness continues with both Intel and AMD. AMD, Brian, almost $1 trillion, taking us by surprise here. What do you think about this market and sort of the resilience that we've seen? The Nasdaq up 20% this quarter alone.
There, I think I fixed the audio, but yeah,
There we go,
it's just amazing the resilience of this market. Does that audio sound better, by the way?
Much better.
Yeah, much better.
Okay, good. The resilience of the market is just amazing. It seems like we're about to fall apart. I thought we were maybe going to get trapped below a declining 20-day moving average. That's that red line here, but we just continue to rocket higher. So, with a rising 50 and 200-day moving average, you look at these, you get cautious on these pullbacks. And I was thinking maybe we would see a little bit deeper pullback, but buyers are here again, and we've got some great action in individual names. So go where the money's being treated best, and it's still to the long side.
We had a question today about some of these names like Astera Labs, which is ALAB. And I want to sort of ask you about that because people were saying that, there's a lot of names like this where there's some FOMO involved. And it's, AMD would be another one. Maybe even Intel would be another one as well. And when you see a stock like this that we're just talking about back in May was $200 and now today is touching out at $500, just keeps on going higher. The advice that I kind of gave here, because, we're not going to be near any sort of VWAP. I mean, maybe we could drop an anchor somewhere on ALAB, but I kind of feel like every time we break out, we kind of do come back into that breakout spot. So here's like sort of a take. We came back in, gave you an opportunity to get long. Then we kind of break out again. We come back into this level. So there's the breakout. Here it comes right back in again. Breaks out again, comes right back into that high. And it comes back into the high. And now we're breaking out again. So maybe 440, 420 or so area for ALAB. But what do you say to traders that have that sort of feeling like, oh my gosh, there's many names that we could definitely understand why we're going higher, but we've missed the boat on that. Is there somewhere where you like to advise dropping anchors or, what's some advice for some names like an AMD, an Intel, or an ALAB where potentially you've missed the boat, but you still like the name and looking to get back in?
Yeah, I think, FOMO is natural. And as you pointed out, Sean, we break out and we consolidate. And I would expect something similar in ALAB that it's just been stair-stepping higher. Maybe we start to consolidate in here like this. The last thing you want to do is chase it up here after a move from 380 to 500 in 2 days. That's a huge percent, it's 30% or so. So buying up here doesn't mean you can't make money doing that. But let's say you were looking to buy. At this point, you would have to have your stop on a new purchase right under here, which is fine for a day trade in shorter term timeframes. Maybe it continues to rally like this and you can keep raising your stop up. But your expectations of now, is it going to go to 550, 600 on this particular run? Or do you want to wait for the next consolidation and learn to start to be more anticipatory of these moves? And that's what I'm trying to do is all the time is saying, okay, here's what's next. Here's what's next. We've got this one. Great. Where's the money going? Right. And where's the next low risk opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, I like all that kind of talk. Just quickly here, guys. NVIDIA, starting if you come over here. I didn't want to wait. This purple line is VWAP. And, NVIDIA just made a high there of 199.50, came right back in and tried to sort of, looks like we did support VWAP there. And of course, we have Brian Shannon here from Alpha Trends. We want to thank him for coming through again. Just want to take a little bit off as we bump through there. How about that kind of a trade? When you look at something, we don't ever really like to use VWAP sort of as the ultimate, hey, this is where I'm entering. And I take this from you in a way that you always mentioned, use a VWAP as an area of sort of not concern, but of interest, right? I mean, you want to see some of the action that happens. Right here, NVIDIA comes into VWAP, basically. Again, this green line is the 200 period moving average on a 1 minute chart. So we look at that too, but comes into VWAP, bounces. So on the way back in, we started a position right here, and I did have another bid closer to VWAP, but there's the bounce off that again. So with anchors and with average volume weighted prices, like a VWAP there, that's what we're kind of looking for, right? And we always say, use this as areas of interest, see how the stock trades or whatever you're looking at, futures, anything, they're the commodity trades around VWAP. And then if you do get the sort of response that you're looking for, then maybe you can use that as one of your sort of crutches to trade off of with the volume weighted average price.
Yeah, one of the things we talk about a lot is chase the gap or wait for VWAP. That's one that I used in this stock, Cognex, today. See, this one was on my list. Here we're looking at a 2-minute chart. This is today's VWAP. I didn't buy it initially right there, but as it broke this little range right there, that was my purchase of Cognex. And now when you look at the daily chart, it's breaking out over here. I wasn't involved yesterday, but it's breaking out. So as it breaks out, what did I do? I raised my stop up on a quarter of the position. I used a 2-minute exit, meaning a 2-minute higher low was broken near daily R2. I still have a 3/4 position left, but these are the types of moves that, that's one that I got involved in today. I'm looking at Beam as a potential, this is a weird personality in terms of the stock. You've kind of got to buy it in this zone. But last week with Neil, we spoke about some of these DNA sequencers, and that's what this company is as well. So to me, it's, just being anticipatory.
Is that, we've talked about this before, you talk about DNA sequencers and so on and so forth. Are you looking at macro when you're trading these names? Is what part of your decision making has to be in the right sector as opposed to it just looks great technically?
Well, what I noticed when I go through my stocks, I don't really look for, I don't look at genomic stocks, but on my larger list that I go over on the weekend, first, last week, it was ILMN, and that one, actually spoke about it here last week. It was breaking right here on Wednesday. So I spoke about it Tuesday last week. Nice move there. And then I started noticing that mRNA was also, which is a good liquid stock, which is on my list. So I don't necessarily, once I start looking at one or two of them, then I'll go to my list of DNA sequencing stocks and start to look at them. But I don't start with an ETF first. But once a sector gets hot, you want to start looking at it like you were doing with, with SpaceX. You start, of course, you think Rocket Lab, ASTS. You think, all those other ones, Lunar, Fly, right? So I've got screens like this.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic stuff. All right, Brian, I want to bring our conversation kind of back to the overall market. And we often talk about the Magnificent Seven, but we tend to forget that in the NASDAQ 100, there's another 93 names that we can actually be looking at. Now, the NASDAQ is like around 1% off of the all-time highs. And with the exception of Apple, all of the other Magnificent Seven are down more than, they're in double-digit territory to the sell side. So that just shows and displays the signs of strength. What happens when the Mag 7 start to rally here? What can that do for the overall market?
It might not do anything. In other words, maybe they take the baton back as leaders, and some of these other groups that are so overbought, like the semiconductors, maybe they start to cool off and the mags start to move again. I saw a headline this morning, actually I posted in my Discord, saying that someone was saying the mags are now the lags. And that's just, contrarian, great contrarian headline. They bottomed, well, they didn't bottom, but they made a low, and I think we spoke about this last week, Joe. This was the anchor off of the tariff lows, and we came right into that, and now we're getting a bounce. So we're, coming up to the 200-day moving average, the anchor off of the year-to-date low, the 20-day moving average. So I don't think they've got a lot to go, but you could make a case that they continue to rally up a little bit and start to turn sideways, and maybe then in a couple of weeks start to take that leadership and other areas of the market slow down. If instead the rest of the market stays strong and these get going, well, then we're going to be rallying up to brand new highs. But even if they just, take the baton and not add to the gains, but just help buoy this marketing, just strong, healthy sector rotation.
Absolutely, and I believe we talked about this last week as well too, just seeing a rotation out of some of these tech names into some of the staples as well too. With that being said, totally different subject. What is going on in crypto land here today? We had a catalyst in Circle that was down 16%, but Bitcoin and MSTR and some of these treasury plays just can't seem to find any form of footing. What are you thinking here with the crypto trade?
And we spoke about these last
Yeah.
week, and nothing's changed. They're just in horrific downtrends. They're guilty till proven innocent. Every little bounce
Amazon's
gets
getting
people excited, but then they, end up failing as well. So, I think they're just best to leave them alone. We've got, so here's Bitcoin. We're at the anchor off of the low from 2022 right now. If that fails to hold in here, then maybe we head down towards that $50,000 level. But it's in a horrific downtrend. Just, it's not the preferred asset. You're wasting time in here with these things if you're trying to trade them. There's just so many better things that are moving higher.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about something that's hot, and that's obviously the memory storage. We had Micron report its earnings a while ago, a week or so, just an absolute blowout quarter. We have SanDisk not far off of the all-time highs. You have Micron positive here once again. Now, at what point, for someone who, like myself, and I understand a stock can grow into its earnings, but at what point do you feel like you're chasing? And we're only getting these 5% pullbacks. Someone who's looking for a little bit more, what do? Are you just going to sit on the sidelines? Or do you be patient enough and wait to get an entry where you're down around 13, 14%? Because we got that, and then off to the races, everything went again. So I find it really hard to buy some of these dips because they're so shallow.
Agreed. And, we pulled back yesterday and closed the gap from the earnings right in here. And then, so if you're looking at it thinking, well, it closed the gap, it came down to the 20-day moving average, then your job is to look to the shorter term time frame and say, where do I want to get involved if I want to get involved in this? And we saw that, this was on Friday, this was yesterday. We sold off hard, closed that gap, and then we regained the volume weighted average price. So maybe you buy a pilot position there with your stop underneath this higher low. And as it continues to move higher, you look at it and say, okay, well, at least I've got some of this. Now let's see if this daily chart can start to really shapen up. But if you look at it, you've got still a pattern of higher highs and higher lows. That's uninterrupted and still riding that rising 20-day moving average. So it's still in a healthy market, uptrend rather. It's getting more volatile. As it gets more volatile towards I'm not going to say towards the end of the trend because we don't know that, but after an extended trend, it makes me always think of the quote from George Soros is that volatility peaks at turning points and diminishes with the trend. It wasn't very volatile in here. Now we're seeing an increase in volatility. We're seeing just a bigger battle. So it doesn't mean the stock's going to crash, but what would be wrong with turning sideways for a month or so and digesting these gains?
Absolutely. Something a little more healthy, I believe.
We had that move. We had MSTR yesterday make that huge move.
But then it just gave it all back, though. Like it was up, MSTR was up 11%, and then now today it's down 8%.
I mean, at the end of the day, they're holding Bitcoin. So if that's not going to be a success story, what is? We'll still talk about crypto here, but in the same space, and that's Circle. I mean, there's this new Tether kind of coin that's out today, and it's called Open Coin, and apparently it's getting the support, Brian, of Visa and MasterCard, different banks looking at that instead of Tether right now. So this is an interesting one because on the back of SpaceX IPO, we've seen some pretty big movements in that, and SpaceX actually came all the way back to, this is Circle, but came all the way back to its IPO price, and Circle's done that and kind of held that level there as well. But I don't know. I mean, you're the kind of putting anchors on IPO starts, or maybe even if we anchor it from the highs here. But I think Circle right now is possibly in for a lot of trouble. Like if we don't hold this most recent low, they're at $50. You're now underneath, you're going to be underwater for anybody that, was long off that first IPO print. You held it all the way up. If you didn't get out, all the way back in, you're sort of saved by that most recent rally there back up to 140. But this double top, just looking at it from a technical, that's not great that you failed there again. Now you're pushing back down with not great news. If I'm long Circle here, what do you want to say about that? Because it looks like right now we're trying to break through, and losing that 50 does not look very healthy to me at all on Circle.
Circle priced their IPO at 31. It opened at $69 per share. So we haven't tested the IPO price yet. And of course, the anchor off of the volume weighted average price initially held as support. Then it turned to supply over here. And then again, right over here. I mean, you just can't make that stuff up.
Brian, it almost looks like you made that up.
What?
No, like that is the perfect. I'm looking at that. I'm going to Joe. I'm like, that's unbelievable. And then that little anchor there held 4 different times. I mean, what an incredible thing. Maybe that's something we need to look at for SpaceX. But didn't mean to interrupt you. But that is absolutely gold on that anchor. I mean, thanks for showing everybody that. That is.
Yeah, we need to look at SpaceX in a minute too. But let's finish here because now we've got a declining 20-day moving average, which is below a declining 50, which is below a declining 200-day moving average. Those are all the hallmarks of what a bear market for a stock is, below all those. And you're going to see, like you said, this double top right here. This double top was actually completed here. This is point A, B, C, and D. So we take the height of that pattern, we just loosely call it 80, let's call it 90 to 130. Let's call it 50 points. So take 90, what did I say? 40, how many points did I just say? 50 away from 90. So that suggests a downward target of $40 per share. And that doesn't even bring it to its IPO price of 31. This stock is in trouble. Stay away from it on the long side. Guilty till proven innocent, declining 5-day moving average. But going back real quick to SpaceX, because what we have here is we've got, the stock got back above that flat to rising 5-day moving average yesterday. And now it's going to have to contend with the anchor from the IPO just up ahead here. So let's see how important that is at about 175. It doesn't mean, as you just pointed out, that I'm expecting that to be the exact top of this move, but it might end up doing something like this and then coming back down a little bit, and we'll see how it behaves after that. But that's clearly an important level of 175, 176.
Brian, yeah, thanks for covering that. I mean, SpaceX is always such a hot topic around these places, that's for sure. You gave us a little bit of action there on Beam this morning and a few other plays that you've been talking about. Is there one name that you want to leave us with that we can write down and we'll talk to you about it next week?
This isn't my normal type of stock, but SoFi might be getting ready to get going in here. And so the orange, we got some fans of SoFi. So the orange line is the anchor from the beginning of the year. And like any level of resistance, the more times it's tested, the more likely it is to fail to hold it back. We're seeing higher lows in here. So this is, the buyers are getting more aggressive price-wise in here. They're getting more aggressive time-wise. We saw that this was 2 months. We saw that this was 4 weeks. We saw this was 2 weeks. And here we are 1 week later coming up and making higher lows still. So this looks like it's getting ready for a move, maybe up to the anchor from the tariff lows initially, maybe even all the way up to the 200-day moving average. So when I look at the 30-minute time frame, we're back above that flat to rising 5-day moving average. I think you can probably buy it above this little high right from yesterday for some momentum entry. Worst case stop under here, maybe even as high as just underneath this level at the 5-day moving average. So like 1765, worst case, maybe 1745 on a stop.
All right, thank you so much, Brian. Yeah, you might have been able to hear some excitement there as we talk about SoFi all the time. And I've been trying to buy some of those dips there in SoFi. It seems like it's a dumpster fire, but maybe we can get going and break through.
It's like a sell-off.
Some of those levels there in SoFi. But thank you, Brian. This is his book. It's Anchored View Up. It's Maximum Trading Gains with an Anchored View Up. Go grab this right now on Amazon. Go check out Brian at Alpha Trends. Also, Stock Twits, I believe, as well, at Alpha Trends over there. So we want to say a big shout out to you and thank you for all the information that you continue to give not only Joseph and myself, but obviously all of our audience as well. And is there anything, you're speaking at anything coming up or anything you want to promote?
Nope, no promotions. All good here. Yep, thank you. You did it for me. I appreciate it.
Great, no problem.
Hold on, Brian. Are you an Avalanche fan?
I like the Avs. I'm not a huge, I'm speaking to Canadians here. This is just blasphemous. I'm not a huge hockey fan.
What? But you live in Colorado, though. Isn't that like a prolific hockey city? I don't know.
Yeah, Colorado's actually.
You
know what I mean?
I grew up in Boston, too. I should be a hockey fan.
Yeah, you should be. Well, hey, we're a fan of your work, and we want to say thank you so much for being on here. And, as I said, whenever you're in Toronto, come through. Joe and I will take you to a Maple Leafs game, and hopefully that'll turn you into a big fan, that's for sure. It's Maximum Trading Gains with an Anchored View Up, and it's Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends. We'll check you next week. Thank you, Brian.
See you, Brian.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Well, there it is.
To it. Thanks again to Brian Shannon. Apologies there for my mic. Let's talk about USO. A couple comments came in over the last 10, 20 minutes or so. Just want to make you guys aware. We had comments coming from Galbaf, the parliamentary speaker of Iran, saying, quote, Iran will not enter further negotiations until the conditions in the MOU are met. We've heard kind of similar comments over the last couple of days as well, but this is just being said yet again by the top negotiator and parliamentary speaker of Iran. He also said that it's been decided that Iran, the U.S., and Lebanon, so notably not Israel, will be establishing a committee to oversee the end of the war in Lebanon. Now, speaking of Israel, we had comments coming from Prime Minister of Israel as well, Netanyahu, saying, quote, there are more peace agreements on the agenda. So lots of comments, as always. Things a little bit uncertain, but we'll keep you guys posted if we hear anything else here coming out of that region. In the meantime, Sia has a segment. We'll go over there.
Thank you so much. The Russell is currently up 0.5% at the moment. Let's take a look at individual tickers that I've picked for you at the moment. UPC, Universal Pharmaceuticals, is down 51% at the moment. Universal Pharmaceuticals has agreed to acquire Best Praise International Limited in an all-stock deal, which is valued at $10.8 million. Up next, we have ticker U, Unity Software, up 1% on the day. Just an analyst commentary initiated at Market Perform by Raymond James. And finally, we have BKV. BKV Corporation up almost 5% on the day. So the company's announced the successful startup of its Eagle Ford carbon capture and sequestration facility. Sending it back to you.
I'm going to take a look at DRAM here. Again, we're just a small size. A nice little move. We figured we'd go with the long side of things, and sure enough, we're getting a nice little breakout up into 74.07, long from 75.58, so not too bad of a look there. A nice recovery here in NVDA as well. Missed the opportunity off of that dip buy. I was looking at some of the technicals on that one, and then also the SPY around the high of the day, guys. So we're probably about 0.5% at this point off of the all-time highs, so it's a really, really good look here. Yeah, 2% on the SPY off of all-time highs. I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the week that we hit new all-time highs in the market.
I want everybody, first of all, yeah, there's that video. We were able, we talked about it with Brian. We were able to grab that low there, take it to the high side. So that's going to be a nice little one to sort of top it out right here. I just, shout out to our team over here. We just put up a pretty funny short or reel or whatever these are called. I want you to go check this out. I'm speaking Spanish in this thing here. This is hilarious. It's when SpaceX sort of came through. You're in this one as well, Joe. So we'll go find that out. I'll put this one more time into the chat.
Can we put the volume on?
I don't know if we can. I don't know.
What do you mean we can't?
No, I don't. It doesn't, just because it's playing on my screen doesn't play.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They'd have to get that going. But Espanol, go watch that. Pretty hilarious there. Who says you need Duolingo these days?
Yeah, you just watch Trader TV Live.
Yeah, just watch that there. As we are trying to, get a little bit more Mr. Worldwide over here and get on to, more Spanish speaking, the Portuguese, whatever YouTube allows us to do. It's not just Mr. Beast's world anymore, man. We're back in, no, man, I don't speak anything at all, pretty much. I
struggle with English.
Yeah, I can barely speak English. I need to do better in all aspects of that. And I said, my biggest thing is I just say cuatro cerveza por favor, and then
why?
I have no idea what to do.
I don't hate it when they call me Mr. Worldwide. There's nothing.
Yeah, I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, you call me Mr. Stereo Girl too, man.
Yeah, Mr. Worldwide is Pitbull.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a compliment. But yeah, just some funny things that are happening over at Trader TV Live. So thanks, Brendan, for sending that to me, and go check it out there on Instagram. It's gonna be all over the place, hopefully soon. And let me know what you think. I just find it funny. The technology is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
We're not even like this show. Mm-hmm. I know. Are you trying to get a hold of me? Yeah, okay. I don't, because I logged in and out, and I'm trying to get this Unity thing back going again here. All right, what do you want to? There you go. I hear you now. Okay, yeah, I can in a second.
Thanks, Dave.
Right there, yeah. So we are live and active right now, going. Yeah, I only speak Katina-ese or whatever their gravel culture there. Yeah, you know what? I mean, I don't know. I speak a little bit of patois as well there.
Do you?
Oh, by the way.
Let's see.
No, I probably only know bad words, man. It's not really worth it going on there. You showed that picture yesterday, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, Joe's half."
They thought that was like my real hair.
Yeah, and all this kind of stuff. Jamaican roots.
Yeah, man. But that's legit. That's real.
How come the minute I mention that, it's no problem.
Yeah. Boom.
I can't get anything else on here, but Joe's hair, boom.
Thanks.
There it is, right there, right now. But we do not want to miss the opportunity opportunity to talk about one of our sponsors right now. And volatility creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for both sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's a triple levered bull and bear ETF tied to the NASDAQ 100. Symbol TQQ index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term markets, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Please trade tactically and learn more at Beta Pro.
And the market really moving. I know we got to go there. Like, market's really moving here, man. Something going on. Let's send it off to Adara, but there goes DRAM right back towards the new high of the day, up 3%.
What's up, eh?
Comments coming in again here from Parliamentary Speaker Galibaf of Iran. They're not necessarily super positive if you're looking for a smooth passage through the Strait of Hormuz. He's saying that the passage without cost for the strait is only for the 60 days, as according to the MOU. So kind of implying they're going to be charging tolls, which we know President Trump certainly does not want. So again, guys, apparently this passage without cost through the strait is only going to be happening for 60 days. Furthermore, Galibaf saying that sovereignty over the strait belongs to Iran and Oman. Passage through the strait is subject to arrangements determined by Iran. So the freedom of shipping here is still very much at issue. Back to the guys.
So when we first started this whole war talk and all this oil and the shipping and like, oh my God, Hormuz is open, it's closed. It's like a Walmart over there. But, you know, there used to be sort of a inverse correlation. You know, oil would go up, market would go down. NASDAQ's almost up 2%.
Yep.
Right now. So we just showed, thank you, Adair, for showing that oil on the way to the upside, obviously on that kind of a talk right there. Plus you have President Trump talking also about energy over the last couple of days. Meanwhile, NASDAQ is literally saying, hold my barrel and going to the upside again as there it goes, man, just blasting to wait a second. The Qs need to get, what is the all-time highs closing on the Qs? We're not too far away right now.
Dude, we're 1% away from.
Is it that far? 748 right now. Yeah,
literally 1.5%.
Yeah, less. On all-time high.
Yeah.
So we're getting ready, man.
Yeah.
And that could be, I mean, tomorrow, if you're talking about 1%, man, I mean, tomorrow we do that.
That's what I'm saying. By the end of the week, for sure.
You're 100%. It's almost exactly 1%. So there we go to the upside on the NASDAQ. And then as opposed to what USO, of course, is doing, this is going to be the United States Oil Fund. You know, not mimicking exactly the price of oil, but pretty darn close. So there's the most recent move up, about $1 there on USO. And yeah, I mean, the correlation's still legit. I mean, you're down 1% and up 2%. But at the end of the day, oil not moving as dramatically with those news headlines as we've seen in the past. And the NASDAQ just literally saying no mas on that one. Yeah, there's some Spanish, I guess. Back up to the upside there. We have Fabian over here, can always correct us with our Spanish. But, and Andre, I guess.
He's Portuguese, but
I know, Portuguese, probably.
Similar.
Yeah, I know. That's one thing I know about Brazil. Portuguese
Brazil.
over there for sure. So,
Brazil.
Anyways.
Okay.
What, you say he speaks Portuñol? Is that both? Yeah, that's a
Portuñol.
Are you just as comfortable speaking Spanish as Portuguese? Oh, he just makes it up as he goes along.
Okay, that must be nice.
That must be nice. Kind of like in English.
Yeah.
You know, just making up words, just pretending like they're right.
Well, I mean, I came up with, well, I didn't come up with it, but shablamo was the big one.
Well, that's an official English word.
It is shablamo.
All right, having a good time here. Oh, you know what was? What's up? I was going to say gold.
Oh.
Gold. You know,
we like gold.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit it's not doing too much here, but I think this could be another one of those trades. You know, as Bitcoin continues to fall down to the downside, the digital gold not doing too great. But really, man, nor is actual gold, as that is starting to make a little bit of a move in another way there. Is SpaceX doing anything? Because
yeah, man.
What exactly is SpaceX doing right now? It's a nice move here for GLD off of 370. I think this is a good buy spot here for gold, to be completely honest with you, into a little bit of a spot where you could see, you know, potentially a bid come in on GLD. We did have that wick down into 360, and maybe we get a little bit of a bounce higher. But again, like when you can get the return that you're getting on the NASDAQ right now off of a 20% quarter, is it really necessary to run to the gates to buy some gold? I mean, if you have some free cash right now, it seems like it's going in one spot, and it's going into tech right now. Silver also gotten hit. Do we like silver, Chad, or do we like gold better? Silver, an industrial metal, can have some base case uses. I mean, as we need to rebuild. Look, it sucks to talk about this, but Iran is going to need to rebuild.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, infrastructure plays happening all over the place.
Copper.
Yeah, I love copper. I love copper for just the photonics aspect of it as well in the data centers,
Yes,
you know, having to transfer information. New homes being built obviously need copper as well, so I don't mind copper. Is copper ahead for you of gold and silver? You're more interested in copper, or?
No, I'd be more interested in gold and then copper probably before silver.
Okay.
Yeah, so gold, copper, silver.
Palantir, so just looking here, let's talk about some of the trades that we have, because Palantir did have a move down. Now, we're still long Palantir. I was going to stop out, you know, if we broke through VWAP, but I'm just going to start. It's 320 right now, so it's not that it's super late or anything like that, but I'm going to put another offer out. Right now, there it goes. We get hit at 15. As we're almost thinking about getting lower, we've been sort of piecing out of Palantir. And I just want to say, man, NVIDIA, you are a friend of mine, my guy. I mean, we hit it early off of that level that we wrote down, 195, and then we just got it late again there on NVIDIA. So definitely another opportunity to get a little bit more out here on NVIDIA as we just get that little bit of a pump through 199 again, trying to get higher. I'm going to punch a little bit out there, get out some 12s, as you said, just sort of flashed out there. And now we'll wait to see if we get 199.50 again now for NVDA. But so far, so good here today. Put some names in the chat if you want us to cover anything. We'll definitely do that. Joe and I ready to go over anything you guys want to talk about.
Absolutely, man. I mean,
There's the visualizer.
There's the visualizer right there, man.
Dollar sign. Neil always does this, but he talks about it, so I'll take his spot right here.
Okay.
Dollar sign and whatever symbol you want shoots it up to the top. So, you know, right now people want us to talk about Tesla, AMD. There's another person, Apple, TQQs. We like that. Do that, and we'll have a quick look. We got to go back. Or do we have to go back to the desk? Yes. Okay. So let's go back for Sector Watch. I believe with Sia.
Okay.
You are absolutely right. It is with Sia. We're going to take a look at the sector. The SPY currently up very close to 1% at the moment. Let's take a look at our sectors. Electric tech leading strong over there. Apple up 2%, Nvidia up 2.1%, with AVGO and MU up close to 2%, both respectively. AMD is up 8% on the day. INTC up 6.4%. Earlier in the day, we also had that news about Apple iPhone 18 Pro supplier list leak and photos leaked in the Tata data. The whole thing that happened, but it's still holding good. It's up 2%. Tech services, we have Google and Microsoft in the green at the moment. Google's up 1% and Microsoft's up 0.76% at the moment. We have Meta, Oracle trading flat, whereas Netflix is still holding on, sliding further into that red, down 2% on the day. Finance, BRKB has made a reversal. Looks like it's up very minutely, but it is up 0.80% on the day, followed by Visa up 0.66%, with MasterCard up 0.55%. JPM trading flat, whereas the other names, GS, Bank of America, Citi, Amex, all down on the day, around 1% and lower. We have retail trade, Amazon down 0.62%, with followed by Walmart and Costco. Costco nearing 1%, so is Walmart. Producer manufacturing continues to be the strong sector today. AMAT, LRCX, and CAT all up in the green, all 6%, and CAT followed by 4% on the day. We have consumer non-durables like KO and PG in the red by similar amount, 1.4%. Health tech, however, continues that bearish segment. It's down, leading by Lilly and J&J, down 1.4%, and almost close to 1%. We heard that Medicare will be starting to cover these obesity drugs as of tomorrow. We covered that story in the news segment today. In consumer durables, we have Tesla up almost 3% on the day, whereas in transportation, you have Uber that has fallen deeply into the red, down almost 5% on the day. Energy minerals, XOM continues to trade flat, and CVX goes further down. It's down 1.1% at the moment. Consumer services, almost everything seems to be in the red except MACD, that's up 1.12%. and Fox. That's up 3.15%, with PSKY also in the green today. Process industries, industrial sector, as well as health services, a little bit of a mixed sentiment over there. Process industries pack being led by Lin, up 2% on the day, and that's all for your sector.
Man, good stuff, man.
I see some people here. I posted that up, and we got some funny things here. What's up to Andrew? Can't even handle it. And at the end, I'm like, "Hey, muchachos!" And then that's it at the end. So that's part of the funny part there. So go check it out if you want to see some Espanol Trader TV live version. Real hilarious. So thanks, Brendan, for sending that through right now. And you're on that SpaceX trip right now.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing, though. Here we go. We take some DRAM, but I went this is going to be my largest actual position here today, and it's not the best place to go long, but I'm like, hey, if we're going to make a run for the high of the day, this is the place to do it and add a little bit off of this pullback. So you can see we went 70s. We started small, and then we take some off at 72, and then we get this pullback. I waited for price action to turn around just to see if we were going to get some form of a continuation after this bearish candle right here and some strength stepping back in, even a lower high established. I'm cool with that, just due to the fact that this was double the amount what I put on right here. So let's see if we can get a nice little bounce back into the mid 170s. Then I'm going to look to piece some off. I mean, we removed the majority of our losses. We took some on. See, there it is, Katina, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go. Get going,
big
Joe.
reversal. Like, hey, man. Sometimes all it takes is one trade, and that's what I always say. Like, I know you. Like, I'm sarcastic with you guys a lot, but it's just the mentality of just always being one step away. Even though it did sell off a little bit right there, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Thanks for hitting the siren there, Assassino. So let's see if we can get another bounce. I do believe we can head towards the high of the day, especially at this pace. And if we're strong, we had a strong session yesterday, and we're up another 4% here. So if it breaks down, we get out, and then we wait for price action, turn around, and take another stab at it, because we just gave ourselves significantly more breathing room. If it's buyers don't step in relatively soon, I'm going to be suspecting a little bit of a downtick here.
All right, we just basically just punched ourselves out of Amazon. It comes all the way back up to VWAP. I mean, very small pieces left. When you get into the end of the day, or sort of the lows of the day again, there on Amazon, you got to sort of clean that out, and that's what we did. And now we get another piece out right there as it continues to climb higher there, as the NASDAQ just wants to go, baby. And it's $2. Palantir's not going, so a little worried about that one. And NVIDIA, I mean, it's at this 199.50 area again, where we did have that high, and it's trying to go. Will we break through 200 today on Amazon? That's really one of the questions. Interesting. You get so many different opinions on SoFi. SoFi, there was a story today about SoFi, something about their lending program, or it doesn't seem to have sparked anything. And I'm kind of with, it was early in the morning. There was something here about what Brian was talking about there, and I wish that we had an anchored VWAP on our charting platform. But it kept bouncing off the anchors and something that he had listed. Maybe it was an anchor from this high. And, you know, you're just trying to break out. And I don't know. We bought, I remember on the way down, we bought 22s, we bought 18s, and we bought 16s. So our average price is about like 19, I guess 18 and change on that. But somewhere in and around here, we've been having SoFi for a minute. So we'll wait to see what it wants to do. But again, I like the fact that we held this 15 area. I don't know, man. I mean, they had a great report, and they were up, I think they were up quite nicely at the beginning of that report. And then, you know, they fell down even that day and just kept on giving it all back. And then we also did have a short seller report on SoFi come through as well. Although the stadium is gorgeous from what I can see there. That's where Team Canada, by the way, played the other day. And one of the best stadiums in the world is what I'm hearing, even from these soccer guys that travel around. And that Azteca, the one in Mexico, did you see what you can see in the foreground?
No.
In the background
what
there?
What is it? You can see the pyramid?
No, yeah, no, all these mountains, and it's very green. It's amazing the way
is that I thought that was Vancouver, man, where they're doing like the TSN thing.
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
The
Vancouver's
in a dome. You can't.
No, but where they're doing the broadcasting,
in
the background,
you see it.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
exactly. It looks amazing.
Yeah. But no, what I was referring to was the actual
you suck.
Stadium itself. I think it's Azteca Arena.
Man,
or
what
something
BS
like that. But anyways,
is that?
shout out to Mexico for having such a sick arena there.
I knew that was
okay, Iran's parliament speaker. Okay, Ghalibaf. Flatly denies. Okay. Funds are restricted solely to purchasing grain from American farmers.
Okay.
Speaker flatly denies funds are restricted solely. Okay. Yes.
So the implication is basically because
Going on with
President
this.
Trump and their team has said, oh, we're only going to be allowing them to buy grain with the funds. He's like, yeah, no, that's not real.
Okay,
so
got
it
it.
makes the U.S. side of the deal, I'll put it this way, look worse for those who already had issues with the U.S. side of the deal, because this was the big thing they kept saying, they don't have unrestricted use of the money. And again, this all depends on if you believe Iran or not, but Iran is telling us that that's not true.
Okay. So another story there coming out from Iran, and of course, different ETFs you could trade, but I don't know if that's going to be a grain ETF or not. And there is one, but I don't know if that's going to be any kind of a spike there. But the view of the volcano says to NY Send. It's considered the best stadium. Yeah, I've just seen videos of it. Maybe we can call it up. I can find it so everybody can see it. But the best stadium in the world due to its size and the view. The view is the volcano. So yeah, absolutely amazing, man. I mean, I think we talk about traveling all the time, and the more and more, like I just was driving through Vermont there on FSD, and it was amazing. What a great experience there as well. All right, man, we've been waiting for this all day. It's the one and the only right now at the desk. It's One with Adara.
Oh.
But the time is not 1, it's 3:30 p.m. So that means it's time to look over to see what the Asian markets did last night and what they could be doing today during this here Power Hour. Good afternoon. What's the Asian market looking like?
Good afternoon, Adara. So, some historic milestones over in the Asian markets. We see them ending off the first half of 2026 with a huge, strong tech rebound, especially in the chip sector. Taiwan, 2.5% up. All right, they secured their largest first half-point gain on record. They're up by nearly 60% year to date. Also in Japan, the Nikkei 225, they made the strongest quarterly performance since that of 1965, which is huge. It's basically telling us that there's still a lot of global demand for AI hardware and semis. And apart from that, just to reiterate a little bit on Taiwan, the TAIEX, they hit limit up halts across electronics throughout the day. Wafer producers like Global Wafers, they hit daily limits. That's on the back of raw material price hikes. Even MediaTek, they were up by about 8.57%. Huge moves in Asia. But what are we supposed to be looking out for at the open tomorrow? Keep an eye out on Japan, that Nikkei 225. They hit the 70,000 threshold. So we got to see if there's some institutional buying that can establish the support, or if maybe there's going to be some profit taking from chip makers that will trigger a gap down. Over in India, their critical line right now is at 23,750. So you got to monitor the pre-market trackers, the GIFT Nifty, especially the domestic institutional investors. See if the IT sector anxiety drives a drop towards the 23,600 line, but if not, they'll probably stay above that line. And also in Korea, the Kospi, especially in Seoul, check the hardware books, all right? Because all these price hikes on silicon wafers that are rising AI chip demand, that's going to drive memory leaders higher at the open. So watch all your big names like Samsung, SK Hynix. These ones going to be making some moves at the open in Asia.
First session of the second half of the year in Asia. That's what's on tap. Thanks once again to One. And you can catch him at 11:30 a.m. for the Euro close, in addition to this Asian market segment at 3:30. Thank you, One.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right, man.
Here it is.
There it is.
I mean, this to me is something else, man. I mean, what an opportunity to get these views going through here. Shout out to this stadium. And absolutely gorgeous. So anybody that's been there, amazing. I just heard Adara with a little bit of a sort of a cackle in the back there. Let's go find out what she's up to. It's Adara.
Yeah, my face is only because of the source of this story here, but JD Vance apparently on the Michael Knowles show, which I'm not going to get too into if you don't know, but it's like, it's a podcast it's a podcast. And either way here, JD Vance saying, quote, Trump is willing to deploy military force, presumably in Iran, but only in pursuit of a defined objective. So it sounds like we're not going to get military force here in Iran unless a defined objective happens here. You could look at this a couple different ways. Either way, though, oil continuing to bounce off of the lows. We're more than $1 off the lows now here for oil with these comments from JD Vance on the Michael Knowles show. And watch again, JD Vance, Vice President of the United States. Back to you.
And I never heard of that podcast, of course, but it doesn't really matter. So shout out to Adara. Thanks for that little quick update there. By the way, NVIDIA all the way back up to the highs of the day again. So yeah, man, we're going to ring that register now, $1.50 in the money on the most recent reload there. And, you know, this is the thing. You never know where that next opportunity is going to be. Huge move up. Joe, this looks like this one's for you.
For the SpaceX, did you check the options? I think it will say a lot. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bamboo. There's some weird, funky stuff going on up around here. I went with that added liquidity grab, seen that coming from left field pretty much, and then I tried again for that breakup, and then the volatility was just going crazy. Yeah, I've been looking at this stuff all day here, man. Let's pull this bad boy up and see what we got on the SPCX. I didn't see anything crazy, to be honest with you, especially you didn't. So go back to the previous one for me, Andre. Okay, all right. Well, anyways, yeah, it's fine. Thank you. So SpaceX, did you check the options? I think it says a lot. Well, what are you looking at? You just said the options. I mean, there's a lot of them here. There's a lot of
yeah. You're looking at like the quantities.
Yeah,
there.
Exactly. Like what are we specifically looking at here? I'm not seeing anything outstanding, to be honest with you. 10,000 here, 14,000 at 155. These are in the money. 170 with some resistance. So I mean, if we head over to another expiration cycle to see if there's anything outstanding, 20,000 at 180. Where do we keep knocking on the door? 171 something. So for space, what happened? For SpaceX, what? All right. Yeah, no, we're not going back to that one there.
July 2nd.
July 2nd. Yeah. What did the other one say? It said this 1 cent, the one from TikTok, I think it was. Assassino. For the SpaceX, did you check that? No, it was a different. Okay, maybe it was that one. But yeah, July 2nd. I don't see anything, right? Like I don't think this is outstanding activity, to be honest with you, especially for a name that has been in the top 3 of volume. So it's unfortunate. I was ready to go. I wanted to flip things around, man. So we just added some there. We take the hit and I try it again and it didn't work. So going from unrealized green back to just a little bit down more than what I was before. It just happens. It's the nature of the beast when you try to take those big shots, and it just didn't work out for your boy here today.
All right, yeah, good little look there. And I think that there is, I mean, this is why I join Joe, myself, all of us every morning, and Joe will talk about some of the interesting options, opportunities that we're seeing in the morning. We talked about Comcast today and a few other names, and it's interesting, and you actually mentioned that SpaceX was what, number 3 on the volume?
Yeah, it typically is.
You've never seen anything like that off
in the
IPO.
First week. Yeah, in the first week, you don't see that.
People obviously trading SpaceX through options. So, that's pretty cool and pretty important to understand the options game. And we talked about call walls and things like that all the time. So,
call wall.
Definitely not Paul Wall, but yeah, call walls.
Call wall.
Right there. Candy coated paint. What's up to Paul Wall and family? All right, so yeah, just a quick look here. Eli Lilly down 2%. They started off pretty good there, as we talked about Medicaid. Trying to cover some of those GLP-1s and different restrictions that you would need. Sharif talked about the BMI of 27 and all this kind of stuff. So there was new restrictions and some limitations set aside. So Novo Nordisk today as well. I just thought that these stocks, with some more funding for these pills and shots and all that kind of stuff would have sparked a little bit more interest in the names today, but sometimes it's sell the news. And when you get going there, obviously this has been in the works a little bit. Good increase there on NVO. Since that low's 35, right back up into your 200 period moving average. Novo Nordisk actually looks like there's a chance for this name to get going backside as well for NVO. RRGB, super hot over the last 3 months. Red Robin Gourmet Burgers, RRGB. So this is a fast food chain, right? I believe we did see Wendy's sort of going hard over the last little while as well. There goes RRGB. What is the reason for this? I say to you, Ray Presidente. But there it is. Looks like a little bit of a break zone right here as well for RRGB. Just trying to take it out. I believe Red Robin. I know sometimes when I'm traveling around, I see them. I think it's a chain, but nice break through 750. Yeah, real hot, man. 250 low back there in March. increasing there. Not really sure why for Red Robin, but thank you for that shout out there, as that's a nice move for sure. And here we go again. Any advice for studying for Series 7 or Series SIE and Series 57 exams? I have to pass it for a trading job. Stay off the weed would be the first one there. You don't want to study with a straight head. The other advice I would have, I mean, I haven't studied for anything in a hell of a long time, but just try to, for me, it's like, once I start something, try not to give it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's my one advice. And that could be true of anything, diet, anything like that. And I think that once you start studying, set aside an hour a day or whatever your time frame looks like. Try to get going. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, and I speak for myself, I don't know if you have any series exams, but we don't. Here in Canada, we don't have to pass anything. They just give me a mic, and next thing you know, I'm talking to everybody about trading. So yeah, we don't have anything. We have the CSC, which I passed a hell of a long time ago, the Canadian Securities course.
Yeah.
So I passed that straight out of university as well, which helped me get, I guess, into the door here. But I have not opened a textbook in many a moons. Maybe Sia, who just wound up graduating, can give some advice there too. Studying for exams is the question. Any advice on studying for exams?
I'm a horrible person to take advice for studying for exams because I like to cram things in the last minute.
Oh, no.
Okay, bad.
No, I actually do good because I've just been like that all my life. Like 2 days ago, the book will open and I'll go through everything. But those 2 days, my phone's aside, everything's aside, and
Yeah, so I think that's great advice. That's what I was going to try to say, focusing. And Adair, oh, well, here we go.
Mnemonic devices. So come up with fun little, and I helped my friend do well on a sociology exam with this too. I'm like, you come up with weird little names, like name everything, give them all weird little phrases, come up with a whole world in your head with the words and the acronyms. It actually really helps. But I also, my memory kind of helps with that.
I used to do similar stuff to that too, where you get little cue cards. Cue cards full of things.
I would just write everything down, so like you were constructing lines to the point where it just becomes muscle memory.
Okay, I like that. I mean, great advice.
Yeah, I've realized writing and reading helps more than just reading.
Yeah.
Because when you're writing, I'm saying things out loud, and I would have a whiteboard. That's what I remember. I would write things down and make flow charts sometimes, so I would remember better.
Nice.
I remember my
such great advice. There should be a new segment here.
Right, with the study advice. We could ask Tiffany too.
Tiffany, she's got some ideas.
She got some good ideas.
We've got a bunch of people here at AAPL.
Don't take too much Adderall. Maybe is up there.
I've never had anything.
That you guys weren't doing that over there.
No. Adderall? Oh, that's for ADHD. Is that for ADD?
It's like the study drug.
Yeah, it keeps you going.
Yeah, it just keeps you
I don't know. I was always no, I never did anything like that. But I do know that is a popular method for sure. I would just say stay clean, and I like some of the advice there. But yeah, good luck to everybody writing out some exams there, and I hope the best for employment.
Texas Street Adderall is for kids.
It's tough right now out there in the world to try to find a job. But for me, for trading, I mean, a lot of the experience to be a successful trader, I think it is screen time. I mean, I know that you're trying to get the job, so part of it is get educated, get your foot in the door. But in order to become a real successful trader, I know it's worked obviously around here, is just saddle up, man, and sit in front of your computers and study it honestly as much as you possibly can. That's my biggest advantage, I think, being here and sitting here in front of you guys every single day and just having the ability to take on risk when you feel risk is
it's just an immense amount of trial and error.
Yeah, trial and error is another great word. Well, that's what I mean. And the more you sit, it's desk time.
Exactly.
Screen time, sitting in front of, and we're going to have Obi on tomorrow. And you're going to see, that's exactly what he's going to say too. I can guarantee you that one. Okay, was that a call for back there? No. Yes, then let's go see what Adair's up to.
Keep an eye here on Everpure. P on the move to the upside here. Activist investing reports here for this name. Jana Partners reportedly building a new position in Everpure. This company was formerly known as Pure Storage. According to this Reuters report, they're very likely to soon disclose this position during a regulatory filing. Position apparently started here in Q1. While we're here, we're going to take a look at USO as well. We're getting more comments coming from Israeli security officials. Security officials here out of the country of Israel saying, quote, withdrawal of forces will only take place after clear criteria are set in which the Lebanese army commits to act immediately against Hezbollah militants and the organization's infrastructures. Lots of news. Back to the guys.
I mean, oil's moving on all of this. I mean, Adair brought us a story a while ago. USO is up from those levels. So regardless of all of that, I'm getting out some more NVIDIA here. We are now moments away from the imbalances. And when you're having a good time, man, I mean, time really does fly. I want to thank Joe again for filling in for Neil, who will be back on next Tuesday. The man, really extending out.
Dude, tell him. You gotta tell him, man. You gotta use up those vacation days.
Yeah, you gotta eat those up now. The thing is, now that I don't know how many he has left.
I gotta ask about that essay.
I'll look to see how many I have left too. But yeah, just coming through right now. Just some good talk here about some of these imbalances. So what you're trying to do is find nothing that's NASDAQ is going to be relevant. Those are not posted until 350 exactly. But for right now, Toast, I guess, has a little bit of a sell imbalance to it. TOST, a Josh Brown favorite. We can see what winds up happening with TOST near the end of the day here for that name. Pinterest with a little bit of a sell to it as well. And just looking over here, I'll click on it and watch out for that action. Down 4% today is Pinterest. XOM on the sell side, although we're getting some energy stories now that seems to be a little more positive about the energy space. So, maybe you want to look over there. XRT, we talked about the retail ETF. That's catching a buy here into the close. Other than that, man, not much else going on here that we've been trading today. So we'll check out the imbalances as they approach. And I'm just always going to sort it by source as we approach the 350 minute, now 7 minutes away until some of these things start to go. There's the retail ETF,
what the heck,
XRT. Man? Oh no, did something happen? You were just in SpaceX.
I tried to get out. It wouldn't let me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is.
All good on that one. Emptying out of some NVIDIA trades here, and still going now.
Yeah, for sure. See, that's the thing. Milton's like, Joe must have a million vacation days.
He does.
I'm never not here. No, but see, the thing is though, it's
what about
either
July 10th?
But that's it. Oh wow, one day, man. You know what I mean?
If you didn't have any days, you went
he's saying I have a million, it's all right, I have none, really.
You went to go see one of your boys get married in Dallas, I believe.
That was last year.
Okay.
Last April. So what are those, bro?
That's a long time ago.
It was like literally in 2025, man. Come on, man.
You're right. You're pretty much here. I mean,
I am here. I don't call in, man.
We're giving the people what they want. They don't want you to have vacation.
No, but see, you want not.
If you perform mediocre like I do, you get a lot of vacation.
Yeah. Okay. It says Randy. Randy's got a couple of months.
Randy. Oh my God! Don't be sorry. I think
Bro's got a couple of months.
Vacation.
Yeah, every day. But
Randy has 200 vacation days a year.
That's it. That's project manager or supervisor right there.
Is that what? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
supervisor. I think supervisor is the right word. I don't know what project he's managing. He's just supervising.
of Trader TV operations.
Yeah, Trader TV operations. Yeah, that's a real good
No, in all seriousness, guys, don't forget I had knee surgery earlier in the year, right? So yeah, I had to take some time off of that.
How's that recovering, by the way? It seems great.
Yeah, man, we're doing all right.
Walking around.
Yeah, we're running around doing everything.
Nice, buddy.
So I mean, hey, man.
Any updates on Milo, or we're good with that?
He's good, man. That episode is over. Hopefully, I don't know what he's up to here today.
Good.
But other than that, man, let's see if we can find something else.
I love that. Dave Clark immediately just puts right in the chat.
What?
This is why you guys got to be members, right? It's like we just start talking about Randy. And here he is, right here, Randy. Because there he is. Yo, what's up, Randy?
Randy's the go, man. Oh my
Randy's
God.
Ready to go.
Man.
Why? What's up, my guy?
Nothing. It's all right.
Oh,
we were long again. I'm
there
just
he is again. Hey, what's up,
like
Randy? That was the most work he ever did was pose for that over there. We love some Randy. I've been friends with Randy for 20 something years.
That's good,
ever since I started working here, man. Randy and I have been around this joint. I think Randy. There's three of us: Randy, myself, and Mark. Have all been here for 20 plus years.
That's good.
Quite the ride with these guys, and it's been a great time, great experience here.
Man.
Wearing many hats at Real Trading, of course, and now sitting here trading with you guys.
Let me know if you want to. I don't know if you can transfer over any vacation days, but if you feel you have too many,
I can.
And you can send your boy.
Okay, I'll send you some vacation.
You know what I mean?
I'll send you some of Neil's.
Yeah, thanks.
We got to give the people what they like.
Yeah.
They want you in front of the screen more.
No, they want you. So they want you, man.
It's been great, and Randy and I go way back, man. Friends on Facebook. We send each other messages all the time. So it's great to have him hanging around, and you're just meeting kind of Randy over the last couple of years. I mean, what a great guy he is. Lots of fun there. No matter how much fun we have on the show, it's all fun and games. A lot of love here. And now we welcome Sia and Adara and Juan and all these new individuals, that you guys see on air. It's been a great ride. So 3:47 now, 3 minutes away until imbalances come through. We haven't really looked too much at some of these, moving stocks right there, like Meta. We talked about how it was actually down today in what was a great print. That tried to get back to positive. And what I mean by a great print is just the NASDAQ being up 1.7%. Meta, nice climb, right? I mean, it's just been sort of trying to get back up to those tops. Are we buying AT&T? I don't know. I mean, good yield. I mean, the last time I checked, this yield was 7%. So, oh, wow. It's probably more than 7% right now. What a disaster here for AT&T. We'll go on with that one, Joe. AT&T not living its best life right now. Yeah, let's look at why is AT&T all the way down here. I don't know enough stories about like sort of the ongoings and whatnot of the American sort of telecom space, because when I ever look at a name like TMUS, like they're doing so good. At least they were the last time I checked. T-Mobile was rocking, and yeah, they're not now having a very good time of it either. So something must be going up. Oh, there it is. Communicators are trading lower, may consider possible threats from lower Earth orbit satellites. Okay, I mean that would make sense here. If the cost is getting lower and you're able to provide easier access to remote locations, that actually would make a lot of sense. So thanks to Dara for sharing that one, as it makes sense. So yeah, on that note, I mean, I don't ever like to chase yield, and I feel like that's probably what you would be doing here with an AT&T. It's one thing to like a J&J, it's one thing to like a JP Morgan. We can wrap our heads around why we like those names, and then they include a dividend. I don't think we need to chase AT&T down there, so my answer would be no until further.
So it's done. It's done. The deal's done. Sorry to interrupt you. No, for Kawhi Leonard.
It's done?
It's done.
Bang, let's go. That's a great take for Raptor fans. That's it. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Welcome back, man. Kawhi Leonard, the biggest hand. Have you ever seen that guy's hands?
Yeah.
Biggest hands in the NBA. We love some Kawhi Leonard here in Toronto, man.
Dude,
bring back
someone said trash trade. I mean, Brendan Ingram,
garbage.
2 first rounds.
Grady Dick is garbage. And what else do we give up?
2 first rounds.
I don't like the 2 first rounds.
Maybe 1.
But the thing is, when were the first round picks? Because you can trade. I just saw a deal the other day for Ja Morant. It was a 33 first round pick. 2033.
Oh, okay, yeah. We can figure that out right now.
I don't know what the Kawhi thing is. I'm going to look it up as we go back to Sia.
Yeah, let's go back to Sia. Doesn't.
We're getting a 2-for-1 segment today, 2-in-1, money talks and crypto. But let's take a look at what the Indian rupee is doing. So Indian Central Bank's financial stability report today has said that the Indian bank's combined gross bad loan ratio is expected to stay under the 2% mark for 3 years under its baseline scenario, as certain lenders are continuing to grapple with a rather challenging step here. We're also going to take a look at how the dollar is performing currently. Flat on the day, but it does seem to have bounced from the lows from earlier in the day. It's currently up 0.08%. Also, the ECB is considering doubling the proportion of cash that lenders must keep as reserve in an unremunerated amount, which would cut the central bank's own interest bill, as well as mitigate the side effects of its inflation flight. We're going to also take a look here at BTC today. BTC currently down 2.4% on the day, trading near the 58,680 region. So cryptocurrency companies have also spent $189 million so far to influence the 2026 U.S. midterm elections, which outpaces the spending from the previous election cycle, according to reports. So more than 1/3 of all the corporate money that was contributed to this year's November elections and primary elections leading up to them has ultimately come from the crypto industry, and at the same time, making it the top corporate political spender. This is coming from certain reports. Currently, BTC down on the day 2.5%, sending it to the guys.
I think, Sia. Yeah, the imbalances did come out there. Dara posted that number out there for us. And look what's happening right here, man. Nice moves down in the space. NVIDIA, I'm just trying to buy to see if we do get a rebound there. NVIDIA was there it is. It's a 5 million share sell. That's a decent amount. Okay, so I'm going to just try to clean up a little bit here if we can get back up to the upside. Because remember, these imbalances are basically just falsified activity. Like it's once they get cleared at 4 o'clock, the stocks, there he goes, nice move. We just bought some 40s down here on NVIDIA. So let's see how high we can go. We're just kind of adding to what we're doing here on NVDA. And again, fortune favors the bold. And we're going to stay right in the face of this sell order and hope that it gets taken the other way.
Okay.
And by the way, I looked at that deal. It might be a little spicy because apparently it involves second round picks, pick swaps, and everything. So we say shout out to Kawhi Leonard. But we also say that was a good idea, as there it goes upside right now for NVDA, man. We're just cleaning it up here at the end of the day. I mean, a couple different moves for NVIDIA. Buying there again. Nice upside play. I'm glad to be here to do it with you guys. Amazon as well with a little bit of a buy. So we'll have to, yes, go NVIDIA. That's a nice move there for a buy side. PayPal with a buy. There's Comcast, another little, again, a move higher there. NVIDIA still with the sell. At 355, this probably gets paired off. This NVIDIA one will be a monster winner. QXO, maybe a buyout or something. I'm not really sure what's going on here. 10 million shares to sell on QXO, and it's going oppo right now. It's going upside there. So QXO possibly on some kind of a imbalance trade. Toast as well. Something's going on with these names, like Toast with a 6 million, a 7 million share sell, only 15 million on the day. So yeah, interesting calls here for some of these names as we head into the close. We'll finish our day at depends on what happens with this NVIDIA trade. I took a quarter of a unit there, and we already got out of half. So we're going to wait to see if it does break back down through 98. But I'll finish the day at the highest spot I've been at all day. So pretty happy with those kind of numbers. And yeah, it's been a good one there. And someone talked about AT&T. Someone likes it. There's a buy of 2 million shares coming in for AT&T. PSKY there, not doing much either. So yeah, just a couple takes there. NVIDIA, Joe. Oh no. What's going on there?
Where is he? It's Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard's really motivated me now.
Yeah.
I mean, we took it in there. There's another 50 cents there for.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you said boo, man.
No,
he's a
she's loving
raptor now, man.
She is loving Kawhi Leonard. There it goes, Joe. Now it's 70 cents in the money as we continue to go higher and higher and higher. We're here, baby. And that's what we talk about. I took this trade. Anyone could have joined, hopped on that with me as well. Joe wants to push a button, so go ahead, Joe.
I don't have any, man.
I thought you had your hand over there.
I'm over it.
You're holding the medals.
Yeah, man. Assassino knows that's my siren. Hit it again.
Look at this, man.
Woo. That's what I'm talking about.
We just made $1 quick. Here's my siren.
There goes muchachos.
Jeez, how about $1? How about $1.10, muchachos? As this one's starting to go back up there, right up to the upside again, man. Are we having fun or are we having fun around this joint right now? There it goes, right back up to the upside again, man. We're doing it, and guess what? We're doing it live.
We're doing it live? Hey, man.
Bowling time almost.
Oh, man, you're going to bring that energy to the bowling?
No, not at all.
Why?
It's not how I act normally, man. This is for the show. We're just...
Why? Don't you want to just be your authentic self?
On the show?
Everywhere.
But I'm not going to be like, boom, there's a strike. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, right. Dude, you know what I had the thought? I would hate playing video games against you because you'd be that one guy who's like, boom, yeah, let's go.
Nah, not really.
Yeah, man.
I was playing
because I know you're playing NHL and stuff.
I was playing NHL with my daughter last night.
Yeah.
Hell of a lot of fun, man. Hell of a lot of fun.
Boom. There's nothing I hate more than a boom. I used to play a poker with a guy who would boom. And it's like, yo, you don't boom, let's go, when you just take somebody out. That's like etiquette. Kind of and every time he'd be like, boom, let's go. And
there's $200.
Uh-oh. Big day here for your boy.
$1.70 now in the money on this trade that we put on 3 minutes ago.
Are we gonna say more downside on NVDA and then or back to all-time high? Which one are you gonna go with, Katina, man? I'm going with back to all-time high on this bad boy. Hey, man, we had that pullback. Let's see if we can continue to rock and roll in this one. Hey, my little swing account's not going to mind. Joe, you sound like a 12-year-old dude. Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
What's up, Nick Martin?
Yeah, what's up, Nick Martin?
My hat's off to you, my guy.
Appreciate you,
Make sure you stay hydrated. I'm glad that I was able to make you a bunch of money on here. But you know what? Everybody's got to do it. Everybody's got to do it. And, you got to put on your own trades. And we do want to thank you for that. And Here it comes again. You know, we're just putting on a show. I have a great time. I mean, I'm sure the show with Joe and Neil is absolutely fantastic, but I have an absolute great time with you, Joe. So I want to say thank you for joining our team here at Trader TV Live. And I just hope that everybody does enjoy this combo up here. We all act a little different. I feel like I act a little different with Joe than I do with Neil and so on and so forth. Get a little bit of different interactions back and forth. So shout out to Joe. Thank you for entertaining and having a great time with us here as we go. But Palantir and NVIDIA really starting to go. And there it goes, man. NVIDIA. We said that NVIDIA had a chance to break 200 today. And there it goes. Let's just have a quick look at the imbalances. Just real quickly. Okay, Dave, we can do that. Here, what we want to read this?
Yeah, I have no issues reading this one out here
go ahead.
whatsoever. All right, guys, Dave's dumb trade of the day. Bought 50 contracts of Nike to upside. Not an advisor, and this is totally speculation, but have fun all great day. Word up, chat, keep it real. How did Nike perform on today's session? Wow, NVDA up to $200. Absolutely going parabolic on that one. Parabolic, NKE. Man, at what point did you? Ooh, okay, so that's a relatively flat day there, Dave. So, I mean, I'm not gonna call it the dumbest trade, but I mean that's not horrible, right? Like I think if you bought some things around the lows, you got 40.94 all the way up to 41.60. That's almost a point. So hopefully your contracts and you grab the lows appreciated some points. So. Hey, it is what it is. And congratulations to you, even though you're calling it a dumb trade. If it worked out for you, then congratulations. So nice work there, guys.
Congratulations.
I know that's it. No, that's your thing.
I don't know any of the words, but shout out to Post Malone. That was an absolutely great concert. If you have an opportunity to go see him, that was amazing. The wife and I had a great time there, and shout out to Post Malone. That was fantastic. I still got to watch that Santa movie there with Post Malone. But I'm going to get out right now with only 2 minutes left. Let's just hit offer enter.
Okay.
Get out there at 53. We ring the register there for, hey man, just $2 there at the end of the day to the upside. And we only put on a quarter of a unit, but you know, I don't know if that trade's going to work out for us moving forward. But that was a nice little play there. And then let's get out of the Palantir trade as well. We'll just push offer enter at 75. Clear that out. Now we are now gone. You know the order that I have in still? From the beginning of the day.
What's that?
This order was placed at, it updates every time I hit refresh. No, 929.25. SpaceX bid 160.25. Does not fill. So I could cancel that order right now. We can cancel some more 195s on NVIDIA. Thankfully, though, join me tomorrow, man, as we'll put out another sticky note and a lot of fun. Go check out we had a lot of fun with this talk right there, but another sticky note will be out tomorrow as we will talk all about that. There's NVIDIA 195 long. There's our Apple 283 long. That really started the day off quite positively there. And I just saw something else. We talked about the Japan carry trade as well today. So if you want to go understand some explanations about that, where that's going, have to buy the yen, get back and forth, and you're seeing the move there in the yen over the last little while, back up to highs that we haven't seen since 1986.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, shoot, there's only 30 seconds left.
There's only 30 seconds left for real. I know we always wanted to play with Steph, but yeah, I mean, guys, it was actually a really nice day in the market, right? Like before the market closed, we got a couple more seconds, 15. What I will do is I'll go over through the top names and from a percentage gain. At the top of the list, 2.6% for NVDA, Google up 1%, Apple up 2.6%, SpaceX up 4%, Microsoft up 1%, and Amazon up down 0.7%. So not too bad, guys, across the board. And there it is, another closing session. We got some good stuff brought to you by VinFast, guys. Today's session brought to you by VinFast. So thank you all very, very much for that. And I mean, strong session across the board for the Mag 7. Broadcom up 1.2%. Meta up about 0.1%, so not too bad. Only one of them, and that's Amazon, remain in the red.
Kawhi Leonard's a Raptor.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous weather outside.
Apparently LeBron's a Warrior now.
Yeah, they were trying to free up some cash for that. I'm not the oldest starting five ever is about to happen.
Imagine they win.
They're not going to win. They're not going to win anything.
You don't think so?
No, their Lakers are going to be a disaster, I feel like. It's LeBron. They're trying to get Anthony Davis from Washington.
To Golden State.
Yeah. From Washington.
Yeah.
I love Steph Curry. I think he still has a game. And then Draymond Green.
Yeah.
And then I'm not sure who their next starter will be.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Oh, okay, he's pretty old too.
Yeah.
So no, I hope for the best. I really respect LeBron.
Imagine they won.
They couldn't. I don't think the
What do you
NBA.
mean? I know.
No one's like OKC and San Antonio. NBA, is very much a young sort of stars.
It is very much.
Wembanyama. I don't know who's going to have an answer for that guy for the next 20 years, but somebody will, and when they do, and then our boy Shea again. Shout out to Canada. I still think OKC has a great future.
The rivalry between OKC and the Spurs will be great for the next couple of years.
I was going to say, have you guys seen, I think it was on TSN, it was last year, it was like this little 8-minute video about how the greatest man in basketball right now is from Hamilton. It's really inspiring. I honestly really liked it. I teared up and I knew nothing about basketball at the time, but that's how I got into SGA. So shout out to SGA, shout out to Hamilton.
Yeah, and LeBron, so shout out to LeBron James. A lot of respect for that guy. He's 41 or 42 years old.
Yeah.
So no one takes care of themselves better than LeBron. And, you can go back and forth talking about, is he the greatest of all time or not? And that's awesome that you're able to include yourself in that. And then he's still putting up numbers. It's just Anthony Davis gets hurt a lot.
He's a Band-Aid.
We call him street clothes. He's always in street clothes. Anthony Davis and LeBron. But now he left Bronny. What's gonna happen to Bronny?
Well, he probably won't be in the NBA for much longer.
I don't know. But anyways, Joe, an absolutely fantastic show, man.
Thanks,
Thank you so
man.
much one more time. Thank you to everybody for watching us. I think we had obviously some banger trades there and, some great talk. We want to thank our good friend and amazing guest like Brian Shannon. Shout out to that dude, man, from Alpha Trends. Want to say a big thank you to him as well. Thank you to Tiffany, Andre, everybody running it. Thank you to One in the back there for his great Asian update. And we're going to keep on going with that until eventually we have an after show. It's going to be awesome to see how that all goes as we get some more experience there. Fabian and Ramin and Brendan. And of course, big shout out to the ladies behind with Sia and Adara. So
yes, sir.
Big shout out to that. And to Sharif. We'll see Sharif tomorrow, and then he's gone in the afternoon. And I think
I don't even know if he's going to be here.
I think he's here in the morning, I think he was saying.
He's just doing the note, and then he's out of here.
Oh, so he might, okay, so maybe he's out of here. Okay, so all right.
Then maybe
we may or may not see Sharif tomorrow.
We may or may not.
But if we do, that would be nice. So
currently we do not see him. Go back to the chair.
Yeah. Hey, Sharif, how's it going? Oh, by the way, please do not sit on his Obis form ever. Or
I don't even know if it works anymore.
He's going to get mad if you sit on that. But Joy and I, never mad. We're always happy and in good moods. Join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. right here on YouTube, anywhere where you're watching us, Twitch, Instagram Live, Twitter. Where else are we going streaming live right now? We're just
TikTok?
X, TikTok, Twitch. I think I said all these now.
The
TikTok.
Espanol.
Espanol version as well. Right now, shout out to Duolingo. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.